Chapter 1 Prologue. As 40 springs and autumns passed, two generations flourished and faded. Xiaofangzhai, located in the northwest, could only be regarded as a third-rate village, with barren land that could scarcely support its population. The able-bodied young men in the village, those with any ambition, were reluctant to toil in the soil and sought their fortunes elsewhere. Those with lofty aspirations ventured directly to the imperial capital or to the vibrant world of Jiangdu in the south. The slightly less ambitious aimed for the dragon's prosperity in the central capital or the provincial seat of Shan Prefecture. At the very least, they would attempt their luck in the largest village of the West River Plain, Danxiazhai. Let us set aside the matter of how many among these young souls could establish themselves outside as it stands. Xiaofangzhai now comprises merely 30 households. These families are predominantly composed of the elderly, the weak, and women and children, seemingly forgotten souls living in quietude on this desolate land. It was not until a passing elder came through that the tranquility of the village was disrupted. The elder's age was indeterminate, his hair a crown of white, tall and imposing in stature, clad in black garments throughout the year, and carrying a long, rectangular wooden box wrapped in the rare shoe brocade. Behind the village lay a sheer cliff. On this day, the elder sat cross-legged upon the cliff, the wooden box resting on his knees. Though summer had arrived, the fierce winds of the northwest continued to howl, rustling the elder's robes. After sitting motionless on the cliff for 2 hours, a small child approached, holding a freshly caught summer cicada. The child gazed at the elder and the box on his lap with wide-eyed curiosity. The elder smiled and, for the first time, broke the silence, asking, "What is your name?" The child, unperturbed and with a hint of shyness, replied, "I am Su Beiyu." The elder gestured to the ground beside him, saying, "Come sit." The child nodded and scampered over, mimicking the elder's posture as he sat cross-legged beside him. Thus, the old and young sat side by side on the cliff, gazing at the scenery beyond while listening to the wind's lament. The child's gaze remained fixated on the brocade-wrapped wooden box. After much hesitation, he finally summoned the courage to ask, "What is inside?" The elder replied matter-of-factly, "It contains a sword." The child's eyes widened, filled with wonder. Having never seen a sword before, he hesitated, then reluctantly offered the cicada to the elder, earnestly stating, "I give you this, can you let me see what the sword looks like?" A hint of inexplicable amusement graced the elder's face as he countered, "A cicada?" Su Beiyu shook his head, his expression earnest. "It is a summer." The elder paused, then burst into laughter, accepting the child's cicada. He unfurled the brocade to reveal a zeton wood box beneath. With an air of dignity, the elder slowly rose, and the sword box seemed to stand on its own accord. The elder placed his hand upon the top of the sword box and softly murmured, "The national grievance unavenged. The body grows old, the sword within the box whispers at night. Young one, behold." As the voice faded, the sword box suddenly trembled, releasing strands of azure sword energy that illuminated the elder and the young boy in a resplendent glow. Then, at the elder's command to draw the sword, the box burst open with a thunderous sound. First, the sword energy soared into the heavens, piercing the constellations. Next, a 3-foot-long azure blade emerged into the world. Once, someone wielded this sword, sweeping across the realm with unparalleled might. Su Beiyu's eyes were filled with an unmistakable astonishment. At times, a single cicada can encapsulate an entire summer. At times, a single sword can upend much of the world. Chapter 2. The 6 gallant riders in the impoverished region of the northwest, Danxiao village, could barely be considered one of the more prominent locations, though it paled in comparison to the vibrant world of the Central Plains, rendering it almost insignificant. Today, however, a cavalcade of riders shattered the tranquility of this quiet locale, comprising 6 individuals and their steeds. Their demeanor exuded an arrogance surpassing that of 600 armored cavalrymen. An astute observer of equine excellence would quickly comprehend the source of their haughty bearing. 3 of the horses were clearly elite war steeds of the highest military grade, reserved exclusively for generals. Among them was a celestial steed from the kingdom of Baoshu, a magnificent black stallion from the steppes, and the last horse, remarkable in its own right, bore a hue reminiscent of the legendary Salusi purples. If the horses were extraordinary, their owners were even more so. Their status transcended mere wealth. demanding the addition of nobility to the description of their affluence. The leader of this cadre, a young gentleman clad in white, possessed a countenance as radiant as jade, evoking an immediate sense of warmth and approachability. Yet, the celestial steed he rode served as a constant reminder that this young noble was no ordinary offspring of bureaucratic lineage, but rather an illustrious figure, far beyond the reach of common folk, instilling awe and trepidation in those who beheld him. The trio mounted on the war horses bore striking resemblances to one another, their every movement underscored by the indelible marks of military training. Each of them prominently displayed a standard-issue saber at their waists, suggesting a deep connection to the military, if not direct affiliation. The rider atop the black stallion was a local potentate, his lineage tracing back to a venerable elder who held the title of commander of the Xiangzhou garrison, one of the three influential figures wielding power over the state. Although he lacked remarkable talents, he leveraged his father's formidable reputation to assert authority in the northwest. As for the final rider on the Salusi steed, she was draped in an oversized robe, her hood obscuring her features, yet hints of femininity could be discerned. The young nobleman on the celestial steed, while appearing affable, was intrinsically proud and somewhat dismissive of his companions, except for the lady upon the Salusi, towards whom he exhibited exceptional enthusiasm. During their whispered exchange, the local potentate cast a furtive glance at one of the sword-bearing men and subtly gestured towards the white-clad nobleman, inquiring softly, "Brotherly, what is the background of this individual? Such an imposing presence." The man referred to as Brotherly responded with a faint smile, gesturing upwards with a gentle finger, and remarked quietly, "A significant figure descending from above, serving them well can yield great benefits." The local strongman silently marveled. In recent days, he and this esteemed Brotherly had enjoyed a delightful rapport. Although they had yet to reach the depths of unreserved camaraderie, he had begun to sense that Brotherly's lineage might not fall short of his own. It is worth noting that his father already held the military power of a third-rank governor. Ascending further would lead to individuals capable of donning the crimson robes of second-rank nobles, figures whose mere stamp of a foot could send tremors through an entire province. The fact that the gentleman in white was regarded as a personage of significance by Brotherly warranted careful contemplation. Could he possibly be a scion of the royal family? The local strongman was taken aback, unwilling to linger on such a question. A meaningful smile graced his face as he remarked, "In recent days, accompanying you has been quite taxing. I have heard that Madame Zhang from Qiangzala has recently gathered a few young maidens. Upon our return, I would be honored to host you, Brotherly." They exchanged knowing smiles, imbued with an ambiguity that spoke of a profound understanding, as though kindred spirits had met. With everything conveyed without words, Danxia stronghold occupies a vast expanse, yet its renown was forged in the fires of a cavalry battle decades ago, led by two illustrious generals. The two most elite cavalry forces of the time clashed violently at Danxia, leaving the ground shrouded in darkness, strewn with corpses and flowing with rivers of blood. The ancient battlefield remains desolate to this day, with legends of countless fallen soldiers' vengeful spirits lingering, coalescing into spectral armies that haunt the area, rendering it a place of death. The group of 6 was headed towards this accursed battlefield, a site where their forebears had fought valiantly. However, time had transformed Danxia stronghold. It had distanced itself from the ancient battleground, and few knew its precise location. Even those who did might not dare to venture forth. The clearly noble men and women in the party, for reasons unknown, had not brought attendants, necessitating their personal involvement in many matters. Shortly after arriving at Danxia, the local strongman began to seek a guide, but due to the aforementioned circumstances, he failed to find one. This frustrated the gentleman in white, who was keen to impress the fair lady. Though his face betrayed none of his ire, his voice lowered slightly in response. The local strongman continued to wipe the beads of sweat from his brow, raising the offer for a hired guide to 100 taels of silver. What could 100 taels accomplish? In Jiangnan, it could purchase 10 acres of prime farmland. In the harsh northwest, even 20 acres could be acquired. For an ordinary household, accumulating 20 acres would require the efforts of several generations, perhaps 5 or 6, or even a lifetime's endeavor. Yet, despite the generous offer, no one dared to step forward. After all, the common folk fear government officials like tigers, and these individuals clearly bore the airs of nobility. Who among them would be so foolish as to approach? Money, though appealing, was uncertain in reaching their hands, and even if it did, would one have the life to spend it in such a perilous place? In this world, one's birth determines much. It is a matter of fate. Yet, aside from the truly dim-witted, how many are genuinely foolish? As time passed, the countenance of the gentleman in white finally darkened. The beads of sweat on the brow of the local tyrant multiplied as despair threatened to engulf him. Just then, a voice, akin to a celestial melody, resonated in his ear. "Are you headed to the ancient battlefield?" "I am aware." A young man, seemingly around 20, suddenly materialized before the group. His appearance was abrupt, as if he had emerged from thin air, yet it bore an air of naturalness, suggesting he had been present all along, merely overlooked by those around him. This striking contrast compelled the woman riding the spirited purple steed to cast him a lingering glance. Clad in a neat blue cloth garment, he bore a long, slender object meticulously wrapped in cotton upon his back. His physique was well-proportioned, and a clean, unpretentious smile adorned his face, reminiscent of the vast and elevated skies of the Northwest. The woman, having encountered numerous remarkable men over the years, found herself in the company of a dashing young gentleman in white, who possessed both wit and guile. Yet, in comparison, this youth appeared somewhat unremarkable, even slightly inconspicuous. Nevertheless, he exuded an undeniable aura, refreshing and invigorating, akin to the exhilarating feeling of galloping across the expansive wilderness of the Northwest. The woman beneath her hooded cloak smirked slightly, as though witnessing an intriguing spectacle. Then, she averted her gaze, allowing her expression and emotions to return to tranquility. For someone like her, who had long grasped the heights of the heavens, this young man was somewhat interesting but not captivating enough to pique her curiosity or leave a lasting impression. After all, the world teems with exceptional men, and this one resembled a robust sapling amid a dense forest, distinct in some ways, yet ultimately overshadowed by the surrounding greenery. Even in the presence of 6 noble scions, the youthful man's smile remained unwavering as he calmly stated, 100 taels of silver, no haggling. I shall lead you there and back." The local tyrant, wiping the perspiration from his brow with a white handkerchief, retorted petulantly, "As long as you can take us there, your silver is assured." At that moment, the gentleman in white abruptly inquired, "What is your name?" His tone exuded an unmistakable air of superiority. The young man, unfazed, flashed a grin that revealed his pearly white teeth. "Su Beiyu," he replied, a name strikingly incongruous with the surroundings of this village. Chapter 3. The frog at the bottom of the well. Su Beiyu, born and raised in the northwestern region, epitomizes the essence of a true northerner. However, his visage lacks the ruggedness typical of other men from the north. Instead, his features are soft, reminiscent of southern gentlemen, which has led many elders to regard him as a fortunate figure. Despite this perception, Su Beiyu has endured a life devoid of fortune. He is unaware of his parentage or ancestry. The name he bears was bestowed upon him by a venerable scholar from the small village of Xiaofang. Growing up, he was nourished by the kindness of strangers, without a roof to shelter him or a skill to sustain his livelihood. Had it not been for a few days spent in the company of an elderly traveler who passed through Xiaofang, he might have met his demise in an obscure corner. Given his robust physique, the young nobleman, clad in white, exhibited no interest in the origins of Su Beiyu's name, nor did he intend to quibble over the sum of 100 taels of silver. To many ordinary families, this amount might seem a fortune, yet to him, it scarcely covered the cost of a lavish banquet. If it could amuse the fair lady by his side, what would it matter if it were 10,000 taels? In comparison to the woman beside him, it was but a trifling sum. His curiosity was piqued solely by the elongated object Su Beiyu carried upon his back, prompting him to inquire directly, "Su Beiyu, can you wield a sword?" In the presence of this aristocrat, whose servants held a higher status than his own, Su Beiyu maintained a tranquil demeanor, responding in a slightly accented Mandarin, "I possess a modicum of skill." After all, the northwestern region is not akin to the Central Plains. There are numerous swordsmen and bandits, and one must have some means of self-defense when traveling alone, lest I fail to guide you to the ancient battlefield. However, I must forewarn you that the place is indeed cursed. Many who have strayed within its confines over the years have not emerged alive. A subtle expression of disdain flickered across the handsome face of the nobleman, as Su Beiyu's words struck him as laughable, akin to a naive rabbit warning an eagle of a steep cliff ahead. The three sword-bearers behind him did not disguise their derisive smiles. Su Beiyu's countenance shifted slightly, and the long sword wrapped in cloth behind him quivered imperceptibly, almost unnoticed by those present. Meanwhile, a woman who had been observing silently raised her gaze, her eyes peering from beneath her hood, once again fixed upon Su Beiyu. A tall man, armed with a saber, clapped his hand against his weapon, a hint of mockery in his smile. You need not concern yourself. No one would jest with their own life. We are fully aware of the nature of that place. Without hesitation, a local ruffian produced a 100-tael silver note from his sleeve and tossed it at Su Beiyu's feet, impatiently declaring, "Isn't this what you desire? Take it." Enough with the chatter. Su Beiyu did not rush to retrieve the silver note, nor did he spare it a glance. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon the nobleman in white and spoke slowly. "It seems you all are of noble lineage. Should any misfortune befall you, I, a mere commoner, cannot bear the responsibility. Thus, I must ask once more, is it truly safe?" The young man in white, subtly displeased, suppressed his anger and replied coolly, "Should the heavens fall, I shall bear the weight. I am not so petty as to stoop to your level." It was only then that Su Beiyu bent down to retrieve the silver note, carefully stowing it away in his sleeve, and nodded, "Very well. Shall we depart now?" The young man in white responded with a low, affirmative grunt. Su Beiyu was not one accustomed to the grandeur of the world. He had never ventured beyond the northwest. He had merely heard countless intriguing tales from the merchants passing through, leaving him curious about the intentions of these noble offspring venturing into that perilous realm. Was there treasure to be found there? Yet, even if there were, how could these privileged youths, who often spoke of the imprudence of risking their lives, dare to face such dangers themselves? Surely, they would merely seek out scapegoats for such endeavors. Could it be, as they claimed, that they were merely sightseeing? If that were the case, Su Beiyu couldn't help but think that these young lords and ladies must have been struck senseless. Adhering to his responsibilities, Su Beiyu led the 6 riders away from Danxia's stronghold, striding ahead with vigor, while the others followed at a leisurely pace. He did not spare a glance at the 6 magnificent steeds, fearing that too much admiration would etch them into his memory. Although he was a proverbial frog at the bottom of a well and did not fully grasp the significance these horses represented, he understood well that their value far surpassed the mere 100 taels of silver he possessed. The difference between walking on foot and riding such noble steeds was indeed a chasm spanning worlds. Despite Su Beiyu appearing frail, his stamina was exceptional. After galloping for over 10 miles, he showed no signs of fatigue. However, the lady riding the magnificent steed suddenly requested a pause. It was evident that the others looked to the young man in white for direction, and he, in turn, yielded to the lady cloaked in a grand cape. Her request left no room for dissent. As for Su Beiyu, he had no cause to object. After all, he was the one exerting himself on foot, and conserving energy would be wise, especially as they were about to enter that eerily enigmatic ancient battlefield. As the group took their respective rests, Su Beiyu sat alone upon a rock, gazing vacantly at the rushing azure river in the distance. The lady dismounted from her steed, exchanged a few hushed words with the young man in white, and then approached Su Beiyu, softly inquiring, "Whom did you study swordsmanship with?" Su Beiyu regarded her with a hint of wariness and, after a moment's hesitation, replied, "My master." "Who is your master?" She pressed further. "A master is a master." Su Beiyu replied nonchalantly, "I do not even know his name." The lady chuckled lightly. "It is evident that you possess skill. It is quite rare to find such prowess in a place like this." Su Beiyu paused, taken aback, and retorted, "Do you practice swordsmanship too?" She shook her head. "I do not practice swordplay. In truth, I was uncertain of your ability until now, but it is clear." Slightly embarrassed by his belated realization, Su Beiyu cleared his throat and replied, "Then you must be a formidable expert as well." The woman did not respond. She merely pressed her lips together in a faint smile. Regrettably, her features were obscured by the hood, leaving Su Beiyu bereft of the chance to behold this exquisite and captivating visage. She regarded Su Beiyu twice, whether during the first or the second appraisal. Her assessment of him was intriguing. Yet, after the second scrutiny, there lingered an additional note of regret. Regret that this young man was born in the harsh and frigid Northwest, deprived of opportunities to witness the vastness of the world beyond. For, after all, no matter how intriguing a frog at the bottom of a well may be, it remains merely a toad. Suddenly, the woman inquired, "What of your master and parents?" Su Beiyu fell silent for a moment before replying calmly. I have not seen my master for nearly a decade. I do not know where he has gone. As for my parents, I have never met them. The woman fell into silence, her words unspoken, as if she wished to offer an apology but was at a loss for how to articulate it. Su Beiyu rubbed his face, a flicker of a smile returning, and remarked, however, since I, Su Beiyu, have managed to live this long without succumbing to the cold or hunger, it signifies that heaven still has a purpose for me, and I shall strive to make something of my life. As he spoke, he patted the long sword wrapped in cotton cloth at his back, and added with a grin, besides, I have this. In her gaze, a moment of dazed contemplation emerged as she softly murmured, do emperors and high ministers possess anything inherent? Su Beiyu, who had read little in his youth, may not have comprehended the profound nature of her words, yet he grasped a fundamental truth. Even a frog at the bottom of a well may one day leap to the edge and gaze upon the vast expanse of the world beyond. Chapter 4. Behind the Sword. Named Tianlan after a brief respite, the 7-member team resumed their journey towards the ancient battlefield. As they progressed, human presence dwindled, and not a single bird or beast was in sight. A faint mist began to envelop the area, causing Su Beiyu's countenance to grow increasingly grave, while the young man in white displayed a subtle smile. It was evident to astute observers that they were drawing closer to their destination. Through conversation with the enigmatic woman, Su Beiyu discerned the identities of his companions. The leading figure in white, named Duanmu Yu, hailed from the imperial capital. The 3 young men wielding swords were brothers from the military lineage of Shiliang Prefecture, known as Li Song, Li Hua, and Li Heng. The local ruffian, a native of Shanzhou, would have been enough to alarm the officials of Danxiao village, had it not been for the nobleman's desire to indulge in a masquerade of incognito visits. As for the woman, she remained reticent about her background, and Su Beiyu refrained from probing further. After approximately half an hour of travel, the atmosphere shifted to a chilling dampness. The steeds of the 6 men grew restless, with the exception of the woman riding on the horse named Saluzi, whose demeanor remained composed. Su Beiyu, leading the group, did not turn back when she asked, have you ever encountered a soldier? I have, he replied, clad in armor. They appear and disappear at will. However, that was 3 or 4 years ago. I inadvertently wandered into their domain and nearly perished at their hands. Intrigued, the woman pressed on. The texts describe soldiers as beings that straddle the line between the tangible and the intangible, impervious to ordinary weapons unless one shatters their entire suit of armor, depriving them of their form. How did you manage to escape? Su Beiyu paused momentarily before calmly uttering 2 words, with a sword. The woman nodded contemplatively, neither surprised nor skeptical. In contrast, Li Song and his companions scoffed derisively, their disdain palpable, clearly doubting that this rustic Su Beiyu could wield a sword effectively. Merely possessing a sword does not equate to true mastery, setting aside the reclusive immortals dwelling in the clouds. The imperial court classifies martial practitioners into 9 ranks based on the official grading system. Common soldiers are of the 9th rank, while the elite personal guards of commanders are of the 8th rank. The regular soldiers of the border troops fall under the 7th rank, and the 6th rank encompasses the seasoned scouts. Personal bodyguards of influential governors hold the 5th rank, while the imperial capital's elite guards are ranked 4th. The 3rd rank is reserved for adept inner guards and shadow operatives, while the most formidable masters are classified within the 1st and 2nd ranks, often serving as esteemed advisors or bodyguards to the powerful. In essence, once one attains rank, whether through official service or martial prowess, one is afforded a semblance of respectability. If Su Beiyu claims he can vanquish soldiers, he must possess at least the strength of the 6th or 7th rank. So how could he find himself in such a disheveled state? Su Beiyu offered no defense, simply retrieving a long sword wrapped in cotton from his back and holding it firmly in hand. As the group ventured deeper, having traversed over 100 paces, a series of indistinct black shadows suddenly emerged in the distance, their forms obscured by a faint mist. The spectral soldiers. Both Su Beiyu and Duanmu Yu discerned these shadows almost simultaneously, their expressions shifting. Yet, while Duanmu Yu's countenance radiated excitement, Su Beiyu's was marked by concern. These spectral warriors, in life, might have hesitated to attack individuals of noble descent, but in death, no regard would be given to whether one was a daughter of the emperor or a son of the chancellor. All were fair game. Duan Muyu gazed with interest at the encroaching shadows, exuding a demeanor of unflinching calmness as he remarked, Su Beiyu, do you possess the confidence to eliminate these entities entirely? 100 taels of silver for each. Su Beiyu furrowed his brow, inquiring, what do you mean? Duan Muyu replied nonchalantly, in approximately half an hour. This place will once again display the mirage of a fierce battle, and to appreciate the spectacle, it would be prudent to ensure a measure of tranquility. Su Beiyu found himself in a tumultuous internal struggle. The woman riding the purple horse shook her head gently at him, whispering, do not force it. After a brief silence, Su Beiyu offered a faint smile to the woman, before turning his gaze resolutely towards Duan Muyu, affirming his intent with a firm good. Duan Muyu, perched high upon his steed, regarded Su Beiyu as if he were a mere jester. Su Beiyu's expression remained stoic as he slowly shook off the cloth wrapping his longsword. In the next moment, the sword was drawn with a flourish. Then, all present beheld a brilliant arc of light as Su Beiyu surged towards one of the spectral soldiers. This soldier, clad in pitch-black armor reminiscent of frontier military attire from decades past, bore the marks of countless battles and the ravages of time. With dark energy seeping through the gaps, Su Beiyu wielded his sword with one hand, delivering a thrust aimed directly at the soldier's forehead. The speed of the strike was unparalleled, akin to a shooting comet, and the spectral soldier could scarcely react before being pierced through, meeting a death that was irrevocable. Those who had previously mocked Su Beiyu, such as Li Song, were rendered speechless, wondering if they had misjudged this seemingly rustic man from the northwest as a true master. The woman observed Su Beiyu's figure with an expression of undeniable astonishment, recognizing the essence of his technique. Sword 1, undeterred by the specter of death. Withdrawing his sword, Su Beiyu pivoted gracefully, allowing his weapon to trace a grand arc, effortlessly deflecting the downward strikes of several more spectral soldiers. A blow from these soldiers could cleave an ordinary person in two, yet against Su Beiyu's sword, their force seemed feeble, easily diverted with a mere flick. Witnessing this, the woman confirmed her earlier suspicions, her expression beneath the hood a complex blend of realization and a hint of regret as she sighed softly. Sword 2 remained steadfast. Su Beiyu then unleashed his third strike, the sword's brilliance weaving into an intricate net, enveloping the spectral soldiers entirely. Sword 3, a canopy that no entity could escape. The young woman murmured softly, never expecting to witness the sword sex 36 here. Indeed, this journey was not in vain. She paid no further attention to the ensuing battle. Although Su Beiyu's cultivation was still lacking, and he could not fully unleash the true essence of the 36 swords. Dealing with these spectral soldiers was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Why did Su Beiyu dare to lead this group of noble scions to this place? It was precisely because of a sword manual and a long sword left behind by an elder from years past. One person, one sword. The sword was named Tianlan. Su Beiyu grasped Tianlan with unwavering confidence, moving gracefully among the spectral soldiers with the elegance of a fleeting shadow. After 3 strikes, it was still these same 3 strikes. Merely 3 strikes, yet they surpassed the myriad swords of the world. The sword's momentum flowed seamlessly, shattering foes and obliterating obstacles. Except for Duan Muyu, who remained relatively calm. The others were left dumbstruck. This young man's swordsmanship was extraordinary, truly devoid of any hint of craftsmanship, resembling the techniques of an immortal. Especially the 3 brothers of the Li family, who hailed from a martial lineage and had encountered numerous elite warriors. They could see that Su Beiyu's realm was not particularly high, likely around the 6th rank, yet at this level, none could wield their skills with such finesse as Su Beiyu, even brushing against the realm of the profound. Not to mention them. Even the seasoned Duan Muyu fell into a momentary silence. When Su Beiyu returned his sword, the local ruffian muttered softly, a warrior. The 3 brothers of the Li family shed their earlier disdain. Li Song's face was filled with a mixture of admiration and contemplation as he murmured, what superb swordsmanship. The young woman slightly tilted her head towards Duan Muyu beside her, from this angle only able to glimpse his profile. Whether by chance or by her deft timing, a barely perceptible grimace flitted across the corner of Duan Muyu's lips. The woman, having absorbed all of this, withdrew her gaze, a cold smile emerging on her face beneath the shadow of her hood. This nobleman, whose dark expression was fixed on Su Beiyu, perhaps remained unaware that at this moment, He had been struck from the long list of candidates by the young woman, and his hopes of winning her favor had been extinguished entirely. Chapter 5. The Iron Cavalry Still Remains. Had Su Beiyu chanced upon the soft murmur of the woman's soliloquy, he would have been astonished to discover that these sword techniques bore a series of elaborate appellations. In truth, he was only aware that the three swords were simply named Sword 1, Sword 2, and Sword 3. As for the phrases to die 9 times without regret, to remain unmoved in a circular stance, and to cast a net that captures all, he had never even heard them uttered. At this moment, Su Beiyu's foremost concern was the silver promised by Duan Muyu. He had just slain 12 spectral soldiers, which, according to Duan Muyu's pledge, amounted to 1,200 taels of silver, a staggering fortune in his eyes. Indeed, as the saying goes, a poor man's ambitions are curtailed, and though Su Beiyu harbored grand aspirations, he knew he must first satisfy his hunger before contemplating other matters. The ancient battlefield, though eerie, was not teeming with spectral soldiers. Most corpses had been carried away by comrades long ago, leaving only a handful behind. With this wave of spectral soldiers vanquished, a fleeting tranquility enveloped the group. Upon receiving the banknotes from Duan Muyu, Su Beiyu sheathed his sword and retreated to a nearby spot, where he plopped down onto the ground, closed his eyes, and breathed gently. The burden of slaying 12 spectral soldiers weighed heavily upon him. Had it not been for the advantage of Tianlan, he would have been exhausted by the time he dispatched the 6th. After what felt like the duration of half an incense stick, Su Beiyu reopened his eyes. His breathing gradually steadied. Yet, his right hand, the one that wielded the sword, still trembled slightly, indicating that the continuous exertion had left its mark, and it would be some time before he could unleash such prowess again. Subconsciously, he touched the banknote tucked within his sleeve, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. All of this unfolded before the woman, watching from a short distance. She approached Su Beiyu and gently inquired, "Is it truly worth exchanging one's life for such a sum of silver?" Su Beiyu suppressed his smile, his expression returning to calm. Neither joy at his sudden fortune nor feelings of inferiority in the presence of these aristocratic youths washed over him. He simply shook his head and raised his right hand, extending his index and middle fingers as he replied, "There are 2 reasons. First, I would not act recklessly without certainty. Second, fortune is sought in risk. While this silver may seem trifling to you, to me, it represents a rare opportunity for wealth, thus it is worth it." The woman fell silent for a moment, letting out a soft sigh. Such wealth ultimately seems a bit too cheap. Su Beiyu chuckled softly. "It is akin to humanity. I have always believed that the notion of no distinction between the rich and the poor is sheer nonsense. In truth, regardless of where one is, there exists a hierarchy among people. This is why we, the lower classes, strive desperately to ascend, hoping to transform from the base into the esteemed." "Esteemed?" The woman mused quietly. "Yet, we remain human." Su Beiyu's face remained impassive as he echoed softly. "Yet, for the esteemed, seeing oneself as human is simple, but seeing others as human is a challenge." He may not have read many books, yet he possesses a profound understanding of human relationships and social dynamics. Locals often look down upon outsiders. The elderly disdain the youth. Those from the imperial capital regard provincial folk with contempt. Residents of Jiangdu scorn those from the central cities. Despite being mere commoners, they still categorize themselves into hierarchies, each seeking to elevate themselves above others. If the common folk exhibit such tendencies, what can be expected from those noble families who already stand atop the masses? The commoners and the aristocracy inhabit 2 entirely distinct realms, their chasm immeasurable by mere distance. Suddenly, the mist thickens, and within its depths, a colossal shadow begins to envelop the surroundings. The sound of clashing weapons and neighing steeds instantly captures the attention of all present. Moments later, one rider emerges from the fog, followed by 10, then 100, 1,000, and eventually a legion of cavalry surges forth, breaking through the murky veil, revealing themselves on this ancient battlefield. These horsemen, adorned in dark armor and mounted on sleek black steeds with matching saddles, resemble a ghostly army risen from the underworld. On the opposite side, another formidable cavalry unit appears, clad in shimmering silver armor and riding pristine white horses with corresponding saddles, presenting a stark contrast to their dark counterparts. All eyes are riveted upon this spectacle. Su Beiyu finally comprehends why these scions of noble families felt compelled to witness this moment in person. The sight is indeed awe-inspiring. Failing to behold it firsthand would surely be a lifelong regret. Duanmu Yu murmurs softly. This is the legendary clash of the northeastern and northwestern cavalry. The two cavalry forces do not immediately charge. Instead, they engage in a brief standoff before one rider from each side steps forth, seemingly engaged in conversation. However, the ancient battlefield has preserved only the images of the past, leaving the substance of their dialogue forever unknown. The woman beside Su Beiyu explains, "These are the two great generals." Su Beiyu responds with an understated acknowledgement, his demeanor calm. For someone of his humble standing, the term great general feels impossibly distant. Akin to clouds in the sky, visible yet unattainable. Their exchange is brief, and it appears to end on a sour note. Upon returning to their respective ranks, both cavalry units charge forward. This is a scene that Su Beiyu will never forget. The cavalry blankets the ground, their charge resembling a mighty tide. Although silence envelopes the moment, he can almost hear the thunderous sound of hooves, like rolling thunder in his ears. The earth trembles beneath their pounding, dust swirling in the air. The two lines of cavalry advance with a force akin to a tempest. Moments later, they collide with a resounding crash. A visceral impact that resonates to the core. The spectators turn pale, their spirits shaken. The sheer might displayed is almost beyond human capability. Within this chaos, one feels as insignificant as a solitary leaf adrift on the water. The two armies engage in a relentless slaughter, casualties falling from their mounts at every turn. This battle is nothing short of brutal. Even in the absence of the cacophonous cries of battle, the thunderous hoofbeats, the anguished neighs of horses, the dying moans, and the grim sounds of blades piercing flesh, the brutality of the battlefield profoundly shook this group of individuals. Even the three brothers of the Li family, hailing from a lineage of military prowess, were not immune to its impact. The woman whispered softly, in the third year of Jiangwen, Zhao Mang led the northeastern army to seize Shan Prefecture, followed by Mu Rinqi, who personally commanded a grand army to advance towards Shihe Prefecture, conquering 36 forts, and laying siege to the city of Zhongdu. In this dire moment, the valiant General Su Lin was appointed to lead the Northwest Army in a fierce battle against the northeastern forces at Danxiao Fort. Emerging victorious and breaking the siege of Zhongdu, Zhao Mang and Mu Rinqi were left to flee with a mere 20,000 beleaguered troops. As the woman spoke, the dynamics of the battlefield began to shift. The silver-armored cavalry revealed signs of collapse, while the black-armored cavalry appeared poised to engulf them entirely. At that moment, a contingent of approximately 3,000 cavalrymen broke away from the silver-armored ranks, charging valiantly towards the black-armored forces with an unwavering resolve. This was a heavy cavalry, clad in armor, and though only 3,000 strong, their charge was akin to that of 30,000 light cavalry. The sheer force of their united assault instantly tearing through the black-armored lines, wreaking havoc in their wake. It was a scene both tragic and heroic. Though the heavy cavalry was formidable, human limitations prevailed. Faced with enemies vastly superior in number, they could only meet their fate on the battlefield with bitter resignation. The woman pointed to the heavy cavalry commander and whispered to Su Beiyu, "That man is Su Deng." At that moment, Su Deng, drenched in blood and undeterred by the onslaught of the Northwest Army, led his dwindling retinue of guards forward into the relentless tide of cavalry. This would be his final charge. Amidst the grim and brutal clash, Su Deng's guards fell one by one, and soon, Su Deng himself met his demise. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, the Northeastern Army hastily withdrew from the battlefield, gradually vanishing into the encroaching darkness. The outcome was sealed, and the Northwest Army continued to pursue relentlessly. As both cavalry forces receded into the distance, the ancient battlefield fell silent once more. The woman suddenly inquired, "Su Beiyu, do you know where that black-armored cavalry is now?" Su Beiyu glanced at this somewhat unconventional noblewoman, the only one among them who did not regard him as inferior. In return for her sincerity, he responded candidly, "I do not know." The woman, seemingly proud, lifted her chin slightly, revealing a delicate jawline and a glimpse of her fair neck from beneath her hood's shadow. In that moment, she displayed a hint of mortal warmth. She spoke slowly. This iron cavalry followed Emperor Taizu eastward through the passes, first entering the eastern capital, then Jiangdu, sweeping southward and clearing the region. thus establishing the vast territories of the Great Qi we see today. Now, within the court, half of the lords and nobles hail from this very army. Chapter 6. Gazing beyond the well after witnessing the magnificent and extraordinary mirage, the group of aristocratic youths lost interest in lingering and began preparing to return to Danxiao village. Su Beiyu, naturally, had no objections. However, this time, he walked at the rear, ensuring that no errors would arise at the last moment. The woman riding the striking purple steed led the way, refraining from further conversation with Su Beiyu and ignoring the eager attentions of Duan Muyu, seemingly lost in contemplation. In contrast, due to Su Beiyu's recent display of prowess in slaying 12 spectral soldiers, Li Song, a scion of the military lineage, had softened his demeanor towards him. By the time the group returned to Danxiao village, evening had descended. Under the setting sun, Danxiao village resembled an aging elder, quietly resting upon the northwestern wilderness. As 6 steeds hurriedly came and went, leaving no trace upon this venerable figure. Before departing, the woman still did not share her name with Su Beiyu. She merely advised him not to remain in this small place for a lifetime, urging him to venture out and explore the vast world beyond, should the opportunity arise. Upon seeing the group leave Danxiao village, Su Beiyu turned to walk in the opposite direction of the 6. In truth, he possessed a modest dwelling of his own, a small house that the elder had constructed by hand during his tutelage years ago. However, this barely habitable abode lay far away in Xiaofeng village, necessitating a trek of several miles through the night for Su Beiyu to return home. The nights in the northwest were not particularly tranquil, yet for Su Beiyu, it posed little concern. His journey was uneventful, and by the time he reached Xiaofeng village, the darkness had deepened. The entire village was shrouded in pitch blackness, devoid of any light. For the common folk, candles and oil were luxuries seldom afforded or utilized. Navigating through the dark, Su Beiyu returned home, leaping onto the roof of his small house. Under the moonlight, he gnawed on a stale bread roll, nearly as hard as stone, while he felt the silver notes tucked against his chest, falling into deep contemplation. The woman's encouragement to explore the world resonated with him, for it had long been his cherished aspiration. As a frog confined to a well, he had gazed upwards for far too long, hindered by numerous constraints from leaping out. Now, with 1,300 taels of silver in hand, he possessed the means to make that leap. After a lengthy period of reflection, Su Beiyu took out the stack of silver notes, 13 in total, 1 provided by the local ruffian and the remaining 12 from Duan Muyu. He divided the notes into 2 piles, one containing 1,000 taels and the other 300. He returned the 300 taels to his pocket, gazing at the 1,000 taels in his hand, murmuring to himself, "Once I arrange matters here, it will be time for me to depart." At dawn the following day, Su Beiyu ventured to the small courtyard located at the northernmost edge of Xiaofeng village. Here, it could be somewhat generously deemed a private academy, which also served as the residence of the academy's instructor. In the frigid northwest, particularly in the impoverished realm of Xiaofeng village, the mere existence of a private school can be deemed miraculous. Yet, it has indeed come to pass. Akin to the extraordinary journey of the sword-bearing elder who once traversed this humble hamlet. Su Beiyu pushed open the wooden door and entered the small courtyard, where a few hens were foraging and a verdant patch of vegetables thrived in the corner. An elderly man, full of vitality, sat on a recliner before a thatched cottage, gently patting his knees while humming an incomprehensible tune. This venerable figure is the teacher of the private school in Xiaofeng village. Having devoted over 3 decades to educating the youth, Su Beiyu had heard from the village elders that the old man was an outsider, likely hailing from the Central Plains. Upon his arrival, he exuded an air of grandeur, unlike the common folk, reminiscent of one from a wealthy lineage. However, after spending the better part of his life here, the only remnant of his former opulence was the scholarly demeanor he carried. The signs of past affluence had long since faded. Su Beiyu's name was bestowed upon him by this very teacher. In truth, he had lived with the old man since childhood, until he encountered another elder, which marked a turning point in his life. It is somewhat amusing to recount that, due to Su Beiyu, a minor conflict had arisen between the 2 elders, persisting until the sword-bearing elder departed from Xiaofeng village. Consequently, the 2 were often at odds, engaging in verbal sparring filled with classical references and eloquent discourse. Yet, to the villagers, this could hardly be considered a quarrel, as not a single vulgar word was uttered. and only Su Beiyu could grasp a fragment of their exchanges. How could this be deemed a dispute? Su Beiyu remained ignorant of the names of the two elders. He referred to the sword-bearing elder as his master and the teacher as simply the gentleman, a distinction both elders accepted. As Su Beiyu aptly stated, regardless of what one may call his master, he remains his master. In the present context, the gentleman is indeed the gentleman. Approaching the elder, Su Beiyu softly announced, "Sir, I have arrived." The old man opened his half-closed eyes, glanced at Su Beiyu, and inquired, "What is this? Are you departing?" Su Beiyu was not at all surprised by the elder's prescience. After all, this venerable man was perhaps the most attuned to his thoughts and experiences, making such a deduction hardly remarkable. He nodded gently, producing a silver note worth 1,000 taels and placing it in the old man's hands. "Sir, this is a token of my appreciation for the village, entrusted to you, as I cannot place my trust in anyone else." The elder did not question the origin of the silver, but calmly accepted the note, responding with serene composure, "Beiyu, I understand that you must eventually venture forth. A fine young man like you should not remain confined to this diminutive plot of land, unlike this decrepit old fool, half buried in the earth. However, as you step into the world, remember the treachery of human nature. What appears benevolent may not be so, and what seems malevolent may not be so either. This world is rarely black and white. More often than not, it is a tapestry of gray. There exists a dichotomy of right and wrong. Yet, in the realm of action, one need not strictly adhere to this binary. In the tumultuous years of war, the common folk resorted to cannibalism in their desperate plight for survival. To put it plainly, it was a matter of humans consuming one another. Is this act justifiable? Certainly not. However, should one abstain from such measures, one would face the inevitable demise of starvation. Thus, the question arises, do you partake in this grim necessity or not? Su Beiyu was momentarily taken aback, for he had never imagined that a man of such rectitude and integrity would utter such heretical words, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. The elder, reflecting on his life, remarked, "I have perused countless volumes and traversed vast distances. I have gleaned some insights into the complexities of human nature. In discussing matters of good and evil, one must ponder what truly constitutes goodness and what defines malevolence. In the past, Li Su and Qing Chun debated the essence of morality, with Qing Chun asserting that those who treat us kindly are virtuous, while those who do us harm are wicked. Thus, the notions of good and evil are but reflections of perspective. Ultimately, it all revolves around self-interest." Su Beiyu swallowed hard, attempting to quell his unease. While he did not know who Qing Chun and Li Su were, he comprehended the essence of the elder's words. The elder appeared lost in reverie, his gaze distant, tinged with nostalgia, as he muttered to himself, "Shall you establish the foundations of our current dynasty, emerging from a sea of corpses and rivers of blood to forge a splendid realm? Has anyone ever labeled him as malevolent? The young son of the rebel leader of the White Lotus sect was drowned in his crib. Can one deem that an act of virtue?" The Iron Cavalry descended upon the south, ushering in an era of peace. The present-day Deqi, like the bygone Dezhong, was birthed from rivers of blood and mountains of bones. What rationale underpins this reality? Suddenly, the elder rose abruptly from his chair, fixing Su Beiyu with a penetrating gaze, and thundered, "Where lies the rationale?" Su Beiyu, jolted into awareness, instinctively touched the Tianlong strapped to his back. In that fleeting moment of inspiration, he replied, "The rationale resides behind me. That is the essence of it." The elder fell silent, as if drained of all vigor, gradually settling back into his chair, and weakly uttered, "You may leave now." Su Beiyu hesitated, words caught in his throat. The elder waved his hand dismissively, urging him to depart with irritation. "I have traversed more bridges than you have walked paths. I do not require your reminders of the wisdom of discretion." Chapter 7. The majestic central capital, like a mountain, Su Beiyu was finally poised to depart from the land that had nurtured him. He set forth into the vast expanse of the world beyond, with Tianlong on his back and a bundle in hand, containing a few changes of clothing, scattered silver coins, several soft buns, a piece of smoked meat wrapped in oil paper, and 300 taels in banknotes. He ventured alone to the entrance of Xiaofang village. Casting a final glance behind him, he strode resolutely away. His destination was Danxiao village, where he would join a merchant caravan to leave the territory of Zhejiang for the illustrious land of Longxing, known as Central Capital. Su Beiyu had yet to witness the grandeur of the world. His only experience of vastness had been in Danxiao village, yet this did not diminish his lofty aspirations. As his mentor often remarked, such qualities are innate, neither forced nor envied. Upon arriving at Danxiao village, he sought out the long-anticipated merchant caravan near the northern warehouse. Reluctantly, he parted with 10 taels of silver to a familiar escort leader, allowing himself to blend in among the hired guards of the caravan. He took a seat on a cargo-laden cart, and together with the caravan, they slowly departed Danxiao village, embarking on a lengthy journey. As Danxiao village receded from view, Su Beiyu was struck with a profound realization. He had truly left behind the familiar and stepped into a wholly uncharted world. The central capital appeared to him as a legendary realm, both the land of Longxing and the foremost fortified city of the previous dynasty. Though he had not witnessed its splendor, he had absorbed fragments of descriptions from his mentor, which left much to his imagination. The central capital mirrored the outer world, a kaleidoscope of wonder, hazy and elusive, like a dream. Indeed, the world. In his youth, his master, the sword-bearing elder, had painted for him a vivid picture of an extraordinary realm, one devoid of mundane struggles, free from the burdens of mere survival, and filled instead with magnificent vistas beyond ordinary comprehension. In that realm, some soared upon swords over the seas, others ascended to the heavens, while some wielded the falling snow as ink for their artistry. There were those who could part the great rivers with a single stroke, deities who traversed the vast oceans by day and the twilight of the mountains by night, and heroes who could defy thousands in battle. There were venerable monks whose clasped hands could materialize golden forms of immense stature, and Taoist masters whose bowing could shift the very earth beneath their feet. Some wielded swords within the fray, dominating the world, while others sat outside, strategizing over the game of life. There were fierce cavalry clashes and celestial duels, a realm of rivers and lakes, brimming with the flamboyance of wandering heroes, and halls of power governed by rigid decorum. It was a captivating and exhilarating world, yet one that seemed forever beyond the reach of the ordinary individual. Now, Su Beiyu found himself unworthy of entry into that realm. He could only gaze up in silent admiration, yearning for what lay beyond. Whether it was the world of privileged elites or the vibrant tapestry conjured by his master's words, both seemed exceedingly distant, akin to a radiant moon in the sky, beautiful to behold, yet forever out of reach. After all, the chasm between these two worlds was far more than mere miles. Countless journeys could be undertaken, yet the vast majority of souls remained barred from that other realm, forever standing on the threshold of an unattainable dream. After a journey of 2 days and nights, Su Beiyu, accompanied by a caravan, traversed the Shihao Plain and arrived at the foot of Zhongdu. The first impression Zhongdu left on Su Beiyu was its towering height, almost level with the mountains. Between two mountain ranges, a magnificent city rose abruptly from the ground, soaring into the clouds and seamlessly connecting the previously unlinked mountains. Even from over 10 miles away, Su Beiyu could faintly discern the silhouette of this grand city. Zhongdu was built against the mountains, and from the front, the tiered city walls ascended along the slope, with 7 layers of walls arranged like terraced fields, enough to deter any adversary contemplating a frontal assault. Rising from his perch in the cargo truck, Su Beiyu gazed into the distance, hoping to catch a glimpse of the Zhongdu Wangfu, the residence that stood at the highest point of Zhongdu, and the legendary Lingfeng Pavilion, said to offer a panoramic view of the entire city. Unfortunately, he could not locate it. Nonetheless, Zhongdu left an indelible impression on Su Beiyu. He looked up at the magnificent city and suddenly recalled a verse often recited by his mentor in a drunken stupor. Why not wield the Wu hook to reclaim the 16 states of Yan and Yun? Tomorrow, ascend the Lingyan Pavilion and, with sword in hand, accept the title of a noble lord. Zhongdu was built on a rising terrain, with the outer city at the lowest elevation and the inner city ascending progressively. Many noble families constructed their residences according to the topography, with the most powerful inhabiting the highest positions. Naturally, the Zhongdu Wangfu, as the heart of the city, occupied the pinnacle. The Wangfu spanned a vast area, featuring the typical luxuries of noble families, such as lakes fed by diverted waters and the construction of pavilions and towers. Among these, there was a man-made peak, over 30 zhang high, known as Shaoxiang Mountain, adorned with 4 pavilions named Lingfeng, Linfeng, Tingfeng, and Yingfeng, built into the mountainside. Atop Shaoxiang Mountain was the Lingfeng Pavilion, which, while it did not offer the legendary panoramic view of Zhongdu, still provided a vista of much of the city. At that moment, a woman reclined languidly on a soft couch on the second floor of the Lingfeng Pavilion, resting her chin on her hand, gazing out at the sprawling expanse of Zhongdu beneath her, lost in a reverie. The contemplative beauty of the woman was breathtaking, akin to a deity sculpted from pristine white jade. Though not coldly aloof, she exuded an imperceptible air of distant grace, making her both alluring and unattainable. After a considerable pause, she finally returned to herself, straightened her posture, and stretched, revealing her graceful figure in its entirety. Regrettably, there was no one present to witness this rare and enchanting scene. She adjusted her attire, restoring her usual dignified appearance, and then gently clapped her hands. A maid silently entered the pavilion, her hands naturally resting at her sides, overlapping at her abdomen. The woman spoke softly, "Prepare, it is time to return." "Yes," the maid replied. The woman pondered for a moment and then remarked, "Let us disregard Duan Muyu for now. He may enjoy his time in the northwest a little longer. As for Antimo Shu, it would be prudent to inform her, lest she becomes overly chatty." The maidservants acknowledged her words in unison. Once the Lingfeng Pavilion was left with the woman alone, she shifted to a pose with her chin cradled in her hand, sinking once more into deep contemplation, or perhaps a dreamy reverie. It was unclear how long she remained in this state until a faint sound roused her from her thoughts. The woman returned to reality and softly called out, "Banlon?" The source of the commotion was not a person, but rather a cat, a cherished lineage of Persian feline passed down for 3 generations. To this day, the woman could not comprehend why her ancestors had bestowed upon the entirely snow-white Persian cat the name of a tabby. Banlon the fierce tiger? However, she had once heard her father mention that her great-uncle had indeed kept a tabby cat named Yanchun, reminiscent of the phrase Yanchun by Shui, which was in direct rivalry with Banlon until her great-uncle crossed the ocean to the state of Wei, leaving Banlon to reign supreme in the household. The white cat, Banlon, who had served both her grandmother and mother as a loyal retainer over 3 generations, grew increasingly languid and indifferent in the absence of formidable foes. Even towards her as the new mistress, it displayed a nonchalant demeanor, embodying the haughty airs of a seasoned minister, to the extent that many maidservants privately referred to it as Lord Banlon. Moments later, a snow-white figure gracefully descended from the rafters, landing directly beside the woman. Its azure eyes surveyed the surroundings with a wistful, almost human-like nostalgia. A century ago, this place was its home. Chapter 8. The gloomy dark guards and the flying fish, perhaps accustomed to the harsh winds and sands of the desolate northern desert. Su Beiyu found himself in a state of bewilderment upon his arrival in the bustling city. During the first 3 days of his stay in the capital, he wandered aimlessly, lost in thought, until the 4th day when he began to contemplate how he might establish himself in this grand metropolis. To his dismay, he discovered that he possessed no particular skill, making it exceedingly difficult to earn a living. The only apparent option seemed to be military service. However, having enjoyed a life of freedom, he was reluctant to join the ranks of the constrained military unless truly desperate. Fortunately, he still had 300 taels of silver, and he was far from destitute. After securing a temporary lodging at an inn, he resolved to visit the Taoist temple within the city. During the time of the founding emperor, the Taoist sect had made significant contributions to the establishment of the realm. Consequently, once the emperor secured his rule, the status of Taoism soared, being elevated to the national religion, with the head of the sect honored as the national master, attaining unparalleled prestige. In a brief span, Taoism overshadowed Confucianism and Buddhism, emerging as the foremost of the 3 teachings. Temples began to be constructed lavishly across the lands, and the populace increasingly converted to the teachings of the Taoist patriarch. In impoverished areas like Xiaofeng Village and Danxiao Village, no temples existed. There were merely a few itinerant Taoists. However, the situation was vastly different in the capital, one of the 4 great cities of the realm. Here stood the largest and finest Taoist temple in the northwest, the Chonglong Temple. Su Beiyu could be considered a half-hearted believer, having come to the capital. It was only fitting that he pay a visit to the Chonglong Temple. Situated in the inner city, the Chonglong Temple represented the pinnacle of accessibility for common folk. Beyond this point lay the sprawling residences of the nobility, guarded by armored soldiers, where ordinary citizens were forbidden entry. The royal palace at the highest elevation was but a blurred silhouette, visible yet unattainable. A black carriage sped past the high walls of the Chonglong Temple. Inside, two individuals adorned in black brocade robes could be seen. One bore an embroidered flying fish on his garment, while the other, although similarly attired, lacked the flying fish motif. The flying fish, depicted with a dragon's head, wings, and a fish's tail, was emblematic of official attire known as the flying fish robe, which, according to the laws of the Great Qi, could only be worn by officials of the third rank or higher. Moreover, within the corridors of power, there existed an unspoken rule that only high-ranking officials within the Dark Guards would don the flying fish robe, thus revealing the identities of these two individuals. To the general populace, the Dark Guards were undoubtedly a terrifying name, evoking fear from the highest dignitaries to the common folk. This entity represented the most direct manifestation of the Emperor's will, endowed with the authority and responsibility to investigate matters across the realm. Although nominally under the jurisdiction of the Grand Commander's office, in practice, they reported directly to the Emperor, possessing their own prison system. Independent of the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court, given their reputation for vigilance, the Dark Guards maintained divisions in various locales beyond the White Tiger Hall situated in the imperial capital. Each division was led by a commander and was further subdivided into regions, with inspectors appointed for each state, districts, and counties. In the imperial capital's White Tiger Hall, 3 seated commanders presided over the entire operation, colloquially referred to as the 3 horses of the Dark Guards. At the dawn of a new era, the chaos of indiscriminate appointments is yet to emerge. Apart from the noble lords and esteemed officials, the ranks of first-class dignitaries remain exceedingly precious. Aside from a handful of individuals such as the Prime Minister and the Great General, no one else occupies the first rank. Even the commander of the Secret Guards holds merely the second rank, with only the chief commander being exceptionally elevated to the first rank. The deputy commanders are designated as second rank, while the assistant commanders are of the third rank, and the inspectors are classified as third rank as well. Although the central capital consists of just one city, it holds the status equivalent to that of a state, serving as the core of the entire Northwest Secret Guard. Since this individual dons the flying fish attire, his identity is unmistakably revealed as the inspector of the central capital's secret guard. Currently, the inspector, surnamed Liu and named Chun, not only serves as the inspector, but also temporarily oversees the duties of the deputy commander of the Northwest Secret Guard. He is undoubtedly among the most influential figures in the Northwest. Liu Chun raised the curtain and gazed at the retreating walls of the Taoist temple outside. His expression as still as water and inquired, "Jian, is everything arranged?" The middle-aged man seated opposite him appeared somewhat hesitant and respectfully replied, "As per your lordship's directives, everything has been meticulously arranged." Liu Chen nodded and said, "A relative of mine has recently arrived in the central capital, and I may be unable to attend to matters shortly. Therefore, I leave this affair in your capable hands." The middle-aged man lowered his gaze and solemnly acknowledged the responsibility. Liu Chun lowered the curtain and turned to his trusted subordinate, speaking slowly, "Remember, this is of great significance. Should this matter succeed, we may find ourselves advancing further. I could remove the acting title from your position, and you might ascend from the inspector's role to take on my position as inspector." A flicker of excitement crossed the middle-aged man's face as he expressed his gratitude for the patronage of his lord. Liu Chen smiled, though a subtle chill accompanied his mirth. Such expressions of gratitude are premature. This task has been entrusted to us personally by Chief Commander Fu of the White Tiger Hall, who emphasized that there must be no slip-ups. If this endeavor fails, while it may not cost me my official position, being remembered unfavorably by the 3 commanders would mean that advancing further in our secret guard would be impossible for a lifetime. The middle-aged man's expression shifted slightly, and he nodded repeatedly. Liu Chen closed his eyes, revealing a hint of weariness, and murmured to himself, "As for my relative, he is no ordinary character. He comes from the chief commander's side, and he may have caught wind of something significant. I must personally handle the situation, ensuring that neither side is neglected nor offended." The carriage arrived at the northwest corner of the central capital, where the secret guard's residence is located. Liu Chen disembarked alone. At that moment, within the side hall of the secret guard's residence, an individual had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Liu Chen, the high-ranking official wielding authority over the Northwest Secret Guard, The individual showed neither fear nor flattery, simply rising to perform a respectful gesture akin to greeting an elder from one's family. Lu Chen found nothing amiss in this display, and his typically stern visage, shaped by years of dealing with clandestine affairs, softened into a warm smile as he gently remarked, "I apologize for keeping you waiting, my relative." If Su Beiyu were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the person before him as the young man in white, Duan Muyu, who rode a celestial steed. At this moment, Duan Muyu appeared relaxed, softly smiling as he said, "It is indeed my humble self who disturbs you, esteemed uncle." Lu Chen chuckled and waved his hand. Once they had settled into their respective seats, he inquired, "The Northwest is harsh and frigid, especially in winter when the heavy snow can be deadly. It puzzles me that you choose to forsake the bustling Jiangnan to come to this battleground." Duan Muyu replied with a serene smile, "To be candid, esteemed uncle, my original intention was to journey beyond the borders. However, prior to my departure, my father entrusted me with a few words to convey to you." Maintaining his warm smile, Lu Chen urged, "Please, do share." After a lengthy conversation, Lu Chen personally escorted Duan Muyu out of the Dark Guard's residence, his gentle smile unwavering until Duan Muyu departed on horseback. Only then did the facade of geniality gradually fade away. Perhaps it had been too long since he had engaged in such amiable discourse, causing Lu Chen's expression to stiffen slightly. A woman clad in a black brocade robe silently appeared behind Lu Chen and softly remarked, "My lord, these young nobles from the imperial capital may seem courteous and deferential. Yet in truth, they harbor a sense of superiority and likely look down upon us local figures. The kindness you have shown today may not be remembered in the future." Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and replied coolly, "While that may hold true, we cannot remain in the Northwest indefinitely. We shall eventually return to the imperial capital. And since we must pave the way for our return, it is not without merit." Chapter 9. The first encounter at Chonglong Temple. Chonglong Temple, nestled within the inner city, gracefully follows the contours of the mountains. As one ventures deeper, the edifices ascend to greater heights, culminating in a magnificent 9-story pavilion at the highest point. This architectural marvel, symbolizing the unparalleled divine powers of the Taoist ancestors, houses 10,000 golden lanterns. During grand festivals, the temple's officiating priests illuminate every lantern, casting a brilliance akin to daylight, creating a spectacle as magnificent as that of celestial realms. The resplendent sight of the entire pavilion radiates light, visible across the entire capital, reminiscent of a heavenly palace. To miss witnessing such a glorious scene would undeniably be a tremendous regret. Chonglong Temple stands as a prominent establishment within the Taoist community, ranking just below the ancestral temple of the Taoist sect, Zixiao Palace, as well as Qingjing Temple in the imperial capital, Zhirong Temple in Jiangdu, Taijing Palace in Qizhou, and Qingshu Palace in Linxian. Those entrusted with leadership in these temples are invariably significant figures within the Taoist hierarchy. The abbot of Chonglong Temple, though relatively obscure in fame, is known to hold a seniority surpassing even that of the current Taoist leader, representing one of the last surviving elders of the sect, revered for his esteemed position. However, not long ago, the venerable elder succumbed to the passage of time and unexpectedly passed away during a lecture to his disciples. The abrupt nature of his departure left even the ancestral temple at a loss, with no suitable candidates available to assume the role of abbot, leaving Chonglong Temple in a state of disarray, akin to a headless dragon. Su Beiyu chose not to join the crowds at dawn, but rather arrived at Chonglong Temple during the tranquil twilight hours, as the sun dipped below the horizon. For reasons unknown, the temple was devoid of other pilgrims, its vast expanse enveloped in silence. Although Su Beiyu found this curious, he paid it little heed, attributing it to the typical atmosphere of Chonglong Temple at dusk. Upon entering the grand entrance of the temple, Su Beiyu did not pay homage to the statues of the enlightened Taoist masters. Instead, he wandered about, regrettably finding many areas off-limits to outsiders, including the 9-story pavilion adorned with the 10,000 golden lanterns. Not only was he, an ordinary citizen, barred from entry, but even the governors of provinces would find themselves equally restricted. After exploring the accessible sections, Su Beiyu finally made his way to the main hall, where a statue of the Taoist ancestor was enshrined. As dusk descended and the interior was illuminated by soft lamps, he beheld the Taoist ancestor, adorned in Taoist robes, his silver hair aglow, In his right hand, he held a whisk, and unlike the statues in other temples, the statue at Chonglong Temple featured a golden dragon entwined around the left arm of the ancestor. Historically, emperors have been referred to as the true dragon sons of heaven, and this representation clearly places the emperor beneath the Taoist ancestor, inciting considerable criticism from numerous court officials who have demanded modifications to the statue. However, the Taoist community has remained indifferent, allowing the statue to endure. After paying his respects to the Taoist ancestor, Su Beiyu turned to depart, but inadvertently collided with another person. He staggered back a step to regain his balance and looked up to find a Taoist maiden, seemingly of similar age to himself, but slightly shorter. She possessed a delicate, porcelain-like face, and due to her hurried pace, a charming flush adorned her cheeks. Su Beiyu, an inexperienced young man, was suddenly struck by a faint, ethereal fragrance that wafted into his nostrils, causing his heart to momentarily skip a beat. The young Taoist maiden timidly lifted her gaze to glance at Su Beiyu, but upon meeting his eyes, she quickly averted her gaze once more. Thus ensued a brief moment of awkward silence between the two. Ultimately, Su Beiyu was the first to break the silence, inquiring, "Are you all right?" A blush crept across the maiden's face. She said nothing, merely shaking her head softly. For reasons unknown, Su Beiyu was suddenly reminded of a woman he had encountered not long ago, riding a striking steed. She possessed an unwavering demeanor, contrasting sharply with the bashful Taoist maiden before him. They appeared as two distinctly different blossoms, one, a resplendent peony exuding confidence, and the other, a modest mimosa, shy and delicate. Each possessed their own unique charm and allure. Clearing his throat, Su Beiyu asked, "Are you from Chonglong Temple?" After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. Su Beiyu smiled and, mimicking the gestures of a scholar, said, "I am Su Beiyu. Su as in the character for double, Bei for north, and Yu for to travel." The young maiden appeared even more hesitant, and after a brief internal struggle, she returned the greeting with a gesture of propriety, softly responding, "My Taoist name is Zhiyun, and I am currently practicing at Chonglong Temple." Just as Su Beiyu was about to speak, the lights in the main hall suddenly dimmed, and an ominous aura surged forth. In an instant, Su Beiyu sprang into action, pulling the maiden behind him, while his sword, Tianlan, unsheathed with a majestic flourish, aimed at an unwelcome assailant poised to strike the young maiden. The intruder, clad in a black, form-fitting brocade robe with a tiger head belt, wore boots of black and white, and wielded a formidable weapon, a renowned Xiaochuan knife. The blade, heavy and broad, was known for its lethal efficiency. An elite assassin, it is widely known that the Feiyu attire and Xiaochuan knife are standard gear for such figures. Yet few are aware that only those of a third rank or higher in official capacity may don the Feiyu attire, and only martial experts of similar rank may wield the Xiaochuan knife. The clash of the Xiaochuan knife and Tianlan resonated with a clear, ringing sound. Su Beiyu, undeterred, pressed forward with his sword, the light shimmering and intertwining like a web. However, the once formidable swordplay that effortlessly dispatched shadows was rendered ineffective against this skilled assassin, who, with sheer strength, shattered the intricate patterns of Su Beiyu's swordplay, forcing the blade toward his face. At that moment, outside the main hall, a contingent of black-clad assassins methodically scaled the walls of Chonglong Temple, armed with knives and heavy crossbows. Upon landing, they began to pull their triggers, and with a series of thunderous thuds, crossbow bolts rained down, initiating a bloody massacre against the Taoist practitioners within. Several Night Watch Taoists were struck in the head by the bolts, falling without uttering a sound, their bodies hitting the ground with dull thuds. Just as the lamps in a few rooms were lit, bolts rained upon them, claiming the lives of the occupants within. A black-clad shadow guard, adorned in the robes of a fourth-grade official, appeared at the entrance of the Chonglong Temple. His voice a low rumble, "Let none among the inhabitants of Chonglong Temple, be they male or female, young or old, regardless of their status, escape unscathed. All must be slain without exception." The shadow guards, following closely behind him, responded in unison and drew their blades, surging into the temple like a tide. Silently, the guards advanced into the depths of Chonglong Temple, their target the renowned 9-story pagoda, the very heart of the temple's operations. As they charged forward with relentless momentum, the ordinary practitioners within the temple were cut down as if they were mere blades of grass. Those disciples with some degree of cultivation, though capable of putting up a fight, found themselves overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of the shadow guards, and in this unequal contest, their fates were sealed, destined to meet a bitter end. The ground was strewn with corpses, blood flowing like a river, while the temple boasted numerous skilled practitioners. Only a scant few could truly be deemed masters. With the passing of the old temple master, the remaining expert found himself isolated and vulnerable, thus providing the shadow guards with a golden opportunity. The fourth-grade shadow guard inspector, known by the courtesy name Jian, strode into the blood-soaked Chonglong temple, devoid of the submissiveness he had displayed in the presence of Lu Chun. Instead, he exuded a chilling aura, his expression dark and foreboding, reminiscent of a serpent poised to strike. Squinting towards the distant 9-story pagoda, he caressed the hilt of his embroidered spring knife with a deliberate, calculating touch. Once the temple's practitioners had been exterminated, a contingent of shadow guards would disguise themselves as Chonglong temple disciples, subsequently unveiling the scandal that the temple's priests had resorted to using the innards of children as medicinal catalysts for alchemy. Coincidentally, in recent times, many families in the capital had reported missing children, and several alleged kidnappers would confess in court to having acted under the direction of the temple's priests. This would incite a fervor among the populace, leading to a dramatic scene of citizens surrounding the temple, culminating in the discovery of children's remains within its confines. At that juncture, the shadow guards would need not lift a finger. The outraged citizens would obliterate every trace of Chonglong temple, leaving nothing behind. Even if the practitioners of the Tao were to realize the truth, what could they do? It was not the shadow guard house that committed the murders or set the temple ablaze, but rather the outraged citizens of the capital. Chapter 10. The hidden daggers and enigmatic blades. As night descended, a deep azure cloak enveloped the world, and the flickering lights of the temple were barely visible amidst the swirling shadows. An elderly Taoist emerged slowly from the main entrance of the 9-story pavilion, wielding a white jade whisk infused with silver threads. His countenance bore a solemn weight, for he was the esteemed Qingye Taoist, the foremost master of the Chonglong temple since the passing of the old abbot. Gazing upwards, the old man beheld a moonless sky, shrouded entirely by ominous clouds. In the next moment, a cacophony of mechanical sounds erupted, as nearly 100 crossbow bolts were unleashed towards him. Unfazed, Qingye Taoist merely flicked his robe sleeve, and the bolts, like weary birds returning to their nests, were effortlessly drawn into his garment. With another wave of his sleeve, the projectiles reversed course, hurtling back to strike down a dozen unsuspecting shadow guards, leaving them as pincushions. From the depths of the darkness, 5 armored figures clad in black emerged, their eyes glowing like 2 crimson embers, each brandishing a spear. Qingye Taoist regarded the 5 warriors with astonishment, murmuring, "Even the imperial guards have been mobilized." It appears that Lu Chun is resolute in his intent to annihilate the entire Chonglong temple. The imperial guards, also known as the palace defenders, comprise the elite warriors of the dynasty, totaling around 500, with over 20 first-tier guards, 100 second-tier, and the remainder being third-tier. Their primary duty was to protect the emperor and the palace, operating under the auspices of the Shadow Guard Bureau. However, without the emperor's decree, even the 3 commanders of the Shadow Guard would hesitate to act. Lu Chun, merely an acting commander, lacked the authority to summon the imperial guards. These 5 second-tier guards had been dispatched personally by Commander Fu, one of the 3 leaders of the Shadow Guard Bureau, specifically to confront Qingye Taoist. Though Qingye Taoist possessed extraordinary abilities, classified as a first-tier master in the worldly realm, the 5 second-tier guards were no ordinary opponents, each wielding second-tier prowess, further augmented by their formidable protective talismans that rendered them nearly impervious to common weaponry. Thus, the outcome of this encounter between 5 second-tier experts and 1 first-tier master remained uncertain. The 5 warriors formed a circular formation, their spears resembling a dense forest, advancing steadily towards Qingye Taoist. With a cold snort, the old man swept his whisk, causing the silver threads to unfurl against the wind, rapidly extending to several dozen feet. Sweeping towards the 5 guards. Unperturbed, the leading guard issued a command, prompting 2 of his comrades on the flanks to accelerate, their iron spears darting forth like vengeful dragons, creating a formidable barrier that repelled the cascade of silver threads to a distance of 3 feet. Seizing this opportunity, the remaining 3 guards closed in on Qingye Taoist, launching their strikes with simplicity and directness, devoid of any embellishment. Their techniques, honed through years of brutal combat, were now nearly flawless within the second-tier realm. The three spears transformed into a relentless torrent, their rapid movements generating a piercing sound that echoed through the air. Even the stone-paved ground bore the marks of their fierce onslaught, etched with fine lines by the gusts stirred up by their lethal strikes. Amidst the relentless assault from three adversaries, the Taoist Qingye danced with an agility that belied the gravity of his situation, evading the thrusts of their spears with mere inches to spare. His left hand, seemingly at leisure, formed intricate hand seals, endeavoring to activate the grand formation concealed within the nine-tiered pagoda behind him. As the saying goes, prolonged defense must inevitably yield to offense. Although the prowess of the five inner guards paled in comparison to his own, their concerted efforts allowed them to steadily wear him down. Unforeseen by him, the dark guards had orchestrated their ambush with cunning, leaving him no choice but to gamble recklessly in this critical moment. Before long, the golden lamps within the pagoda flickered to life one by one, illuminating the first tier with a radiant glow. Should all 9 tiers ignite, the venerable Taoist would be fortified in his defense and able to send word to the ancestral hall of his sect. However, the Dark Guard Bureau had anticipated this turn of events and deftly prepared for it. From afar, the Inspector General extended his hand, and a subordinate promptly presented him with a towering blood-red bow and a pitch-black feathered arrow. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the bow with unwavering steadiness, while his right hand positioned the dark arrow upon the string. The veins on his right arm bulged ominously as he drew the bowstring back, taut as a full moon. In the next instant, the black arrow soared silently through the air, aimed directly at the beleaguered Taoist Qingye. This was no ordinary arrow. Its tip was embedded with refined iron capable of piercing the essence of expert combatants, inscribed with runes along its shaft, and its fletching fashioned from the feathers of a dove, shot forth by the secret techniques of the Dark Guards. It was said that none beneath the celestial realm could withstand its flight. Though the Taoist sect boasted numerous celestial masters, Qingye was evidently a mere step away from attaining such heights. At the pivotal moment when the grand formation was on the verge of activation, the arrow penetrated his protective aura, piercing his chest and shattering his central energy reservoir. The grand formation that had been gradually awakening came to an abrupt halt. With a slow, resigned bow of his head, Qingye succumbed as several Dark Guards ruthlessly impaled him against the wall. Meanwhile, Su Beiyu found himself struggling under the onslaught of the Dark Guard expert, his own cultivation barely reaching the 6th tier. Confronted with an opponent 3 tiers his superior, despite exhibiting combat prowess rivaling that of the 4th tier, he was merely a novice who had gleaned a fraction of skill from the Sword Elder and posed little threat to the seasoned Dark Guard. Were it not for the innate sword energy of the Tianlan sword, which inflicted harm upon contact and compelled the Dark Guard to exercise caution, it was likely that both Su Beiyu and Jiyun would have already met their demise. Although this Dark Guard lacked the strength of the Inspector General or the 5 second-tier inner guards, he was undeniably a formidable opponent, having remained at the 3rd tier for many years. His lethal techniques and combat experience were among the finest in his cohort. Yet he found himself stymied by the peculiar Su Beiyu. Growing increasingly frustrated as the Inspector General's time constraints loomed, his fury only intensified, driving him to strike faster and more ruthlessly. Should one engage in combat with an adversary of equal prowess, such an approach would undoubtedly be deemed ill-advised, as it exposes one to the risks of exploitation. Regrettably, Su Beiyu found himself at a profound disadvantage in terms of innate strength, perceiving numerous vulnerabilities yet unable to capitalize on them, thus finding his endurance increasingly strained. With another resounding clash of steel, after the collision of Tianlan and the Shochuan blade, the shadowy figure clad in brocade suddenly twisted its body, moving with an elegance akin to a serpent, navigating around Tianlan at an astonishing angle to position itself beside Su Beiyu, and then thrusting a blade towards his ribcage. This strike arrived with startling swiftness, exceeding Su Beiyu's wildest imaginings. He could scarcely fathom that a human form could contort in such a manner. Despite his utmost efforts to evade, he sustained an injury. Witnessing this scene, Jiyun could not suppress a shrill cry, her face a portrait of panic. Su Beiyu clutched his wound with one hand, leaning heavily on his sword, gasping for breath as the searing pain rendered him speechless. The brocade-clad assassin did not hasten to claim Su Beiyu's life. Instead, he delivered a forceful kick to his chest, sending him crashing into a corner with a thunderous impact against the wall. The assassin's gaze then shifted to Jiyun, who resembled a frightened rabbit, his eyes narrowing like a cold-blooded serpent poised to strike, and he sneered malevolently. "Since you are destined to perish, why not allow me a moment of pleasure before your demise? Such a tempting little mouth of yours deserves to produce a melody for me. To waste it would be a grievous sin." Chapter 11. A figure advances with a sword sheath in the imposing city of Zhongdu, a land marred by countless battles. One finds a place where the specter of death looms large. Countless souls have perished both beyond and within the city walls, each corner steeped in the remnants of blood long dried. It is this very essence, this iron-blooded legacy forged from the past, that has crafted a city that stands resolute on the northwestern terrain. Gentle-spoken men and delicate women are ill-suited for this realm. Only those of true valiance belong here. An elder, bathed in the fading light of dusk, approached the gates of Zhongdu, clad in a black robe reminiscent of southern styles. Worn and weather-beaten by years of wind and sand, the garment bore no trace of its former glory. On his back, he carried a massive wooden box, swathed in the rare shoe brocade of the northwest. He lifted his gaze to the towering city walls, murmuring to himself, "Old and impoverished. They say that Xiao Bei has come to Zhongdu. It has been many years since my last visit. Returning to this familiar ground, I find that everything has changed." As the elder stepped toward the city gate, the robust guards stationed there initially intended to halt him, eager to inspect the contents of his package and perhaps glean a little profit. Yet, upon meeting the elder's gaze, they found themselves rendered speechless, allowing him to pass unchallenged. It was only after he had receded into the distance that one guard realized his back was drenched with sweat. Though the guards were not of great significance, years of service had granted them a keen eye for discerning character. The elder emanated an air of authority, a gravitas born of long-standing power, which pressed upon the guard with greater weight than that of his own superiors. The saying goes that when the sky falls, a tall man bears the burden. If this elder truly was extraordinary, could a mere soldier earning less than half a tael of silver a month presume to impede his passage? The duty belonged to the court, but one's life is one's own. Closing one eye and letting him pass seemed the wisest course. Upon entering the city, the elder moved at a deliberate pace, and curiously, the streets were devoid of many pedestrians. At several intersections, dark-clad guards, armed with blades, were stationed in vigilant watch. The elder paid them no mind, continuing forward. A few guards attempted to intervene, but with a mere flourish of his robe, they were sent sprawling like leaves caught in the wind, crashing to the ground, their fates uncertain. As the elder advanced, more guards converged ahead, yet he continued to sweep them aside with his sleeve, leaving a path strewn with the unconscious forms of fallen sentinels. At last, he arrived before the Chongluang Temple, coinciding precisely with the pivotal moment of the ambush against the Qingye Daoist. Before him stood nearly 100 guards, crossbows aimed squarely at him, ready to turn him into a pincushion should he dare to step forward. The elder smiled, his countenance unmarred by age, radiating the demeanor of a cultured gentleman. Even in the face of such peril, he remained unflustered, softly stating, "I have come merely to find someone. I shall not impede your duties." The foremost among the guards, an inspector seasoned in the ways of the dark sentinels, had weathered many storms, while the others may have felt little unease. He sensed an unsettling nonchalance in the elder's words, an air of casualness that chilled him to the bone. Indeed, it was an unsettling casualness. Like an adult addressing a boisterous group of unruly children, the elder calmly advised them to play elsewhere, undisturbed by their clamor. This nonchalance indicated his confidence in dismissing the nearly 100 crossbows aimed at him. Was he a master? The inspector's thoughts flickered with this notion as he raised his hand, hesitating to command the hidden guards to release their arrows. Instead, he solemnly declared, "The hidden guards have their duties. Please, esteemed guest, either stand down or await the arrival of the official before we discuss this matter." Yet, the elder replied with tranquility, his voice calm and light as if conversing with an old friend, devoid of any sense of urgency in the face of impending danger. The inspector refrained from further dialogue, letting his hand drop heavily. In an instant, a flurry of crossbow bolts was unleashed upon the elder. Almost simultaneously, the elder waved his sleeves, and the hidden guards felt a powerful gust of wind, forcing them to squint their eyes. When they reopened them, the elder had vanished. leaving only a scattered array of crossbow bolts in disarray on the ground. Meanwhile, a hidden guard of at least third rank was about to loosen his belt, poised to indulge in earthly pleasures. Su Beiyu leaned against the wall, with Tian Lan not far to his right, yet he felt as though his spine might fracture, every slight movement sending sharp pains through him. Jiyun was pale, seated on the ground, futilely retreating. The hidden guard finally unfastened his tiger head buckle, his smile losing some of its chill, gaining a more lascivious edge. Young man, mercy should be shown where it is due. Killing is but a trivial matter. Do not be so despicable. A bland, aged voice suddenly resonated, laced with disdain and scorn, reminiscent of a private tutor lecturing. The hidden guard jolted in surprise, momentarily forgetting the alluring beauty nearby, swiftly sheathing his embroidery knife and directing his gaze towards the source of the voice. There, an aged man with a sword case stepped into the hall, causing the guard's pupils to constrict sharply. Years of combat experience informed him that this unexpected visitor was a formidable master, a truly challenging one at that. In the world of martial arts, 4 types of people are most feared: the elderly, women, monks, and children. Half-conscious Su Beiyu was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for the appearance of this individual at such a time and place. Then, a tender part of his heart was stirred, and disregarding his pain, he smiled broadly and said, "Master, you have come. The reputation of the Hidden Guard Mansion is well known, and you should be aware that should you impede its affairs, do not blame us for the consequences." Although this third-rank guard recognized that the elder was no ordinary person, he felt no fear. For behind him stood the entire Hidden Guard Mansion, and beyond that, the emperor who ruled this splendid realm. And what of it? The elder's expression remained unchanged, calmly retorting, "Is the Shao family truly so formidable?" The guard was first taken aback, then erupted in laughter as if hearing the greatest joke. Even an illiterate peasant from the countryside was aware that the current emperor bore the surname Shao, which was synonymous with the nation itself. Thus, the entire realm belonged to the Shao family. Was that not something to be deemed remarkable? The elder smiled faintly, reminiscing about events from many years ago, and subsequently felt a deep sense of melancholy regarding the capricious nature of life. Once, he had stood alongside his contemporaries who now ascended to the throne, while he himself had fallen into a state of wandering the world, a stark contrast indeed. Yet, regardless of how vast the chasm between their fates, he was not to be treated with disdain like a mere shadowy servant. In a soft voice, he declared, "It is I who shall determine whether my disciple is good or bad. It is not for you to meddle. Should you choose to interfere, do not be surprised if I sever your grasp. Today, I shall eliminate you, the wretched servants of the Shao family." As his words echoed, the subsequent scene left Su Beiyu and Jiyun utterly speechless. The dark guard, who had been effortlessly subdued by Su Beiyu, was caught unawares. His head seemed to be severed by an invisible blade. Instantly, his body began to disintegrate, transforming into uniform fragments of flesh and blood, which continued to shred into smaller pieces as they fell. By the time they reached the ground, they had coalesced into a murky pool of blood, erasing any trace of what had once been. Without a hint of movement, the elder continued, "Beiyu, did you not once inquire about the essence of sword energy? This is it." Chapter 12. A beautiful sword's heart-wrenching retribution. After dealing with the Qingye Taoist, the inspector finally sensed that something was amiss. His trusted subordinate had yet to return. Though this individual often exhibited a certain recklessness due to his formidable cultivation, he was still capable of discerning the gravity of significant matters. Could it be that something had gone awry? With this thought, the inspector dared not be negligent, and he proceeded towards the main hall with 5 royal guards. Upon reaching the entrance, he was confronted with a shocking scene. His trusted subordinate lay slaughtered, reduced to a pool of blood by countless fine strands of sword energy. The inspector was acutely aware of his subordinate's capabilities. A pinnacle of the 3rd rank with vast combat experience, his prowess nearly rivaling that of a 2nd-rank master. Even when facing the Qingye Taoist alone, there existed a possibility of escape. Yet, this formidable expert had met his end so abruptly. The inspector squinted, directing his gaze towards the culprit, only to find himself unable to fathom the depths of this person's strength. He spoke cautiously, "Might I inquire why you have harmed a member of my secret guard? Should you fail to provide an explanation, it may prove difficult for me to account for this to my superiors." The elder replied softly, "Why should I explain my actions in taking a life? If I wish to kill, I shall do so. The inspector's expression shifted dramatically, and the 5 royal guards behind him raised their long spears, directing them towards the elder in unison. The elder remained composed, remarking, "The blade in hand rarely quenches its thirst for blood. Sleepless nights are often spent in solitude." Unable to contain himself any longer, the inspector swiftly retreated, while the 5 royal guards advanced in unison, their iron spears forming an impenetrable barrier. The elder regarded the 5 guards, merely raising his hand and sweeping it horizontally before him. In that instant, an invisible sword materialized, slicing through the air towards the 5 guards. The sword energy was formless, its intent intangible. This was the 11th sword, the sword of the unseen. Perhaps the world had long forgotten the nature of the 36 swords. As a whole generation had passed, far too long for anyone to retain the memories of past pains. Even those who had encountered countless records of esoteric techniques, like the inspector of the secret guard, could not fully grasp its significance. Though he had heard of the 36 swords' renowned legacy, he had never had the opportunity to witness it firsthand. Today, the elder intended to bring the 36 swords back into the world. As for Su Beiyo's 3 swords, they were but a mere surface reflection. Only those involved could truly comprehend the terror of the elder's stroke, which effortlessly disregarded the layers of obstruction posed by the 5 iron spears, penetrating even the impenetrable armor and striking directly at the 5 guards. In the next moment, the 5 guards, each possessing second-rank cultivation, found their upper bodies severed from their lower halves, which remained planted in a stance upon the ground. Their iron spears and armor bore no marks of injury, yet they had been cleaved in twain without a shred of resistance. Deprived even of the chance to compel the elder to draw his sword, sitting on the ground, Su Beiyo's mouth fell agape upon witnessing the scene before him. He had always known his master to be extraordinary, yet he never anticipated the extent of his prowess. The shadowy envoy, retreating to a distance, was about to draw his bow and nock an arrow when he was struck by an overwhelming surge of primal fear, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. In that fleeting moment, he made a decision that was both prudent and foolish: to flee. The elder remained stationary, having not moved an inch from the onset of the confrontation to its conclusion. His expression was serene, as if he were engaged in a trivial task. Killing the shadowy envoy and the inner guards hardly seemed a crime worthy of severe retribution. The elder extended his hand and gently tapped. The envoy, who had been sprinting for his life, was abruptly struck down, stumbling to the ground and failing to rise again. The elder sighed softly. For him, dispatching these minor threats brought no sense of accomplishment. Had it not been for his disciple, he would have preferred to avoid such encounters, especially those that could expose him to the higher echelons of the shadowy envoy's gaze. Yet, should such an encounter arise, he would not retreat. His master had once imparted to him the wisdom that the heart of the sword is the heart of man. One must hold reverence, but never succumb to cowardice. If every action were to be weighed and measured, allowing the blade to remain sheathed and gathering dust, then what was the purpose of practicing swordsmanship? Leaning against the wall, Su Beiyu, perhaps caught in the thrill of the moment, had momentarily forgotten his pain. As he regained his senses, a sharp ache coursed through him, and he murmured, "No wonder the master said my northern features are of a fortunate disposition. I was destined to encounter a benefactor, and it turns out to be my master." The elder, overhearing this, chuckled with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Benefactor? You know nothing of what a true benefactor is." As he spoke, the elder approached Su Beiyu and gently pressed his hands at several points on his back, eliciting a series of audible cracks as Su Beiyu stifled a groan. The elder remarked calmly, "The bleeding has stopped. You shall heal in a few days. As for the other matter, your bones are merely misaligned. It is of no significant concern." Rising from the ground, Su Beiyu sheathed his sword, Tianlan, and moved his body to regain some flexibility. The elder continued in a measured tone, "From now on, you shall accompany me. I will complete the sword teachings that were left unfinished a decade ago." Su Beiyu responded with a firm acknowledgement. The elder then turned his gaze towards the small, anxious maiden, pausing before saying, "You too shall accompany me. The shadowy envoy will eliminate everyone at the Chonglong Temple, and you cannot remain in the capital." The maiden stood frozen for a moment before suddenly covering her mouth, her petite frame trembling as tears streamed down her face. The elder signaled to Su Beiyu, urging him to address the situation before he strolled alone towards the outer hall. Outside, a cacophony of chaotic sounds erupted, reminiscent of sharp instruments slicing through flesh, mingled with the cries of those facing death, only to dissolve into silence moments later. Within the hall, Su Beiyu gazed at the young Taoist maiden, whose delicate features were marred by tears. At a loss for words, he hesitated briefly before noticing her weariness from weeping. Gently, he reached out to wipe away her tears and spoke softly. Those who have passed are beyond our reach, but the living must continue to endure. You witnessed the ruthlessness of those shadow guards. They are merciless, killing without a second thought. We have shared this ordeal, which binds us as comrades in adversity. Therefore, heed my words. Let us depart from this place of turmoil. When the time comes, you may choose to return to your sect or venture elsewhere. We can deliberate on that later. As long as we are alive, there remains hope. Death is the true end. The young maiden, known as Jiyun, wiped her tears and nodded, her voice choked with emotion. In moments of vulnerability, one often instinctively seeks the support of others. And this was how many seemingly unassailable hearts were conquered. Jiyun was undeniably in a state of fragility. Her mentors and fellow disciples had fallen victim to the shadow guards. And had Su Beiyu not intervened, she too would have met a tragic fate. Overwhelmed by fear and sorrow, she had lost her composure, making her naturally inclined to trust Su Beiyu's words of solace. Observing the pitiable maiden with her tear-stained face, Su Beiyu gently patted her shoulder and reassured her. Do not fear, I am here. Even if I am of little help, my master is a formidable expert, as you have witnessed. He can slay foes without drawing his sword. These shadow guards cannot harm us. With a somber expression, Jiyun replied, Brother Su, I will follow your lead. As Su Beiyu stepped out from the main hall, he was met with a gruesome sight. The ground was littered with corpses, and rivers of blood flowed, resembling a hellish scene. The elder stood amidst this carnage, hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the luminous moon above. The overwhelming stench of blood struck Su Beiyu, causing him to stagger, his face paling. He quickly turned to shield Jiyun's eyes from this horrific tableau. Jiyun, sensing the gravity of the situation, followed Su Beiyu back into the hall. Moments later, the elder re-entered, leaving a trail of glaring crimson footprints behind him. Jiyun, hiding behind Su Beiyu, clutched a portion of his sleeve. Upon sensing the elder's gaze, she instinctively shrank back like a startled rabbit, revealing only her delicate face as she timidly greeted, Greetings, esteemed elder. The old man merely smiled, observing the pair of young souls before him. Suddenly, he spoke softly, among the 300 million renowned swords in the world, it is the beauty of a maiden that strikes the deepest at the heart. Chapter 13. The Tale of the 9 Grades and 5 Immortals in Ancient Times. The elder guided Su Beiyu and Jiyun out of the capital city of Zhongdu, embarking on a journey towards the western region of Ziliangzhou. According to the elder, this land was uniquely situated, with the east connecting to the rear of the established realm and the west leading to the vast grasslands. It was a place where one could traverse freely. However, venturing inward would lead to a perilous deadlock surrounded by foes. The trio traveled on foot, moving at a leisurely pace. The elder demonstrated remarkable patience, aligning their journey with the stamina of Su Beiyu and Jiyun. He neither rushed nor sought to test their physical limits, but instead imparted to Su Beiyu many profound principles of swordsmanship that he had never previously encountered. In Su Beiyu's eyes, his master possessed a cultivation level likely surpassing the legendary realm of the 1st grade, and even if it fell short, it was certainly not far off. Thus, every word spoken was treated as sacred doctrine, with not a syllable to be overlooked. As they walked, the elder spoke with fervor while Su Beiyu listened intently, creating a harmonious rapport between master and disciple. The elder did not shy away from addressing Jiyun during his lessons, asserting that whatever she could remember or comprehend was sufficient. Regrettably, Jiyun lacked the foundational knowledge that Su Beiyu possessed, leaving her grasp of many concepts somewhat nebulous. After concluding the day's lesson, the three camped beneath a precipice, kindling a bonfire. Su Beiyu quietly inquired, Master, I have heard others mention that beyond the 9 grades of the Jingji, there exists a realm known as the immortal level. What constitutes this immortal cultivation? The elder chuckled softly and replied, If we regard the classification of the 9 grades for mundane martial practitioners as a decree set forth by the court, then the term immortal above the 1st grade is a construct of the Taoist tradition. The Taoists speak of the 5 immortals: heaven, deity, earth, human, and ghost. with the celestial immortal at the pinnacle and the ghost immortal at the bottom, representing 5 distinct paths of cultivation, albeit the Taoists have rigidly defined them as realms of cultivation. A practitioner who has just transcended the first grade attains the ghost immortal realm, signifying their initial foray into the path of immortality, a state that surpasses the confines of martial practitioners and encompasses numerous mystical abilities, including the power of astral projection. The former abbot of Chonlong Temple, who has since attained nirvana, exemplified this level. The human immortal realm is even more formidable, epitomizing the pinnacle of human strength, where one's sinews and bones become as unyielding as adamantine, with vitality soaring to the heavens, impervious to the winds. Many formidable warriors on the battlefield likely belong to this echelon. The earth immortal realm represents the consummation of both the ghost immortal and human immortal states. Resonating with the cosmos, traversing the vast seas by day and the lofty peaks by night, truly transcending humanity and stepping into the domain of the immortal. As for the further advanced divine immortal realm, I dare not speculate, but I can describe it succinctly: eternal life, invincible in the world. The previous supreme master of the Taoist sect embodied this realm, having once single-handedly battled 4 of the most formidable earth immortals of his time and emerged victorious. This epitomizes the divine immortal state, a truly lofty ideal. Su Beiyu listened, enraptured, and then inquired with curiosity, "Master, you have yet to elucidate the final realm, the celestial immortal?" The elder shook his head with a smile, stating, "The celestial immortal, as the name suggests, resides in the heavens. There exists no celestial immortal realm among mortals. Moreover, those who achieve the celestial realm are invariably individuals who have attained Buddhahood, such as the Tao ancestor and the Buddha ancestor, along with an otherworldly demon. These 3 represent the earliest celestial beings. Following them, there were also the esteemed figures of Zhuangzi, Huangzi, Zhangzi, the southern 5 ancestors, the northern 5 ancestors, and numerous other sages from the Taoist school, as well as various Buddhas and Bodhisattvas from the Buddhist tradition, who, in different eras, accomplished the celestial state, ascending and transcending into the boundless and profound realm, a mystery beyond the grasp of mere mortals, ineffable and sublime. At this point, the elder seemed to recall certain bygone events, shaking his head with a sigh. In those days, the cultivation world was not as it is now, dominated solely by the Taoist school and steeped in stagnation. Back then, Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism coexisted harmoniously, alongside the Sword Sect, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, the Demon Sect, and the monasteries of Vajra and Wheel, among many other sects, collectively known as the 3 Teachings and 9 Streams. Additionally, the Heavenly Mechanism rankings listed the 10 most prominent figures of the world, each illuminating the other, with the previous head of our Taoist sect occupying the foremost position. Hearing this, Jiyan quietly remarked, "The previous head you speak of is indeed the master of our current sect leader, Master Zichuan." The elder's expression suddenly shifted, displaying a blend of peculiar emotions, nostalgia, melancholy, and a hint of helpless indignation. He murmured, "Child, do you know who the second individual is?" Jiyan timidly replied, "The second person is the last sect master of the Sword Sect. I have heard the elders in our sect speak of him. He was a notorious villain, having slain a considerable number of earth immortals. He was once subdued by Master Zichuan, but after Master Zichuan's ascension, he re-emerged to wreak havoc upon the world, ultimately perishing under the wrath of heaven, his essence extinguished, and the Sword Sect subsequently vanished." The elder, burdened by memories, smiled with a tinge of sorrow, murmuring, "Relying on a mere 3-foot blade to stride unchallenged across the realm, none could stand against him. Yet, alas, the heavenly Tao remains unyielding. Fate did not favor him, resulting in his demise. What a pity! How tragic!" Su Beiyu could not help but feel an overwhelming yearning, muttering to himself, "If I could master the sword to such an extent, I would have no regrets." The elder, however, was not optimistic about Su Beiyu, dousing his enthusiasm with cold water. "I have devoted my entire life to swordsmanship without reaching such heights. Your innate talent pales in comparison to mine at your age. Unless you encounter an extraordinary fortune, you may have to wait until your next life to take on a favorable birth." Su Beiyu retorted defiantly, "Perhaps I am destined for great fortune. I shall surely attain the realm of earth immortals." The elder scoffed, unimpressed, Can you distinguish between fortune and fate? Do you truly understand the essence of sword intent versus sword chi? First, you must embody the great sword chi before speaking of great fortune. Feeling deeply discouraged, Su Beiyu was at a loss for words. The elder suddenly said, "The reason I chose to take you as my disciple was actually due to your temperament, which bears a resemblance to my late brother from many years ago. When I left my family to pursue my studies, my brother inherited the family business, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. In truth, given our temperaments, my brother was more open-minded and suited to practicing the sword, while I, being more calculative, was more fit to inherit the family legacy. Yet, my brother selflessly relinquished that opportunity to me. At the moment of parting, he said to me that the burdens of the family were meant to be shouldered by him, the legitimate eldest son, and there was no reason to pass them on to his younger brother. He urged me to focus on my studies and not to worry about home. Little did we know that this farewell would turn into a final parting. When I next beheld him, he lay within his coffin, while I could only stand in the mourning hall. In life, we were brothers. In death, we were separated by realms." Su Beiyu and Ji-Yun remained silent. It was all in the past, better not to mention it. The old man shook his head, choosing not to pursue the topic further, for such matters were merely stale anecdotes. Had it not been for the stirring of memories, he might have never spoken of them again. Suddenly, Su Beiyu recalled something and inquired, "Master, if that is the case, you must come from a prestigious family. Why then do you now wander without a fixed abode?" The old man lowered his gaze, self-deprecatingly replying, "What family remains, and what sect still exists? I am left all alone." Su Beiyu responded with a soft "oh," recalling a phrase from his teacher, and murmured, "We are all wanderers in this vast world." Chapter 14. The tempestuous downpour in the northwest on June 30th. After 2 decades of peace, the sun was at its zenith, yet the sky loomed ominously, mirroring the heavy atmosphere within the Northwest Dark Guard Bureau, which felt nearly suffocating. This tension stemmed from the recent incident at the Chonglong Temple. A 4th-rank chief inspector, a 4th-rank deputy officer, 5 inner guards dispatched from the imperial capital, along with 43 elite dark guards and 128 ordinary dark guards, all perished in battle. Such a devastating loss had not been witnessed in many years. Although the Dark Guard Bureau claimed to have a force of 200,000, this number included numerous informants. In this regard, the Bureau could not compare to an army, which could overlook the casualties of hundreds. Conversely, the Dark Guard's losses of this magnitude were profoundly debilitating. As the true decision-maker of the Northwest Dark Guard Bureau, Lu Qin sat in the main seat of the hall, flanked by high-ranking officials of the Bureau. These formidable figures, typically capable of silencing the cries of children, sat stiffly, none daring to utter a sound, fearful of inciting the wrath of the notoriously grim acting governor. The hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Lu Chun surveyed the assembly, his voice unexpectedly calm as he began to speak. "You are all aware of the events from a few days ago. What was intended to be a meticulously planned operation was unexpectedly disrupted by an outsider, resulting in the loss of 178 lives. The Northwest Dark Guard Bureau has only around 1,500 personnel, dispersed across several major regions such as Shanzhou, Ziliangzhou, and Zhejiu. With a single Dark Guard division comprising merely over 300 individuals, the loss of more than 2/3 nearly annihilates the entire Central Dark Guard division." As he finished speaking, a sudden clap of thunder illuminated the dim hall, casting light upon the somber faces of the Dark Guards. A torrential downpour arrived unexpectedly at the end of summer. Raindrops, the size of soybeans, pattered against the eaves, producing a crisp and resonant sound, quickly coalescing into a stream that cascaded down the edges, creating glistening silver lines. The occupants of the hall remained indifferent to the sudden downpour, as did the armored Dark Guards stationed outside, who stood resolutely as the raindrops pounded upon their armor with vigorous intensity. Lu Qin squinted, gazing through the wide-open hall doors at the curtain of rain, and continued, "So be it. After all, death is an inevitability in this world. When faced with extraordinary individuals, we must accept our fate. The crucial issue, however, is that upon tallying the deceased, we discovered the absence of a young girl named Ji-Yun from the Taoist sect." Lu Qin rose from his seat and sauntered to the door, coldly declaring, "At this juncture, our original plan to incite the populace to set fire to Chonglong Temple within 3 days has become increasingly improbable. The deaths of so many cannot possibly remain concealed, for the ramifications of this incident are too significant. It will not be long before the Demon Suppression Hall becomes aware. If they locate this young girl, the methods employed by the officials of the White Tiger Hall are well known to you, and they will undoubtedly regard our Northwest Shadow Guard as expendable, using our heads to quell the fury of the Taoist sect. A palpable chill permeated the hall, for Lu Chen's words were not mere threats. While the world knows the Shadow Guard to be ruthless, they remain oblivious to the fact that their cruelty extends not only to outsiders, but also to their own. With the intensification of conflict among the three governors, countless lives have been lost to internal strife within the Shadow Guard over the years. The Northwest Shadow Guard has always been the territory of Governor Fu. Should this incident be exposed, the other two governors would undoubtedly take the opportunity to strike mercilessly. Lu Chun stated coldly, "Let us dispense with idle chatter. It is not too late to mend the fold after the sheep are lost. Each of you must deploy your personnel and strictly guard the entrances and exits to the northwest, permitting entry but forbidding exit. Even if we must turn the northwest upside down, we must locate Ji Yun. Whether alive or dead, we shall see her." All high-ranking members of the Shadow Guard rose, clasped their hands, and solemnly replied, "Understood." In the midst of a torrential downpour, the region of Ziliangzhou experienced only a gentle drizzle. After several days, Su Beiyu and his companions arrived at Longnan, situated on the southeastern border of Ziliangzhou. This area connects to Shan Prefecture to the east and Shu Prefecture to the south, serving as a crucial juncture for Liang, Shan, and Shu. Historically, it has been a coveted battleground, known as the key to Liang and Shan and the throat of Bashu. Consequently, a border army of roughly 3,000 men is stationed here, commanded by an officer of the third rank. Do not underestimate the significance of a third-rank official. To the common folk of a province, such a figure is akin to a deity, wielding authority over provincial affairs. A provincial magistrate, who holds only the second rank, pales in comparison to the influence of a third-rank Shadow Guard commander, capable of turning the entire Northwest upside down. These third and fourth rank officials are effectively local emperors, capable of commanding storms at will, with some having entrenched themselves over decades. To say they can obscure the sky with a mere hand would not be an exaggeration. Even first and second rank officials from the imperial capital may not wield such formidable clout. The elder led Su Beiyu and Ji Yun through the fine drizzle as they entered the fortress guarding Longnan. Due to the direct access between Ziliangzhou and Shan Prefecture to the grasslands, this area is frequented by merchants and horse traders, which has contributed to the burgeoning prosperity of this fortress, now resembling a modest city. This region operates under a sort of lawlessness, with the commanding officer of 3,000 soldiers holding absolute authority. His word is law here. However, this commanding officer is not entirely devoid of constraints. After all, those who dare to engage in trade with the grasslands invariably have powerful patrons backing them. Particularly among the horse traders, most possess connections to high-ranking military figures, and they must maintain solid relationships with the tribal leaders across the grasslands. Without these connections, any attempt to engage in horse trading would likely lead to dire consequences before even reaching the grasslands. Thus, the esteemed commander generally refrains from provoking such individuals. As long as the passing merchants provide a sufficient tribute, both parties can coexist peacefully. Upon their entrance into the city, the trio encountered a band of formidable riders galloping forth, their blades unabashedly sheathed at their waists. And upon their steeds were the bows and arrows explicitly forbidden by imperial decree. Prior to entering the city, the elder had cautioned Ji Yun, advising them to don a cloak to shield against the wind and sand, wrapping their faces thoroughly, leaving only their eyes exposed. Consequently, these riders paid little heed to Su Beiyu and his companions, swiftly whizzing past. Once the group had receded into the distance, the elder remarked nonchalantly, "Those individuals are horse traders, predominantly hailing from the northwest, seasoned warriors of notable strength, approximately at the 6th or 7th rank. Did you observe their bows? The least among them is a 2-stone bow, with 1 stone equating to 120 pounds. Their strength rivals that of the seasoned soldiers in the frontier camps. As for their character, in comparison to the horse bandits of the steppes, it is but a matter of a single word or a mere step." Su Beiyu's countenance grew somewhat grave. His current prowess rested at around the 5th rank, placing him nearly on par with these horse traders. Subsequently, the elder adeptly guided the two to a time-honored inn nestled in the bustling marketplace, procuring 2 upper rooms. He gazed at the 2 bewildered youths and calmly stated, The nights here are rather unsettled. I shall occupy one room alone, while you two share the other, allowing for mutual support. With that, he proceeded to his chamber, seemingly indifferent to the subtle tension lingering between the young pair. Su Beiyu opened his mouth, hesitating to voice his thoughts, as he had sensed a glimmer of amusement in his master's expression, a knowing smile that hinted at intrigue. Upon reaching his own quarters, the elder's previously serene demeanor took on a peculiar aspect, as he softly chuckled, "My boy, I have paved the way for you. Now it is a matter of your discernment." Chapter 15. Boundless joy of Guanyin. Upon entering the room, Su Beiyu and Jiyun found themselves in a delicate situation. Jiyun immediately transformed into a startled little rabbit, her arms crossed tightly against her chest, her robe still draped over her form. While Su Beiyu could eloquently converse in front of several young scions, he found himself utterly unversed in the presence of women. In this regard, he was a complete novice, devoid of any experience. Seeing Jiyun's demeanor, which seemed to suggest a looming threat, he could not discern whether it was a subtle interplay of pride or insecurity that caused his once flirtatious thoughts to dissipate. After closing the door, he removed the Tianlan sword from his back and sat down at the table, pouring a little water from the teapot onto the surface, then dipping his finger into the water to begin sketching. Jiyun cautiously settled onto the bed. Noticing Su Beiyu's indifference, she relaxed her guard slightly, slowly removing the oversized robe that blurred her femininity and the headscarf that concealed her face. In a soft voice, she asked, "Are you angry?" Su Beiyu shook his head, remaining silent. Jiyun instinctively grasped the hem of her clothing, feeling a wave of anxiety. For some inexplicable reason, Su Beiyu suddenly recalled the image of the woman riding the majestic Zéluzi. In that moment, had the scenario been altered to feature the graceful and dignified lady, he might have found himself equally flustered. Shaking his head again, he dispelled this fanciful thought and redirected his focus to the matter at hand. In recent days, his master had meticulously elucidated the principles of Jianxi. According to his master, Jian Sanshi Lu constituted a comprehensive and progressive set of techniques. Jian Yi through Jian Qi could be categorized under swordsmanship. As long as one could wield a sword, they were capable of practicing it. However, Jian Ba to Jian Shi Sen delved into the realm of sword energy, necessitating a personal cultivation level of at least the third rank to be viable. Jian Shi Si to Jian Shi Jiu transitioned from sword energy to sword intent, requiring a first-rank cultivation to access, while Jian Er Shi to Jian Sanshi Lu entirely pertained to the path of the sword, demanding an immortal's level of understanding to grasp its myriad subtleties. Thus, before reaching the third rank, Su Beiyu's primary objective was to commit Jian Yi to Jian Qi to memory. He sought not to achieve a comprehensive understanding, but merely to memorize the concepts, trusting that with time and deeper cultivation, the profound intricacies would reveal themselves. As dusk fell, Su Beiyu became wholly absorbed in his own world, continually pouring water onto the table and using simple lines to outline sword techniques, entirely oblivious to the presence of another person in the room. Meanwhile, Jiyun grew increasingly restless, hesitating repeatedly to speak, yet ultimately retreating into silence. In truth, she was also a sheltered young girl, lacking the worldly experience that the perceptive woman possessed. Compared to that woman, she felt timid and fearful, unable to gauge the thoughts of others. Thus, when Su Beiyu ignored her, she naively assumed that he was upset. Even though she was unaware of any wrongdoing on her part, she longed to apologize, hoping to bridge the gap and restore his attention. The woman who once rode the Zéluzi hesitated to speak because she did not know how to initiate an apology, having never apologized to anyone before. At present, Jiyun is caught in a quandary, hesitating to express her apologies, primarily because she is unsure of her own missteps. After a span of approximately 2 hours, the daylight began to fade, and Jiyun quietly lit a lamp. Su Beiyu had entirely drained a pot of water, and when he reached out to grasp the teapot again, he discovered it was devoid of contents, thus jolting him back to reality. It was then that Su Beiyu suddenly remembered the presence of Jiyun in the room. At that moment, Jiyun also glanced towards him, appearing delicate and fragile. Had a seasoned romantic been present, they would have easily discerned the young maiden's sentiments. A morally upright individual would offer gentle reassurances, while a base character might take advantage of this naive girl, leading her to tears as she faced unwanted advances. Unfortunately, Su Beiyu was neither a gentleman nor a brute. He was merely a rustic who had recently emerged from Danxiao village, possessing only a vague understanding of romantic affairs. In this regard, he and Ji Yun were equally matched. Su Beiyu inquired, "Are you hungry?" "I am not," Ji Yun replied softly, though her face betrayed a glimmer of joy. Just as Su Beiyu found himself puzzled by the correlation between her lack of hunger and her apparent delight, a sudden clamor of thundering hooves echoed from the street outside. Instinctively alert, Su Beiyu extinguished the oil lamp on the table and instinctively grasped Ji Yun's small hand. They pressed against the wall beside the window, and Su Beiyu cautiously opened a crack in the window to peer outside. He beheld a procession of nearly 100 armored cavalrymen galloping by, led by a young gentleman clad in a brocade robe. Such a figure, commanding a troop in Longnan, could only belong to the esteemed son of the general who commanded 3,000 border troops, Zhang Shihong. Prior to entering the city, an elder had already warned Su Beiyu to steer clear of certain names, among which Zhang Shihong's was prominent. This caution was not born of fear, but rather a desire to avoid unnecessary trouble and conflict. This young noble, regarded as the pinnacle of local elite, was not conventionally handsome. He bore no trace of the frivolity often associated with the company of women. Instead, he exuded a chilling aura of iron and blood, a demeanor that could only be forged through the act of killing on the battlefield, and certainly not merely through the slaughter of servants and maidens. Accompanying Zhang Shihong were two figures clad in black brocade, which sent a jolt of alarm through Su Beiyu. Assassins. He instinctively sought to conceal himself. Fortunately, he was not the only one peeking from the houses lining the street, thus avoiding the notice of the two shadowy figures. The imposing cavalcade, brimming with arrogance, swept past, leaving behind a scene of disarray and swirling dust. The term Dark Guard evokes an aura of dread. Not a novel creation of the current dynasty, but rather a relic from the previous Great Zheng era, established by the close minister Shaolin. Its primary functions encompassed patrolling, apprehending, gathering military intelligence, and seducing enemy generals. The leader held the esteemed title of first-rank Dark Guard commander, alongside 4 other commanders, collectively known as the 5 Grand Commanders. Notably, Shaolin is an ancestor of the current dynasty Xiaoyu. Due to its origins, the Dark Guard maintained an inseparable bond with the Xiao family throughout the Great Zheng dynasty, from Xiaoyu's rise to power to his eventual ascension as emperor. The contributions of the Dark Guard were indispensable. Thus, when the realm transitioned from Great Zheng to Great Qi, the Dark Guard not only survived but flourished. Its authority amplified to an astonishing degree, even possessing the power to act before reporting. The world could scarcely fathom that several noble families and even founding heroes met their demise at the hands of the Dark Guard, a testament to the Xiao family's profound trust in the very force they had established and nurtured. In recent years, in response to the burgeoning influence of the Taoist sect, the Dark Guard expanded once more to counter the Demon Suppression Hall. Consequently, the 3 commanding figures of the White Tiger Hall were perceived as a third power, equivalent to the previous era's Department of Rights. To offend such a terrifying entity, to claim indifference as Su Beiyu might, would be to deceive oneself. Yet, what could fear accomplish? Su Beiyu did not believe that by acknowledging his errors, these cold-blooded demons would spare him. From the moment he stepped into the Chonglong Temple, his fate was inexorably entwined with the Dark Guard. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room where the elder resided, an emptiness prevailed. Shortly after the Iron Cavalry entered the city, another figure strolled leisurely into this fortified settlement. Clad in resplendent white garments, this individual appeared ethereal, exuding an extraordinary grace. With eyes like cold stars and a visage akin to polished jade, they possessed a striking blend of valiant spirit and enchanting allure. Their long, flowing black hair cascaded like a waterfall, reaching down to their waist, evoking the image of a celestial being descended from the heavens. If there were ever a beauty capable of captivating a nation, it would be this individual. The elder, bearing a sword sheath, stood before this remarkable figure and softly remarked, "In this mortal realm, men are tainted by yang and women by yin. Yet, the embodiment of Guanyin harmoniously unites both, possessing the form of a man and the grace of a woman, bringing immeasurable joy." Chapter 16. Why should a pet dog mock a wild dog under the luminous moon? With stars few and far between, 2 figures stood in a tense confrontation on the street. The night breeze swept through, stirring the white hair of the elder with the sword on his back, blending him momentarily into the flowing darkness of the night, rendering him indistinguishable from the surrounding world, a manifestation of the concept of unity between heaven and man. In stark contrast, the other figure, resembling a celestial being exiled to the mortal realm, exhibited an ethereal demeanor, seemingly out of place in this world, as if a vivid stroke of crimson had been added to an otherwise monochromatic ink painting, a sight both striking and jarring, if one were to judge solely by appearance. The elder with the sword could easily be mistaken for the grandfather of the other man. However, the world is not short of extraordinary beings who can defy the passage of time, and the figure before him is a prime example. Indeed, he and the elder are contemporaries. Their age is not so disparate. In the words of Su Beiyu, one might describe him as an immortal old monster. With a grave countenance, the elder inquired, "Wanyan Beiwe, did you deliberately leak your aura to draw me out? What is your intent?" The man referred to as Wanyan Beiwe raised his head, revealing his entire visage. A vivid scarlet mark emerged at the center of his brow, resembling a vertical eye, further enhancing his otherworldly presence, making him appear more like a celestial being than a mortal. The elder's expression shifted to one of realization. It was not Wanyan Beiwe, but rather Murong Xianin. Murong Xianin spoke slowly. Wanyan Beiwe is currently imprisoned in Daliang City, confined within his cage, leaving only me, a wanderer, free to roam without restraint in this vast expanse. The elder, his face devoid of emotion, replied, "Whether it be Wanyan Beiwe or Murong Xianin, after a span of 60 years, you have yet to take that final step. Instead, transforming into this ambiguous state, neither here nor there." A fleeting hint of purple flickered in Murong Xianin's eyes as he replied calmly, "It is not that I cannot take that step, but that I dare not, for the cautionary tale of Shangwan Xianxian looms large in my mind. One must be vigilant and observant." Upon hearing the name Shangwan Xianxian, the elder's countenance subtly changed, plunging him into silence. Murong Xianin continued, "As for why I sought you out, it is, of course, related to that matter. In the days when Xiao Yu was alive, you advised against hasty actions. Now that he has perished, what remains to be feared?" The elder countered, "What if Xiao Yu is not dead? Given his cunning, he might very well have feigned his death to orchestrate a scheme, waiting for those of us who have concealed ourselves for most of our lives to unwittingly walk into his trap, paving the way for his son." Murong Xianin replied softly, "This is a concern you need not harbor. Even if Xiao Yu were alive, he would likely be in a state of half-life. He killed the leader of the White Lotus sect with a single sword strike, yet suffered a backlash in return. If he were under the auspices of the Emperor's fortune, he might barely endure. Without it, he risks imminent demise, with little hope for rebirth. How lamentable, how absurd, that a once mighty emperor should fall to such a fate." The elder, however, maintained a cold demeanor, stating, "What is there to lament? In those days, the 5 prominent families of Zhang, Yi, Gongsun, Murong, and Shangwan saw 2 of their kin fall victim to the hands of Xiao Yu. The remaining 3 were not faring much better. They had become mere lapdogs, scraping by under the heel of Xiao Yu. Even if Xiao Yu were to meet an untimely demise, the Xiao family would still reign supreme in this realm, transforming the once great state of Wei into its present form." Murong Xianin, undeterred by his lineage from the Murong clan, one of those 3 wretched lapdogs spoken of by the elder, let out a raucous laugh, exclaiming, "The term lapdog is used with remarkable finesse. It truly strikes to the heart of the matter." As purple mist surged from his eyes, he spoke ominously, "If we were to gauge the loyalty of these lapdogs to the Xiao family, it would be the Murong family above all, followed by the Yi family, with the Shangwan family trailing behind. However, it seems the Shangwan clan has since changed allegiance, quietly siding with the king of Wei." The elder replied with a tone of indifference, "Whether it be the Xiao emperor or the king of Wei, they are both of the Xiao lineage." Murong Xianin chuckled softly, "They all deserve to perish." The elder retorted with a cold smile, "Does that include Xiao Yu?" Gradually, Murong Xianin's mirth faded, and he calmly responded, "That pertains to the affairs of Wanyan Beiwe. I shall not interfere. Years ago, when Emperor Zheng lost his deer, myriad heroes pursued it. And in the end, it was Xiao Yu who emerged victorious, establishing the Great Qi and ushering in a new era. This pursuit was fraught with tragic tales of families shattered and lives extinguished, intertwined with the age-old narrative of revenge. especially among the highborn families and sects that crumbled beneath the weight of the Shao cavalry. Among them were not only esteemed patrons with celestial prowess, but also remarkable young talents, resembling homeless strays, driven by two singular desires: to restore their former glory and to overthrow the dominion of the Shao family. Beyond these, they sought nothing else. Of course, some recognized the tides of fortune and chose to submit to the prevailing power of the Shao emperor, becoming the lapdogs the elder spoke of. The elder mentioned the five great families: Zhang, Yi, Gongsun, Morong, and Shangguan, who had long resided overseas in the state of Wei. After Xiaoyu unified the Central Plains, he advanced into Wei, obliterating the obstinate Zhang and Gongsun families, while the other three had long since conspired with the Shao clan, remaining unscathed and fully aligning themselves with Xiaoyu, acting as accomplices in the ruthless pursuit of the surviving scions of the other two families. Subsequently, Xiaoyu renamed the state of Wei and infected his half-brother Xiao Jin as the king of Wei, establishing a fiefdom there. The tempestuous purple energy in Murong Xianyin's eyes gradually subsided, leaving only a faint hue, as he spoke with a voice as gentle as a woman's whisper, narrating. With the world initially pacified, Xiaoyu appointed 4 individuals to oversee the realm. Xiao Jin governed the eastern Wei, Wanyin Beiyue settled in the north, while Wei's elite guards, Rong Nanjing and Lin Han, secured the southwestern and northwestern frontiers, respectively. Among them, Wanyin Beiyue and Lin Han held the highest positions, commanding territories and an army of 100,000. However, since the ascension of the new emperor, some among these four have harbored ulterior motives. While the one who should have changed allegiances, Wei Jin, remains steadfastly loyal to the Shao house. Speaking of Wei Jin, he is a legendary figure known throughout the Great Qi, a remnant of the founding generals of the dynasty, whose martial prowess is unparalleled. Deemed the foremost warrior of this era, from the initial southern expedition to the final battle at Jiangdu, he ascended from an inconsequential commander to the esteemed Grand General. A journey that spanned a decade. This period was marked by the harsh reality that the glory of a general often comes at the cost of countless lives. Wei Jin, an orphan raised by his uncle Wei Qi, faced the tragic fate of his guardian, who fell at the hands of Xiaoyu. Bound by the obligations of lord and vassal, as well as the ties of uncle and nephew, this relationship became a convoluted affair that defied clear understanding. Consequently, many believed that Xiaoyu should not have favored Wei Jin, and that rebellion was inevitable. Yet, the reality proved otherwise. Xiaoyu personally elevated Wei Jin to a position of unparalleled authority, and in turn, Wei Jin devoted his life to loyalty, even after Xiaoyu's demise. Thus, Murong Xianyin and his ilk regarded Wei Jin as the foremost loyal hound of the Shaoqi dynasty. The elderly man turned and remarked, "Murong Xianyin, regardless of your scheming in the north with Lin Longqian, there is one truth you cannot evade. As long as Wanyin Beiyu draws breath, you shall never find true peace. Without peace, do not come to me speaking of the grand tides of the world." A rich, tangible purple aura coalesced in Murong Xianyin's eyes, spilling from the corners like ominous smoke rising into the night, starkly vivid against the dense darkness. He fixated on the old man's silhouette, his tone shifting abruptly, somber as a scheming courtier. "Do you intend to be a wild dog for the rest of your life?" The old man's step faltered slightly, and he replied softly, "What of wild dogs? What of house dogs? Why should a house dog deride a wild one?" With that, the elder did not linger and walked away resolutely. Chapter 17. The post-building of Puppet Theater. On the following morning, the elderly man appeared before Su Beiyu and Jiyun as if nothing had transpired. After they shared a modest breakfast in the main hall of the inn, he departed for the bustling market of the city. Throughout their journey, the earlier awkwardness between the two young individuals had dissipated, and Su Beiyu, having finally grasped the situation, took the initiative to purchase a few trinkets that girls often cherish for Jiyun. Raised in the Chonglong temple by the old abbot, she had never encountered such delightful items, and her joy was palpable as she clutched them tightly. The elder cast a look of approval at Su Beiyu before continuing on his path, while Su Beiyu took it upon himself to guide the wide-eyed little Taoist priestess through the throng, struggling to navigate the crowd until the elder's figure vanished from sight. Turning back to glance at the inquisitive little priestess, Su Beiyu sighed in resignation and decided to lead her to a nearby stall to watch a puppet show. The performance recounted the historical events of the later Jin's Wars, originating from the treachery of the later Jin Wang family, who poisoned the young emperor. General Morongyan, along with the emperor's uncle Wanyan Beiwei and a host of court officials, fled in haste to Jilu City, seeking assistance from the then Northwest King, Xiaoyu. This led to the Northwest Army's northern expedition against the later Jin, ultimately vanquishing the Five Kings and aiding Wanyan Beiwei in ascending to the throne. After which Xiaoyu bestowed his sister upon him, thereby establishing a fraternal alliance between their realms. Being a performance, it inevitably diverged from historical accuracy, featuring various deities and masters intervening in the battles, showcasing their extraordinary powers and engaging in grand confrontations. The once formidable figures from history were reduced to caricatures. Xiaoyu was portrayed with striking features and an aura of righteousness, akin to a savior, while Morongyan and Wanyan Beiwei appeared weak and timid, lacking any semblance of decisiveness, their lines repetitive and limited to expressions of admiration for the prince's prowess. The Five Kings of later Jin were depicted as sinister and malevolent, embodying the archetype of treacherous villains. After the performance, Jiyun quietly remarked to Su Beiyu, "I have heard from my master about this tale." In truth, the young emperor of later Jin was unwilling to cede power to the Five Kings, intending to reclaim authority by luring them into the palace under the pretense of a toast, signaling for the assassins to strike. However, the news leaked, and the Five Kings preemptively attacked, breaching the palace and leading to the emperor's demise by poison. My master referred to this as being too clever for one's own good, resulting in a tragic fate. Su Beiyu, enlightened, responded, "I see now." Jiyun continued, "Nevertheless, the subsequent events were accurate. It dawned on Su Beiyu that these emperors and nobles were all interconnected, truly embodying the notion of a familial dynasty." After watching the puppet show, the elder remained elusive, and the two wandered aimlessly for over half an hour, acquiring a few trinkets of little use, each holding a bright red candied hawthorn. Though Jiyun could not partake due to her veil, simply holding it brought her delight and filled her heart with joy. Su Beiyu held Jiyun's small hand with one palm, while the other grasped an assortment of trinkets, including candied hawthorn. A long cloth bundle was slung over his back. If he were to replace the Tianlong sword with an infant still in swaddling, he would resemble a pitiable man burdened by the weight of family responsibilities. Unable to lift his head, Jiyun, guided by Su Beiyu's hand, felt less bashful than before, perhaps due to the robe and veil concealing her, and no longer experienced the same overwhelming anxiety. Instead, she was enveloped by a sense of reassurance. As the initial thrill faded, she grew somewhat fatigued, prompting the pair to seek a secluded spot away from the crowds, where they could sit beneath the shade of a tree, observing the comings and goings of people nearby and the bustling activity in the distance. Jiyun lifted her veil slightly, revealing her alluring lips that had once captivated even the most hardened guards, and took a bite of a hawthorn, savoring it slowly. Su Beiyu picked up a small twig and began to sketch the rudiments of a sword form he had recently learned in the dirt. With her mouth full of hawthorn, Jiyun mumbled, "Brother Su, where do you think we can go in the future?" Su Beiyu paused his movements, discarded the twig, and wiped away the incomprehensible lines in the dirt with his foot, sighing, "Indeed, where can we go? This world is dominated by the Xiao family." Jiyun felt a tinge of melancholy, glancing down at the assortment of trinkets in her lap and the half-eaten candied hawthorn in her hand. A sense of guilt creeping in as she softly inquired, "Did these things cost a lot?" Su Beiyu shook his head, "Not even a single coin in total." Jiyun responded with a soft "oh," nodding in seeming understanding. Su Beiyu chuckled at her. This little Taoist had grown up in Chonglong Temple, where material concerns were never a worry, likely unaware of the distinction between a coin and a tael. In the Northwest, a single coin could feed a family of 3 for a month, understood only by the children of the impoverished who felt the hardship of every penny. Thus, sometimes, it was not mere stinginess but the weight of poverty that shaped one's perspective. Had they been affluent, who would begrudge the appearance and instead count every coin meticulously? Su Beiyu sighed, "I can only practice the sword. If I master it, nothing will be insurmountable." Jiyun replied softly, "Such a mindset won't lead to mastery. I've heard that those sword immortals speak of the unity of man and sword, akin to our pursuit of harmony between heaven and humanity." Su Beiyu rolled his eyes. "Such lofty realms are beyond my grasp." Jiyun stifled a laugh. Su Beiyu closed his eyes, raised his right hand with his index and middle fingers mimicking a sword, and then imitated the legendary sword immortals, performing a gesture of sword control. If one day he could point forward in such a manner, soaring on a sword for 30,000 miles, he would have no regrets in this lifetime. Chapter 18. The initial emergence of the Demon Suppression Hall by midday. Su Beiyu and Jiyun had not returned to the inn. Instead, they opted for a bowl of bang-bang noodles from a roadside vendor. The proprietor even provided a small dish of spicy oil, which Su Beiyu dipped into with his chopsticks. The fiery flavor burst forth, embodying the authentic taste of the Shaanxi region, awakening their appetites. In his youth, Su had often heard his teacher speak of two renowned delicacies from Shaanxi, the spicy oil and the sauerkraut dumplings. The mere aroma of the spicy oil was enough to tantalize the senses and stimulate the salivation. Historically, the truly delectable dishes that complemented rice have never resided within the imperial kitchens, but rather among the humble street snacks of the common folk. The two bowls of bang-bang noodles were visually appealing and remarkably delicious, especially when paired with the vibrant, authentic spicy oil, providing great satisfaction to the young couple. At that moment, a group of 7 or 8 individuals arrived at the inn where Su Beiyu and his companions were staying, clad in azure Taoist robes. They bore solemn expressions. The leader, appearing to be in his late 20s, carried a sword upon his back and exuded an aura that discouraged approach. Even the usually affable innkeeper felt intimidated and hesitated to greet them, prompting the proprietor to step forward himself to escort the group to a refined table by the window on the second floor. Personally attending to their needs for tea and refreshments, his back already soaked with sweat. However, this was not due to fatigue or heat, but rather from sheer fright. The innkeeper had operated in this city for over a decade, encountering a diverse array of individuals and hearing many semi-public secrets, including whispers of the fearsome shadow guards and the equally notorious Demon Suppression Hall. In contemporary society, the Taoist sect dominated, and one could discern the hierarchical status of its disciples merely by their attire, without delving into the intricate headpieces that the average citizen could scarcely differentiate, such as the lotus crown, hibiscus crown, 5 mountains crown, and yellow crown. One could note that the colors of the robes indicated rank. The headmaster donned deep purple, the foremost disciple wore light purple, while grand masters, peak masters, and hall masters sported dark black robes. Real masters, guest elders, and senior elders donned plain white. Regional leaders wore bright red, core disciples dressed in deep blue, inner disciples in light blue, and outer disciples in earthy yellow. Only the shadow guards and the Demon Suppression Hall were permitted to wear azure robes. Though the shadow guards were renowned throughout the land, the reputation of the Demon Suppression Hall, while less conspicuous in numbers, instilled greater dread among those with cultivation. Since its inception, the Demon Suppression Hall had dedicated itself to quelling and exterminating all manner of heretical beings opposing the Tao sect, as well as traitors within its ranks. Its main hall, situated atop the sect's principal peak, housed a well-known for suppressing countless high-level beings, including a legendary figure from the Buddhist order who had attained the status of an arhat. The Taoist sect was categorized into 7 lineages based on the 7 peaks within its ancestral mountain, each overseen by a peak master. Disciples hailing from these lineages, upon mastering their crafts, would serve in various significant halls, such as the Hall of Transmission, Hall of Strict Punishment, Hall of Taoist Texts, and Hall of Healers, among others, totaling over 10 halls. The Demon Suppression Hall's prominence among these esteemed establishments, ranking first, undoubtedly stemmed from its unique attributes. Each successive master of the Demon Suppression Hall is a person of extraordinary cultivation, typically positioned just below the Grand Master, wielding immense authority. At times, the Taoist sect would rather leave this position vacant than bestow it lightly. Those who ascend to the role of Master of the Demon Suppression Hall are invariably exceptional figures. The hall's administrators are meticulously selected from among the disciples of various sects or invited as guest practitioners, adhering to a principle of quality over quantity. Consequently, the current roster of the Demon Suppression Hall comprises no more than 360 individuals, symbolically resonating with the number of heavenly cycles. Among them, 108 have attained the first rank of cultivation, referred to as the 36 Ghost Immortals, and 72 of the first rank. The chief among them, a Taoist clad in green named Yi Zue, hails from the illustrious Yi family of the Wei Kingdom. Despite his youth, merely 27 years of age, he has served in the Demon Suppression Hall for over a decade, consistently earning commendable evaluations. Now, bolstered by his genuine first-rank cultivation and profound experience, he ranks as one of the 72 administrators of the Hall. Originally, he was tasked with tracking down remnants of the Sword sect in the northwestern provinces, a mission that has become an annual obligation for the Demon Suppression Hall since the sect's annihilation. To date, apart from a few enigmatic and profoundly powerful Sword Immortals, no trace of Sword sect remnants has been found, rendering this task increasingly superficial, evolving into a mere routine. The members of the Hall began to regard it as a leisurely expedition, and Yizue shared this sentiment. Until the shocking news arrived, the Chonglong Temple had been annihilated, leaving only a female disciple named Zhiyun unaccounted for, her whereabouts still unknown. The master of the Demon Suppression Hall has personally traveled to the central capital to address this matter. As a key figure within the Hall, Yizue understands that only two factions possess the audacity to commit such an act, one being the court, which has increasingly viewed the Taoist sect as a nuisance in recent years, and the other, the Sword sect, which, though seemingly extinguished, remains resilient. Historically, the Sword sect and the Taoist sect share a common origin. However, a millennium ago, a fierce dispute over swordsmanship led the Sword sect's founder to defy the Taoist sect, establishing the Sword sect after defeating 24 grandmasters. Thus began an enduring rivalry, culminating in the demise of the last Sword sect leader, Shangguan Xianqian, by divine retribution 60 years ago, leading to the sect's catastrophic collapse and temporarily concluding nearly 1,000 years of conflict with a victory for the Taoist sect. Nevertheless, many skilled practitioners from the Sword sect managed to escape amidst the chaos, subsequently lurking in the shadows of the world. Should this incident be the work of Sword sect remnants, the Demon Suppression Hall, having dedicated itself to eradicating such remnants over the years, would undoubtedly face accountability from the Grand Master. Consequently, the Master of the Demon Suppression Hall has ventured to the northwest, mobilizing all administrators and disciples in the vicinity into 9 teams to thoroughly investigate the matter and search for Zhiyun's whereabouts. If necessary, they may enlist the support of various Taoist temples across the region. Yizue is among those dispatched, and at this moment, he exhibits none of the arrogance associated with authority. Every action is executed with utmost caution, wary of any missteps. The matter concerning Chonglong Temple is destined to create ripples that affect the entirety of our realm. The Taoist sect must first ascertain the identity of the perpetrator. Thus, the missing disciple, Zhiyun, becomes of paramount importance. The temple master has expressly stated that it is imperative to safely return the living Zhiyun to Dudiyangfeng, while also instructing all stewards to remain vigilant against the shadow guards. After all, the precise role that these imperial minions play in this affair remains ambiguous. Should they be implicated in this incident, it is only natural for the shadow guards to intervene. However, Yizue could never have anticipated that the so-called remnants of the Sword sect, the shadow guards, and the elusive Taoist nun, Zhiyun, whom he has tirelessly sought, are all within this very city and within arm's reach. Yizue raised his gaze to survey his surroundings, then returned his attention. Speaking softly, according to the information transmitted from the temple, Zhiyun is an abandoned infant adopted by the master of Chonglong Temple, Yu Chunjinren. Due to Yu Chunjinren's role in accepting disciples on behalf of others, Zhiyun is considered a grand disciple. She has followed Yu Chunjinren in her cultivation and has rarely left the temple. Moreover, Yu Chunjinren regarded her as his own. A month prior to his ascension, he specifically sent a message to the transmission hall, transferring Zhiyun's birth records and life lamp to the ancestral temple, intending for the orphan Zhiyun to continue her cultivation there after his passing. Thus, Zhiyun retains a life lamp within the ancestral temple. Now that the life lamps of Qingye Zhenren and others have extinguished, and Zhiyun's remains lit, it indicates that she is still alive. From this perspective, there should be no doubts regarding Zhiyun. The critical question lies in who took her away. If there is indeed an orchestrator behind the scenes, the situation grows intriguing. A gaunt man, appearing to be in his 40s, squinted his eyes and remarked blandly, "The act of taking Zhiyun rather than silencing her indicates that those who absconded with her are not the ones seeking to eradicate Chonglong Temple. This implies that in this matter concerning Chonglong Temple, we are not alone. There exists a third party lurking in the shadows." Yizue let out a cold smile and dipped his finger in the tea, inscribing 6 characters upon the table. Taoist sect, Shadow Guards, Sword sect. Precisely 3 factions. Chapter 1912 Dragon Gates. 12 swords. After Su Beiyu and Jiyun finished their meal, just as they were about to return to the inn, the elderly man who had mysteriously vanished earlier suddenly appeared before them, stating in a grave tone, "There is no need to return to the inn. We shall leave the city directly." Noticing the solemn expression on his master's face, Su Beiyu refrained from asking further questions and followed his master out of the city, taking Jiyun along. Once they crossed Longnan, they officially stepped into the territory of Ziliangzu, commonly referred to as the frontier by the people of the Central Plains. This region was abundant in Gobi deserts, with vast skies and sprawling grasslands interspersed throughout. The elder had traversed the splendid Central Plains and the enchanting Jiangnan. If life were to be likened to the seasons, his summers and autumns were spent in these 2 locales. As for the Northwest, he had visited it during the spring of his youth and now returned in the winter of his twilight years. In his youth, he harbored disdain for the Northwest, having first tasted the bitterness of failure there, defeated by one who would later ascend to power. Consequently, he had not returned during the subsequent summers and autumns. However, with the arrival of winter, he found an unexpected fondness for the Northwest. He cherished the expansive skies and the solitude of the vast plains, relishing the rare sight of human habitation as a delightful surprise. Yet, with the passage of seasons comes the inevitability of cycles, and as the heavy gloom began to envelop his heart, the elder realized that time, granted by the heavens, was running short. Thus, upon reaching Ziliangzu and spending a night in a poplar grove, he made a momentous decision. After Jiyun fell into a deep slumber, the elder beckoned Su Beiyu aside, and the 2 sat cross-legged facing one another. The elder candidly inquired, "How well do you remember the 4 records of the sword?" Su Beiyu replied honestly, "I have memorized many changes, but I am still a little short of mastering it as you have described." The elder nodded and softly remarked, "The 3rd patriarch of the 5 ancestors of the Tao school once penned a remarkable quatrain, nearly 1,000 words in length, with the lines, 'In the morning I drift over Kangwu, by dusk I return. Within the cave, the sun and moon I reign. The sword within the box roars eternally. I vow not to pass it on unless I meet a kindred spirit.'" He deeply resonated with these sentiments. "More than a decade ago, when I encountered you, it was fate. Moreover, your temperament bore a striking resemblance to that of my late brother, Washu, which is why I chose to impart the sword to you. Now, after more than a decade, my return to the Northwest and finding you once more signifies destiny. Thus, you are my chosen successor." This time, Su Beiyu comprehended the underlying message but found himself at a loss for words. The elder continued, "I have roamed the world, encountering countless disciples, some dazzlingly talented, others woefully lacking. Among them, your aptitude can only be deemed mediocre, yet your character is exceptional. Observing you as you wield the cicada and gaze at the sword has truly convinced me to entrust this treasured blade into your hands. Originally, I intended to spend 20 years refining you, shaping you into an unparalleled sword. Alas, time is no longer on my side, and I must employ some expedient methods." At last, Su Beiyu understood the implications of his master's words. The elder had initially desired to observe him further, but for reasons unknown, time was limited, prompting him to commence the impartation of true skills immediately. Thus, Su Beiyu felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. The elder raised his hand, and with a clang, the Tianlan sword unsheathed itself, embedding itself firmly into the ground between them. The elder's expression was solemn as he calmly inquired, "Beiyu, what do you make of this sword?" Su Beiyu furrowed his brow slightly, perplexed, and hesitated. "Is there a murderous aura within the sword?" The elder flicked his finger, delivering a sharp reprimand that left Su Beiyu reeling. "This Tianlan has been wielded by you for a decade without tasting blood. What murderous aura could it possibly possess?" Su Beiyu gently touched the spot where he had been struck, involuntarily gasping in pain. His master did not hold back, and it truly hurt. Noticing Su Beiyu's confusion, the elder could only answer his own question. "The sword harbors sword intent and divine will." Su Beiyu gazed at the Tianlan sword, aware of sword intent, but bewildered by the concept of divine will within a sword. He quietly asked, "And then?" The elder sighed, relinquishing any expectation of his comprehension regarding this matter, and candidly stated, "I shall not conceal the truth from you. I am indeed a member of the sword sect, often regarded as a remnant of the sect. Our sword sect boasts 36 renowned swords, passed down from the founding ancestor, each corresponding to one of the 36 swords. Among them lie the sword intent and divine will be bequeathed by our ancestor. However, due to the protracted conflict with the Taoist sect that has lasted nearly a millennium, many of these 36 swords have been damaged or lost. Only 12 remain. If you can master the sword intent and divine will of these 12 esteemed swords, you shall ascend to the unparalleled realm of the immortal. Su Beiyu was momentarily stunned, struggling to suppress the tumult within. His master was a figure of great renown within the sword sect. This revelation, while unexpected, seemed fitting in hindsight, especially recalling the sword techniques imparted to him and the vivid memory of that sword at Chonglong Temple. It dawned on him that only a master of the sword sect could wield such formidable sword intent. Having grown accustomed to hardship, Su Beiyu had never believed in the notion of effortless fortune and lowered his voice to inquire, "Master, is there truly such a thing as unearned good fortune in this world?" Unearned? The elder scoffed. In the heyday of the sword sect, even if you were the foremost disciple, you would not have the fortune to lay claim to these 12 swords. After all, they are the legacy of our ancestors. Once used, they are lost. However, times have changed, the sword sect has fallen, and these swords are of little use now. It would be better to bestow upon you this opportunity, thereby preserving the legacy of the sect. Su Beiyu's expression was complex. The elder continued softly. On the day the sword sect met its demise, I only managed to take 2 swords with me. One of them is the Tianlan you now possess. While the other 10 swords were lost to the world, their fates unknown. Su Beiyu breathed a sigh of relief. I thought there could be no such good fortune in this world. The elder reached out and grasped the Tianlan sword, which flew into his palm. He flicked his finger against the blade, producing a crisp sound. Unexpectedly, the Tianlan's blade did not bend but instead rippled like the surface of water, dissipating the force of the elder's finger as if clouds were unfurling. The elder tossed the Tianlan back into Su Beiyu's embrace and said, "Look closely once more." Su Beiyu caught Tianlan, and under his master's guidance, he observed closely. It was then that he discovered, unbeknownst to him, that the blade of Tianlan revealed numerous obscure symbols and intricate patterns. A chilling aura emanated from the sword, creating an illusion that he was not cradling Tianlan, but rather a solid block of ice. The elder spoke calmly. "This is the true visage of the Tianlan sword." Awestruck, Su Beiyu remarked, "Is this what is referred to as spirituality? The sword indeed possesses divine intent." The elder smiled faintly and suddenly pointed at the Tianlan in Su Beiyu's arms. Instantly, the sword's essence surged forth. Su Beiyu found himself immobilized, his body rendered rigid by the overwhelming sword aura. This contemporary sword immortal softly declared, "Today, I shall teach you how to draw the sword's essence and divine intent." As he spoke, the elder began to snap his fingers repeatedly. With each snap, a wisp of azure energy flowed from the sword, swirling around Su Beiyu. Ultimately, 108 strands of this essence entered his body through various energy points. Su Beiyu's lower dantian, akin to a small pond, rapidly expanded to the size of a lake, filling him with an unprecedented vitality, enveloped in a radiant azure aura. At that moment, Su Beiyu felt as though he were immersed in an icy wilderness, every vein within him seemingly frozen and his blood solidifying. The elder's actions were so abrupt that Su Beiyu had no time to prepare. Yet, even with preparation, the outcome would likely have been the same. As his consciousness began to fade, he recalled his master's oft-repeated words, "Only through enduring hardship can one rise above others." Just before losing consciousness, he nearly believed he was on the brink of death. The elder gazed at his soul disciple, murmuring softly, "Today, the carp in the pond leaps high, and through the 12 dragon gates, you shall ascend to the heavens." Chapter 20. The 36 swords dominate the world on a tranquil night. The old man sat silently beside Su Beiyu, enduring the passage of time. As dawn broke, casting a pale light across the horizon, he murmured to himself, "Beiyu, knowing the south, yet traveling north. This old fellow has bestowed such a name upon you, perhaps still haunted by the events of yore. Does he long to make a comeback, to once again grapple with Lanyu?" As the day brightened, Su Beiyu stirred, a soft groan escaping his lips as he awoke. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming soreness throughout his body and a parched throat. Knowing Yun, who had been vigilantly watching over him, hurriedly offered a bamboo tube filled with clear water. Gratefully, he accepted the water and drank deeply, quenching his thirst somewhat. He then sat up and began to move his body, feeling a torrent of vital energy surging within him, flowing from the lower dantian through his entire being, as if an inexhaustible strength coursed through him, capable of shattering stones with a mere wave of his hand. The old man, seated at a short distance, spoke. You have now attained approximately third-tier cultivation. Since this is your first experience of absorbing sword chi and divine intent, much of the chi has been expended in expanding your dantian, while some remains like silt settled at the riverbed, hidden within your limbs and meridians. The moment you can harness all this sword chi for yourself, you will advance to second-tier cultivation. Su Beiyu paused, refraining from springing to his feet, and instead closed his eyes to quietly assess his current state. Earlier, he had sensed the abundant energy within him, and now, in a meditative state, he discovered that not only was his chi plentiful, but it also radiated a fierce potency. As it coursed through him, it caused his meridians to tingle with a subtle pain, truly befitting the name of sword chi. Opening his eyes, he sighed in wonder. Does this not signify a meteoric rise? The old man shook his head with a smile. A meteoric rise? Such a claim is premature. Speak of such heights once you surpass the first-tier realm. Su Beiyu chuckled, suddenly recalling something, and urgently inquired, Master, what about Tianlan? The elder replied calmly, Since you have absorbed the sword chi and divine intent from Tianlan, it would be rendered mere scrap metal in the hands of another. However, in your grasp, it remains a formidable weapon, intrinsically linked to you. When you wield Tianlan, you have barely crossed the threshold of the unity of man and sword. Upon hearing this, Su Beiyu's face lit up with joy. The unity of man and sword is often dismissed as mere pretentiousness by ordinary folk. In essence, it signifies that one has just begun to tread the true path of swordsmanship, with the distinction between mastery and transcendent perfection being subtle yet profound. When you can achieve this without holding Tianlan, only then will it truly belong to you. The old man, who had sat in silence throughout the night, slowly rose and addressed knowing Yun, Little girl, let us go over there, allowing him some solitude to acclimate. What the old man meant by acclimation was not merely adjusting to the surroundings, but rather enabling Su Beiyu to adapt to his newfound cultivation. After all, this power had not been acquired through gradual practice, but had surged forth unexpectedly, making it difficult to command, and could even lead to awkward moments of inconsistency. To prevent any mishaps at crucial moments, Su Beiyu chose to heed his master's advice and obediently began to familiarize himself with his completely transformed cultivation. At that very moment, within Longnan City, under the orchestrations of Zhang Shihong, the Dark Guards and two influential figures from the Demon Suppression Hall finally convened. The visitor to the Demon Suppression Hall was none other than the steward Yi Zue, who had recently arrived in Longnan. Accompanying him was a captivating woman, whose true name was lost to time, known only by her code name, Solitary Swallow. Although Solitary Swallow had crossed into her 30s, an age at which some might be considered grandmothers, her visage betrayed little sign of the ravages of time. Her allure was effortlessly beguiling, particularly accentuated by her long legs, which could undoubtedly exhaust a man entirely. Yet, even before this enchanting woman, the esteemed young master of Longnan, Zhang Shihong, could only cast a fleeting glance, refraining from any overt advances. This restraint stemmed not only from her association with the Dark Guards, but also from her status as the most trusted confidant of Lu Chun, the vice-governor of the Northwest Dark Guard. In a secluded hall of a villa rented by Zhang Shihong, Yi Zue and Solitary Swallow sat across from one another. In contrast to Solitary Swallow's enchanting demeanor, Yi Zue appeared somewhat rigid and unapproachable, his background from the Yi family of Wei influencing his every gesture. Even in matters of life and death, Yi Zue spoke slowly, his voice carrying an air of decay reminiscent of someone who had just emerged from the demon suppression well. I have heard that many from the Dark Guards have perished, 5 inner guards, as well as a 4th-rank inspector and a 4th-rank captain. Solitary Swallow maintained a calm demeanor, showing no surprise at Yi Zue's detailed knowledge. Her tone was light, yet her voice bore the weight of a woman who had experienced much in life. The demise of these gentlemen is merely a consequence of your sect's inability to carry out its duties. After years of hunting the remnants of the Sword Sect, you have achieved nothing, and yet, remnants of the Sword Sect dare to commit murder openly. Yi Zue's expression remained impassive, his voice unwavering. The affairs of the Demon Suppression Hall do not concern your dark guards. I seek only to understand one thing. Who is the individual responsible for the deaths of your comrades? With a cold laugh, Solitary Swallow replied, We are powerless against a master who can kill over 100 dark guards without suffering a scratch. Perhaps you could summon the 36 great stewards instead. Yi Zue maintained his composure. I trust in the depth of my sect's resources and the presence of capable individuals within the Demon Suppression Well. When the time comes, assistance will be rendered without your concern. Solitary Swallow chuckled, acknowledging his confidence. As expected from someone of the sect, you regard even the Sword Immortals with indifference. At the mention of Sword Immortals, Yi Zue's pupils constricted slightly, yet his expression remained a calm facade, revealing nothing. He coldly stated, I seek but a single answer. Do you know the identity of that person or not? It is as simple as that. Solitary Swallow regarded him intently, then answered plainly, I do not know. Without hesitation, Yi Zue rose to depart. Steward Yi, please do not be so hasty, Solitary Swallow said, also standing. Though my dark guards have yet to uncover the true perpetrator, our experts have determined that this matter undoubtedly involves someone from the Sword sect, and indeed, a significant figure. Yi Zue paused, glancing at her without revealing his thoughts. What leads you to such a conclusion? With a slight smile, Solitary Swallow replied, The reappearance of the Sword 36 in this world. Does that not qualify as a significant figure? This time, Yi Zue could no longer maintain his facade of calmness, exclaiming in astonishment, Is it truly the Sword 36? Indeed, it is, the woman replied, her smile serene. The Sword sects 36, each sword distinct from the other. Below, it pierces the drifting clouds. Above, it traverses the sun, moon, and stars. With each step, a sword is drawn. With each movement, the world is subdued. Yi Zue murmured, Few possess the Sword 36. They must be individuals closely trusted by the esteemed Shangwan Xianqian. Reflecting upon the Sword sect, the foremost sword servant, the Grand Sword Servant, perished alongside Shangwan Xianqian. The Sword Emperor Zhang Chongguang fell to the hands of our venerable Master Wuchan, while the Princess of Weigua, Zhang Shuyao, remains unscathed due to her past ties with the sect leader, now living in seclusion in Jiangdu, detached from worldly affairs. Among the remaining individuals, only the former chief disciple of the Sword sect and a few elders remain. Gu Yin remarked blandly, Whoever it may be, they are beyond the reach of us insignificant figures. In the eyes of ordinary folk, both the governor and the prime minister are lofty figures, unattainable and beyond reproach, seemingly not much different from one another. Yet, in truth, the chasm between the two cannot be measured in mere distance. Many who appear grand to commoners are, in reality, but small players. To those who are truly significant, the difference between small figures and those even lesser is scarcely notable. Subsequently, Yi Zue's next words left Gu Yin in unparalleled shock, even though she had anticipated it. The palace master has personally set out for the northwest. Chapter 21. A decade ago determines today, after Su Beiyu ascended to the third rank of cultivation, the trio journeyed undisturbed to the vicinity of Dunhuang City, the capital of Shiliang Prefecture. As twilight approached, they sought refuge for the night on a yellow earth rise. It was the height of summer, and the night air was cool as water. The sky served as their blanket while the earth formed their mat, rendering their discomfort minimal. The elder, having procured a flask of snake gall wine from an unknown source, sat upon a towering rock, the ethereal liquid shimmering in the moonlight with a kaleidoscope of colors. Under the vast expanse of twinkling stars, the wine imbued an air of carefree transcendence, evoking deep envy in Su Beiyu, who sat beside him. Snake gall wine is not to be consumed in excess, as the average person's body may struggle to bear its potency, yet the elder harbored no such concerns. Soon, the flask was emptied. As he savored the lingering essence of the wine, he narrowed his eyes, reminiscing about an incident from over a decade ago. In truth, from the moment he first encountered Su Beiyu, he had longed to take him away from the small Feng village. However, just before their departure, an old scholar, whom Su Beiyu referred to as teacher, obstructed his path. The elder perceived that this caretaker of Su Beiyu was no ordinary figure, and thus, an exchange took place between the two venerable men, whose combined ages exceeded a century, determining Su Beiyu's future. At the precipice behind Feng village, the old scholar spoke first, It is evident that you possess formidable cultivation, not merely a paper-thin practitioner of the first or second rank, but a true master worthy of a place among the elite of the world. Why then do you venture to this barren northwest, competing with a frail old man over a child? The elder replied with calmness, there are realms beyond realms, and individuals beyond individuals. Until one attains invincibility, true freedom remains elusive. You claim to be a frail old man, yet am I not the same? After a century, we shall inevitably return to dust. Before that, I must seek someone to inherit my legacy. The old scholar shook his head and remarked, while there are many fine horses, the true connoisseur is rare. This world is never short of talented youth or those of exceptional brilliance. Why must this connoisseur insist on clinging to the colt favored by an old man? The elder narrowed his eyes and smiled. The one chosen by Han Wenbi undoubtedly possesses unique qualities. Who could have imagined that the foremost of the three heroes of Qi would be hidden in such a humble place? How did you discern my identity? The old scholar asked, momentarily taken aback, though his expression quickly returned to tranquility. A storm brewing within while his visage remained serene. Perhaps this is what one calls depth of character. The elder remained silent. In truth, his fundamental purpose for visiting Fang village was to seek out this former court minister, while Su Beiyu was a delightful surprise. After the fall of his country and family, the elder traversed much of the world, connecting with like-minded individuals, Murong Xianin being one among them. The old scholar, referred to as Han Wenbi by the elder, was also one of his targets for connection. Noticing the elder's silence, the old scholar did not press further, but instead regarded him with a profound gaze. Han Xian, styled Wenbi, was a learned scholar who studied under the esteemed Confucian Wang Kaiji. At the age of maturity, he fortuitously encountered Xiao Yu, who had recently been elevated from the Prince of Shiping to the King of the Northwest. Thus began his allegiance to Xiao Yu. Initially, he served in the royal court, under the chancellorship of Xiao Jin. Although he missed the significant battle of the Western River between the Northeast and Northwest armies, he participated in the subsequent northern expedition led by the Northwest Army. Alongside Su Yin and Duanmu Ruisheng, he garnered Xiao Yu's favor and was subsequently promoted, earning recognition as one of the three distinguished talents. Later, Han Xian transferred to the Dark Guard, where he journeyed to the eastern capital and personally swayed the leader of the elite eastern capital troops, Xiao Gongyu, to his cause. Following Xiao Yu's ascension to power in the eastern capital, he was appointed as a cabinet secretary. After Xiao Yu proclaimed himself emperor, Han Xian transitioned through the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Personnel, serving as both deputy minister and minister, ultimately achieving the rank of prime minister in the 25th year of Taiping, becoming the second in command in the cabinet, second only to Chancellor Lan Yu. However, following Xiao Yu's demise, the court was rife with upheaval. During this tumultuous period, Han Xian was cast down by Lan Yu, relegated to obscurity and forced to survive in the small Fangzhai. In the eyes of the elder, this transformation marked Han Xian's descent from a house dog to a wild dog. The eternal struggle between wild dogs and house dogs persisted, with wild dogs occasionally being tamed while house dogs sometimes lost their place and became wild. If the elder was akin to a wandering wild dog, then Han Xian was a wild dog hiding its wounds. As fellow wild dogs, they naturally shared a common understanding. The two elders sat in silence, with Han Xian realizing he had underestimated the sword-bearing elder. Few knew his true identity, and among them, Lan Yu was one. However, this former minister, once renowned alongside the Taoist sect's leader, did not deign to strike a fallen adversary. In Lan Yu's eyes, even as the second in command, Han Xian could be effortlessly cast into the dust. Now, he was a mere impoverished scholar devoid of power. Would Lan Yu fear his resurgence? Even if he were to rise again, what difference would it make? The new emperor was also aware of this. But there was little emotional connection between Han Xian and the new monarch, resulting in the latter's indifference towards him. As for others, Han Xian could hardly fathom their thoughts. Finally, he expressed, "Your ship, destined to traverse the bitter sea, must endure many a tempest. It may well sink before reaching the distant shore. Northern Yu is still a child. I do not wish to make choices for this child, nor do I want you to do so. Therefore, let us wait another decade, and let him choose for himself then." The elder acquiesced, leaving behind a Tianlan sword and a volume of sword scriptures for Su Beiyu before departing. Initially, Han Xian held a 50% certainty that Su Beiyu would follow his envisioned path. Yet, he could never have anticipated that a woman, riding a steed of vibrant purple, would intrude upon Su Beiyou's world. If the elder had merely sown a seed of ambition in Su Beiyou's heart a decade prior, the woman of 10 years hence had allowed that seed to take root and flourish. Thus, no longer content with his confined existence, Su Beiyou resolved to venture forth, to leap beyond the confines of the well and behold the vastness of the world outside. Thus, as Su Beiyou bid farewell upon entering Han Xian's residence, Han Xian understood that he was the one who had lost. Wealth and prestige, cherished and then relinquished, were once within his grasp, allowing him to let go. Yet, since Su Beiyou had never held them, how could he speak of relinquishment? If one cannot let go, then one must grasp. After Su Beiyou departed, Han Xian, adhering to the ancient method left by the elder, sent a message, which ultimately led to the elder rescuing Su Beiyou and Zhiyun from peril at Chongwang Temple. The dialogue and schemes between the two elders were unbeknownst to Su Beiyou. To him, his experiences resembled a series of fortuitous encounters, oblivious to the fact that these so-called adventures had long been orchestrated by others, not by chance, but by design. The elder gradually withdrew his thoughts and glanced at the young couple, now nestled together in slumber, sighing softly. As one ages, there is a tendency to nurture promising young mints, akin to the esteemed Confucians who, after achieving success and recognition, place greater emphasis on their disciples, regardless of their station. After all, the day of departure will inevitably arrive, and the tasks left unfinished must be entrusted to the next generation. Even the once invincible Master Zichen of the Tao sect could not witness the fruition of a millennium-long plan before his ascension. It fell upon his disciples to complete the remaining endeavors, culminating in the present-day grandeur of the Tao sect. The disciple taken in by Master Zichen bore the weight of an entire sect, while the last leader of the sword sect, Shangguan Xianxian, found that his chosen apprentice could not uphold the legacy of the sword sect. As for the disciple I have taken under my wing, will he be able to shoulder the burdens destined for him? Chapter 22. The Path of the Golden Elixir, the Dragon and the Tiger. The following day, Su Beiyou and his companions continued their journey northward. Along the way, Su Beiyou began to regulate his own qi according to a set of incantations imparted by his master. With each step, he breathed in and out, exhaling like the roar of a tiger and inhaling like the chant of a dragon, the tiger and dragon harmonizing seamlessly, coalescing into a golden elixir, turning and flowing effortlessly. As the golden elixir formed, an infant emerged, heralded by the roaring of the dragon and the tiger. This was indeed a fragment of the Taoist alchemical formula, modified by an elder and passed down to Su Beiyou. For 3 days, Su Beiyou had cultivated his inner energy according to the elder's teachings and could gradually sense a robust energy gathering in his lower dantian, akin to a tiger poised in wait, while his limbs felt as if a dragon was flowing through them. This resonated with his master's teachings on the path of the tiger and dragon. Although he still had a considerable distance to cover before forming a golden elixir in his middle dantian, he experienced a vague and profound sensation. If he could truly attain the realm where the dragon and tiger coexist and resonate, an infant would emerge from the shattered golden elixir, unlocking the upper dantian, thus harmonizing the 3 dantians into one, achieving the status of an earth immortal. This sensation was extraordinarily mystical, and Su Beiyou could not fathom why he understood these matters. Akin to a monk contemplating before a wall, suddenly attaining enlightenment without reason, the elder walking beside him softly remarked, "This alchemical formula encompasses only 3 realms, embracing the essence to guard the elixir, witnessing the divine without decay, and the breaking of the elixir to give birth. In simpler terms, the first realm is merely the threshold of entry. The so-called ghost immortals are but those who have completed the first realm. Upon reaching the human immortal realm, one shifts focus to refining the physical body, which is akin to the pinnacle of martial prowess. A martial practitioner who ascends to this realm possesses an extraordinarily formidable physique, impervious to harm. Many dubious techniques of absorption are mere jokes before such an impenetrable body. In combat, they shatter the void, allowing one to witness the divine, as solid as adamantine, difficult to injure. Even if wounded, recovery is swift. Hence the notion of witnessing the divine without decay. Of course, other sects have their variations. The Buddhist sect boasts of the indestructible golden body, while the Taoist sect speaks of the immaculate body. The Buddhist subsects, such as the Morin Temple, have the immovable golden body, And the Vajra temple has the indestructible golden body, alongside the demonic sect's imperishable golden body, each with its own strengths and weaknesses. Nevertheless, I hope you can tread the path of the martial practitioner. Su Beiyu solemnly replied, I shall heed my master's guidance. The elder nodded in approval and continued. In his day, Xiao Yu followed the path of the impervious body, exuding an overwhelming aura. Indeed, he possessed the qualifications. During his human immortal phase, he was deemed invincible among peers, and even ordinary Earth immortals dared not overshadow him. Upon truly stepping into the realm of Earth immortals, he became a preeminent figure, slaying the leader of the White Lotus sect, who had already touched the divine realm, far surpassing our mediocre selves. Su Beiyu, captivated by these tales, felt inspired. Thus, they journeyed onward, with the elder increasingly satisfied with Su Beiyu as his disciple. Though Su Beiyu's innate talent was not remarkable, having taken 10 years to reach only the 5th or 6th rank, it was evident he had 12 swords to compensate for this shortcoming. The crux lay in Su Beiyu's exceptional disposition. He grasped many concepts with ease, bolstered by a decade of sword training, and within a mere few weeks, he advanced from Sword 4 to Sword 7. It was worth noting that even with the elder's extraordinary aptitude, he had taken 2 years to learn the 4 swords initially. The name Ziliangzu conveys an inherent sense of desolation and vastness. As one gazes out, the landscape is dominated by the yellow sands of the great desert and the resilient poplar trees of the Gobi. After 2 days of arduous travel, the group is but a day away from reaching the city of Dunhuang. However, an unexpected ferocious sandstorm approaches. The elder, seasoned in such treacherous weather, navigates with ease, indeed. If not for the presence of Su Beiyu and Jiyun, to him, 1,000 miles would feel like mere steps. Yet, for Su Beiyu and Jiyun, the situation is different, compelling the trio to seek the nearest settlement. It is often said that one can run a horse to death in pursuit of a mountain. After what felt like half an hour of relentless walking, they finally spotted a tall flag fluttering amidst the rising storm, emblazoned with the elegant characters, Longmen Inn. This establishment, located on the fringes of the northwest, starkly contrasts the inns of the Central Plains. Constructed from rammed earth, it rises 2 stories, accommodating over 100 guests with ease. The inn is complemented by 2 courtyards for storage and stabling of horses, and likely features a cellar, a prudent measure against the fierce sandstorms that could potentially devastate the structure. Su Beiyu, drawing from his modest experiences in the martial world, murmurs that it seems like a den of iniquity. The elder merely smiles, leading Su Beiyu and Jiyun into the inn. Having roamed the world for the better part of his life, he possesses an innate understanding of the shades of morality, recognizing the fine line between virtue and vice. Such insights cannot be articulated nor taught. They must be experienced and savored. His choice to walk alongside Su Beiyu, rather than soaring above like an immortal, is deliberate, allowing him to witness the complexities of human existence, to engage with the mundane while remaining unattached, ultimately cultivating a heart as pure as that of a sage. Upon entering the inn, they encounter a husband and wife operation. The innkeeper, with a distinctive appearance and slender build, dons a flowing Taoist robe, while his wife, robust and voluptuous, embodies the essence of a mature woman, her beauty accentuated by a touch of makeup. Her every gesture exudes a captivating allure that stirs various thoughts in men, succinctly encapsulated by a single word, seductive. Unaccustomed to such sights, Su Beiyu finds himself hesitant to look. The elder, however, remains unfazed, having achieved a remarkable detachment. Treating the allure of beauty as if it were a mere skeleton, he requests 2 rooms, one for himself and another for Su Beiyu and Jiyun. This arrangement breeds deep resentment within Su Beiyu, as Jiyun consistently envelopes herself in layers of clothing, rendering any possibility of intimacy impossible. They endure long, silent nights together, both dissatisfied, questioning the necessity of such arrangements. Yet, regardless of Su Beiyu's grievances, in a world that reveres the teacher-student hierarchy, he must acquiesce to the elder's decisions. Reluctantly, he shoulders the elder's sword case and leads the taciturn Jiyun to their room on the 2nd floor, leaving the elder alone in the bustling lobby below. Due to the prevalent sandstorms in the northwest, the inn's windows are scarcely ajar, casting the lobby into an oppressive gloom. The gaunt innkeeper and his stunning wife linger in the shadows behind the counter, their faces shrouded in an enigmatic haze, rendering their true expressions elusive. As if they were a pair of vengeful spirits emerging from the depths of the earth. The elderly gentleman softly remarked, "Innkeeper, may your business flourish." The lean innkeeper gradually turned his gaze toward the elder, his eyes glimmering with a faint, eerie green light, reminiscent of the eyes of nocturnal creatures, unsettling in the dimness. In a hoarse voice, he replied, "Thank you for your kind words." At that moment, the inn's door was abruptly thrust open from the outside, and a surge of wind and sand rushed into the lobby, tousling the elder's white hair, which had not been confined by a hairband or pin, obscuring much of his face. Subsequently, a group of figures slowly entered the inn, clad in black hats, brocade robes, black boots, and armed with swords, dark sentinels. Chapter 23. The turmoil at the Dragon Gate. In a total of over 20 shadow guards streamed into the inn, with the leader being none other than the solitary swallow. The atmosphere within the establishment momentarily froze. Silence enveloped the room, and all remained motionless, resembling a static tableau. Then, with a melodious laugh from the innkeeper's wife, life returned to the scene. The young attendant lit a lantern, dispelling the gloom within, while the innkeeper's wife approached with a welcoming smile, greeting the guests. The innkeeper stood behind the counter, no longer resembling a specter, his eyes devoid of the eerie green glow. The solitary swallow paid no heed to the innkeeper's wife, instead casting his gaze toward the elder, softly inquiring, "It seems I have encountered you somewhere before." The elder chuckled lightly, as one who traverses the rivers and lakes. "Or have we not crossed paths?" "Perhaps so, yet most encounters are but fleeting chance meetings." The solitary swallow, lost in thought, remained silent. The elder turned his attention to the sallow innkeeper, smiling as he said, "Innkeeper, bring me 2 jugs of fine Fin liquor, and do not dilute it with water. If the wine is poor, I shall not pay." The innkeeper's tone was somewhat ominous and detached as he replied, "Our establishment is small, and profits are meager. There is no reason to partake without payment." The innkeeper's wife quickly intervened, assuring, "Rest assured, esteemed guest, though our inn is humble, we pride ourselves on honest dealings and would never commit the heinous act of watering down our wine." As she spoke, she deftly retrieved 2 medium-sized jars of wine from behind the counter. The elder accepted the jars, one in each hand, and with a gentle flick of his sleeve, a silver coin flew forth, landing precisely on the counter before the innkeeper, spinning momentarily. This was payment for both the lodging and the wine. The innkeeper's wife, quick to react, seized the coin with a beaming smile. The elder ascended the stairs, leisurely remarking, with a night spent in drunken stupor, "The mind finds clarity in moments of gold. One ought to be a guest of the immortal beyond the mountains. Why then confine oneself to this humble shell?" For a fleeting moment, the innkeeper's wife's smile faltered, and the innkeeper's gaze deepened as he watched the elder's retreating figure. Shortly after the elder had made his way upstairs, the inn's door was once again pushed open from the outside, and an elderly Taoist clad in a green robe entered the hall alone. The solitary swallow's pupils constricted sharply. The demon suppression hall boasted 72 attendants, along with 36 chief attendants, totaling 108 individuals who did not identify themselves by their true names. Take Yizue, for instance. While he hailed from the Yi family, his true name bore no relation to the word crime. Most of the 72 attendants followed this convention, while the 36 chief attendants mirrored the underworld, with titles ranging from the Bodhisattva Cicada to the 10 Yama kings, thus known by their aliases. The newcomer was none other than the 23rd chief inspector, ranked among the 4 great judges alongside the benevolent judge, the punitive judge, and the judge of dark laws. Both the 4 great judges and the entire assembly of 36 chief attendants were formidable figures among the ghostly immortals. Just as the 2 jars of wine recently taken by the elder contained not a drop of water. At that moment, a singular thought consumed the solitary swallow's mind. Could it be that Yizue was not deceiving me? Is the master of the demon suppression hall truly arriving in the northwest? The inspector's gaze swept across the cramped inn, briefly lingering on the innkeeper and his wife before finally settling on the solitary swallow. On the exquisitely enchanting visage of the alluring Gu Yin, an artificial smile emerged as she mustered the courage to speak. "I am Gu Yin from the Northwest Dark Guard, honored to meet the inspector." The inspector's voice emerged slowly, raspy yet deliberate. What a coincidence it is to encounter you minions of Emperor Xiao here. Had I retained my temperament from years past, I would have ordered your execution and fed your remains to the wolves to sate my wrath. Do not be too hasty in your denial. Certain matters are well understood by both parties. The machinations of those lofty figures above are beyond my comprehension, and I have no desire to fathom them. I only know that the most straightforward truth in this world is that taking a life requires recompense. The elder's words stripped away all pretense and pierced through the veil of civility without a hint of mercy. Alas, the circumstances were beyond her control, and the stunning female dark guard could only harbor her anger in silence. Above, through the narrow crevice of the window, Su Beiyu and the elder observed the scene unfolding in the hall below. The elder, holding a wine jar with one hand, sipped leisurely, unfazed by the potent concoction within that could incapacitate even a top-tier master. He spoke softly. What is the Jianghu? Wherever there are people, there lies the Jianghu. Beyond the temple halls, the Jianghu exists. The dangers of Jianghu are not mere grandiose phrases, but the invaluable wisdom distilled from the blood and tears of our predecessors. The gathering of the Dark Guard and the Demon Suppression Hall here is no mere coincidence. Perhaps some wandering immortals will also choose to intervene. If you wish to establish even a modicum of standing in this world, to speak with conviction, you must first step into the Jianghu. Now, descend and observe keenly. Su Beiyu nodded and obediently made his way downstairs. He understood his master's earnest intentions. Were it not for him, Su Beiyu, an elder who had weathered countless tumultuous tides, a figure who ought to be transcendent above the mundane, would he ever concern himself with the tribulations of the lower echelons of Jianghu? Had it not been for his disappointing disciple, a once ascendant sword immortal destined for celestial realms, would he open his eyes to witness the joys and sorrows of these earthbound souls? Just as the eagle in the heavens remains indifferent to the squabbles of ants below, Su Beiyu descended the staircase step by step into the grand hall, first observing the beaming innkeeper's wife and the gaunt innkeeper. Then his gaze swept over the 20 or so dark guards seated in a corner, finally landing on the old man known as the inspector. He dared not linger, casting a fleeting glance before moving on. The old man lifted his eyelids, paying no heed to the scrutiny of this insignificant figure. Finding a corner to settle, Su Beiyu requested a plate of beef and a bowl of clear water from the server. Amusingly, under Han Xian's tutelage, he abstained from alcohol and tea, choosing only to drink water. He savored a bite of beef, followed by a sip of water, finishing the plate of beef just as he drained the bowl. At that moment, the inn's door swung open once more, and in walked a man and a woman. The man, seemingly in his late 20s, was strikingly handsome, his resplendent white attire accentuating his elegance, and he held an ivory folding fan. Most notably, he was a tenuous acquaintance of Su Beiyu. It was Duanmu Yu, the noble scion from the imperial capital who had previously hired Su Beiyu as a guide. The girl who accompanied Duanmu Yu was not the same as the one who rode the dazzling purple horse that day. Instead, she appeared to be merely a girl of 15 or 16 years, with red ribbons adorning two horn-like braids. She donned a festive red garment and embroidered shoes embellished with vibrant red lotuses, resembling a porcelain doll. The previously half-closed eyes of the judge snapped wide open upon their entrance, radiating brilliance. The solitary swallow and the cadre of shadow guards had already risen from their seats. Respectfully greeting, we pay our respects to the young master. With a sharp clap, Duanmu Yu unfurled his folding fan, gently swaying it. The pendant, crafted from sheep-fat white jade, shimmered magnificently under the dim light. This noble young master, of illustrious lineage, finally revealed the transcendent demeanor he was destined to possess, standing in stark contrast to the humility he had displayed before the lady on that fateful day. Amidst the swirling yellow sands at the Dragon Gate Inn, a palpable stir enveloped the surroundings. Chapter 24. Each step, a punch of serenity. After a brief exchange of whispers with Gu Yin, Duanmu Yu gestured for her to withdraw and turned her gaze towards the inspector. With a light chuckle, she remarked, "Ah, old inspector. While one may indulge in a chaotic feast, one must not speak recklessly. What do you mean by both sides being fully aware? I would like to inquire further." The inspector narrowed his eyes, responding coldly, "You, the young scion of the Duanmu clan, may be youthful, but you are quite adept at the rhetoric of authority. However, since you have posed a question, allow me to be candid. Do not mistake the Demon Suppression Hall for fools. Regarding the matter of Chonglong Temple, You must provide an explanation. The Shadow Guard Bureau, divided into three major factions due to the presence of three presiding governors, is certainly not a monolithic entity. Not to mention the natural camaraderie among disciples of different lineages, as well as the distinctions between outsiders and disciples of the Taoist sect. Attitudes towards the court can generally be categorized into two camps. One faction advocates for aggressive measures, seeking to suppress the increasingly audacious Shadow Guard Bureau by force, while the other promotes a more measured approach, advocating for strategic maneuvers to advance by retreating. Broadly speaking, Yizue belongs to the moderate faction, while the inspector represents the radical camp. Duanmu gently waved her folding fan, a slight smile gracing her lips. An explanation? What explanation? Your sect, lacking in ability, was decimated by the remnants of the sword sect at Chonglong Temple. We, the Shadow Guards, benevolently intervened, resulting in the loss of over 100 of our men. Out of respect for our shared history, we refrained from demanding an account from you, yet you audaciously come seeking one. Do you truly believe we, the Shadow Guards, are mere soft persimmons to be squeezed at your whim? The inspector, seething with rage, responded with a sardonic smile. Ah, indeed, the art of rhetoric has two faces. Your ability to distort the truth is truly remarkable. However, while speaking such words may be easy, substantiating them is another matter entirely. Oh, Duanmu replied with a smile that danced on the edge of mockery. Then by your esteemed opinion, what constitutes substantiation? The inspector's expression grew somber as he slowly rose, taking a single step forward. Just that one step. An oppressive silence enveloped the air, akin to the suffocating stillness of a summer storm, rendering it difficult to breathe. Even the flickering light of the oil lamps within the hall began to retract, confined to a few inches around the wicks. Duanmu remained composed, calmly stating, Inspector, a master of the ghost immortal realm, hailing from the lineage of the Western witchcraft sect, you were once prominent on the grasslands 30 years ago. However, after crossing paths with the formidable Ming Wang of the Great Snowy Mountains Moloan Temple, you sought refuge under the Taoist banner. 2 decades ago, you became the Grand Overseer of the Demon Suppression Hall, ranking 23rd. I must concede, you are indeed a figure of some renown. Even when considering those who dwell in seclusion, you would barely qualify as among the top 100 experts within the Taoist community. The elder darkly retorted, the majestic Taoist sect is beyond the comprehension of someone like you, a mere mortal. While my cultivation may not rival that of the great immortals, it is more than sufficient to deal with you. As he spoke, a visible ripple of black energy emanated from the elder's position, revealing pale, distorted visages within. Their eerie cries sharp and high-pitched, inaudible to the average ear, yet capable of inflicting harm upon the human spirit without damaging the physical world. Such a technique, seemingly commonplace, transcends the realm of mere martial prowess, verging into the domain of divine arts and supernatural abilities. Du Nmy stood firm, not flinching, merely offering a soft laugh, as the chilling winds of the ghostly prison howled, piquing his interest. Simultaneously, the young girl beside him stepped forward, extending her delicate, fair fist. With a single punch, she shattered the encircling black ripples that were about to reach Du Nmy, obliterating even the fleeting white shadows within, leaving no trace behind. The inspecting judge turned his gaze toward the girl who had thrown the punch, noting her red braided pigtails, crimson attire, and shoes embroidered with red lotuses. He chuckled softly, likening his own failing eyesight to that of an old owl at night, admitting he had misjudged the situation and failed to recognize the true essence of her being. The young girl responded with a gentle, timid smile before retreating back to Du Nmy's side. At that moment, the inn's attendant had vanished, leaving only the innkeeper and his wife, who, perhaps due to their extensive experience with life's tempests, remained unperturbed in the face of such a fierce confrontation between formidable entities. They stood side by side behind the counter, appearing as indifferent bystanders. In a corner sat Xiu, who, like the 20 or so hidden guards, had become part of the background. He reflected inwardly, affirming his master's words. The most formidable figures in the martial world are the elderly, monks, women, and children, all of whom were gathered in this modest inn today. In truth, Xiu found great pleasure in observing the myriad expressions of those within the inn, some anxious, others troubled, some as dark as the depths of water, and some as unmoving as mountains. He delighted in piecing together the intricate thoughts behind these faces, even reconstructing the narrative of events from mere snippets of conversation, which provided him with a unique amusement. This was not knowledge imparted by his master, but rather by his learned mentor. Suen, a man of letters and once a high-ranking official, had spent a lifetime navigating the intrigues of the court. He did not wish for the child he had raised to become merely a valiant warrior. For many matters in this world cannot be resolved with a single sword stroke. Certainly, there exists a transcendent realm where domestic, national, and worldly affairs are mere sword matters. Yet it is a state far beyond XBIU's current reach. Presently, within the inn, no one could exert influence over another, and thus the anticipated clash failed to materialize. Du Nmy and the young girl occupied one table, while the solitary figure of Luyn and his cadre of hidden guards occupied three others. The inspecting judge sat at his own table, and XBIU remained alone at yet another. Du Nmy cast a glance in XBIU's direction, his expression suddenly becoming serious. XBIU did not rise but clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Where in life do we not encounter one another? I have met young Master Du Nm." Du Nmy gradually folded his opened fan and replied nonchalantly, "So it is you." XBIU smiled but remained silent. Why did Suen regard XBIU as magnanimous? Because whether facing the sword-bearing elder, the assembly of noble sons, or the present threat of the wolfish hidden guards and the demon suppression palace, he maintained an unyielding composure, even when turmoil raged within. His mind was as deep as a fortress and as perilous as mountain ranges, able to remain unflinching in the presence of great calamity, embodying the tranquility required in critical moments. If Han Xian were to witness this scene, he would surely feel a deep sense of satisfaction, exclaiming in admiration that a person with the thunderous heart of a storm, yet the countenance of a tranquil lake, could indeed aspire to the stature of a general. Presently, Su Beiyu lacks merely the trials of the mundane world and a fitting position. He resembles a sword blade yet to be honed. And it is the elder's task to sharpen this new sword, transforming it from a dull instrument into a lethal weapon. This marks the first honing. Subsequently, to engage in the act of slaying and drawing blood in the worldly realm signifies the second honing. Only after these transformations can he become a legendary sword of renown. Above, the elder has finished 2 jars of fine fingio blended with superior medicinal herbs. The jars now set aside. He treads carefully upon the wooden floor, producing a series of soft creaks with each step. The sword case, wrapped in shoe brocade, leans against the earth-packed wall, appearing as an unremarkable wooden box, betraying no hint of the unparalleled and fearsome weapon concealed within, one that has left an indelible mark upon the world. After pacing 36 steps back and forth, he halts and gazes at the sword case. Currently, the inn is rife with undercurrents, yet he cannot afford to act impulsively. Once the moment arises that necessitates his intervention, it would signal an irretrievable situation, leaving behind a multitude of indelible traces, an immense risk indeed. More crucially, he wishes to observe how far Su Beiyu can advance relying solely on his own abilities. Chapter 25. The wind rises from the end of the blue-green. The solitary swallow, upon encountering Duanmu, surprisingly recognized Su Beiyu. Yet, Su Beiyu, upon seeing Duanmu, displayed an air of arrogance, remaining seated without a hint of deference. For a moment, uncertainty clouded his understanding of her, prompting him to smile and inquire softly. "This young gentleman appears somewhat unfamiliar. Might you be acquainted with the elder we just met?" Su Beiyu nodded, replying, "Indeed, he is my esteemed master." The solitary swallow's luscious red lips parted gently, revealing a captivating smile. "Your master possesses a commanding presence and remarkable poise. May I inquire your honorable name?" Su Beiyu shook his head, stating, "I am but a drifting reed, a transient traveler. What need is there to inquire such?" A fleeting shadow of displeasure crossed the solitary swallow's face, quickly replaced by an even more alluring demeanor. She gracefully approached Su Beiyu's table, leaning slightly forward, her bosom accentuating a striking curve, and with a radiant smile said, "Then let us raise a toast to this nameless and faceless year." Su Beiyu regarded her calmly and countered, "How can we toast without wine?" The solitary swallow remained silent, while an unseen guardian behind her slammed the table, sending a wine-filled cup soaring through the air towards Su Beiyu. With a swift motion, he caught the cup in his palm, observing as it spun vigorously, seemingly attempting to escape, yet it could not flee the confines of his grasp. Su Beiyu pinched the cup delicately between his thumb and forefinger, raising it with both hands. He proclaimed, "Then let us drink this nameless wine, please." The depth of confusion in the solitary swallow's eyes intensified, rendering her cautious. She too lifted her cup, responding, "Please." Both raised their cups and drank. Su Beiyu refrained from consuming the wine, as he would never partake in a drink of dubious origins from the inn, nor would he accept wine delivered by an unseen hand. Thus, before the liquid could reach his throat, it transformed into a void, expelled by the sword energy emanating from his core. Since ancient times, there have been tales of sword immortals expelling sword pellets to claim their adversaries' heads. And the sixth sword of the 36 swords exemplified this, using the strength of the internal organs to condense sword energy, unleashing it with the force of a dragon. Su Beiyu had heard his master speak of the former sword sect leader, Shangwan Xianxin, who perfected this technique, releasing a river of sword energy that spanned the heavens, evoking both fear and admiration. As for Su Beiyu, he was merely at the threshold of understanding, yet this ability sufficed for the situation at hand. The wine had undoubtedly been tampered with, a trick not foreign to the Dark Guardians. The solitary swallow, having witnessed Su Beiyu consume the potion potent enough to incapacitate a second-tier master, remained in anticipation, yet when he did not collapse onto the table, she realized she had encountered a formidable opponent. The doubts in Gu Yan's heart grew increasingly heavy, judging by the hand that had grasped the wine cup moments ago. It was evident that the individual before him possessed considerable cultivation and was no mere novice devoid of experience in the martial world. More importantly, he seemed to have had some previous interaction with Duan Muyu. Although Gu Yan outwardly treated Duan Muyu with utmost respect, he did not belong to her faction. Many matters were best kept superficial, yet Duan Muyu remained inexplicably silent and aloof, further complicated by the enigmatic elder he had glimpsed earlier. This left Gu Yan, an old hand in the world, unable to fathom Su Beiyu's depth. Gu Yan slowly retreated to his seat, concealing the allure he had just displayed, his expression now as somber as still waters, refraining from any rash actions. The inspector, having suffered a minor setback in his earlier encounter with Duan Muyu, finally regarded Su Beiyu with a discerning eye, his brow furrowing slightly as he remarked, "At such a tender age to possess a third-grade cultivation, quite remarkable indeed. It stands to reason that your master is a person of great stature. I have spent many years navigating this realm filled with immortals, surviving by sheer luck and encountering numerous true masters of the earth immortal realm, yet I have never heard of your esteemed teacher. Might you enlighten this old man?" Having accompanied his master in traversing the world of martial arts, and drawing upon the knowledge imparted by Han Xian, Su Beiyu now spoke these social niceties with remarkable ease, responding with a calm smile. Illustrious figures may not always be known among the nobility. Even in the mountains and fields, there are distinguished scholars who pluck chrysanthemums. The martial world is vast and chaotic, teeming with countless masters. Who can claim to know all? As a disciple, I wander the world with my master, who has long since forgotten his name. As the saying goes, why must we be acquainted to meet? Observing from the sidelines, Duan Muyu turned his gaze towards Su Beiyu, a hint of surprise flickering in his slightly cool phoenix eyes, followed by a dawning realization. No wonder the woman who had occupied his thoughts would regard this individual with a modicum of favor. He now appeared rather intriguing. Duan Muyu, however, did not believe that this exceptionally discerning woman would take an interest in a mere country bumpkin like Su Beiyu. Instead, he reflected on his own actions since arriving in the Northwest, pondering where he had faltered, which had led to the woman's abrupt departure, leaving him with nothing but an empty endeavor. Ultimately, it seemed to trace back to the ancient battlefield expedition that had involved Su Beiyu. As this thought crossed his mind, the astonishment in Duan Muyu's eyes faded, replaced by a fleeting, sharp demeanor characteristic of noble science. While he could not confront the woman who towered above him, he was more than willing to vent his frustrations on a lesser individual, especially one who had thwarted his pursuits. Meanwhile, the inspector squinted, contemplating whether to test the waters and draw out the enigmatic elder behind Su Beiyu, who eluded his understanding. Amidst the focused gazes of all present, Su Beiyu remained composed, hands resting upon his knees, the Tianlan sword lying across the table. Even though a tempest brewed within him, his countenance remained as tranquil as a still lake. Even Gu Yan, a seasoned shadow guard, could not help but inwardly admire his composure in the face of impending turmoil. Just then, the sky darkened completely, heralding the arrival of an unforeseen tempest. The tempest bore the semblance of divine wrath, as a veil of darkness first crept across the heavens, swiftly engulfing the entire expanse. Following this, a sandstorm roared forth like a colossal beast from ancient times, sweeping across the desolate wilderness. In an instant, dust filled the air and debris flew about, blurring the line between earth and sky, rendering all indistinct. The two-story inn resembled a nondescript rock in a river, easily submerged by the surging tides whenever rain fell. Inside, the denizens could only hear the fierce, urgent sounds of the wind and sand battering against the walls. Before such overwhelming celestial might, human effort appeared as insignificant as mere dust. On the second floor, an elderly man sat upon a wooden chair, leaning against its back, with his hands resting on the armrests and his feet slightly apart, exhibiting a posture of decorum. This humble chair, of inferior wood, seemed to exude the grandeur of a rosewood armchair under the presence of the elder. In this light, he appeared less as a wandering swordsman and more like a red-robed minister seated in a court of power. The sole window in the room stood wide open, and curiously, not a single grain of the swirling sand ventured inside. Gazing through the window at the tumultuous yellow sands, the elder murmured, "The winds and clouds are ever-changing. Those who seek shelter must heed the skies." He then turned his gaze to the lobby below, chuckling softly. The winds rise from Shiliang Prefecture, as swords unsheath upon Longmen Mountain. Chapter 26. The Demon Suppressor's 36th after falling into a stalemate. The only means to extricate oneself from such a predicament is to introduce another disruptor, thereby unsettling the equilibrium between the two parties within the inn, be they the Shadow Guards or the Demon Suppression Hall. Su Beiyu had been observing quietly, and he gradually unraveled the intricacies of the situation. Indeed, as his master had asserted, the predicament faced by the Dragon Gate Inn was no mere coincidence. It was a mutual test between the Shadow Guards and the Demon Suppression Hall, particularly in such adverse weather conditions where ordinary individuals could not enter. This modest inn had transformed into an isolated island amidst the stormy seas. Had it not been for the temporary stalemate between both factions, and the unpredictable variables represented by himself and his master, the inn would have likely devolved into a massacre. As for what both sides were probing, it was quite evident. The court had long harbored intentions to suppress the power of the Taoist sect, even to the point of an outright crackdown. However, wary of the formidable strength of the Taoist sect, they had orchestrated the incident at Chonglong Temple to gauge the sect's reaction. Unintentionally embroiled in this affair, Su Beiyu had inadvertently implicated his master, a remnant of the esteemed sword sect, thus rendering the entire situation exceedingly convoluted. The endeavor at Chonglong Temple had not culminated in complete success, with the survivor, Ji Yun, having escaped. The Shadow Guards, acutely aware of their missteps, were understandably reluctant to sever ties with the Taoist sect at this juncture. Given the presence of the sword sect as a convenient scapegoat, they naturally aimed to shift all blame onto it. However, the Taoist sect, particularly the Demon Suppression Hall, which had engaged with the Shadow Guards for many years, was not so easily deceived. In their eyes, regardless of whether the sword sect had taken action, the Shadow Guards were undoubtedly complicit. Thus, the radical faction of the Demon Suppression Hall, represented by the investigators and judges, clung tenaciously to the Shadow Guards, intending to leverage this incident to confront them. Meanwhile, the moderate faction, led by figures such as Yi Zue, began to earnestly search for Ji Yun's whereabouts, striving to contain the matter within a more manageable scope. As for the master of the Demon Suppression Hall, who overlooked 360 of its Taoist practitioners, he was indifferent to the trivialities of war or peace. His primary concern was whether there truly existed a remnant of the sword sect, as well as the whereabouts of the celestial sword that had vanished following the death of the esteemed Guixianchen. Should it exist, he would not hesitate to personally intervene, severing the head of the sword sect remnant, and ideally returning the celestial sword, which had been taken from the Taoist sect by the founder of the sword sect, to its rightful owner. This, at the very least, could be deemed a fulfillment of his ambitions. When Su Beiyu heard his master recount this segment, he realized that his master was not invincible after all. If he were truly invincible, why would he roam the seas instead of directly assaulting the Taoist sect to restore the sword sect? Would that not be a more favorable course of action? Amidst the raging storm, ordinary individuals were utterly incapable of traversing these tempestuous conditions. However, those suited to disrupt the status quo were certainly not ordinary. This unexpected guest did not enter through the door, as the inn's entrance had been securely barred by the staff. Instead, she appeared within the inn through the art of mystical evasion. The newcomer was an elderly woman, seemingly in her 70s, petite in stature. Although one could faintly discern traces of beauty from her youth, the inexorable passage of time had rendered her visage less than pleasing. This woman bore a sullen expression, devoid of the warmth characteristic of the elderly, instead exuding an aura of menace. The old woman cast her gaze around the inn's lobby, ultimately settling upon Su Beiyu. Her eyes, a murky yellow on the outside and dark within, bore a ghostly intensity that left Su Beiyu feeling uneasy. He looked at her and smiled, greeting her as Meng Pe. The old woman, taken aback, responded, "You recognize me?" Su Beiyu bowed respectfully and said, "Your appearance is unlike that of ordinary folk, and being seated at the same table as the judge of inquiry makes your identity quite apparent. You must be the 24th of the 36 great stewards of the Demon Suppression Palace, Meng Pe. There is an old saying that the person who knows you best is not your friend, but your enemy. Since the elder is from the Sword Sect and has been pursued by the Demon Suppression Palace for many years, she undoubtedly possesses an intimate understanding of this ominous organization, which appears so mysterious to outsiders." As they conversed, she elaborated on the Demon Suppression Palace, renowned for its covert operations within the Taoist sect, particularly focusing on the 36 great stewards who dominate its upper echelons. In the twilight years of the Great Chu dynasty, the rise of the demonic sect reached its zenith, followed by the invasion of the Great Army into the Central Plains, resulting in the fragmentation of the Confucian sect, one of the three teachings. During that tumultuous time, the Taoist and Buddhist sects united to resist the demonic sect. The Buddhists established the Eightfold Assembly, while the Taoists worked diligently to elevate the status of the Demon Suppression Palace. In the declining years of the Great Jing dynasty, following the annihilation of the Sword Sect, many of its masters fled. The eminent figure, Ming Chun, suggested to the then leader Tian Chen a restructuring of the Demon Suppression Palace. He proposed to separate the previous civil institutions such as the Sacred Hall and the Celestial Pavilion, while integrating elite disciples from other halls into the Demon Suppression Palace, transforming it into a clandestine force prioritizing martial prowess. Its sole purpose became the relentless pursuit of any remnants of the Sword Sect, executing them upon the slightest discovery. Over the decades, countless formidable sword immortals have met their demise at the hands of the Demon Suppression Palace. The Sword Sect, once thriving and dedicated to countering the palace, has now been utterly obliterated, its skilled practitioners either dead or gravely injured. However, the Demon Suppression Palace has also faced its share of losses. Even among the 36 great stewards, casualties occur. Yet, each time a vacancy arises, it is promptly filled, ensuring that the titles remain unchanged. Still named after the deities of Fengdu. To ascend to the ranks of the 36 great stewards, one must possess the cultivation of a ghostly immortal. But the elite among them have reached the realm of human immortals. As the elder informed Su Beiyu, figures such as the great emperor of Fengdu, the 5 ghost emperors, and the king of Cicada are among those who have attained this level, with the possibility that the great emperor of Fengdu and the king of Cicada have even stepped into the fabled realm of earth immortals. The identity of the foremost figure within the Demon Suppression Palace, who seldom appears in the world, remains beyond comprehension. In other realms, those of earth immortal status could establish their own sects, yet within the Taoist domain, they serve merely as hall masters, illustrating the profound depth of the Taoist tradition. After hearing this, Su Beiyu could not help but sigh. Unless a celestial being were to descend, the notion of overthrowing the Taoist sect seems but a foolish dream. Contemplating the founders of the Sword Sect, who were of extraordinary talent, it is said that 36 swords were preserved in this world, and just 12 of them could forge an invincible earth immortal. Yet, even such individuals could only rebel against the Taoist sect. No wonder his master has never mentioned revitalizing the Sword Sect. It seems he has long since lost all hope. In the affairs of the world, it is the despair that follows great rises and falls that truly embodies hopelessness. With the assistance of Meng Pe, the once solitary and beleaguered judge of investigations regained his confidence, shedding the earlier gloom that had enveloped him. in a voice as tranquil as a still pond. He addressed Su Beiyu, saying, "Those who cultivate qi must quiet their hearts and settle their minds, achieving a profound tranquility. As the qi enters the dantian, the breath subtly stirs within, a continuous flow. With hands resting upon the dantian, the elixir's warmth envelopes, and the six senses find repose, dissolving the boundaries between self and the external world. Young man, within you, the energies coil like dragons and tigers, harmonizing the elements of water and fire. It is evident that you tread the path of the dragon and tiger alchemy of our Taoist lineage. Since our teachings have taken root throughout the realm, countless branches have spread, and various methods have been disseminated widely. Thus, I do not concern myself with your lineage. However, having embraced our Taoist practices, you must honor the ties of our tradition. If you lend me your strength to eliminate these hidden guards today, it shall fulfill this bond of lineage. And in the future, should you wish to join our ranks as a guest elder, it would not be an impossibility." Meng Pa smiled gently. "In a moment, I shall hold off this young girl, while you, judge of investigations, draw out the hidden forces of Duanmu Yu. As for this young brother, he shall dispose of these dozen or so fourth-tier cultivators. What say you? It is not an insurmountable task, is it?" Under the gaze of all present, Su Beiyu finally faltered, unable to maintain his composure any longer. With a bitter and resigned tone, he replied, "Both esteemed elders are paragons of this age. It seems rather unreasonable for them to quibble with a mere junior like myself." Chapter 27. Various schemes and calculations. The inspector, with a calm demeanor, addressed the young man. "If you find this matter troublesome, you may seek assistance from your esteemed master." The old woman, Meng Pa, added, "Our path has always embraced all. Your encounter today is indeed a fateful connection. Perhaps through this event, you may enter the Tao, and in the future, ascend to the esteemed rank of a great sage. Do not forget the merit of our introduction." Su Beiyu steadied his thoughts and replied, "You jest, esteemed elders. My master is but a humble villager. How could he ever aspire to the lofty title of great sage? The title of great sage signifies both a status and a realm. In the Tao, unless under extraordinary circumstances, only those of the earth immortal realm may be bestowed with such a title. Furthermore, only a great sage may assume the position of peak master. Even within the profound depths of the Tao, the number of great sages is scarcely more than 30. Each great sage holds an exalted position. If we were to liken the Tao's leading sages to worldly emperors, then the lords of various halls and the 7 peak masters would represent the ministers of the court, while the great sages would be akin to the eminent families. Though not always in the spotlight, they are deeply rooted and possess their own factions." The inspector remarked, "As I am known as the inspector, I must possess a certain degree of discernment. I cannot perceive the depth of the aura of the individual above, but I surmise that their realm is not inferior to mine. At the very least, they must be of the ghost immortal realm. In my earlier days, prior to joining the Tao, I was merely of the first grade. After entering the Tao and gaining insights, I ascended to the ghost immortal realm. Your master, in his current state, surpasses my former self. How could he be dismissed?" Su Beiyu fell silent for a moment, then placed his hand upon the Tianlan's sword on the table. His entire demeanor shifted dramatically as he declared, "Since the esteemed elders have spoken thus, it would be remiss of me to continue to evade. It is time to act accordingly." Meng Pa let out a cold laugh, her form vanishing in an instant as she appeared before the young girl beside Duanmu Yu. With fingers poised like claws, she unleashed 5 streams of dark energy, striking downwards. The girl in red remained unfazed, sitting resolutely in her seat, and countered with a punch, her fist as clear as jade, meeting Meng Po's strike with a resounding clash. A thunderous roar erupted within the inn, followed by a violent ripple of vital energy expanding outward. Su Beiyu and the shadowy guards hastily dodged, while the very structure of the inn seemed on the verge of collapse. Yet, just as everyone anticipated the building's imminent ruin, it stood steadfast, as if a ship riding the waves, undeterred by the tumult. This resilience was due to the elderly figure on the second floor, who sat immovably, as steady as a mountain, akin to a stabilizing needle amidst the storm. The 2 combatants, one a girl and the other an old woman, were both diminutive in stature. As they exchanged blows, their movements quickened, transforming into a blur of indistinct light and shadow. Meanwhile, the inspector had risen from his seat, striding purposefully towards Duanmu Yu. Holding a wine jug, Duanmu poured for herself, displaying not a hint of alarm even in the presence of such a formidable adversary. The young scion from the imperial capital, though not a legitimate royal by birth, is nonetheless a distinguished nobleman of considerable standing. His father, Duanmu Ruisheng, is one of the renowned three heroes of Qi, alongside Su Yin and Han Xian. Despite Han Xian having been relegated to obscurity by the former Grand Minister Lan and remaining untraceable to this day, Duanmu Ruisheng still wields significant power. Holding the esteemed position of commander of the White Tiger Hall within the Dark Guard, commanding half of its authority, a veritable minister of the court. Were it not for such a prestigious lineage, Duanmu would not have been able to garner the willing service of a ghostly expert as a companion. Duanmu's journey to the northwest was motivated not only by a desire to win the favor of a woman of even greater pedigree than his own, but also to forge an alliance with Lu Chun. However, he did not anticipate the complications arising from the incident at Chonglong Temple, which forced him to remain behind. The matter at Chonglong Temple ostensibly appeared to be instigated by Fu Zhongtian, one of the three commanders of the Dark Guard, but in truth, it was a directive from His Majesty the Emperor, who stands behind the Dark Guard. Without the Emperor's sanction, who would dare provoke the formidable sects of the Taoist realm? Should a misstep occur in this matter, Fu Zhongtian would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the consequences, and as a commander of the Dark Guard, Duanmu would also inevitably be implicated. Thus, he felt compelled to assist Lu Chun in resolving the aftermath, albeit with the opportunity to exchange a monumental favor, making it somewhat worthwhile. Of course, should the situation in the northwest deteriorate beyond salvage, Duanmu would not hesitate to withdraw, ensuring that he does not become ensnared in the mire of the northwest or find himself in peril. Both parties possess their own agendas. The inspector seeks to discern the true nature of Su Beiyu and the elder behind him. He wishes to use this incident to probe their depths. If the elder and youth prove to be mere paper tigers, their demise would evoke no regret. Conversely, if they are indeed formidable dragons, eliminating the Dark Guard would condemn them to a path of darkness alongside the Demon Suppression Hall. If he could bring them aboard the grand vessel of the Taoist sect, it would be a commendable achievement, an advantageous prospect regardless of the outcome. The inspector regarded the composed Duanmu and remarked, "Truly, you are the son of the illustrious Duanmu family, exhibiting remarkable poise." Duanmu smiled and turned to Su Beiyu beside the elder, inquiring, "Have you made your decision? Are you truly willing to act as an accomplice to the Taoists and oppose the court?" Su Beiyu calmly replied, "Young Master Duanmu, you hail from a prestigious lineage that values the principle of 1,000 gold ere not loitering in the hall, yet I am but a humble figure. To survive in this world, one must occasionally engage in high-stakes gambles." Duanmu chuckled lightly. Just as Su Beiyu struggles to comprehend the upper echelons of society, Duanmu, born into luxury, finds it challenging to grasp the tribulations and helplessness of the common folk, and his inherently cold disposition leaves him unaffected by the plight of those less fortunate. Rising from his seat, Duanmu unfurled his ivory fan, revealing an embroidered landscape of mountains and rivers, and softly said, "Old Inspector, if you wish to see my hidden cards, then I shall reveal them to you." The inspector's expression shifted slightly, and without further hesitation, he stepped forward and reached out toward Duanmu. Of course, Duanmu cannot merely be a brocade pillow, engaging in frivolous skirmishes with women upon a bed. His family heritage is profound, and his own cultivation is formidable. Otherwise, he would not have ventured to the ancient battlefield without entourage. After all, as Su Beiyu remarked, the sons of wealthy families adhere to the principle that a scion of such lineage should not linger idly in the halls. Duanmu, his figure as ethereal as smoke, gracefully retreated, a faint smile gracing his lips as he said, "Old judge, if you wish to capture me, Duanmu, you must employ some genuine tactics." No sooner had he spoken than the examining judge pursued him relentlessly, spectral white smoke swirling around his fingers, enveloping Duanmu from all directions. The shadowy guards, led by the solitary swallow, could not idly stand by while their young master was seized by the examining judge. A series of resonant sounds erupted, and brilliant flashes of blades surged forth, akin to a relentless wheel of knives, incessantly striking down towards the examining judge. Such an onslaught would compel even a first-tier master to retreat. However, the examining judge was a ghostly immortal, transcending the first tier. What unfolded next was a revelation for Su Beiyu. He beheld the examining judge confronting the blade array formed by the shadowy guards with his bare hands. With a mere wave of his robe sleeve, a wisp of white smoke emerged, drifting like willow catkins, circumventing the blade array and swiftly ensnaring the necks of 3 shadowy guards in the blink of an eye. This was indeed a display of supernatural prowess, surpassing the realm of a 9th-tier martial artist. Paying the price of 3 lives, 2 blades finally drew near to strike, to which the examining judge responded with a derisive laugh. Chapter 28. A fierce confrontation with divine powers. The inspector judge cast a discerning gaze at the impassive Duanmu Yu, a master of ghostly arts who had transitioned from the witchcraft sect to the Tao. With a chilling demeanor, he remarked, "My rudimentary methods of devouring the living are ineffective against those of equal caliber. However, they prove remarkably effective against the lesser beings beneath the first rank. In the past, I merely consumed a few monks from the Morin Temple and attracted the attention of the great Ming King. Had I not been astute, I might well have perished on the steps. Duanmu Yu, do you believe I lack the audacity to act against you? Indeed, I am restrained from delivering a fatal blow, yet I possess the courage to leave you in a state of half-life." The 36 Grand Stewards of the Demon Suppression Hall chose names inspired by the deities of Fengdu, as many among them were akin to fiends, replete with sinister temperaments. Outsiders regarded the suppression well within the hall as an abyss of 18 layers. Thus the hall adopted the name Fengdu for its own. In an unprecedented display, the inspector judge spoke at length, no longer regarding Duanmu Yu, but instead turned his attention to Su Beiyu, saying, "Young man, I have already dispatched 6 of the shadow guards. The remainder is now your responsibility." Trapped by several vengeful spirits, Duanmu Yu also regarded Su Beiyu and spoke with measured calmness. "Su Beiyu, I offer you one last chance. Forsake the shadows and embrace the light, and I shall overlook past grievances." Su Beiyu unsheathed his sword, Tianlan, shaking his head. "I am a man of my word." "Excellent. Now that is commendable." The inspector judge laughed heartily, preparing to grasp Duanmu Yu's shoulder. In that moment, though he appeared entirely at ease, his mind was alert, anticipating Duanmu Yu's counteraction. True to his nature, Duanmu Yu did not disappoint. He shattered the ivory folding fan in his hand, and the embroidered landscape depicted upon it broke free, transforming into a dimensional illusion. This not only shattered the 5 vengeful spirits surrounding the inspector judge, but also enveloped Duanmu Yu and his cadre of shadow guards within. In that instant, Duanmu Yu and his companions seemed to merge with the painting, advancing deeper into its essence. As they approached the heart of the artwork, their forms became increasingly diminutive, until Duanmu Yu was rendered a mere speck within the embroidered landscape, vanishing from sight. The inspector judge's expression grew solemn as he made an unusual gesture. Before him, 5 subtle traces began to emerge within the 3-dimensional landscape, gradually magnifying until they flew from the painting. These were the very 5 white vengeful spirits he had previously employed to ensnare Duanmu Yu. At this revelation, Su Beiyu finally comprehended that the 5 spirits had not been vanquished, but had instead been drawn into the painting alongside Duanmu Yu and his companions. As for why the inspector judge remained unscathed despite their proximity, Su Beiyu could only attribute it to his exceptional cultivation. The inspector judge spoke darkly. "The method of the Shumi mustard seed. Within the painting lies its own universe. Such a grand gesture can only be executed by one of high celestial realms. Duanmu, for the sake of this son, you truly are willing to sacrifice." Su Beiyu inquired softly, "What shall we do next?" The inspector spoke in a grave tone. "Either delve deep into this illusionary formation like Duanmu Yu and his companions, or directly shatter it with external force, revealing the whereabouts of Duanmu Yu and the others hidden within." With a cold sneer, the inspector remarked, "Indeed, the handiwork of a celestial being is undeniable, but it also depends on who wields it. Today, I shall break this illusion, and then you can eliminate these lurking shadows." Su Beiyu remained silent, seemingly acquiescent. The inspector then produced a short blade from his sleeve, making a deep incision on his wrist. Blood gushed forth in abundance, yet peculiarly, it hung suspended in the air, transforming into a multitude of blood droplets that floated before him, nearly 1,000 in total. He gestured with his hands, and the droplets coalesced into an extraordinary formation, contracting rapidly, thousands, hundreds, tens, until they culminated into a single droplet, dark as ink, which appeared at the tip of his finger. With a flick of his finger, the droplet soared straight into the three-dimensional tapestry of mountains and rivers, akin to a massive ink blot being dropped onto an unfinished watercolor painting. The blood droplets swiftly spread within the landscape, engulfing mountains and waters, leaving a trail of murky hues in its wake. This landscape, previously impervious to ordinary martial artists, began to flicker and sway perilously. Su Beiyo's eyelids twitched, and the Tianlan's sword in his hand resonated with a subtle tremor, drawn in by the surge of energy. This was the technique of a ghostly immortal, an instantaneous display of divine power. Meanwhile, Meng Po and the young girl had exited the inn, finding themselves engulfed in a raging tempest. The girl, clad in crimson, faced Meng Po, a renowned ghostly immortal for over 20 years, with unwavering courage. Her stance was as steadfast as a mountain. Each punch she threw generated a violent shockwave, shattering even the boulders swept up in the storm. Clearly, she had reached a realm where martial prowess transcended into the path of enlightenment. Though devoid of extraordinary techniques, her fists embodied a fierce intent and vitality, impervious to blades and fire, capable of shattering supernatural laws. With a swift motion, she clapped her hands forward, causing two boulders, far larger than herself, to soar into the air, hurtling towards Meng Po. At the same time, she stomped down hard, creating a massive pit, sending countless smaller stones flying into the air. With another wave of her hands, these stones cascaded down like rain, following closely behind the two colossal boulders, raining down upon Meng Po. Meng Po scoffed lightly and casually tossed a purple-gold bowl into the air, which expanded in the wind to the size of a grinding millstone, shielding her from the onslaught of boulders and flying stones, which struck against it with a resounding hum. The girl pursed her lips, her gaze resolute as she disregarded the swirling debris around her. In a flash, she appeared before Meng Po's bowl and delivered a powerful punch. This strike was as if wielding a 1,000-pound hammer, causing the bowl to emit a deafening resonance, trembling violently. Reluctantly, Meng Po was forced to retreat several paces. Astonished as she exclaimed, "You, little girl, actually possess the intent of the Shao family's fist style. Could it be that you hail from nobility? But if you are of noble blood, why serve as Duanmu Yu's attendant?" The young girl smiled softly, remaining silent as she focused her energy, adopting a stance that was as ordinary as it was profound. In the next moment, her spine twisted violently, reminiscent of a dragon emerging from the depths, as if a mythical creature were coiled beneath her skin, surging forth. Although Meng Po could not perceive the scene behind the girl, she sensed the dramatic shift in her aura, growing increasingly astonished as she spoke slowly. "Remarkable martial intent. I have heard that martial intent is categorized into various stages. The physical body tempered 100 times, the understanding akin to the stars, the ability to face the divine and scathe, the intention that connects with the heavens, and the power to shatter the void. In nearly a century, only the martial ancestor Emperor Shao Lai has reached the realm of breaking the void. Yet you must possess the understanding akin to the stars. Am I correct? This martial intent, had I encountered it at your tender age, I would have surely perished countless times. Yet, you, a young girl, practice the most domineering martial arts of the world, risking your very bloodline. How is this any different from self-destruction?" The girl remained silent, her determination unyielding as she unleashed a single punch. From her chest and abdomen to her shoulders, elbows, wrists, and finally her fist, a series of explosive sounds erupted. The force of her strike shattered the air, resonating like a thunderclap as it struck the golden bowl with tremendous impact. A sound echoed forth, reminiscent of a mighty bell tolling. Following this, a succession of crisp sounds emerged. A minute crack appeared at the point of impact on the bowl, rapidly expanding until the entire vessel shattered into countless fragments. Meng Po's expression changed dramatically. With a swift push from her toes, she soared 100 paces, her figure vanishing into the tumultuous storm. The young girl's face turned pale, a slight frown creasing her brow as she chose not to pursue nor speak further. Chapter 29. The Northern Ghost Emperor. At the moment when Meng Po was unable to withstand the retreating figure, the judge, who was in the inn, sensed a disturbance. He was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the young girl and hastened his efforts to dismantle the formation, striving to capture Duanmu Yu before her return to the inn, thereby placing her in a position of caution. having traversed the world for an extensive period. The judge remained unruffled even in the face of imminent danger, reflecting on the turbulent currents of life. As the crimson hue of the map of splendid mountains and rivers deepened, the once precarious image began to fade entirely, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. Finally, after the passage of a short incense stick's burning time, the entire artwork collapsed, the lines that formed it appearing as though an invisible hand was unraveling the threads, transforming the once vibrant ink painting into a mere child's simplistic doodle, utterly unfathomable. Those who had concealed themselves within the artwork, including Duanmu Yu, re-emerged in the inn. A cold smile graced the judge's face as he seized Duanmu Yu by the throat, darkly remarking, "Quite intriguing. Young man of the Duanmu family, what abilities do you possess? Do share, so that I may broaden my horizons and witness the profound legacy of the esteemed Duanmu lineage." Duanmu Yu, a scion of a prestigious family, remained calm and collected despite the dire circumstances. He squinted and replied with a smile, "Dear judge, do not be hasty. That which is meant to come will surely arrive." Had these words been uttered by anyone else, the judge might have dismissed them as mere bravado. However, given that they were spoken by the sole heir of the esteemed Duanmu Rui Sheng, it was uncertain whether it was mere bluster or if he had a hidden strategy. "Let us depart. Delays may invite unforeseen changes," the judge declared, unwilling to engage further in a war of words, as he grasped Duanmu Yu and prepared to make his escape. In the next instant, he found himself immobilized. A pair of icy hands silently pressed against his back and waist, firmly securing his lower dantian and central dantian, rendering him unable to move a muscle. The judge's eyelids twitched as he struggled to maintain his composure and calmly inquired, "Who is this esteemed individual?" A chilling voice resounded from behind him, "Ah, judge, it has been a long time." As the words were spoken, the gaunt face of the innkeeper emerged slowly from behind, his hazel eyes shimmering with a faint green glow in the dim light of the inn, creating an unsettling atmosphere. The judge inquired with a calm demeanor, "May I ask your name?" The innkeeper replied slowly, "During the Battle of Hilaoshang years ago, had I not lent you my support, you would have perished at Qing Chen's hands." The Temple of Sealing Demons possesses a secretive list, enumerating 10 notorious figures throughout the realm, all of whom are marked for extermination, with the traitor Qing Chun at the forefront. To speak of Qing Chun inevitably brings to mind the 2 contests for leadership within the Taoist sect, a widely known saga. According to the hierarchy, Qing Chun is the junior disciple of the previous sect leader, Zi Chun, and the uncle of the current sect leader, having once held the esteemed position of the foremost among the Peak Masters, being the master of Tianshu Peak. Qing Chen had twice contended with the master-disciple duo of Zichen for the esteemed position of the Dao sect's grandmaster, yet both endeavors culminated in failure. Following his most recent defeat, his very foundation was uprooted by Tianqin, Zichen's trusted aide and the true authority within the Dao sect at that time, and he was branded a traitor, ascending to the top of the demonic rankings of the Demon Suppression Palace. After Zichen and Tianqin ascended to higher realms, Qingqin remained tethered to the mortal world, his celestial cultivation revered by the populace as that of a transcendent being. Subsequent to the reformation of the Demon Suppression Palace, Mingchen assumed the role of its master, orchestrating a siege against Qingqin at Hilao Mountain with the formidable Corpse Dragon Silent Abyss formation. This battle saw the entirety of the Demon Suppression Palace mobilized. Yet the outcome was a testament to Qingqin's might, as he dismantled the formation single-handedly, nearly decimating the elite forces of the palace. It was only when 6 grandmasters united their strength that they managed to stave off this legendary foe. In light of this debacle, Mingchen resigned from his post and retreated into seclusion. The inspector judge, who had once participated in this confrontation, was taken aback upon hearing the news, exclaiming, "You are the Northern Ghost Emperor. Were you not supposed to have perished at the Sword Pavilion in Shuzhou?" The Northern Ghost Emperor, ranked 11th among the 36 senior officials of the Demon Suppression Palace, was indeed a formidable celestial being. Duanmu Yu calmly pried the inspector judge's fingers from around his throat and replied softly, "Following the battle at Hilao Mountain, the esteemed Master Chainai succeeded my uncle, Mingchen, as the new master of the Demon Suppression Palace." The palace's focus shifted from Qingqin to Gongsun Zhongmo, the foremost disciple of the Sword Sect. In the pursuit 9 years ago in Shuzhou, 8 senior officials engaged with Gongsun Zhongmo, with only a few surviving, one of whom was the Northern Ghost Emperor. However, he did not return to the Demon Suppression Palace afterward, instead aligning with our dark guards. The old judge inquired about my contingency plans. This is it. The innkeeper, or rather the former senior official of the Demon Suppression Palace, the Northern Ghost Emperor, chuckled ominously. Inspector, those who grasp the times are truly wise. Make your decision. The inspector judge remained composed, as he had once acquired a mystical artifact during his early days on the grasslands, allowing him to escape danger by means of a decoy. Thus, he subtly activated the energies within his body to buy time, saying, Northern Ghost Emperor, you once saved my life, a kindness I shall never forget. However, you are gravely injured. Even as a former celestial master, you have been reduced to the realm of ghostly immortals by Gongsun Zhoumo, who even forced Duanmu to sacrifice a precious artifact for a successful ambush. You know well how ill-fated a confrontation with the palace's experts would be for you now. If I align with the Dark Guards, you cannot protect me, and I fear I may not see the sun rise again. The Northern Ghost Emperor replied coldly. Should you choose not to ally with the Dark Guards, you will surely not witness tomorrow's dawn. The inspector judge feigned contemplation and hesitation to delay. Moments later, he managed to gather enough energy to activate the artifact, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back, followed by the rapid dissipation of his energy. In that instant, the inn fell silent, save for the howling winds and sand outside. The judge, unable to perceive the expression of the Northern Ghost Emperor behind him, found himself confronted by the enigmatic gaze of Duanmu, who regarded him as one would a mere jester. In his final moments, he heard the words of the Northern Ghost Emperor. Ah, dear judge, even though I may have descended to the realm of ghosts, a withered camel is still larger than a horse. The past cannot be denied, and I surpass you by a considerable margin. Do you truly believe that your trifling tricks can deceive me? I have graciously offered you a path to salvation, yet you obstinately refuse to take it. Very well. If you shun the path to heaven and insist on barging into hell, I shall grant you your wish. With that, the Northern Ghost Emperor cast aside the fading figure of the judge. Su Beiyu observed this scene, chills running down his spine and a sense of dread enveloping him. Chapter 30. The surname Gongsun, given name Zhoumo Duanmu, turned to Su Beiyu with a light laugh, saying, I had offered you an opportunity earlier. It is you who failed to cherish it. Su Beiyu remained silent, his grip tightening around the Tianlan's sword. The Northern Ghost Emperor's pair of eerie emerald eyes rendered one hesitant to meet his gaze as he cackled, Young man, you are but at the third rank of cultivation. You would not last a single exchange against me. Perhaps it would be prudent to summon your master, so we may converse properly. There may yet be a chance for you to survive. Just as Su Beiyu was about to respond, he observed a sudden change in the Northern Ghost Emperor's expression. The latter seized Duanmu by the shoulder and retreated swiftly, crashing through the inn's wall with his back, instantly emerging into the raging storm outside. Nevertheless, regardless of how the tempest raged, it could not encroach upon the 3 yards surrounding them. Duanmu inquired darkly, What has transpired? The Northern Ghost Emperor, bracing himself for an imminent threat, replied gravely, The individual upstairs possesses sword energy that rivals the realm of human immortals. Duanmu's expression softened slightly as he shook off non-existent dust from his sleeves, chuckling. Su Beiyu's master is indeed a formidable figure. No wonder this lad is so audacious. Northern Ghost Emperor, what exactly is this person's realm? The Northern Ghost Emperor's countenance darkened as he answered somberly, above the ghost immortals. As for the specific stage within the realm of human immortals, it remains uncertain until we engage in true combat. Duanmu's expression grew somewhat serious as he mused. I am rather curious about which esteemed individual dares to tread through such murky waters. Within the inn, an elderly man, bearing a sword case and accompanied by Jiyun, slowly descended the stairs to the main hall on the first floor. At this moment, apart from Su Beiyu and his companions, only the innkeeper's wife remained at the counter, along with a group of flustered dark guards. The elderly man surveyed the surroundings before finally fixing his gaze upon the innkeeper's wife, speaking plainly, Innkeeper, it seems the wine has taken effect. The innkeeper's wife, appearing to be no ordinary person, remained unperturbed despite the unfolding events. She gracefully stepped from behind the counter, riding an overturned bench before seating herself upon it, softly remarking, Previously, I failed to recognize the true master, had it not been for Mr. Gongsuin's display of finger swordsmanship just now. I would not have dared to believe I could behold your presence again after 9 years. The elderly man's tone rose slightly as he responded, You are acquainted with the Northern Ghost Emperor. May I inquire who you are, innkeeper? The innkeeper's wife retrieved a silken pouch from her sleeve, gently inhaling its fragrance, her eyes narrowing in a state of mild intoxication, reminiscent of a languid cat. Yet, a faint sorrow lingered in her expression as she spoke. Years ago, the Demon Suppression Hall dispatched 8 Grand Deacons to pursue the sword sect's foremost disciple, Gongsun Zhongmo. In Shuzhou, ultimately, only one returned, gravely injured. Feigning surprise, the elderly man remarked, Innkeeper, have you miscalculated? I distinctly recall having slain only 5 of the Demon Suppression Hall's hounds. 3 should have escaped. Su Beiyo's eyes widened. The elderly man's statement unmistakably acknowledged that he indeed was the sword sect's foremost disciple, Gongsun Zhongmo, the direct disciple of the last sect master, Shangguan Xianxin. The innkeeper exhaled a breath of murky air, and a faintly sweet, yet cloying scent permeated the inn. With a voice steeped in melancholy, she lamented, 2 individuals have escaped. They harnessed the unparalleled sword energy of Gongsun Zhongmo to sever their connection with the life lamp, feigning death to disguise themselves. They intended to distance themselves from the relentless conflicts of the sects and lead a tranquil life, but little did they anticipate that not long after, the shadowy guards would come knocking. Left with no choice, they could only pledge allegiance to the Dark Sentinels. Gongsun Zhongmo suppressed any extraneous expression on his face, remaining silent. The innkeeper, putting away her fragrant pouch, sorrowfully confessed, To speak candidly, I was initially a high-ranking adjudicator at the Demon Suppression Palace, one of the 2 who fled alongside the Northern Ghost Emperor. The events in Shuzhou were truly forced upon us, not born of our true intentions. Suddenly, Gongsun Zhongmo interjected, his tone somewhat sweet. The woman's expression froze abruptly, and she managed a stiff smile, inquiring, What do you mean by that, Mr. Gongsun? He inhaled deeply, responding calmly, Your peach blossom miasma has taken on an overly sweet nature. Instantly, the color drained from her face, leaving her pallid. The peach blossom miasma, a signature technique of the floral masters, was designed to slay those of superior rank. Yet, much like many ostentatious tricks, these deceptive tactics bore little efficacy against true masters. Outside the inn, the Northern Ghost Emperor and Duanmu Yu stood amidst the waning sandstorm, each contemplating their own strategies. The Northern Ghost Emperor believed that with the overwhelming intervention of the Demon Suppression Palace's experts and the demise of yet another adjudicator, the Northwest was no longer a place to linger. It was imperative to depart swiftly, ideally returning to the imperial capital, a realm where the court reigned and the Taoist sects dared not extend their reach openly. Conversely, Duanmu Yu perceived the Northwest as a murky quagmire, one that was likely to remain turbulent. In such tumult, opportunities abound, and he was determined to catch a significant prize in this chaotic arena. If his father's position served as a stepping stone into the court, he now sought to lay down sufficient groundwork for an ascent in the future. Their thoughts clearly diverged. Neither held any respect for the other. The Northern Ghost Emperor regarded Duanmu Yu as a mere wastrel reliant on his father's influence, while Duanmu Yu viewed the Northern Ghost Emperor as a hound kept by his father. The wind howled mournfully, and suddenly, the Northern Ghost Emperor lifted his gaze toward the inn's entrance, a chill of murderous intent emanating from him. Duanmu Yu followed suit and felt a shiver of fear. 3 figures emerged from the inn, a man, a woman, and an elder. The elder stood at the center, bearing a sword case on his back, while in his hand, he held the severed head of a woman, her eyes forever unblinking. The Northern Ghost Emperor gazed at the head, his eyes flickering with a green light, a low, raspy growl emanating from his throat as he clenched his fists at his sides, veins bulging. He resembled a poised tiger, ready to pounce. Gongsun Zhongmo tossed the woman's head onto the ground 3 feet before the northern judge, stating flatly, 9 years ago, I spared you. 9 years later, I make amends. The expression on Duanmu Yu's face was so grim that it seemed as if water would drip from it. The Northern Ghost Emperor slowly bent down, his hands trembling slightly as he cradled the woman's severed head, his features contorted as he rasped, Gongsun Zhongmo, 9 years, neither long nor short. In the battle at Jian Pavilion in Shuzhou 9 years ago, I nearly met my demise at your sword. It was only because you, after embedding a strand of lifeless sword energy within me, presumed I was destined for death and ceased your pursuit, that I managed to seize a fleeting chance for survival, fleeing for 100 miles, ultimately fainting amidst the shadows of Yinping Mountain. It was she who bore my wounded form from Yinping, dragging me forth. Over these 9 years, whether escaping the clutches of the Demon Suppression Hall or later, reluctantly falling under the command of the Dark Guards, we have relied on each other, never forgetting the bonds formed in the rivers and lakes, only supporting each other in hardship. The Northern Ghost Emperor had believed this mutual reliance would endure indefinitely, yet he never anticipated that she would perish. Today, she departed this world before him. Gaunt as a specter, the Northern Ghost Emperor rose, cradling the head. His visage twisted beyond recognition, compounded by his flickering green eyes that seemed to reflect a descent into madness. Because of you, I have been tormented by the lifeless sword energy within me for years, transforming me into this wretched, half-human, half-ghost form. Because of you, I have fallen from the realm of mortals to that of ghosts, forever barred from entering the transcendent paradise. Today, once again because of you, I am left utterly alone. Ultimately, the Northern Ghost Emperor called out that name once more. Gongsun Zhongmo. Chapter 31. The Cataclysmic Sword of Destruction 13. With the thunderous roar of the Northern Ghost Emperor, the winds and sands within a 100-mile radius trembled violently, creating a colossal ripple of dust that surged outward from his very presence. In that moment, he transcended from the feeble innkeeper to the formidable Northern Ghost Emperor, renowned for his fearsome reputation. He cast his gaze skyward and let forth a piercing howl, expelling a long, white strand from his lips, an embodiment of the lifeless sword energy that Gongsun Zhongmo had inflicted upon him 9 years prior. This lifeless sword energy could both coalesce and disperse, manifesting as a flowing ribbon when gathered, yet resembling fine hairs when scattered. Its manifestation was powerful, yet when it returned to his body, it would dissolve, embedding itself within his internal organs, inflicting torment that was akin to a living death. On ordinary days, half of the Northern Ghost Emperor's cultivation was devoted to suppressing this lifeless energy, limiting his displayed prowess to that of a ghostly celestial being. However, now, he relinquished his restraint, employing the entirety of his cultivation, disregarding the injuries to his internal organs, forcibly expelling the lifeless sword energy from his body, thus reclaiming his status as a human celestial being. Blood flowed incessantly from his orifices, and even the pores of his skin wept crimson. Within mere moments, his garments were soaked through, transforming him into a ghastly figure. His internal organs lay in tatters. In truth, barring unforeseen circumstances, his time was short. Upon witnessing this, Jiyun turned pale, instinctively grasping Su Beiyou's sleeve. He held her hand gently, offering her solace with a soft voice. The innkeeper may appear fearsome, yet he has exhausted himself before even engaging in combat. Such tactics are hardly commendable. I doubt he can withstand Master S' sword. Jiyun felt a measure of reassurance, and, after a moment, quietly inquired. This man is the chief steward of the Demon Suppression Hall, yet his actions resemble those of a malevolent spirit. They say the remnants of the sword sect are evil, yet Gongsun Sr. seems more akin to a true practitioner of the Tao. Why is that? Su Beiyou pondered briefly before responding. Whether one is deemed evil is not determined by their actions, but rather by their successes or failures. Masters, having lost, are labeled as malevolent, while the Taoists who prevail are hailed as celestial beings. Jiyun appeared to grasp this concept to some extent. Su Beiyou continued, as my teacher has articulated, in the affairs of the world, the pursuit of fame and fortune reigns supreme, and it ultimately boils down to the victor and the vanquished. Take Emperor Shao as an example. Had he failed in his uprising, the world would still be under the decree of Emperor Zheng, and he would be branded a traitor. Yet, upon his success, the world became his to command. Thus he is celebrated as the illustrious emperor of Deqi, while the once irrelevant Emperor Zheng is now seen as a foolish tyrant. This exchange, albeit simplistic, prompted Jiyun to ponder deeply. After considerable contemplation, she began to question the realities she had previously accepted. If the lower realms operated on the principle of the strong devouring the weak, then the upper realms were dictated by the victors and the vanquished. Each realm has its own rules, but morality is not always upheld. Morality often exists solely in the rhetoric of sages and victors. Gongsun Zhongmo observed the whispering young couple, and a profound sense of weariness washed over him. The simplistic reasoning articulated by Su Beiyou was readily understood by him. Born into a noble family, and having been accustomed to the intrigues of aristocratic rivalries from a young age. Yet, at this moment, he was suddenly reminded of his elder brother, Gongsun Bofu, who had devoted himself entirely to the family. His brother had sacrificed his life for the Gongsun clan, while he himself had failed to safeguard their legacy. This weighed heavily on his conscience, especially in regard to his brother. Gongsun Zhongmo gradually averted his gaze, his expression calm and unperturbed by the horrifying scene before him. Years of experience had not only turned his once jet-black hair to frost, but had also allowed him to discern the complexities of human emotions. He had witnessed far too many joys and sorrows that did not concern him, rendering him impervious to any tremors of the heart. Standing beside Gongsun Zhongmo, Su Beiyu, after offering comfort to Jiyun, instinctively glanced at his master and was startled to notice a sword hanging at his waist, a presence he had not observed before. This was a long sword, entirely black, emanating a deep luster from its hilt to its scabbard, suspended at an angle almost perpendicular to the ground, blending seamlessly with Gongsun Zhongmo's dark robe. Su Beiyu was certain that this was not the sword he had seen a decade ago. That sword was likely still resting in the scabbard on his master's back. Suddenly, he recalled his master mentioning that he had taken 2 swords from the sword sect, one being Tianlan, now in Su Beiyu's possession, which meant this sword must be the other. Perceiving his disciple's gaze, Gongsun Zhongmo, unconcerned by the advancing threat, slightly turned his head and softly said, "In a moment, I shall unleash a strike." Sword 13. Pay close attention. Su Beiyu was momentarily taken aback, but then felt a surge of inspiration, comprehending the implication of his master's words. He promptly closed his eyes, focusing intently. In the brief span of a few breaths, the Northern Ghost Emperor, disregarding the consequences, had elevated his cultivation to its zenith, nearly reaching the pinnacle of human immortality. With only a single step separating him from the legendary realm of celestial immortality. Perhaps emboldened by his newfound strength, the Northern Ghost Emperor faced Gongsun Zhongmo without the previous fear. The rage born of terror had gradually dissipated, leaving only a deep-seated hatred. His gaunt features, already resembling a skeleton, contorted grotesquely, making him appear more akin to a malevolent specter from the underworld. With a sinister chuckle, the Northern Ghost Emperor proclaimed, "Gongsun Zhongmo, even if I must die today, I shall drag you down to hell with me." Gongsun Zhongmo's long fingers closed around the hilt of his sword, and he replied calmly, "According to the sword sect's tenets, I shall let you know by which sword you meet your demise. Remember, this sword is named Xianming." The Northern Ghost Emperor ceased to speak further, extending his right hand, which emitted a series of cracking sounds as his bones erupted. Suddenly, his hand enlarged tenfold, and scales began to sprout from the back of his hand and fingers, which elongated into razor-sharp claws, resembling not a human hand, but rather the talons of a primordial beast. The Northern Ghost Emperor wielded a right hand as large as a half-man, sneering as he declared, "Though the methods of the demon sect's Yuan Tu are best kept in the shadows, they are remarkably effective for taking lives. Gongsun Zhongmo, I shall soon carve out your innards with Yuan Tuesday." Duanmu Yu retreated several dozen paces, distancing himself from the increasingly treacherous Northern Ghost Emperor, his gaze icy. Once the foremost disciple of the Sword sect, and now its master, ranked second on the list of the Demon Palace's notorious figures. Gongsun Zhongmo represented a tremendous catch, an exceedingly large fish, too massive for him to consume alone. A careless move might even draw him into the depths of danger. Regrettably, Gongsun Zhongmo seemed to sense his presence and cast a glance back at him. That fleeting gaze sent a chill through Duanmu Yu, as if his blood had frozen in that very moment. Could a mere glance kill? For Gongsun Zhongmo, who was equally adept in the art of the ice sword, a gaze could indeed serve as a blade and take life. However, he chose not to condemn this young scion of the Duanmu family. Seemingly dismissive and unwilling to stir unnecessary trouble, Gongsun Zhongmo slowly drew his sword from its sheath and spoke softly. "Family matters, national affairs, worldly concerns, all pale in comparison to the spirit of a 3-foot green blade. Ultimately, it is but a matter of a single sword." The obsidian blade of the Xianming sword appeared to dissolve entirely into the night. With a nonchalant thrust, he advanced with Xianming. In that instant, the winds and sands within a 100-mile radius came to an abrupt halt, the dark guards within the froze in place. The headless corpse of the innkeeper's wife remained still. Knowledge Cloud, with her eyes wide open and closed, stood motionless, and Duanmu Yu, his face pale and grim, also remained unmoving. The little girl in red, hastening towards this scene, too, was suspended in time. The only entities in motion were Gongsun Zhongmo's sword and the Northern Ghost Emperor, who stood but a step away from the realm of the Earth Immortal. Yet, even the Northern Ghost Emperor's actions were sluggish. Sensing the overwhelming peril, he roared in frustration, a blend of despair and wrath, cursing, "Damn you, Gongsun Zhongmo. This is no sword 13, it's clearly sword 23. Gongsun Zhongmo remained silent. In truth, the first half of the sword was indeed sword 23, meant for killing. However, the latter half was undeniably sword 13, intended for salvation. In the wake of the first half, the Northern Ghost Emperor's form erupted violently, his entire cultivation manifesting as a colossal land tornado, far fiercer than the previous tempest, sweeping countless grains of sand into the air and causing the Dragon Gate to tremble perilously. Yet, with the second half of the sword, this earth-shattering tornado was cleaved in two, dissipating into the ether before it could wreak havoc. The sword's energy surged skyward, even parting the dense, heavy clouds above, revealing the bright, serene moon beyond. The pure white moonlight cascaded down upon the earth, a magnificent sight to behold. Unfortunately, aside from a scant few, none were there to witness this moment. Su Beiyu suddenly opened his eyes, beholding the scene before him, feeling a dryness on his lips. "Master," he mused, "you spoke of sword immortals. It appears my master is indeed one." Chapter 32. The blood-drinking sword unleashed after the 13th strike. Gongsun Zhongmo sheathed his sword. Moments later, a girl clad in red darted forth, seizing Duanmu Yu's body with remarkable strength that belied her petite form. Even while carrying another, she moved with the grace of a sparrow, disappearing into the distance like a shooting star. For reasons unknown, Gongsun Zhongmo chose not to pursue, seemingly dismissive of the need to intervene. Before Su Beiyu could inquire, Gongsun Zhongmo proactively elucidated, "I cannot yet afford to make an enemy of Duanmu Ruisheng. The loss of some inconsequential shadow guards is merely a matter of duty for the governor of the Shadow Guard Manor. Since it is business, there exists room for negotiation. However, should Duanmu Yu be slain, it would transform into a personal vendetta for the Duanmu family, leading to an unending cycle of vengeance. The gravity of the two situations is evident, and I need not elaborate further." Su Beiyu grasped the situation. He and his master had already embroiled themselves with the Demon Suppression Palace, rendering it unnecessary to provoke the equally formidable Shadow Guard Manor. Even if his master were a formidable figure at the celestial, immortal level, prudence was still warranted. He glanced back at the Longmen Inn, fortunate to remain relatively unscathed under Gongsun Zhongmo's protective aura. Gongsun Zhongmo led Su Beiyu and Jiyun into the inn, where a group of anxious shadow guards awaited, alongside the bodies of the innkeeper and the magistrate. At this moment, Gongsun Zhongmo exuded none of the affable demeanor typical of the Jianghu. His expression was as tranquil as still water, revealing no hint of emotion, radiating an undeniable authority that required no words or gestures. If Duanmu Yu was merely a privileged youth yet to hone his skills, Gongsun Zhongmo was the epitome of a masterful patriarch. To Su Beiyu, this side of his master felt unfamiliar, or perhaps it was the true essence of his being. At that moment, Su Beiyu was struck by the realization that his master was never an insignificant figure. In truth, they belonged to different realms. He had previously been a humble laborer, while his master was the head of the esteemed Gongsun family of the Wei Kingdom and the foremost disciple of a once prestigious sword sect. In the context of this lower echelon of Jianghu, they were as out of place as a scholar in a small village, for they did not belong here. They belonged to the fantastical world his master had described. Understanding this, Su Beiyu felt no discouragement. Instead, a greater determination surged within him. He yearned for another world, longing to break free from this tragic existence at the bottom of society, aspiring to step into that extraordinary realm. Gongsun Zhongmo's gaze held no hint of malice as he regarded the innkeeper's corpse. Previously, when the innkeeper had unleashed the peach blossom miasma, Gongsun Zhongmo had effortlessly dispelled it with a wave of his sleeve before taking her life with a mere flick of his finger. He spoke slowly. "Jiyun, as a person of the Taoist sect, please incinerate the body of the magistrate and scatter the ashes outside the inn. It shall be a union in death for the couple." Uncertain whether it was due to the sword strike moments earlier or the imposing presence of Gongsun Zhongmo, Ji Yun felt compelled to acquiesce, timidly replying, yes. Having spent many years cultivating at the Chonglong Temple, Ji Yun possessed a certain level of skill. Although her disposition was gentle, she was not entirely devoid of strength. She dragged the corpse of the innkeeper to the backyard and retrieved bundles of firewood from the kitchen, soon causing dark smoke to billow into the air. Gongsun Zhongmo shifted his gaze towards the remaining living souls within the inn. Despite the early days when the Dark Guards were steadfast soldiers, the rampant expansion of recent years had led to a mixture of competence and incompetence among them. Witnessing Gongsun Zhongmo's astonishing swordplay, they understood that this elder, bearing a sword case, was a figure far beyond their reach. Faced with such an insurmountable mountain, some Dark Guards trembled, their faces pale, resembling condemned prisoners devoid of any will to resist. The leader, Gu Yan, bore a desolate expression, filled with despair. Not long ago, he had threatened to eliminate them all. Now, the adjudicator who had made those threats lay dead, slain by the Northern Ghost Emperor, who himself soon followed to the grave. His remains unrecognizable. Even the benevolent adjudicator, who had once saved the Northern Ghost Emperor's life, had perished. These once mighty stewards of the Demon Suppression Hall appeared as children before Gongsun Zhongmo, possessing little capacity for defiance. This revelation led Su Beiyu to understand a profound truth. True strength does not require superfluous titles for embellishment. Only the weak cling to such pretenses. In that moment, Gu Yin nearly succumbed to the desire to kneel and plead for mercy, yet the brutal nature of the Dark Guards extinguished that thought, leaving her in hopeless resignation. Betrayal? How could a figure as inconsequential as herself hope to escape the grasp of the Dark Guards? In this vast world, where could she find refuge? Perhaps this time, she would not have the chance to accompany Lu Qin back to the imperial capital, destined instead to perish in this desolate northwestern wilderness. Gongsun Zhongmo's demeanor towards his disciple was notably gentle as he softly inquired, Beiyu, how do you intend to deal with these Dark Guards? Particularly the one named Guyan? Su Beiyu felt a jolt of awareness, instinctively grasping the hilt of the Tianlon sword, yet he remained silent. Gongsun Zhongmo noticed this subtle gesture and felt a sense of gratification. In matters of the world, if one cannot provide an immediate answer, a swordsman ought to consult the blade in hand. However, Gongsun Zhongmo, with his profound composure, concealed his satisfaction, maintaining an exterior of tranquil neutrality. If you are uncertain how to handle them, I can teach you. He placed his hand over Su Beiyu's right hand, guiding him slowly to draw the Tianlon from its sheath, and continued, in this world, wise individuals are few, fools are even fewer, yet the mediocre abound. Many wise individuals are not innately so. Rather, they evolve from the experiences of life's complexities, gradually transforming from mediocrity to wisdom. Among the wise, there exists a distinction between great wisdom and mere cleverness. Those with small cleverness often resort to convoluted methods to resolve issues, creating an illusion of profundity while concealing their true intentions. If you encounter such individuals, how shall you contend with them? Su Beiyu gazed at the blade of Tianlon, which danced gracefully amidst the clouds, and inquired, how shall we proceed? Gongsun Zhongmu released his grip and replied calmly, it is but a single sword. Su Beiyu's eyes brightened, as if an epiphany dawned upon him. Stepping back a few paces, Gongsun Zhongmu continued with a gentle demeanor. However, before that, you must first allow the Tianlon in your grasp to taste blood. A sword is a tool of death. One that has not tasted blood cannot be deemed a true sword. Su Beiyu turned his gaze towards the group of shadow guards, his expression gradually becoming more composed. He had slain specters and witnessed the dead, yet he had never taken a human life. These are two entirely different concepts. Gongsun Zhongmu's voice remained steady and unperturbed. In the realm of martial arts, who has not faced death? Go and eliminate these servants of the Xiao family. Let your sword be sharpened by the act. Su Beiyu moistened his cracked lips with his tongue and lifted the Tianlon in his hand. Gongsun Zhongmu gracefully exited the inn. The sounds of battle erupted within, while in the courtyard, Ji Yun, pale as death, crouched nearby, her hands clasped before her chest as she muttered fervent prayers, seemingly beseeching the heavens. The clamor of conflict persisted for nearly half an hour, and as dawn approached, it finally ceased. Su Beiyu emerged, drenched in blood, leaning on the Tianlon, limping as he stepped outside. Gongsun Zhongmu glanced back at his disciple, his once imposing presence now entirely diminished, reverting to the solitary wanderer he had always been. Su Beiyu hesitated and asked, "The one called Gu Yin yet lives. Should we spare him as a potential informant among the shadow guards?" Gong Sun's Hongmu, pleased with his disciple's remarkable progress, shook his head. "No need, nothing at all." Su Beiyu nodded and turned back to the inn. Moments later, a woman's anguished scream echoed from within, a harbinger of death. Silence then enveloped the scene. Chapter 33. The scholar of martial arts. The guest house was reduced to ashes by a great fire, and Su Beiyu and his companions continued their journey towards the city of Dunhuang. Along the way, Jiyun fell into a deep silence, her countenance heavy with unspoken thoughts. Perhaps her recent encounter with the chief steward of the Demon Suppression Temple had instilled a sense of doubt about the world. Or perhaps it was Su Beiyu's unsettling initiation into the art of killing under Gongsun Zhongmo's tutelage that rendered her uneasy. Whatever the reason, she had undergone a significant transformation, one that could be aptly described as maturation. Su Beiyu found himself unable to fathom the complexities of the young lady's mind, and he had little time to ponder. He was preoccupied not only with mastering the modified Dragon Tiger pill formula, as revised by Gongsun Zhongmo, to harness the unrefined celestial sword energy within him, but also with training in the most arduous of the 13 swords, the 13th sword. These two endeavors alone had left him utterly exhausted, leaving no room for other concerns. As for the renowned yet ineffective sword sect leader, Gongsun Zhongmo, while imparting knowledge to his disciple, had begun to prepare for a return to his former pursuits. Thus, when the trio finally beheld the capital of Shiliang Province, Dunhuang City, Gongsun Zhongmo informed them of his intention to meet an old friend, bestowing upon Su Beiyu 500 taels of silver, instructing them to enter the city on their own. Su Beiyu understood that this was a routine Gongsun Zhongmo had followed for decades, and he did not press for further details. Armed with the forged travel permit provided by his master, he offered 30 coins to the gatekeeper, successfully leading Jiyun into the city of Dunhuang. Upon entering, Su Beiyu's first task was to select a guest house located in the northwest corner of the city, a place rife with a mix of characters, yet passable as a decent refuge. This time, without Gongsun Zhongmo by his side, he requested 2 rooms, one for himself and one for Jiyun. This decision was influenced by the absence of his master, as Su Beiyu wished to avoid the previous awkwardness, and also because Gongsun Zhongmo had never been lacking in financial support for him. Although both the sword sect and the Gongsun family had fallen, remnants of their legacy remained. Gongsun Zhongmo still possessed a substantial hidden fortune, most of which was concealed in unknown locations, with a small portion deposited in various money houses. Even this small fraction was a staggering sum that inspired awe in Su Beiyu. After settling into the guest house, Su Beiyu did not continue his sword training. Instead, he retrieved a thick, bound book from his luggage, inscribed with the characters Chronicles of Shiliang Province. This was a new rule set forth by Gongsun Zhongmo. While on the road, he was to focus on advancing his swordsmanship, but upon reaching a destination, he was to delve into classical texts and historical scriptures. This was also part of the agreement made between Han Xian and Gongsun Zhongmo, as both were determined not to let their sole disciple become a mere sword fanatic or a brutish warrior wielded as a tool by the powerful. Thus, Su Beiyu's education was divided into 3 parts: strategy and cunning, martial prowess and swordsmanship, and the exploration of the world alongside Gongsun Zhongmo, witnessing the vastness of the human experience and the treachery of mankind. If Su Beiyu were merely a dullard who found books a source of headache, it would be an underestimation of the discerning judgment of Gongsun Zhongmo and Han Xian. On the contrary, Su Beiyu is not only astute, but also remarkably intelligent. Over the past decade, he has cultivated a solid foundation under Han Xian's guidance, and now he aims to absorb knowledge with an insatiable appetite. Free from the constraints of the imperial examination, he has truly embraced a breadth of understanding rather than a pursuit of profound insight or meticulous detail. In his satchel, alongside the essential Confucian classics, he possesses Taoist texts such as the Nanhua Jing and Shangqing Dadong Jinjing, legalist works like the Li Jing and Han Fizi, as well as military treatises including Wu Bei Jiao and Mugong Bingfa. Furthermore, he has delved into a diverse array of works, such as the Taiping Huanyu Ji, Han Long Jing, Hainong Jing, I Jing, Shujing Jijia, and Dijin Tushua. Among these, Shujing Jijia and Dijin Tushua are the esteemed compositions of the former Chancellor Zhang Jiangling from the prior dynasty. The founding emperor of the Great Qi, Xiao Yu, held Zhang in high regard, lauding his contributions to the contemporary world and the enduring benefits he bestowed upon future generations, ultimately bestowing upon him the posthumous title of Wenzhong. Moreover, the governance strategies adopted by Xiao Yu after ascending the throne were significantly influenced by Zhang Jiangling, thus making it imperative for Su Beiyu to comprehend the court through the lens of Zhang's teachings. Gongsun Zhongmo, attuned to the realities of the situation, periodically enriches Su Beiyu's reading list with additional texts, such as the Ziliangzu Ji, which, though a dry local chronicle, provides a swift understanding of Ziliangzu. As Su Beiyu peruses the Ziliangzu Ji, correlating it with his own observations, he has formed a preliminary impression of the Ziliangzu beneath his feet. Before the late Emperor Xiao Yu claimed dominion over the Central Plains, he was the master of the Northwest. Within this vast territory, Ziliangzu stands as a focal point, with its Heshi Plain and Shiliang Corridor renowned as the Jiangnan beyond the pass, celebrated for being the most fertile land in the Northwest. Thus, it is both a strategic military stronghold and the granary of the entire region. During that era, aside from the central capital, Ziliangzu was of utmost importance. After Xiao Yu's ascension to the imperial throne, a multitude of military generals hailing from Ziliangzu gained prominence, although most settled in the imperial capital alongside His Majesty. A select few opted to return to their roots. After 2 generations, this led to a remarkable phenomenon where Ziliangzu became a veritable cradle of military families, boasting as many as 800 prominent households at its zenith. Su Beiyu had previously encountered the 3 Li brothers from the Ziliangzu military lineage while at Danxiao village. As the capital of Ziliangzu, Dunhuang City holds significant importance, often referred to as a city of 300 military households, characterized by a complex tapestry of various powers. Even the governing offices of the province dare not act with impunity. The rise of military aristocracy not only swayed the practical authority of local offices, but also considerably diminished the influence of the Taoist sect in the region. This situation plunged Su Beiyu into deep contemplation. His thoughts diverged from those of his master, Gongsun Zhongmo. Perhaps it was the clarity of an observer that led him to believe that relying on the remnants of the former dynasty or the remnants of the sword sect to confront the court in the Taoist sect was akin to dreaming fancifully. In the current world, the only force capable of contending with the Taoist sect was the court, and conversely, the only entity capable of challenging the court was the Taoist sect. If one sought vengeance, it was imperative to align with one side to strike at the other. One must leverage strength to combat strength. He did not believe his master was unaware of this. Rather, it was due to some unspoken reason that he was either unwilling or unable to act accordingly. From the hour of the rabbit to the hour of the dog, Su Beiyu hastily finished reading the Western Liang prefectural records, rubbed his eyes, and rose to call Ji Yun to join him for dinner. His time was indeed precious. He had to study the Book of Changes explained by lamplight that evening. Originally, Gongsun Zhongmo intended for him to start directly with the Imperial Mirror Illustrated, but Su Beiyu felt that the Book of Changes explained was already at the limit of his comprehension. Any deeper would not merely be a lack of understanding, but a complete inability to grasp it. Additionally, there were the classic of Nanhua and the supreme clarity of the Great Void Scripture. After practicing the dragon and tiger alchemy, Su Beiyu had gained considerable insight into the doctrines of the Taoist sect, and he contemplated finding time to read these 2 texts. Striving to commence his study of the Taoist canon, a tome that many Taoists devoted their lives to studying. The myriad paths of the Taoist sect are largely derived from this comprehensive treatise on the laws of the world. The sword sect, once part of the Taoist sect, naturally had its own traditions of the Taoist canon. As for how much enlightenment Su Beiyu could derive from it, that depended on his own aptitude for understanding. While Su Beiyu and Ji Yun dined in a corner of the inn's hall, he spoke with his mouth full, suddenly declaring, "I wish to become a person of distinction, one who excels in both literary and martial pursuits." Ji Yun, intrigued, asked, "What constitutes being accomplished in both literature and martial arts?" Su Beiyu beamed widely and replied, "In martial arts, being able to match my master would suffice. As for literature, one must be capable of crafting exquisite works akin to the memorial to the world." Setting down his chopsticks, he began to recite slowly, "When the sound of the class resonates, the north wind rises. When the sword's energy surges, the southern constellation is subdued. In silence, mountains and rivers may crumble. With a command, the winds and clouds transform. With this, how can one not vanquish their foes? With this, what achievement cannot be attained? The words still linger in the air. How can loyalty be forgotten? The soil of a grave is not yet dry. Upon whom does the 6-foot orphan rely? Look upon today's realm. Whose dominion is it truly? Chapter 34. The 1,000 Buddha Caves Beyond the Human Past. Though Su Beiyu had not explicitly mentioned it, upon returning from the ancient battlefield, the seed of ambition within him had fully blossomed. He grew discontent with the confines of Danxiao village and yearned to explore the vast world beyond, even beginning to aspire to the realm his master had depicted. This young man, born and raised in the Northwest, felt a deep-seated dissatisfaction with his origins. He harbored no illusions of wealth as mere fleeting clouds, nor did he subscribe to the belief that happiness was the utmost priority in life. His aspirations were straightforward: to become a person of great stature, akin to the noble woman clad in purple silks. Moreover, he nurtured a thought, unspoken to anyone, that his future wife should not be an ignorant village girl, but rather someone refined like Ji Yun, or ideally, a lady of high social standing reminiscent of the woman in purple. He did not wish for his son to endure 2 decades of toil beneath the earth, as he himself had. Thus, he grasped desperately at any opportunity that came his way: cultivation, knowledge, and experience, constantly enriching himself. He hoped that the next time he stood before Duan Muyu, he would not feign composure, but instead exhibit genuine serenity. Su Beiyu understood one crucial truth: what a scion of nobility possesses from birth is often unattainable for an ordinary citizen, and even if achieved, it comes at a cost unimaginable to the common man. More importantly, transcending from one world to another requires not only effort, but also a significant measure of luck and opportunity. He had now acquired the opportunities. All that remained was to exert himself diligently. After sharing dinner with Ji Yun, Su Beiyu returned to his chamber alone. Lighting an oil lamp to delve into the ancient tome, the Book of Rites, a daunting and protracted struggle for him. After reading for over half an hour, he began to feel lightheaded, which made him long for his teacher's presence, for he surely would have elucidated the text's complexities. It was not until the midnight hour that he retired to bed, though he now seldom slept, opting instead for meditation to hasten the absorption of the remaining sword energy and divine intent, striving to break through to the 3rd-tier realm and become a true master. The 2nd-tier realm, even within the capital, would suffice for one to serve as a second-rate imperial guard. The martial prowess of a warrior is akin to the hierarchy of court officials. Only those of the 1st and 2nd ranks are deemed core members of the empire, separated by an invisible yet distinct line. Meanwhile, Gongsun Zhongmo did not enter the city, but continued westward along the route from Dunhuang. At the far western edge of the empire lies the Human Pass, where the spring breeze does not penetrate. Between these 2 points lies a series of continuous Buddhist caves, known as the 1,000 Buddha Caves, housing over 800 grottos adorned with more than 2,500 sculptures of Buddhas, bodhisattvas, arhats, vajras, guardians, and celestial beings, thus earning its title as the most renowned of all Buddhist caves. Gongsun Zhongmo's destination was indeed the 1,000 Buddha Caves. The 1,000 Buddha Caves stand as an unequivocal sanctuary of Buddhism, their renown only eclipsed by the ancestral temple of the 3 Buddhas. However, unlike the sacred grounds of the Buddhist lineage, this site does not restrict entry to outsiders. Both tourists and devotees are free to visit and pay their respects, resulting in a bustling congregation during daylight hours. Gongsun Zhongmo chose not to reveal himself by day, opting instead to patiently await the night, stepping into the realm of the 1,000 Buddha Caves only after the moon had ascended to its zenith. In truth, the 1,000 Buddha Caves are overseen by a supervisory monk appointed by the Buddhist community, tasked with preventing petty thieves from absconding with statues and scriptures. At this moment, under a sky sparsely dotted with stars, the supervisory monk, accompanied by his sole disciple, a young novice, was meticulously inspecting each cave. The monk, now in his middle age, possessed a dignified countenance. Had he not renounced worldly ties, he would undoubtedly have been a refined elder, rivaling Gongsun Zhongmo in elegance. After all, much like fine wine, a man only becomes richer and more profound with age. Holding a torch in one hand and guiding his apprentice with the other, a ceremonial dagger hung at his waist. The title of supervisory monk was merely a facade. Within the Buddhist community, he was referred to as the guardian of the caves. This position has been maintained for centuries, primarily as a means of exiling monks who have committed transgressions. The middle-aged monk was no exception. He had been directly banished to this location by the head of the Buddhist order. Prior to his arrival, he had been stripped of his monastic name and reverted to his birth name, Zhang Wubing. As he approached one of the caves, Zhang Wubing suddenly halted, gazing up at the indistinct visage of the great Buddha beneath the night sky, letting out a soft sigh. He then gently instructed his apprentice, "This will suffice for tonight. Go and rest." The already drowsy young monk nodded, groggily making his way to their quarters. Zhang Wubing turned, facing away from the great Buddha, and calmly addressed the knight. "I invite you, esteemed guest, to reveal yourself." His voice resonated through the expansive thousand Buddha caves. Shortly thereafter, the sound of measured footsteps echoed, and an elder, bearing a sword sheath, gradually materialized before the monk. Zhang Wubing discarded his torch, allowing it to land between the fingers of the great Buddha, and remarked nonchalantly, "Ah, it is an honor to receive you, Mr. Gongsun." Gongsun Zhomo looked up at the great Buddha and chuckled. "It is rare for the Dragon King to remember me." Zhang Wubing, maintaining his composure, replied, "I am no longer the Dragon King." Gongsun Zhomo's smile faded, replaced by a sigh of regret as he lamented. To expel the Dragon King, ranked among the top 3 in martial prowess, from the Eightfold Assembly is not the act of a wise man. Was it Emperor Chakra? Or perhaps an Asura? Zhang Wubing shook his head, stating, "Neither, they lack such authority. It was the abbot who personally decreed the revocation of my title." Gongsun Zhomo nodded thoughtfully before abruptly shifting the conversation, saying, "I have met Murong Xianin." Zhang Wubing, seemingly unfazed, responded coldly, "And what of it? You and Murong Xianin both occupy the demon ranking list in the Demon Suppression Hall, 1 second, 1/3. Do you wish to enlist me as the 4th? Gongsun Zhomo continued, "I have also encountered Han Xian." Zhang Wubing's expression suddenly tightened, and he furrowed his brow, inquiring, "So Han Xian recommended me to you?" Gongsun Zhomo shook his head and remarked, "Han Xian merely mentioned you, but did not recommend you to me. We are not of the same ilk." Zhang Wubing nodded in agreement. Indeed, Han Xian is still contemplating a return to the court, and naturally, he would not associate himself with a traitor like you. Gongsun Zhomo chuckled, the sound echoing eerily in the stillness of the night. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Wubing slowly inquired, as the head of the sword sect, "Do you still aspire to restore its former glory?" Gongsun Zhomo's expression darkened, reminiscing about the past countless times, unable to relinquish his obsession. Though his master has departed, the slaying immortals remains, as does the 36 swords, and I, Gongsun Zhomo, still endure. As long as I draw breath, this ambition shall remain unwavering. Zhang Wubing sighed. To act against the current is to defy the heavens. Even the revered master Shangguan Xianchen, with his transcendent cultivation, met his demise. What can you achieve? Gongsun Zhomo, having traversed the world for nearly 60 years, remained silent. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Wubing spoke gravely. It is not that the monk has relinquished his inner turmoil, but rather that the tide of fate is insurmountable. Even with you, Gongsun Zhomo, what can the sword sect hope for? The Taoist sect's leader still persists. The Demon Suppression Hall endures, and the 8 Great Peak Lords remain. As for the court, even if Emperor Shao has passed, what of it? Chancellor Lan Yu lives. Grand General Wei Jin breathes, and the Northern Khan, Han, still stands. Not to mention Wei Wang Shao Jin and the founding monarch Wanyan Beiwei, who are very much alive. Do not forget the tomb of Mount Mei, constructed by Emperor Shao himself. None can guarantee that he is truly deceased. Gongsun Zhomo fell into contemplative silence. Just as the Dragon King prepared to turn away, Gongsun Zhomo suddenly declared, "I have taken on an apprentice." The Dragon King Zhang Wubing paused, responding, "I too have an apprentice." Gongsun Zhomo retreated, his voice resonating from afar. The Buddhist path has both the compassionate Bodhisattva, who universally saves all beings, and the wrathful Vajra, who subdues heretics. The Dragon King is among the latter in this age. If given the chance, I shall have my disciple pay a visit to the Dragon King. As his voice gradually faded, Gongsun Zhomo's figure disappeared without a trace. Chapter 35. The fierce dragon crosses Jiangxi to Liangzhou. Although Dunhuang City was constructed upon golden sands, Its interiors, adorned with various imposing gates, rivaled the grandest cities in the heart of Central Plains. Notable endeavors such as the establishment of gardens and the diversion of water into the estates were frequently observed. Moreover, a striking distinction from the Central Plains was the prevalence of military science. Each household harbored private troops, ranging from dozens to over 1,000. The warlords of Xiliang referred to these private armies as household retainers, lavishly supported with gold and silver, their combat prowess often surpassing that of regular border troops. It was through these retainers that the Xiliang warlords maintained an air of superiority over local authorities, treating the entirety of Xiliang as their own private domain. Zubayu resided in an inn located in the western part of Dunhuang City, a haven for wandering adventurers and traveling merchants. In contrast, the eastern sector housed the majority of the warlords' residences, with a stark divide between the two areas, akin to the disparity between heaven and earth, as though they belonged to separate worlds. However, the atmosphere in the eastern city was particularly gloomy today, as two formidable figures were set to convene there. Following the incident at the Longmen Inn, Duanmuyu felt the situation slipping beyond his grasp, with the Sword Sect's remnants causing turmoil. The Taoist Sect's Demon Suppression Hall would undoubtedly intervene with great force. Meanwhile, the Dark Guard had never focused on the remnants of the Sword Sect. Their primary concern lay with the remnants of the White Lotus Sect, which had once held sway in Jiangnan, opposing Xiaoyu across the river. Consequently, the Dark Guard would refrain from dedicating further resources to this matter. Adhering to their principle, they would withdraw from this entanglement. Without subsequent support, Duanmuyu recognized that his chances of making a significant impact in the northwest were slim. Although the prospect of capturing Gongsun Zhongmo was enticing, it was beyond his reach. Thus, he opted to return to the imperial capital, distancing himself from the unfolding chaos. As for the aftermath in the northwest, he would leave it entirely to Lu Shirshu to handle, for it was Lu Chun who held the position of commander of the Northwest Dark Guard. Despite having a father who served as the chief commander of the Dark Guard, Duanmuyu remained an outsider without any official title. Thus, assisting the Northwest Dark Guard was merely a courtesy, while declining assistance was the norm. Without hesitation, Duanmuyu departed from the northwest, compelling Lu Chun to personally journey to Ziliangzhou. The other formidable figure crossing the river was undoubtedly the Taoist Demon Suppression Hall. 3 survivors emerged from the Longmen Inn incident: Duanmuyu, the little girl in red, and Meng Pe. After her escape, Meng Pe noted the prolonged absence of the investigating magistrate and deduced that her colleague had likely perished. Following protocol, she reported the matter to the hall master, unaware of Gongsun Zhongmo's involvement, and consequently attributed blame to the Dark Guard. In this instance, the Demon Suppression Hall dispatched a senior steward and a steward, the latter being Yi Zue of the prestigious Yi family, while the former was a prominent figure known as the Wheel King, ranking among the top 10. The Wheel King dwelled beyond the nether abyss, facing the world's turbid realms directly. Although he sat at the bottom of the 10 halls of Yama, he held a high position within the Demon Suppression Hall, ranking 10th, just behind King Qin Guang and King Yinluo. Even at the height of the Northern Ghost Emperor's power, his rank remained beneath that of the Wheel King. Regarding these two formidable forces, the local powers of Xiliang adopt a stance of vigilance rather than hostility. Instead, they assumed the role of mediators, designating the long-abandoned site of the Xiliang governor's office as the venue for the negotiations. Yes, negotiations, once concealed in the shadows. The Demon Suppression Hall and the Dark Guard House have shed many of their past traditions with the rise of their respective masters, beginning to emerge into the light. There is nothing new under the sun. After all, they once assisted Emperor Xiao in his quest for dominion over the realm. The superficial facade cannot be entirely torn asunder. The Wheel King and Yi Zue arrived at the Xiliang governor's office ahead of Lu Chun, walking in tandem along a weed-choked path in the estate's rear garden. Judging by appearance, the Wheel King appears youthful, seemingly of similar age to Yi Zue, yet his pallor suggests a certain frailty, as if bearing an air of illness. However, in the realm of practitioners, judging by appearances is the most foolish of actions. A 3-year-old child could well be an ageless sage, while an aged figure may merely be a pitiful creature who has faltered in their cultivation. Countless ageless faces abound. The true age of the Wheel King remains a mystery, yet he is assuredly not a young man still in his 30s. The Wheel King halted, gazing at the desiccated lake, lamenting, returning to this old place. How much has changed? Yi Zue inquired softly. Did the Wheel King come here before? The Wheel King turned his head, exhaling a sigh. 60 years ago, I followed the master to the northwest. At that time, Emperor Shao was not yet Emperor Shao, and the master was not yet the master. I was merely an unknown disciple among 200 in the Tao sect. Some perished, forever remaining here, while others survived and returned to the Tao. 60 years later, Emperor Shao has passed, the master resides atop the Daitian Peak, and I have become what is known as the Wheel King. Some may believe that our Tao sect and the court are bound in an eternal struggle, yet it is not so simple to sever ties. Figures like the judge of inspection may constantly cry for blood, but for us old-timers, decades ago, we were comrades with another group of old-timers, fighting together against the cavalry of the grasslands and venturing south to the central plains, even sharing life and death. Now, those old comrades have become dignitaries of the court, with numerous descendants, while we have become masters and ancestors within the Tao. To now engage in conflict again, targeting those same old friends, seems utterly devoid of meaning. Yi Zue, taken aback, hesitated to speak. The Wheel King smiled, replying slowly. Hence, I wish to converse with Lu Chun. If we can reach an accord, it would provide the Tao sect with a resolution. Once we have all passed from this world, and the old-timers of the court have similarly perished, you may wreak havoc to your heart's content, and no one will take notice. Yi Zue remarked, I am not aligned with the judge of inspection. The Wheel King glanced at him, remaining silent as he turned to depart. Upon returning to the hall prepared for discussions, the Wheel King found it meticulously cleaned by the servants. Meng Pa waited there and, after a moment of hesitation, cautiously asked, Well, King, does the higher authority wish for Yi Zue to replace the judge of inspection? The Wheel King settled into his seat, exuding an air of ease, and chuckled softly. Yi Zue is the descendant of the esteemed master, and with such a grand legacy, it is inevitable that there are trivialities. He has forsaken his identity as a scion of the Yi family to come to the Taoist realm as an attendant of the Demon Suppression Hall. He must harbor some ulterior motives. I have no desire to delve into the complexities of his intentions, but it is worth noting that the master has not concerned himself with the affairs of the Yi family since the last Jiazi, and I fear his aspirations may be in vain. Though Meng Pa had grown into an elderly woman, in terms of actual age, she was over 20 years younger than the Wheel King. When she first entered the Demon Suppression Hall, the Wheel King had already been among the 72 attendants. Over the years, she had become accustomed to treading carefully in his presence. Upon receiving this somewhat ambiguous response, Meng Pa refrained from further inquiries and instead posed another question. What of the remnants of the sword sect that the Shadow Guard mentioned? The Wheel King squinted his eyes and sighed. The remnants of the sword sect. I was fortunate enough to witness Gongsun Zhoumo, the foremost disciple of the sword sect, back in the grasslands. At that time, he wielded his sword, raining down blades like ink splatters, his sleeves billowing, each step marked by a kill. He was truly a figure of untamed charm. I wonder, after so many years, does he still possess that same flamboyance? Meng Pa laughed. After all these years, Gongsun Zhoumo has likely become a decrepit old man. The Wheel King, retaining the youthful visage of his earlier days, clicked his tongue. The way of the sword does not nurture longevity. The once dashing youth must now confront the ravages of time. It is indeed a lamentable thought. Ultimately, the allure of youth will be swept away by the storms of life. Only the imperial capital and the summit of the heavenly capital stand resilient against the passage of time. Chapter 36. The quivering azure blade. The gentle demeanor of the Wheel King subtly eased the tense atmosphere between the demon subduing palace and the dark guardhouse, allowing many of the Western Liang generals to breathe a sigh of relief, as did Lu Chun, who was en route to Dunhuang City. The intricate web of forces within the demon-subduing palace could be perceived as a microcosm of the internal strife within the Taoist sect. The Wheel King, being a trusted confidant of the Supreme Master, embodied the Master's sentiments. Given that the Supreme Master cherished old ties and sought to avoid open conflict, it seemed unlikely that a war between the demon-subduing palace and the Dark Guard would erupt. The undercurrents in western Liang province appeared to be gradually subsiding. Though this tranquility was confined to the East City, while Su Beiyu in the West City remained blissfully unaware. During these days, aside from the essential act of dining, Su Beiyu spent the remainder of his time alone in his room, poring over the textbook of classics explained. His master had once remarked that Confucianism also possesses a noble spirit, and that through reading, one could potentially attain the realm of an earth immortal. The illustrious Zhang Shofu was a prime example of a formidable Confucian master. His master also mentioned that the three teachings of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism were often mentioned in tandem. Currently, Taoism held the reins of the world's practitioners, with a plethora of esteemed figures within its ranks, marking it as the most prominent sect of the age. Although Buddhism remained low-key and concealed, it was plausible that a few enlightened monks were meditating in seclusion within its sacred grounds. While Confucianism faced a decline, it was customary for a remarkable figure to emerge every century, achieving the trifecta of merit, wisdom, and virtue. With over a century since the last great leader, Zhang Jiangling, it was time for someone to rise and shoulder the responsibilities of Confucianism. Whether Su Beiyu could cultivate the noble spirit of Confucianism was not of primary concern to him. He preferred to explore the world through literature. Only by gaining an authentic understanding of this world could he navigate it more effectively. Su Beiyu remained patient and methodical in his approach. Finally, on the fourth day of his arrival in Dunhuang, Su Beiyu had completed a rough first reading of the Book of Classics Explained. Although many concepts eluded him, he had grasped a general understanding. After days of reading, his mind felt clouded, rendering him unable to focus on anything further. Thus, the next day, he departed the inn with Ji Yun to explore Dunhuang City. Generously, Su Beiyu purchased a variety of snacks, sharing them with Ji Yun as they walked. The city was intermittently graced by the sight of armored soldiers, their military presence formidable. With only a few decades of peace, the state of affairs had not yet reached a point of complacency. Thus, the various local troops retained their combat readiness. The offspring of noble families were not merely indulged in frivolities. Many were well-trained, capable of wielding swords and engaging in battle with a sense of camaraderie. Su Beiyu found himself compelled to acknowledge that these scions of prominent families, influenced by their rich heritage and guided by capable mentors, possessed lofty aspirations and expansive perspectives. The number of pretenders among them was indeed scarce, as the majority could rightfully be regarded as elites, who constituted the very foundation of the empire's upper echelons. The common folk find themselves at a considerable disadvantage right from the outset, while the children of the masses toil to tend to livestock for their livelihood. The offspring of the aristocracy are already immersed in their studies under the guidance of esteemed scholars. As the children of the commoners assist their parents in gathering grass and firewood, the children of the elite engage in the delicate art of playing the guqin and perusing ancient scriptures. By the time the children of the commoners begin to grasp the intricacies of human relationships, the aristocratic youth have already mastered the art of flattery and deceit, having inherited the cunning ways of their forebears. The children of the masses are burdened by creaking carts, while their privileged counterparts ride in opulent carriages drawn by majestic steeds. The chasm between these two worlds is as vast as the heavens and the earth, making it an arduous task for those from the lower strata to ascend into the upper echelons of society. Consequently, the underprivileged must exert thrice the effort and endure great hardship, all while relying on a fair share of luck to even set foot in that unfamiliar realm. For the scions of noble families, however, this journey is merely a matter of course, hardly deserving mention. Such inequality breeds discontent. Just as objects emit sounds when they are unbalanced, so too do people express their grievances. Su Beiyu is unwilling to accept this state of affairs, harboring a deep-seated dissatisfaction with the world around him. With such discontent in his heart, he feels compelled to voice his concerns for all to hear. Having arrived in Dunhuang, he cannot resist the allure of the renowned Mogeo Caves. After aimlessly wandering through the city for the better part of a day, they resolve to venture beyond the city limits to behold the legendary caves. The distance from Dunhuang to the Mogeo Caves is a mere 50 li, and as they catch a glimpse of the cave's silhouette, the sun begins its descent. Ji Yun, weary, perches upon a stone slab, her small face contorted in discomfort as she rubs her legs, unwilling to take another step. Su Beiyu, noticing the proximity of their destination, contemplates the situation and decides to carry her on his back. Ji Yun's legs have grown numb, and upon hearing his suggestion, the fatigue overwhelms her modesty. She hesitates briefly before acquiescing, climbing onto his back and wrapping her arms around his neck, her cheeks flushed with a delightful hue. Thus, He bears her along with their burdens as they continue their journey towards the Mogeo caves. Gradually, exhaustion fades, and her reserve reasserts itself. Ji-Yun begins to understand the meaning of being in a predicament. This close proximity to a male figure causes her heart to race. Her grip around Su Beiyu tightening as the warmth of his presence leaves her momentarily dazed, leading to a flicker of regret for having allowed him to carry her. Clad in her oversized robe, which shields her from the wind and sand while concealing her visage, she seeks to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yet, even the most ample of garments can only serve to obscure, when there is no space between them. This intimate contact renders the inexperienced Su Beiyu somewhat flustered, causing him to stiffen. To mask his embarrassment, he lowers his head and quickens his pace. The young nun, sensing his awkwardness, becomes increasingly bashful, her face reddening as if it might spill over with emotion. The sun sets, painting the western sky in vibrant hues, the clouds ablaze with color. The young maiden's crimson visage harmonized with the blood-red sunset, rendering it indistinguishable whether the sunset illuminated the girl or the girl ignited the sunset. In that moment, the scene was breathtakingly beautiful. Regrettably, Su Beiyu was unable to witness this spectacle. Ji-Yun quietly lay upon Su Beiyu's back, gradually acclimating to this unfamiliar yet enchanting state. Her hands remained firmly clasped around his neck, her chin gently resting on his shoulder, as Su Beiyu cradled her legs with his hands. She closed her eyes, inhaling softly. Her breath caressed Su Beiyu's ear, evoking a ticklish sensation that soon spread to his heart, igniting a whirlwind of fanciful thoughts that had just begun to settle. Akin to chives, cut and regrown in relentless succession. At that moment, Su Beiyu's mind turned to mush, the teachings of the 4 books and 5 classics, as well as the sword techniques imparted by his master, proved futile. In this instant, he was left to rely solely on himself. He began to grasp why his master spoke of a beautiful woman as the most heart-wrenching sword. In this world exists another sword, one that kills without shedding blood, striking invisibly. This sword is known as woman, and it is adept at vanquishing the foolish men of the world. Chapter 37. The hidden sword in the Buddha cave. The conflict between men and women has persisted without respite. The outcome invariably swings between the triumph of the east wind over the west wind, or vice versa, or perhaps results in mutual destruction. Yet, in this protracted struggle, men often enjoy an inherent advantage, predominantly taking the offensive, while women find themselves largely on the defensive. As the saying goes, prolonged defense inevitably leads to loss. Thus, the conflict between Su Beiyu and Ji-Yun culminated with Ji-Yun conceding defeat by leaping onto Su Beiyu's back. By the time they arrived at the 1,000 Buddha caves, dusk had begun to settle. The throngs of daytime visitors had largely departed, leaving behind the solitary figures of the Buddha statues, which, devoid of the ethereal aura of daylight, took on an eerily foreboding presence in the encroaching darkness. The pair navigated their way to the central hall, where Ji-Yun, gazing at the shadowy edifice, felt a chill creep down her spine. Unconsciously lowering her voice, she suggested, "Perhaps we should refrain from going up?" Su Beiyu retrieved a torch from his satchel, lighting it to cast a flickering glow against the darkened structure. "We've come this far. It would be a shame not to take a look," he replied. Ji-Yun grasped the sleeve of his robe, her voice barely a whisper, "But it's so dark, it looks quite frightening." With a hint of exasperation, Su Beiyu responded, "You fear the dark, yet you're unafraid of the dead?" Ji-Yun murmured softly, "Is it the same? The dead are merely lifeless husks. But who knows what lurks in such darkness? Perhaps it conceals a malevolent spirit that devours hearts or an ancient demon that ensnares souls." Su Beiyu comprehended her trepidation. It was not the darkness itself that frightened the young Taoist maiden, but the uncertainties it harbored, akin to the reverence mortals hold for deities and specters. Coupled with the terrifying impressions left by the 2 chief attendants of the demon-suppressing temple at the Dragon Gate Inn, it amplified the fears of this naive maiden. He attempted to project bravado, declaring, "Fear not. With me by your side, no evil can come near." Ji-Yun scrutinized Su Beiyu, then cast a glance at the ominous cavern, hesitating between the two. At that moment, 2 figures, one large and one small, emerged from behind the Grand Buddha statue to their left. Su Beiyu observed that they were monks. The larger one held a torch, his demeanor refined and composed, while the younger monk, hand in hand with his elder, gazed curiously at Su Beiyu and Ji-Yun with bright, inquisitive eyes. The monk appraised the pair, his gaze lingering briefly on Tianlan before inquiring, "Are you a disciple of Gongsun Zhongmo?" Su Beiyu was momentarily taken aback, then instinctively gripped the hilt of his sword, positioning Jiyun protectively behind him. The middle-aged monk gestured for him to relax, saying, "There is no need for alarm. My name is Zhang Wubing. Gongsun Zhongmo has visited me in the past." Recalling that his master indeed intended to meet an old friend before entering Dunhuang, Su Beiyu's vigilance lessened slightly as he solemnly asked, "Master Zhang, how did you discern my identity?" Zhang Wubing replied with a gentle smile, "Young man, your sword is too conspicuous. It would be wise to exercise some discretion, much like this young lady here, to avoid unnecessary troubles." Su Beiyu felt a twinge of embarrassment. A decade ago, when his master bestowed upon him the sword Tianlan, he was cautioned against revealing the Qingfeng too readily to outsiders. Consequently, he had always kept Tianlan wrapped in cloth. However, after reuniting with his master, he cast aside that warning. Su Beiyu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, master." Zhang Wubing shook his head and replied, "I am no master. Simply call me Zhang Wubing." Su Beiyu readily complied, nodding, "Very well, Zhang Wubing." Zhang Wubing's complexion appeared somewhat pale as he gazed steadily at Su Beiyu and said slowly, "Gongsun Zhongmo mentioned before his departure that he would send his disciple to visit me, but I did not anticipate it would happen so soon." Su Beiyu felt a twinge of awkwardness. He had not seen his master in recent days and certainly was not fulfilling a master's errand by visiting Zhang Wubing. It could only be attributed to mere coincidence. Zhang Wubing shook his head, half to himself, and mused, "Well, since you are here, it must be fate. Come with me." He gestured for the young monk beside him to retire for the night and turned to lead the way. Su Beiyu hesitated briefly, instructing Jiyun to remain behind while he followed Zhang Wubing alone. The two walked in single file between the numerous Buddhist caves. Su Beiyu broke the silence, asking, "Senior Zhang Wubing, do you know about my master's affairs?" Without turning around, Zhang Wubing replied in a calm tone, "I know a little. Gongsun Zhongmo is the head of the Gongsun family and the leader of the sword sect, a figure of considerable repute. However, both the Gongsun family and the sword sect have vanished, reduced to mere hollow titles. Over the years, Gongsun Zhongmo has sought out various disillusioned individuals, hoping to unite them against the Taoist sect and the imperial court. I, too, am considered one of those disillusioned." Su Beiyu furrowed his brow, hesitating to speak further. What his master was engaged in had long been a matter of conjecture for Su Beiyu, aptly described by the phrase grass snakes entwined, hidden paths stretching for miles. As for the extent of his master's concealed plans and contingencies, Su Beiyu was wholly unaware. Zhang Wubing offered no further elaboration, instinctively pressing the hilt of the dagger at his waist. The Taoist sect has the Demon Suppression Palace, the Imperial Court has the Dark Guard, and the Buddhist sect, once on par with the Taoist sect, has established the Eightfold Host. The Eightfold Host bears the duty of protecting the law, embodying the fierce aspect of the Bodhisattva's compassion. The Eightfold Host comprises the Deva Host, the Dragon Host, the Nightwalker Host, the Gandharv Host, the Azura Host, the Garuda Host, the Kinara Host, and the Maharaga Host. The Dragon Host holds a prestigious status, ranking just beneath the Deva Host, which is led by the mighty Indra and Brahma, and only slightly inferior to the Azura, notorious for their violence and bloodlust. Zhang Wubing, once the leader of the Dragon Host and the king of the Five Dragons, is thus known as the Dragon King. After walking for approximately half an hour, Zhang Wubing stopped before a dark, diminutive Buddhist cave and began to speak. "The 12 swords of the sword sect, apart from the Tianlan and Xianming already in your possession, have scattered across the world. Now, Gongsun Zhongmo seeks to reunite the 12 swords, and fortuitously, I happen to possess one." While Su Beiyu maintained a calm demeanor, tumultuous waves surged within his heart. He comprehended the profound significance of each sword. Merely wielding the Tianlan sword could elevate him from the 5th rank directly to the 3rd, with the potential for further ascension. What majestic splendor might accompany yet another strike? Among the 12 swords lies 1/3 of the sword intent and divine essence of the sword sect's founder, who had once subdued 24 esteemed masters with a single blow. Even 1/3 of that power equates to the prowess of 8 great masters, justly deserving the title of Invincible Celestial. This clandestine matter of the sword sect was beyond the ken of Zhang Wubing, even as a former Dragon King. He could only surmise a connection between Gongsun Zhongmo's reassembly of these 12 swords and the young man before him. Zhang Wubing turned to face Su Beiyu, extending his right hand as a streak of luminous energy surged forth from the Buddha cave, landing in his grasp. As the radiance dissipated, its true form was revealed. It was a slender sword, crafted from an unknown material, emanating a faint dark red sheen, with an aura of formidable sword intent. Zhang Wubing lacked the sword sect's unique sword mastery, causing the sword to behave like an untamed stallion, quivering and leaping, yearning to escape his grasp. Countless strands of sword energy swirled chaotically around his right hand, even casting a dark red glow upon his visage, yet leaving no trace behind. Should Gongsun Zhongmo witness this scene, he would surely marvel at the sight of such an indomitable body. Raising the sword, Zhang Wubing gently flicked his fingers, causing the sword energy to vanish without a trace, and the blade fell into a serene stillness. He spoke softly, "This sword is named Chuexia, a prize I acquired in my youth from a cannibalistic fiend." Chapter 38. The Ill Tiger, Dragon King. Zhang Wubing Su Beiyu refrained from speaking hastily, fully aware that their encounter was merely serendipitous, and there was no such thing as a free lunch. A negotiation was inevitable. As the saying goes, one must ask for the sky and settle for the ground. This bargaining was akin to a battle, where the first to speak would relinquish the initiative. Zhang Wubing spoke softly. "As you can see, this sword can only be wielded by a disciple of the sword sect. It serves little purpose in my possession. Thus I wish to exchange it for something of value." Su Beiyu inquired cautiously, "What is it that you seek?" "What my master cannot provide, I am unlikely to offer either." Zhang Wubing smiled lightly. "It is different. Gongsun Zhongmo demands much, yet offers little. It is not that he cannot provide, but rather that he is unwilling, as he is preoccupied with greater ambitions and cannot afford to expend too much effort on a single individual." Curiosity piqued, Su Beiyu asked, "What did your master promise you?" Zhang Wubing replied with a calm demeanor, "Empty promises to stave off hunger." Su Beiyu was initially taken aback, followed by a silent laughter. It seemed his master intended to pull off a grand deception, which explained the lack of tangible results. Suddenly, Zhang Wubing proposed, "Before we proceed, would you like to hear about Gongsun Zhongmo?" Su Beiyu hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. "I suspect you are unaware that you have a stepmother." Zhang Wubing's opening remark was startling, leaving Su Beiyu momentarily speechless. A wife for his master? This revelation was not entirely astonishing, considering Gongsun Zhongmo hailed from a prestigious lineage and, in his youth, must have been a refined gentleman akin to Enmu Yu. Even in his advanced years, traces of his former charm remained, making it only natural for him to have established a family. The absence of a wife would be the true anomaly. However, his master had never mentioned this, leading Su Beiyu to believe that his stepmother had long since passed, much like his master, a widower. Zhang Wubing seemed to perceive Su Beiyu's thoughts and continued, "Your stepmother is alive and well. I encountered her a decade ago. Although she is of similar age to your master, she retains her allure, resembling a woman in her 30s. A sense of foreboding washed over Su Beiyu. Zhang Wubing reflected, "Your stepmother hails from the Zhang family of the state of Wei, sharing the same lineage as your master. They were well matched, and it appeared to be a perfect union. Alas, fate is unpredictable, and they ultimately became estranged partners, first treating each other with respect, then with coldness, and finally living as strangers until death." Su Beiyu remained noncommittal, clearly skeptical of how Zhang Wubing could possess such intimate knowledge. Zhang Wubing patiently elucidated, "The grievances and affections of their generation are known to most of the older folk. It is merely the youth like yourselves who find it astonishing. In truth, the story of Gongsun Zhongmo is but a minor tale, overshadowed by even greater ones. Consider the founding emperor, a figure of immense valor who unified the realm, yet was a man who feared his wife. A sovereign of high esteem, he took no concubines and married only one queen, fathering but a single heir, who is now the reigning emperor of the Great Qi." Su Beiyu gasped. The founding emperor was indeed a man who feared his wife. Zhang Wubing smiled faintly. "Although I have yet to be fortunate enough to meet the esteemed empress, I have heard my master speak of her, tyrannical and autocratic, during the severe illness of Emperor Shao. She even took it upon herself to govern the state, causing the so-called astute Prince Wei to suffer significant losses at her hands." Su Beiyu responded with a hum, treating Zhang Wubing's words as mere legendary tales. It is the nature of lesser individuals to revel in the extraordinary exploits of the great. Yet they only wish to hear what aligns with their own narratives. The underlying truths are of little concern. Everyone interprets the story according to their desires, ultimately arriving at an interpretation that diverges sharply from reality, sometimes even in stark contradiction. Zhang Wubing flicked his fingers upon the sword Chuexia, producing a resonant clang. The reason I recount this old tale is that the matter I seek is intertwined with these individuals. Your master's wife and the late empress once had a minor grievance, having wagered on a bet decades ago, with the stake being a villa, which resulted in your master's wife emerging victorious. Su Beiyu, not one to be easily fooled, cautiously inquired, "Is there something you desire within that villa?" Zhang Wubing smiled. "Clever." Su Beiyu continued, "What of my master?" Zhang Wubing shook his head. "If it were your master going, it would turn a good deed into a bad one, and he would truly be turned away at the door." Su Beiyu pondered for a moment before asking, "What exactly is it?" Zhang Wubing replied calmly, "That cannot be disclosed just yet. Gongsun Zhongmo is well aware of the entire matter. You may inquire with him in the future." Reassured by his master's knowledge of the situation, Su Beiyu sensed, however, that the monk named Zhang Wubing was not as unworldly as he appeared. Zhang Wubing tossed Chuexia to Su Beiyu, stating, "Since this is a transaction, let me demonstrate my sincerity by providing the reward up front." Su Beiyu caught Chuexia, hesitating briefly before asking, "Aren't you afraid I might take the money and not fulfill my end of the bargain?" The seemingly refined monk laughed heartily. "Lending money to others requires the ability to collect debts. Otherwise, it becomes akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog, gone without a trace." If Gongsun Zhongmo were the one to say this, the monk would certainly contemplate it. But as for you, you are still far from that point. Su Beiyu felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing he had posed a foolish question. Zhang Wubing's tone remained nonchalant. Yet the content bore an implicit threat. Gongsun Zhongmo cannot protect you forever. Su Beiyu held Chuexia with both hands, cupping his fists in respect. "I have learned a lesson." Zhang Wubing turned away, facing the dimly lit Buddha cave, and waved his hand. Su Beiyu then turned to leave. Upon retracing his steps back to the hall cave, Su Beiyu discovered, in addition to Zhiyun, another individual meticulously examining the colossal Buddha statue that had stood against the wind and sand for centuries, Gongsun Zhongmo. Su Beiyu, cradling Chuexia, softly addressed, "Master." Gongsun Zhongmo withdrew his gaze, glanced at the Chuexia in Su Beiyu's hands, and murmured, "Zhang Wubing." Su Beiyu nodded. "Zhang Wubing entrusted Chuexia to me, directing me to retrieve something from my master's wife." Gongsun Zhongmo, in an unusual display of discontent, let out a slight hum, leaving one to ponder whether it was a manifestation of dissatisfaction towards his wife, a grievance regarding Zhang Wubing's reminiscence of bygone matters, or perhaps an annoyance at Su Beiyu's presumptuousness. Su Beiyu felt a twinge of unease. However, Gongsun Zhongmo swiftly regained his composure and elucidated to his disciple. The Buddhist sect has long maintained a military order of monks, a fact that is hardly novel. Zhang Wubing, as the leader of the Eightfold Assembly, holds the title of Dragon King among the monk soldiers. Yet, in times past, he was known as the Sick Tiger. Over 20 years ago, he commanded the Imperial Guards and was even considered a potential successor to the esteemed General Wei Jing. However, fortune and misfortune alike stemmed from the court. He was aligned with Han Xian and, having miscalculated his position, fell from grace alongside Han Xian, cast down by Lan Yu. Disheartened, he renounced the world, transforming from the court's Sick Tiger into the Buddhist sect's Dragon King. Su Beiyu was well aware of who Lan Yu was. From the inception of the Taizu Emperor's rebellion, Lan Yu had been a steadfast supporter, and upon the establishment of the Great Qi, he was ennobled as Duke Zhao, ranking first among the meritorious officials in the Lingyan Pavilion and becoming the inaugural Prime Minister of the Great Qi. Subsequently, he served as the tutor to the Crown Prince, receiving the honorary title of Grand Tutor. After the Crown Prince ascended the throne, Lan Yu reached the pinnacle of power, becoming the second civil minister, following Zhang Jiangling, to be granted the title of Grand Tutor during his lifetime. In the present day, Lan Yu stood unparalleled, save for the posthumous title of Wenzheng. Gongsun Zhongmo, seemingly nonchalant, remarked, "Han Xian, styled Wenbi, was once the vice minister of the cabinet. After falling from power, he departed from the eastern capital and journeyed northwest, ultimately settling in a place called Xiafang's High. The Eastern Capital, a former name for the imperial capital, is a term retained solely by the elder generation. Su Beiyu remained silent for a considerable time before softly speaking. So, sir, you are Han Xian, the vice minister of the cabinet, just as my master is Gongsun Zhongmo, the Grand Master of the Sword Sect. Gongsun Zhongmo paused momentarily, then nodded in affirmation. Indeed, that is correct. Su Beiyu, with a hint of exasperation, inquired, how many more secrets do you and my master harbor from me? Gongsun Zhongmo jested. Why not take a guess? Chapter 39. The West Liang Prefecture and the general of West Liang. Su Beiyu instinctively gripped the sword in his hand, contemplating deeply. His teacher had once said that all matters in the world revolve around the pursuit of profit. The bustling of society is driven by gain, and the chaos of life is a result of the quest for advantage. Being a person of the secular world, his master could not escape this reality. The term profit does not merely refer to gold and silver, but encompasses all desires and ambitions. Once one understands what the master truly seeks, one can roughly predict the master's actions. Gongsun Zhongmo regarded his disciple with mild astonishment and urged him to continue. Su Beiyu released his grip on the sword and spoke with increased conviction. What my master desires is nothing more than the prosperity of his family and sect. It was the imperial court that annihilated the Gongsun clan and the Daoist sect that toppled the sword sect. Yet, these two families represent the greatest mountains of our time. Even a sword immortal like my master finds it difficult to surpass them alone, let alone overturn them. Thus, my master must connect with like-minded individuals, and the identities of these individuals constitute his greatest secret. Gongsun Zhongmo sighed. Though you have not captured the entirety, you are certainly not far off. Beiyu, you are truly remarkable. Su Beiyu was momentarily taken aback, attributing his insight to the teachings of his master and teacher. Gongsun Zhongmo shook his head, saying, a decayed tree cannot be carved, and mere dirt cannot become a wall. If you lack innate talent, no amount of teaching can bear fruit. Su Beiyu felt a sense of realization wash over him, followed by a brief silence between the two. Suddenly, Su Beiyu sighed, reflecting, do emperors and generals possess true lineage? This was a phrase once uttered by a woman riding a purple steed, which Su Beiyu had not fully understood at the time. However, after more than a month, he had come to grasp its profound significance. Gongsun Zhongmo replied calmly, there is no inherent lineage among generals. A man must strive for self-improvement. Duanmu Yu's current power stems from his father, Duanmu Ruisheng, who fought valiantly alongside Xiao Yin decades ago. Beiyu, your father did not leave you a legacy. You must rely on your own efforts. Su Beiyu nodded solemnly and gazed up at the starry sky. The night was calm, devoid of wind or rain, and the stars shone brilliantly. In the depth of night, the former residence of the West Liang governor was ablaze with light. Lu Chun, the head of the Northwest Shadow Guard, finally arrived in the West Liang Prefecture, preparing to meet the 10th elder of the Daoist sect's Demon Suppression Hall, the Wheel King. The losses incurred by the Northwest Shadow Guard were unprecedented in the past 20 years. The Dark Guard of Zhongdu faced near total annihilation, resulting in the deaths of numerous officials, including over 10 from the inspectorate, as well as 5 inner guards dispatched from the imperial capital. Following this, the solitary Yin and his companions were also killed, leading Lu Chun to suffer the loss of 2 loyal confidants within a single month. Yet, these losses merely stung Lu Chun. What truly pained him was the demise of the 2 prominent elders who had defected from the Demon Suppression Hall. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Duanmu Yu had wisely withdrawn from the murky waters of the Northwest, leaving Lu Chun in a dilemma. Reluctantly, Lu Chun had to confront the aftermath in West Liang. Fortunately, the representative from the Daoist sect was the moderate and steadfast Wheel King, allowing for negotiations. The main hall of the West Liang governor's residence was not a place just anyone could enter, not even the prefect of West Liang himself. At this moment, only a few individuals occupied the Grand Hall: the Wheel King, Yi Zue, Lu Chun, and the intermediary, Li Jinj, the head of the Shiliang family. Li Jin's role as a mediator was not due to his ability to influence the decisions of the Demon Suppression Hall or the Dark Guards. Although he was a prominent figure in Shiliang province, the political arena is often marked by the transience of power. Since stepping down from his position, his influence had waned significantly, now confined to the boundaries of Shiliang, rendering him of little consequence to the Demon Suppression Hall and the Dark Guards. The fundamental reason he was able to converse with both sides lay in his past connections. The elder head of the Li family had once served in the Dark Guards, making him a semi-retired veteran, and he shared a long-standing acquaintance with the Wheel King. Decades prior, when Xiao Yu was still a mere nobody, he had been ousted by his father and relied on his wife, commanding only a few thousand troops as he struggled for survival amidst powerful factions. Following the death of his father-in-law, the Khan of the Steppes, Lin Yuan, he was drawn into the internal strife of his wife's family. It was during this conflict that Xiao Yu leveraged his wife's name to consolidate a portion of his father-in-law's former subordinates, marking the first step in his ascent to dominance. As Xiao Yu grew stronger, he caught the attention of the Dao sect, which aligned itself with him, while the Sword sect positioned itself in favor of the former queen. Ultimately, Xiao Yu and the Dao sect triumphed over the former queen and the Sword sect, inheriting his father-in-law's throne and becoming the ruler of the steppes. At that time, Gongsun Zhongmo, the Sword sect's representative in the steppes, departed in disgrace, never to return for the next 2 decades. It was during this tumultuous period that Li Jinzhi and the Wheel King first met. With Li Jinzhi then a mere corporal, and the Wheel King an ordinary disciple of the Dao sect. Now, at the venerable age of 80, Li Jinzhi stood tall, his gaunt face still bearing traces of its former authority. Leaning on a blackwood cane, his physical condition certainly belied the notion of aging gracefully. Upon seeing the Wheel King, he erupted into a hearty laughter that seemed capable of shaking the very foundations of the old Shiliang governor's residence. Each wrinkle on his weathered visage gleamed with a peculiar light, and after decades apart, he remarked, "You remain as you were back then." The Wheel King rose from his seat, arms outstretched like a native of the steppes, and returned the sentiment with a smile. "You have undergone a remarkable transformation. The young man who could crawl under a horse now leans on a cane." After exchanging a traditional embrace, Li Jinzhi shook his head and sighed. Time is indeed merciless. At this juncture, Lu Chun, seated opposite the Wheel King, also rose and performed a respectful salute, saying, "Li Gong." Li Jinzhi turned his gaze to Lu Chun, his smile unwavering. "Master Lu is a rare guest. During your visit to Shiliang, I must extend my hospitality." Lu Qian responded with a pleasant smile, betraying none of the earlier somberness. "Certainly, certainly." The venerable old fox, Li Jinzhi, who has cultivated profound wisdom over the years, would undoubtedly remember the young man Yi Zue. The Yi family, with a legacy spanning a millennium, has produced a master of the Sword sect and 2 eminent leaders of the Buddhist order. Currently, the head of the Taoist sect is none other than the uncle of the present head of the Yi family. Moreover, the Yi family has maintained a close relationship with the current imperial family, the Shao clan, for many years, rendering them one of the foremost aristocratic families in the realm, far surpassing the newly risen Duanmu family. Therefore, even though Yi Zue is merely one of the many sons of the Yi family who has fallen from grace in familial strife, he is still worthy of a smile from Li Jinzhi. The elder's words were aptly chosen. He addressed Yi Zue not as young Master Yi, but as Elder Yi, allowing Yi Zue to perceive the formality as mere pleasantries, yet inevitably fostering a sense of affection for the elder. This reflects the elder's profound understanding of human nature, honed through decades of experience, a skill not easily acquired through mere reading. After the customary greetings, Li Jinzhi, acting as the intermediary, finally retracted his smile and solemnly remarked, "Years ago, the esteemed head of the Taoist sect and the founding emperor were introduced at the debate conference by the azure waters of Biluo Lake on the grasslands, thus forming a lifelong friendship. Along with the later Lord Lan, the 3 established the foundations of the Northwest, leading to the subsequent unification of the realm and the ascension to power. Therefore, whether it be the Taoist sect or the court, they are essentially allies. Why should allies impose hardships upon one another?" Pausing briefly, he surveyed each individual in the room without lingering on any particular face, and continued, "Just recently, the Chonglong Temple in Zhongdu was annihilated, and there are whispers suggesting the involvement of the Dark Guard. In my view, this is sheer nonsense and unfounded slander. It seems some believe that with the passing of the founding emperor, they can act with impunity, attempting to sow discord between the court and the Taoist sect." The Wheel King, with his snow-white fingers clasped over his chest, softly remarked, "Survivors of the Sword sect." Lu Chun calmly interjected, "It may also be remnants of the White Lotus sect. They excel in obfuscation and framing others." Li Jinzhi continued to steer the conversation, his voice resonating like the clash of weapons, clear and commanding. The court and the Taoist sect are allies, our kin. Regardless of whether they are remnants of the White Lotus or the Sword sect, they remain our adversaries. Decades ago, we trampled them underfoot. Decades hence, they shall not rise again. Chapter 40. The dual saints reign over the world in today's realm. There exists a subtle yet widely circulated notion. The dual saints jointly govern the world. The term dual saints refers to His Majesty the Emperor and the Supreme Master of the Tao, one wielding unparalleled power within the secular domain, and the other holding the highest status beyond it. Together, they command the entirety of existence. However, since ancient times, another adage has prevailed: the heavens have no twin suns, nor does a nation permit two sovereigns. The inherent conflict between the imperial court and the Taoist sect, arising from the struggle for power, is destined to be difficult to reconcile. During the lifetime of Xiaoyu, he shared a profound friendship with the Supreme Master of the Tao, and many founding figures of the imperial court were old comrades of the Taoist elders, akin to the bond between the Wheel King and Li Jinj. This shared history fostered a harmonious relationship. Yet, with Xiaoyu's passing and the gradual decline of the elder generation, the successors who emerged lacked this familial sentiment, showing little inclination to maintain such cordial ties. Particularly the current Emperor Xiao, being the son of Emperor Xiao, may consider the opinions of his father's old ministers. Yet this consideration has its limits. When the last of the elder generation, including the Wheel King and Li Jinj, passes away, it will mark the moment when the imperial court and the Taoist sect tear apart the final veneer of cordiality. Fortunately, a significant portion of the elder generation remains alive and wields considerable power. Emperor Xiao is not his father. His prestige is insufficient to suppress such a multitude of veteran ministers. More importantly, although Emperor Xiao has departed, the Supreme Master of the Tao and Lan Yu still stand, like two steadfast pillars, each stabilizing their respective domains of the Taoist sect and the imperial court. It is true that among the elders there are proponents of war, and among the youth there are advocates for peace, thus it cannot be generalized. However, generally speaking, the elders tend to favor peace while the younger generation leans towards conflict, a prevailing trend. In today's Shiliang governor's office, there are strictly speaking three advocates for peace: Yi Zue, Li Jinj, and the Wheel King, with only Lu Chun representing the war faction. Yet, due to the strength of the circumstances, this war advocate is compelled to temporarily adopt a stance of peace, which is why all present nodded in agreement after Li Jinj articulated his thoughts. The negotiations proceeded smoothly. After Li Jinj established the overall tone, it was only natural to designate the culprits as remnants of the Sword sect, thus summarizing the previous matters. This was also the desired outcome of the Shadow Guard. But to have the Demon Suppression Hall acknowledge this result, the Shadow Guard must demonstrate greater sincerity, as the Wheel King indicated, providing the Taoist sect with an explanation. This constitutes the crux of the negotiation. The earlier mutual probing and light-hearted banter were merely preparatory for the final, decisive agreement. Leaning against the back of his chair, the Wheel King appeared youthful only in visage. Internally, he was as decayed as Li Jinj, even showing signs of fatigue as he spoke slowly. The inspector has perished. Lu Chun reigned in the feigned amiability on his face, revealing the imposing aura of a high-ranking official, stating calmly, "He died at the hands of the remnants of the Sword sect." The two shared a tacit understanding, deliberately omitting any mention of the intrigues within the Dragon Gate Inn. The Wheel King chuckled, remarking that it was hardly surprising for the inspector to have perished at the hands of the remnants of the Sword sect. After all, those who had survived multiple pursuits were all formidable experts of the transcendent realm, while he was merely a ghostly entity. However, Mengpa had specifically mentioned a young man named Su Beiyu, who allegedly had a master. Although the master had not shown himself, Mengpa, through her perceptive abilities, could not fathom the depths of his prowess. Lu Chen nodded, recalling that on the night of the incident at Chonglong Temple, both an elderly man and a young man had made an appearance. The Wheel King lightly tapped his left index finger against the armrest, propping his chin with his right hand, deep in thought. They must have taken Ji Yun. Moreover, considering the timeline, the elder remnants of the Sword sect should be beginning to cultivate their successors. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun felt a slight sense of relief, allowing a gentle smile to grace his face, dispelling the shadows of despair. After all, the Dark Guard had emerged as the loser in this struggle. Having failed on the battlefield, they could scarcely hope to regain their standing at the negotiating table. Achieving a stable resolution to the aftermath was already a satisfactory outcome. Furthermore, the Wheel King's mention of Ji Yun could be interpreted as a silent warning, making it wise to know when to withdraw. Lu Chen's voice lowered slightly, conveying sincerity tinged with sorrow, striking the perfect balance to ensure that this sorrow did not veer into schadenfreude. As Chonglong Temple, located within the capital, had been eradicated by the remnants of the Sword Sect, the Dark Guard in the northwest bore the responsibility and could not absolve themselves of blame. Thus, he prepared a modest offering, not daring to seek leniency from the Taoist sect, only hoping to console the spirits of the deceased. The Wheel King shifted his posture slightly, finally adopting a more formal demeanor. His silence on the matter implied tacit agreement. Lu Chen could not suppress a sigh. The success of the negotiations signified a comprehensive defeat for the Dark Guard in the northwest, leaving only a thin veil of dignity. This further indicated that his own political career was nearing its conclusion, with a return to the imperial capital now an elusive dream. And even his position as deputy governor was precariously balanced. Lu Chun retrieved a Zeton wooden box he had brought along, feeling the dense sword aura emanating from within. Chilling to the bone, as he softly spoke, this sword was acquired from a master of the Sword Sect. It measures 3 feet 4 inches in length, with a handle measuring 3 inches. Its form is elegant, the blade a pale white, with the guard and tip in dark hues, extraordinarily sharp, qualifying it as an exquisite weapon of the contemporary era. The Wheel King straightened, a grave expression crossing his face as he murmured, "It is the mysterious sword." Lu Chen nodded in affirmation. The Wheel King gazed at the sword box in Lu Chen's hands, for the first time displaying a look of satisfaction, smiling as he said, "The Dark Guard indeed demonstrates great sincerity." Lu Chen set the sword box aside and retrieved a hefty volume of documents, hesitating momentarily before slowly stating, "This is the information collected by the Dark Guard in the Northwest over the past 2 decades regarding the remnants of the Sword Sect. Today, I shall transfer it to the Demon Suppression Hall, hoping they can utilize it effectively to eliminate the remnants of the Sword Sect and avenge today's grievances." The Wheel King rose to accept the weighty tome, his expression solemn, and he remained silent. In his view, this dossier was far more precious than the enigmatic sword. Over the years, Gongsun Zhongmo had tirelessly forged alliances, and while the Demon Suppression Hall was not oblivious to this, it faced the dilemma of having a workforce that prioritized quality over quantity. Chasing down adversaries was manageable, yet gathering intelligence paled in comparison to the so-called 20,000-strong Shadow Guard. Lu Chen's maneuver was indeed a stroke of genius, leaving the Wheel King with little room for refusal. Yi Zue, who had remained silent until now, softly remarked, "Lord Lu, you are quite the magnate." Lu Chen smiled and dismissed the compliment, rising to present the sword case with both hands before the Wheel King. His tone shifted to one of somber calm as he declared, "Well, King, this matter has escalated significantly, drawing the attention of both the Taoist sects and the imperial court. If we allow the situation to unfold unchecked, both you, Wheel King, and I, Lu Chun, shall merely become pawns in this game, with no agency of our own. Therefore, I hope that we can consider this matter resolved as of today, leaving no loose ends. After all, the future is long, is it not?" The Wheel King took the sword case and the dossier from Yi Zue, deep in contemplation and silence, clad in the attire of a flying fish. Lu Chen patiently awaited the Wheel King's response. Li Jinj offered a slight nod to the Wheel King, hoping for his acquiescence. After a prolonged silence, a smile finally returned to the Wheel King's face, though tinged with a fleeting hint of menace, as he nodded and stated, "I have one condition. The Shadow Guard must assist the Demon Suppression Hall in apprehending 2 remnants of the Sword Sect." Lu Chen replied softly, "Agreed." Chapter 41. The present day in the halls of power and the Jianghu Ziliangzu approaches the regions of the western regions. Beyond the Yimingwen Pass lies a vast expanse of deserts and rugged Gobi. Numerous small nations coexist here, and while the Dark Guard and the Demon Suppression Hall have established some foothold, it pales in comparison to that of the Central Plains. Thus, if they wish to capture us, the so-called remnants of the Sword Sect, they must intercept us before we enter the western regions. Thus spoke Gongsun Zhongmo. From Dunhuang City to the Yimingwen Pass represents their final opportunity. In truth, the guardian of the 1,000 Buddha caves is dutifully fulfilling his role of safeguarding the gateway to the western regions. However, Zhang Wubing is evidently not one to adhere strictly to the responsibilities of a cave guardian. He harbors his own ambitions, particularly since the Buddhist sect has stripped him of his title as Dragon King. He shall not linger within the confines of the Buddhist order for much longer. At this moment, Gongsun Zhongmo and Su Beiyu were traversing the streets of the eastern city of Dunhuang, while Jiyun had already returned to the inn. In contrast to the somber western city, the eastern city remained brightly lit even in the dead of night. As they passed through a street lined with brothels, many elegantly adorned young women and their madams were enticing customers. Today, Gongsun Zhongmo had donned a new outfit, exuding an air of authority that made them hesitant to approach him. However, Su Beiyu, who appeared rather youthful and inexperienced, found himself in a rather awkward predicament. Being tugged and jostled by a group of women, his attire becoming disheveled, and inevitably brushing against certain soft spots, causing a faint blush to rise on his cheeks. After finally liberating himself from this swarm of flirtatious maidens, Su Beiyu waved his hand to disperse the cloying scent of perfume and resumed the earlier topic. Are we truly headed to the western regions? Or is it that Master has some connections there? Gongsun Zhongmo shook his head, replying, That area belongs to the White Lotus sect. I have no ties there. Su Beiyu was perplexed. Gongsun Zhongmo chuckled. Who said we are going to the western regions? Indeed, west of Ziliangzhou lies the western regions, but to the east lies a vast prairie. If we traverse the entire expanse of the prairie, we can reach the northeast, which is the stronghold of the Liao King. He is the last remaining king of a different surname, though he has faced significant suppression from the likes of Emperor Shao, Lan Yu, and Wei Jin over the years, placing him in a rather pitiable position. Nevertheless, a starving camel is still larger than a horse, and his words carry considerable weight in the 3 northeastern provinces. In years past, I shared some camaraderie with him, and he is trustworthy. Crossing the prairie? Su Beiyu could not help but hold a deep admiration for his master's grand undertaking. The prairie is immensely vast. He had heard his master speak of it. Starting from the Prairie Royal Court and riding eastward, even if one were to travel for a month, the surroundings would still be an endless expanse of grassland. If the two were to walk, it might take years to exit the prairie. Of course, if his master employed the technique of flying a sword for 1,000 miles, that would be another matter entirely. The mere thought of traversing the 10,000-mile prairie on foot filled Su Beiyu with trepidation. This was a perfectly normal reaction. He aspired to strive diligently, yet he had not reached the level of a wandering ascetic. Perceiving his disciple's apprehension, Gongsun Zhongmo continued, We will not head to the northeast just yet. Our first destination is Julu City. Su Beiyu inquired, Julu City? I have heard of it. It seems to be the fief of some royal family member. Gongsun Zhongmo, with a knowing smile, unraveled the enigma. The city of Julu was originally the seat of the protectorate of the great Chu dynasty, situated at the confluence of the Central Plains and the grasslands. As the great Chu fell into decline, it changed hands multiple times, gradually becoming desolate and ultimately transforming into a neglected territory of the 3 families. Consequently, it attracted a multitude of refugees, bandits, and even disgraced nobles, alongside a number of rogue cultivators, rendering it a veritable cauldron of chaos. Su Beiyu furrowed his brow and inquired, How did it become a fief? Gongsun Zhongmo explained, The Shao family is actually divided into 2 branches. One branch, the Hojian lineage, originated from the family of the Hojian Empress, who was the sister of Emperor Shao. The other branch is the present royal family of the Great Qi, both stemming from the same root. After the establishment of the Great Qi, the royal kin were granted fiefs, and Emperor Zhao's branch received extensive titles and privileges, known as the direct lineage, implying true royal descent. The Hojian branch occupies an ambiguous position, elevated above common nobility, yet subordinate to the direct lineage and the imperial relatives, referred to as the collateral line, indicating a secondary royal lineage. The city of Julu was bestowed upon the collateral-born king of Lingwu, Shao Mo, by Emperor Shao. Not long ago, Su Beiyu had read a treatise on the prominent families of the realm and had some recollection of Shao Mo, the legitimate eldest son of the previous king of Lingwu, Shao Shu, who himself was the 23rd among the 24 meritorious ministers of the Lingyan Pavilion. Gongsun Zhongmo remarked softly, Shao Mo is aligned with Emperor Shao, not with Lan Yu. After a moment's contemplation, Su Beiyu grasped the implication in his master's words. It was evident that his master understood the strategy of leveraging one's strength against another, Yet he harbored no intention of aligning himself with either faction. Rather, he aimed to incite conflict between the Taoist sect and the imperial court while remaining an observer. In truth, the seeds of hostility had already been sown between the Taoist sect and the court, though they had been firmly suppressed by the elder generation. Gongsun Zhongmo's objective was to consistently undermine the dominant faction led by the elders, thereby aiding the younger war faction in rising to prominence, ultimately leading to an irrevocable rift between the court and the Taoist sect. Xiao Mo, being aligned with the war faction, was thus a figure ripe for exploitation. Moreover, Gongsun Zhongmo's words hinted at a more significant revelation. Emperor Xiao was the foremost proponent of the war faction. This emperor, who had reigned for 20 years, could no longer tolerate the notion of dual sovereigns in the realm, nor could he endure the constraints imposed by the venerable minister Lan Yu. Having pieced together the sequence of events, Su Beiyu solemnly stated, "The destruction of Chonglong Temple was orchestrated by the Dark Guard, which answers directly to the emperor." Gongsun Zhongmo nodded in approval. Thus, the truth behind the Chonglong Temple incident reveals that Emperor Xiao sought to gauge the Taoist sect's reaction without involving Lan Yu. Should the Taoists yield or retreat, Emperor Xiao would reveal further maneuvers. Su Beiyu remained somewhat perplexed, pondering why, with Lan Yu positioned as the paramount official beneath the emperor, he had not first dealt with Lan Yu before launching an offensive against the Taoist sect. Gongsun Zhongmo produced a flask of wine from an unknown source, bringing it to his nose to inhale gently before calmly stating, "It is quite simple. Behind Lan Yu lies the Taoist sect." The downfall of Han Xian and Zhang Wubing was not solely due to Lan Yu's machinations. It was significantly influenced by the intervention of the Taoist sect. During the time when Emperor Xiao sought to establish his dominion, he, the head of the Taoist sect, and Lan Yu were collectively referred to as the three pillars of the Northwest. The bonds of kinship among them are substantial. Should Lan Yu find himself in peril, the head of the Taoist sect would not remain a passive observer. Therefore, Emperor Xiao must first address the Taoist sect. If my conjecture holds true, there are already factions within the sect aligning with Emperor Xiao, awaiting the opportune moment to strike against Lan Yu. This powerful chancellor will soon find his days of tranquility numbered. Gongsun Zhongmo unsealed the mud cap of the wine flask and took a sip. Su Beiyu remarked in admiration, 2 decades of patience and restraint. This emperor is no ordinary man. Gongsun Zhongmo chuckled. Indeed, he is extraordinary. Xiao Yu has but one son, raised under his personal guidance from a young age, with Lin Yinping providing both instruction and example. It would be an anomaly for a fool to emerge from such a lineage. As they conversed, the two arrived before an enormous estate. The crimson gates stood firmly shut, flanked by 2 imposing stone lions that exuded an air of majesty. Su Beiyu observed that the lions bore 13 distinct tufts of hair upon their necks, indicating that this residence was no ordinary abode of the affluent, but rather a true noble estate. Gongsun Zhongmo whispered, "The affairs of the court and the martial world are ostensibly separate. However, the court influences the martial world, just as the martial world impacts the court. Those distant from the martial world may still reach the lofty heights of the court. This is Xiao Mo's retreat in Xiliang province. I shall meet with him shortly. You may wait here." Chapter 42. A night visit to the prince's mansion. The mansion appeared to be rather desolate, devoid of guards at the entrance and surrounded by an absence of passers-by, resembling a place long abandoned. However, since Gongsun Zhongmo asserted that this was the retreat of Xiao Mo, it was certain that hidden intricacies lay within. It seemed that this prince of Lingwu was being exceedingly cautious, unwilling to display the demeanor of a formidable dragon crossing the river on the territory of the Western Liang. Had it been the estate of the Prince of Lingwu, the scene would undoubtedly have been quite different. After Gongsun Zhongmo gracefully entered the mansion, Su Beiyu withdrew into the shadows beside the estate, beginning to regulate his breath and concentrate his spirit, quietly drawing upon the residual sword energy within his limbs. As the hour of the rat approached, Gongsun Zhongmo had yet to emerge from the mansion. Su Beiyu began to hesitate. After several moments of indecision, he moved to a secluded corner, his form suddenly shifting without a sound, soaring over the high courtyard walls and landing within the estate. In any noble residence, though the size and layout may differ, those of princely rank invariably adhere to their own protocols. The corridors twist and turn, leading one astray if they do not grasp the underlying mysteries. It harkens back to a widely circulated gestivure, where a brash individual attempted to assassinate the emperor within the palace but ended up wandering throughout the night, unable to locate the emperor's chamber, ultimately losing his way entirely. Su Beiyu found himself ensnared in such a predicament. Fortunately, this residence housed few servants, and most areas were cloaked in darkness, with only the main hall illuminated. Guiding him forward toward the light, concealed beneath the night, Su Beiyu's silhouette moved like a shadowy cat, silent and stealthy. At present, Su Beiyu had attained the third rank of cultivation, which did not classify him as a master. In the imperial capital, he would merely be regarded as a guard. Yet, in the distant land of Western Liang, this level of prowess was considered quite respectable, as the region boasted many elite soldiers but few true masters. Su Beiyu dared not approach the enigmatically intricate main hall directly. Instead, he made his way to an inconspicuous side courtyard. There were people within, and bright lights shone from the room. He did not dare to venture too close, but at this time, as summer waned into autumn, the lingering warmth prompted the occupants to open the windows, revealing the interior scene that caused Su Beiyu's pupils to constrict sharply, involuntarily suppressing his breath. A somber man clad in the attire of a third-rank Feiyu official sat within, his brow shadowed by an unmistakable gloom. Beside him was a young man adorned in a crimson dragon robe. The robe, crafted from fine satin, varied in the number of dragons embroidered according to rank and was distinguished by color. The upper 5 colors, red, green, yellow, white, and black, were reserved for royal kin or first-rank officials, while the lower 5, purple, pink, blue, lake, and fragrant, were suitable for second-rank officials. In the Great Qi, black held the highest esteem, followed by white and then red. The young man, donned in a crimson dragon robe embroidered with 9 majestic water dragons, was undoubtedly of princely lineage. This was Xiao Mo's residence, and as he had now entered his advanced years, the youth's identity was unmistakably that of the heir apparent to the princely title. Su Beiyu diligently recalled the contents of the clan evaluation. This evaluation was a collaborative work of several eminent scholars, specifically designed to assess the prominent families of the realm. It not only documented the current heads of these illustrious houses, but also listed the younger generation eligible to inherit their positions. Naturally, the son of the king of Lingwu County was among them. Moreover, it is noteworthy that although the Gongsun family had perished, they still held a place in the clan evaluation, with the head being Gongsun Zhongmo. However, the section for heirs was painfully vacant, a truly dismal situation. After much contemplation, Su Beiyu finally recalled his name, Xiao Shilu. He was the youngest son of Xiao Mo, and above him had been an elder brother named Xiao Shilian, who had unfortunately succumbed to illness several years prior, prompting Xiao Mo to designate Xiao Shilu as the heir. Due to the succession of 2 heirs, the clan evaluation had specifically noted this. Su Beiyu found himself perplexed by the naming conventions of the Xiao family. Xiao Mo and Emperor Xiao were contemporaries, yet, judging by the names of his 2 sons, it appeared that the current generation of the Xiao family had coincidentally reached the generation of the character Shi. However, in reality, the names of the current crown prince, sharing the same generation as Xiao Shilu, were merely 2 characters, continuing the lineage of Emperor Jing, Emperor Wu, Emperor Taizu, and the current Emperor Xiao Xian. Shaking his head, Su Beiyu concluded that the naming system of the Xiao family was too chaotic. One could hardly discern the generational distinctions merely from the names, relying instead on the clan evaluation for clarity. Xiao Shilu personally poured a cup of clear tea and took a delicate sip, observing, "Lord Lu seems to be burdened by heavy thoughts?" Lu Chun, unable to conceal his weariness, sighed. "It is indeed due to the matters concerning Chonglong Guan." Xiao Shilu replied with a smile. "Hasn't Lord Lu already reached an understanding with the Demon Suppression Hall?" Lu Chun scoffed coldly. "The practitioners of the Demon Suppression Hall, relying on their martial might, have forced me into a corner, compelling me to forge a humiliating alliance. If I do not avenge this grievance, I would be unworthy of my 23 years of service in the Dark Guard." Xiao Shilu shook his head. "In all fairness, the Wheel King is relatively manageable. Had it been the likes of the Eastern Ghost Emperor, the Dark Guard in the Northwest would truly be in disarray." Gently stroking his long beard, Lu Chun spoke slowly. "If the Eastern Ghost Emperor and his ilk were to come forth to provoke us, it would not merely be I, Lu, as the acting governor receiving them. One of the 3 governors of the White Tiger Hall would likely step in personally, and at that point, The Dark Guard and the Demon Suppression Hall would be embroiled in a conflict beyond reconciliation. Just as Xiao Shilu was about to respond, he suddenly gazed outward, his eyes narrowing as he coldly remarked, "I was careless just now and failed to notice a little mouse lurking in the courtyard." Su Beiyu, aware of the precariousness of his situation, hesitated on whether to make an appearance or flee. However, Xiao Shilu took the initiative, unleashing a powerful punch that shattered the wall before him, propelling himself through it and directly towards Su Beiyu's hiding spot. Lu Qin merely observed, showing no intention of intervening. Xiao Shilu was a formidable expert, his prowess reaching the first rank. In an instant, a mighty intent surged like a torrent. As thunderous as the girl encountered at the Longmen Inn, Su Beiyu followed Gong Sun Zhongmo on their journey, diligently practicing and advancing from Sword 4 to Sword 13. With the support of the Tianlan Sword Qi, his mastery of the sword had reached an impressive level. Suddenly, a resounding clang echoed as Tianlan unsheathed itself from his back, executing a graceful arc through the air and aimed at Xiao Shilu's arm. For disciples of the sword sect, the simplest demonstration of one's swordsmanship was the ability to let the sword leave one's hand. Even the most rudimentary display was a genuine manifestation of sword control. Xiao Shilu scoffed, evidently dismissive of this so-called sword control, and casually swept his arm across, causing his forearm to collide with the sword's edge. Contrary to expectations of a gruesome scene, a sound reminiscent of metal clashing resonated instead, akin to two weapons meeting in combat. Su Beiyu leapt into the air, reaching out to catch the returning Tianlan sword. Yet, the fierce punch intent lingering on the sword surged into him, draining the color from his face. It was the Xiao family's punch intent, which, when perfected, could shatter the void. Though Su Beiyu believed he had been sufficiently cautious, he had underestimated Xiao Shilu's prowess. Gripping Tianlan tightly, he dared not conceal his intent and executed Sword 9, instantly conjuring 5 sword shadows before him. Among the Sword 36, Sword 9 was the most enigmatic, blurring the lines between reality and illusion to the highest degree, capable of manifesting countless sword shadows. However, given Su Beiyu's limited cultivation, 5 sword shadows were already his utmost limit. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Xiao Shilu did not rush to retaliate. Instead, he expressed interest, saying, "Sword 36? So, a remnant of the sword sect dares to play tricks in the night at the Wang residence. State your name. This young master does not slay nameless ghosts." Su Beiyu remained silent, waving his hand as 5 sword shadows shot forth, 2 of which were real and 3 were mere illusions. Xiao Shilu smirked, charging forward once more, his fists converging to disperse the 2 imposing sword shadows. Yet, these 2 were but illusions, while the 2 genuine sword shadows pierced toward his lower and middle dantians. Xiao Shilu's expression finally shifted, abruptly halting his advance. Although the sword shadows left no mark upon him, they had merely torn through his crimson python robe. The ground beneath his feet cracked under the force of his stance. Su Beiyu, unwilling to linger in combat, swiftly executed Sword 7, moving with the sword as if propelled by an arrow, vanishing into the night. Chapter 43, The Prince of Lingwu. Xiaomo Su Beiyu did not dare to linger in the mansion any longer. Even if this residence harbored no hidden masters, or if those masters had been dispatched to confront his master, he was still no match for Xiao Shilu alone. Just moments ago, he had fought against a first-tier opponent with his third-tier abilities, relying merely on 2 advantages, the benefit of the terrain and Xiao Shilu's unarmed state. Furthermore, the intricacies of the Sword of 36 allowed him to escape under Xiao Shilu's carelessness. If he were to face him again, Su Beiyu lacked the confidence to withstand even 3 moves from the young prince. At such a tender age, Xiao Shilu had already reached the first-tier realm. The Lingwu prince, Xiao Mo, a martial general of battlefield renown, likely possessed an even higher cultivation, perhaps even approaching the realm of immortals. Regrettably, Su Beiyu had initially ventured toward the light. But now, in his haste to depart, he found himself surrounded by darkness. The opulent mansions of the powerful loomed like shadowy beasts slumbering in the night. And despite leaping several times, he only found himself ensnared deeper within the estate. Sweat began to bead in Su Beiyu's palms. If he could not escape before dawn, the loss of the night's cover would spell disaster for him. Upon vaulting over yet another wall, he unexpectedly encountered 2 figures, leaving even the composed Su Beiyu momentarily speechless. Before him stood his master, Gongsun Zhongmo, alongside an elderly man with similarly white hair. The elder was tall, clad in a black ceremonial robe adorned with 9 embroidered dragons, and a jade belt cinched his waist. The 6 large eastern pearls atop his crown glimmered under the moonlight. According to the customs of the Great Qi, the number of eastern pearls on a crown was significant. The emperor wore 9, the crown prince 8, and so forth, decreasing with rank. The identity of this elder was unmistakable. The elder cast a glance at the audaciously intruding Su Beiyu, his demeanor calm as he smiled and remarked, "Gongsun, your disciple is quite impressive." Gongsun Zhongmo chuckled lightly. "Your Highness, you flatter me." Seemingly well acquainted with the elder, Gongsun Zhongmo appeared at ease, gesturing for his disciple to approach. Once Su Beiyu was near, Gongsun spoke gently. "This is the Lingwu prince, who once served as the governor of Shiliang Prefecture. In the 5th year of the Chengping era, when Lan Yu was deposed from the governorship, this prince, reluctant to endure the hardships at Yumen Pass, gracefully withdrew. According to the seasonal cycle, he resides in Jilu City, Dunhuang City, Zhongdu, and the imperial capital. As it is now late summer, he is currently in Dunhuang. Had he delayed a few more days, he would have moved to Jilu City." After introducing the elder, Xiao Mo, an old friend of Gongsun's, turned to Su Beiyu with a gentle smile, continuing, "In my youth, I served under the Khan on the grasslands, becoming accustomed to the seasonal migrations of the steppe. I would avoid the cold in autumn and winter, and seek refuge from the heat in spring and summer. Thus, upon returning from the grasslands, I adopted a similar routine, residing in Zhongdu during early January, moving to Dunhuang after the spring, then traveling to Jilu City in early July, and when the weather turns cold, departing the northwest for the imperial capital to escape the chill." Su Beiyu was not surprised that Xiao Mo served under the Khan of the grasslands, for that Khan was not merely the sovereign of various tribes, but also the lord of the north, bestowed by the Central Plains court. More significantly, his sister was wed to the founding emperor, who had risen to power through the support of his wife's family. To put it more bluntly, the Khan of the grasslands was, in fact, the uncle of the current emperor, a true first-degree relative in the imperial hierarchy. Su Beiyu, observing the etiquette of a junior, respectfully bowed and greeted him, acknowledging the prince. Perhaps out of respect for Gongsun Zhongmo, Xiao Mo did not assume the airs of a princely lord. Instead, he resembled an ordinary elder, smiling as he said, "I am of the same generation as brother Gongsun. If you do not mind, you may simply call me Uncle Xiao." Su Beiyu smiled politely, refraining from taking the liberty to address him as Uncle Xiao. Xiao Mo was unconcerned and merely smiled in response. Suddenly, Gongsun Zhongmo spoke up. "Speaking of the Khan of the grasslands, one cannot help but mention the founding emperor of the Great Qi, Xiao Yu. In his time, he was the sovereign of the world. Today, however, Emperor Xiao is merely the emperor of the Great Qi." "Beiyu, do you understand the distinction?" Su Beiyu shook his head in ignorance. Xiao Mo explained, "When the late emperor was alive, neither the grasslands nor the later established states dared to entertain any rebellious thoughts. However, after the late emperor's passing, not only the grasslands and the newly established states, but even the king of Wei and the king of Liao in the northeast began to stir, treating the court with feigned respect while harboring ulterior motives. Thus, the current emperor can only be considered a nominal sovereign of the world." Su Beiyu pondered. "Are you suggesting that this Khan of the grasslands is showing signs of discontent?" Xiao Mo laughed heartily. "Ah, the youth is indeed teachable." Gongsun Zhongmo dismissed the notion, saying, "In times devoid of heroes, it is the youth who gain fame. Without the late Empress Lin, how would he enjoy his current glory?" When discussing certain unattainable women, especially those with intriguing stories, even the most reticent men become loquacious. Although Xiao Mo was the illustrious prince of Lingwu, he could not escape the common sentiment at that moment, his face reflecting nostalgia as he sighed. "Ah, Empress Lin, I could barely call her sister-in-law. Her Majesty was truly unparalleled among women for 100 years. During her lifetime, who in the court dared to defy her? Even the late emperor would often find himself in awkward situations. At that time, there was talk of the 2 saints gracing the court. These 2 saints referred not to the emperor and the supreme master, but to the emperor and empress themselves. The late emperor and empress, throughout their lives, shared the same bed and appeared together in court, inseparable and deeply attached. The harem remained empty for years, and they had no other offspring. Less than 3 months after the late emperor's passing, the empress followed suit, their deep bond transcending even life and death. Perhaps reminded of his own wife, Gongsun Zhongmo unexpectedly displayed a hint of wistfulness. Xiao Mo's smile revealed a trace of disdain. The late Empress Lin was the daughter of the previous Khan Lin Yuan and the sister of the current Khan Lin Han. Brother Gongsun is correct. Without the substantial support of Empress Lin, Lin Han would never have ascended to the position of Khan of the Grasslands. Su Beiyu remarked. With such a bond between husband and wife, what more could one desire? Xiao Mo chuckled. Young man, one should not be overly fixated on romantic affairs. After all, the vast expanse of opportunities lies before you. How regrettable it would be if you cannot shoulder such responsibilities. Su Beiyu shook his head, saying, I am but a commoner. How dare I entertain such thoughts? Xiao Mo, revealing a hint of the regal authority of the Prince of Lingwu, replied in a deep voice. I do not appreciate such sentiments. I am one who has traversed these paths and understand the fervor of youth. I have encountered countless individuals and consider myself discerning. I do not believe you are one who is content with mediocrity. Su Beiyu glanced at his master, noting the absence of any unusual expression, and finally revealed a fragment of his innermost thoughts, saying, It is not that I am unwilling, but rather that I am afraid. One misstep may lead to endless mistakes, ultimately leading me astray. Xiao Mo swiftly returned to his jovial demeanor, laughing. Whether one strays or not is not for you to decide. With your master watching over you, you will not go astray. Furthermore, it is inevitable for everyone to err a few times in their lives. If everyone were to adhere strictly to the rules, wouldn't this world become rather dull? Chapter 44. Who is the mantis and who is the cicada at dawn? Gongsun Zhongmo and Su Beiyu departed from the residence of the princely lord. Along the way, Su Beiyu recounted his experiences from the previous night in great detail, particularly concerning the enigmatic dark guard, the high-ranking official, and the heir, Xiao Shilu. Gongsun Zhongmo was not surprised. Those of Xiao Mo's stature in the court were accustomed to having control over most matters. Though they appeared familiar with Gongsun Zhongmo, in truth, they harbored a sense of wariness. No matter how deep the bonds of incense and affection ran, it was challenging to truly connect. This was true for Xiao Mo, as well as for the king of Liaodong in the northeast. The two did not linger in the eastern city, instead returning to the southern inn to gather Zhiyun before proceeding directly through the gates of Dunhuang, bathed in the morning light. After traveling approximately 20 miles from the city, Su Beiyu could no longer restrain his curiosity and asked, Master, why are we in such a hurry to leave Dunhuang? Gongsun Zhongmo replied matter-of-factly, The Demon Suppression Hall and the Dark Guard Bureau are about to take action. Su Beiyu was slightly taken aback, but refrained from inquiring how his master had acquired such intelligence. To him, it was evident that since his master had connections with figures like Xiao Mo, he could not be as unrooted as he appeared. Perhaps there were old acquaintances of his master within the Demon Suppression Hall and the Dark Guard Bureau. From Gongsun Zhongmo's expression, one could not discern his thoughts. In truth, he felt little sentiment. The remnants of the Sword sect had been hunted for decades, and the Demon Suppression Hall's bounty had persisted for over 10 years. He had long been accustomed to a life of pursuit and counter-pursuit, devoid of the tension and fear that once plagued him. Ironically, it was the experts from the Demon Suppression Hall who were ensnared by these very emotions, for they were in pursuit of the current Sword sect's master. A single misstep could lead to their demise, and few could face such existential dread with composure. This collaboration between the Dark Guard Bureau and the Demon Suppression Hall was neither the first nor would it be the last. An hour after Su Beiyu and Gongsun Zhongmo had exited the city, a carriage followed suit, guarded by 200 men from the Western Liang military, their presence formidable, the sound of hooves resonating. Inside the carriage were 3 individuals, Lu Chun, the Wheel King, and a blood-armored figure. Lu Chun lifted the curtain to observe the outside world and sneered, Gongsun Zhongmo makes no effort to conceal his whereabouts. He is clearly waiting for us to walk into his trap. The Wheel King leaned against the carriage wall, nonchalantly remarking, The mantis stalks the cicada. Who is the mantis and who is the cicada? Gongsun Zhongmo is undeniably skilled. Yet he shares a flaw with the Sword sect, an over-reliance on his sword and an air of arrogance, believing he can conquer the world with it. In the past, the founding emperor wove a vast net over the realm using the Dark Guard Bureau, while the sect master positioned the Demon Suppression Hall as a spider within that net, effectively capturing insects. Alas, in recent years, the Taoist sect and the court have drifted apart, leaving the spider with the ability to eliminate insects but unable to ensnare them. The net can catch insects but cannot eradicate them, merely watching as they escape its grasp. Today, with our combined strength, failure should be out of the question. Lu Chun retorted somewhat mockingly. If it were as simple as you and I killing Gongsun Zhongmo, he would have perished long ago, rather than remaining alive and well. Roaming about. The countenance of the Wheel King grew increasingly pallid as he coughed lightly and remarked with a smile. Who claims that the two of us intend to eliminate Gongsun Zhongmo? We lack such capability, and even if we possessed it, the credit would not fall to us. We are merely components of this vast web, with the true architect being someone else. For us, achieving our ends does not necessarily entail killing, nor does failing to do so imply that we have not. As long as we attain our objectives, that suffices. Lu Chun, pondering deeply, then sighed and said, The Wheel King is indeed the right-hand man of the king of the underworld. I cannot rival such insight. The Wheel King laughed heartily. What insight? It is merely a matter of having lived long enough to glean a bit of understanding about what actions to undertake and what to avoid. Lu Chun sighed once more, acknowledging, ultimately, we have become mere pawns on a chessboard, at the mercy of forces beyond our control. The Wheel King interlaced his pale fingers before him and spoke slowly. The world resembles a chessboard, with the Taoist sect and the court as the players. The Central Plains and Jiangnan represent the mighty dragon, while the Northwest remains an obscure corner that ought not to be embroiled in this struggle against the dragon. Yet, for some reason, the idol piece of Chonglong Temple has become pivotal in this corner conflict. Tugging one thread affects the entirety, thus leading to the current predicament. In truth, we have long been pieces within this game, merely unaware until now. Lu Chun bowed his head, tacitly accepting the Wheel King's assertion. The Wheel King continued. This is the chess game of the court and the Taoist sect. Our faction hopes for a stalemate, while yours insists on a clear victor. However, regardless of the outcome, there exists a prerequisite. The game must adhere to the established rules. Should those rules be transgressed, someone will inevitably upend the board, transforming the game into a violent clash, resulting in mutual destruction. Lu Chun raised his head, stating somberly, and it would allow others to profit from the chaos. The Wheel King nodded in agreement, noting that Gongsun Zhongmo had discerned this truth, thus positioning himself as a disruptor, intent on unsettling the game and provoking the court and Taoist sect to overturn the board. Only through such turmoil could he hope to revive the sword sect. Lu Chun whispered, What a remarkable figure Gongsun Zhongmo is. He truly embodies the essence of the sword sect's leader. The Wheel King casually remarked, Years ago, the master of the sword peak forsook the shadows for the light, betraying the sword sect and personally slaughtering the disciples of the sword Qi Lingkong Hall. Prior to this event, only Master Tianqin and Emperor Shao were privy to it, and even Shangwan Xianqin did not foresee it. Yet, Gongsun Zhongmo saw through the ruse, escaping from Bio Island in time to evade a fatal fate. From that moment on, I recognized his extraordinary capabilities. Had he been born of the Taoist sect rather than the sword sect, he would surely be among the players today. Lu Chun felt a wave of despondency wash over him. If the world were akin to a chessboard, he was now perilously close to becoming a discarded piece. Escape? In this vast realm, where could one find refuge from the web of the Dark Guard? The Dark Guards were known to treat traitors with greater cruelty than enemies. The mere thought of the three somber generals perched in the White Tiger Hall sent shivers down his spine. The Wheel King sat cross-legged, placing his hands upon his knees, and softly declared, Gongsun Zhongmo has violated the rules, and thus he must perish. The Taoist sect and the court share this conviction. Even if it necessitates temporarily sealing the board, Gongsun Zhongmo must be eliminated. He gazed at Lu Chun, his profound eyes seemingly penetrating the thoughts within his heart, and spoke plainly. This is also your final opportunity to atone for your past misdeeds. Lu Chun straightened up, remaining silent. The air was instantly thick with a bloodthirsty aura that enveloped the entire carriage. However, the source of this murderous intent was not Lu Chun himself, but rather the blood-armored figure beside him. Lu Chun could not conceal his deep-seated gloom and weakly remarked, Years ago, the martial ancestor emperor left behind 12 Hellguard blood warriors, which, after being enhanced by King Wei, possess even greater power than before. Due to the increasingly tense situation in the Northwest, Commander Fu specifically entrusted one of them to my care. The Wheel King nodded lightly, showing no surprise. Lu Chun reached out to remove the sealing talisman from the forehead of the Helgard Blood Warrior. In the next moment, the Helgard Blood Warrior crashed through the carriage, beginning to sprint wildly, like a streak of blinding crimson that cut across the heavens and the earth. Chapter 45. A thunderous roar across 500 miles as the blood guardians of the prison were departing. The Wheel King, who had been seated beside Lu Chun, vanished as well. 10 miles away, Gongsun Zhongmo abruptly halted, pressing his hand against the dark blade at his waist. Moments later, a crimson lightning bolt ferociously entered the scene, akin to a divine weapon descending from the heavens, crashing directly into Gongsun Zhongmo. Yet, he remained calm and composed, allowing his dark blade to remain sheathed, effortlessly repelling the blood-red radiance with a mere flick of his sword. It was only then that Su Beiyu discerned the true nature of the crimson figure. It was a towering silhouette, standing 8 feet tall, clad in blood-red armor that was impenetrable. An overwhelming aura of blood emanated from it, reminiscent of the spectral soldiers from ancient battlefields. Despite the stark contrast in their powers, one being a mere pawn and the other a formidable warrior, fundamentally, they shared a significant similarity. Both were devoid of any consciousness, existing in a bizarre state between life and death. Ji Yun, appearing tense, whispered to Su Beiyu, "I have heard my master mention that the Dark Guard possesses 12 blood guardians of the prison, each impervious to blades and fire, far beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators." Indeed, although Gongsun Zhongmo's strike had pushed the blood guardian back, it suffered no substantial damage. Its blood aura continued to surge skyward, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Su Beiyu widened his eyes, scrutinizing the blood guardian, and asked, "Master, what exactly is this blood guardian of the prison?" With a slight tilt of his dark blade, Gongsun Zhongmo replied nonchalantly, "This entity is known as the blood guardian of the prison." Quite a fitting name, I must say. In our time, we referred to it as the blood-armored man, originally created by Xiao Lai as a trinket for his son, Xiao Jin. It served little purpose, merely functioning as a guard. Later, Xiao Jin and Ming Chun improved it by incorporating the 36 celestial inscriptions of the Tao, which granted it a semblance of utility. It seems the Ministry of Rites and the Tianji Pavilion under Lan Yu also contributed, investing countless resources, yet ultimately producing only 12 of these blood-armored men. Su Beiyu marveled. With the resources of the court, they could only forge 12 blood guardians of the prison. It appears these are exceedingly precious, invaluable beyond measure. Gongsun Zhongmo shook his head with a smile. Not merely invaluable. Even if worldly merchants offered 100,000 gold, they could not acquire a single blood-armored man. Nor would they dare to. There are intricate and mysterious entanglements involved. Should an ordinary person attempt to control this blood-armored figure, soaked in the essence of countless lives, they would likely perish within 7 days. Su Beiyu stood in stunned silence. Raising his dark blade, Gongsun Zhongmo suddenly declared, "If you do not reveal yourselves soon, I shall truly destroy this blood guardian of the prison, leaving you with nothing." A young Taoist appeared behind the blood guardian, his hand, pale as snow, covering his mouth as he coughed lightly, then bowed respectfully. "The Wheel King of the Demon Suppression Hall has met with you, Mr. Gongsun." Gongsun Zhongmo calmly inquired, "Wheel King, rank 10th, have you come to seek a duel with me, or are you here on orders from Chunyi to hunt me down?" The Wheel King replied softly, "I have not come to contest with Mr. Gongsun, but rather to request the return of a certain individual." Gongsun Zhongmo, maintaining a calm demeanor, inquired, "Whom do you seek?" The Wheel King extended his pale index finger, pointing towards Ji Yun, who stood beside Su Beiyu. "She was once a disciple of my sect and the sole survivor of the Chonglong Temple. It is only fitting that she returns with me to the Duxiang Peak to meet the esteemed master and recount the events that transpired at Chonglong Temple." As Ji Yun caught the Wheel King's gaze, memories of the fearsome judge of the underworld and the northern ghost emperor flooded her mind, causing her face to pale. Instinctively, she shrank behind Su Beiyu. What if I refused to hand her over? Gongsun Zhongmo impaled the ground with his Xianming sword and scabbard, interlocking his hands atop the blade's hilt. The Wheel King, unperturbed by Gongsun Zhongmo's response, sighed in resignation. "Why must you trouble yourself over such a trifling character, Mr. Gongsun?" "Trifling character?" Gongsun Zhongmo chuckled lightly. "Pray tell, who qualifies as a significant figure then?" The Wheel King replied solemnly, "Certainly, it is the Lord of the Hall." The various peak masters and the esteemed master. Gongsun Zhongmo calmly stated, then let these significant figures come to me for the exchange. The Wheel King fixed his gaze on Ji Yun, slowly articulating, since Mr. Gongsun is unwilling to show leniency, I have no choice but to. Before he could finish, the immobile Jinyu Blood Guard erupted into action, delivering a powerful punch towards Gongsun Zhongmo's face. With a mere hair's breadth to spare, Gongsun Zhongmo brought his sword across his chest, the scabbard vibrating 9 times as it deflected the blow. He stood unwavering, as steadfast as a mountain. Su Beiyu, observing the scene, discerned the underlying essence of the Jinyu Blood Guard's punch, reminiscent of the fierce style of the Shao family, unyielding and formidable. In contrast, his master's technique was one of softness overcoming strength, embodying the principle that the highest virtue is like water. Suddenly, Su Beiyu felt a chill on his neck. At the moment the Jinyu Blood Guard struck, the Wheel King vanished from sight, not advancing toward Gongsun Zhongmo, but instead appearing beside Su Beiyu, his icy fingers pressing against the young man's neck. In that instant, Su Beiyu found himself utterly paralyzed, devoid of any capacity for resistance. The Wheel King coughed lightly into his hand, placing one palm on Su Beiyu as he whispered, Mr. Gongsun, how about a life for a life? Ignoring him, Gongsun Zhongmo stepped forward, the Xianming sword remaining sheathed, and struck the Jinyu Blood Guard's chest with the hilt, sending the formidable figure staggering backward. The sword need not be drawn for its essence to resonate. Even within the scabbard, the sword's aura could surge forth. The Jinyu Blood Guard retreated over 100 paces before finally halting its momentum. Gongsun Zhongmo's sword energy was so potent that even without unsheathing his blade, it surged forth with the ferocity of thunder. Once the foremost disciple of the sword sect, now its master, he truly lived up to the sect's illustrious legacy. The Jinyu Blood Guard, having expended countless resources, was far from a mere pushover. In the next moment, it surged back to its feet and charged forward, resembling an ancient beast as it carved a deep trench nearly 100 paces long into the earth. The residual force caused the surrounding ground to collapse to varying degrees, and the roar of the impact resonated like an overwhelming thunderclap, fierce and chaotic. Gongsun Zhongmo grasped the sword sheath with one hand, positioning the sword before him. The Xianming within the sheath emitted a melodious sound, akin to a chess match between formidable opponents, eager to engage. The Jinyu Blood Guard collided thunderously against the horizontally held sheath, reminiscent of mighty waves crashing against a grand dike. Gongsun Zhongmo maintained his stance, unwavering as a mountain. In contrast, the Jinyu Blood Guard was repelled by the force of the impact, staggering backward for several dozen paces, leaving deep grooves in the earth. With an impassive expression, Gongsun Zhongmo deftly twirled the long sword, holding the hilt with measured calmness. The Xianming quivered slightly within its sheath. The sword of 14, Song Lei, resounded. The intent of the sword resonated with the universe, transforming the vastness of heaven and earth into a grand drum, with the azure blade in hand serving as the drumstick, summoning a thunderous sound that echoed across the realms. In days of yore, Shanghuan Xianxin, fresh from obscurity, wielded this very sword to confront the foremost sword immortal of the southern frontiers, Mr. Dongxing, producing a tremor that reverberated for 500 miles, and further shaking the ground for 4,500 miles, utterly defeating Mr. Dongxing and announcing the name of Shanghuan Xianxin to the world. The formless thunderclap pierced through the armor of the Jinyu Blood Guard, resonating within him for 500 miles. A series of muffled, thunderous sounds echoed from within the guard, who stumbled backward, cracks beginning to form in his armor as dark crimson blood seeped from the crevices. Gongsun Zhongmo stepped forward once more, covering 100 paces with a single stride. At last, the Xianming unsheathed with a resounding clang. In an instant, the sword's aura enveloped the surroundings. Moments later, as the sword's energy dissipated, so too did the Jinyu Blood Guard, reduced to mere ash. Chapter 46. The Sword That Severed Life and Death. The Wheel King observed the scene with a somber expression. The thunderous roar of that single sword strike still echoed in his ears, refusing to fade. Although the Wheel King did not wield a sword himself, he understood the overwhelming power that it possessed. The path of swordsmanship typically encompasses 4 essential stages: technique, qi, intention, and the Tao. These stages are both interconnected and coexist harmoniously. The most exquisite sword is one that flawlessly integrates all four elements. The young man before him had merely grazed the threshold of qi. If sword 13 epitomized the pinnacle of qi, then sword 14 represented the fusion of technique and qi into a singular entity. The Wheel King lamented that if he were to face such a sword, retreat would be his only recourse, waiting to counterattack only once the sword's momentum had waned. Turning to Gongsun Zhongmo, he spoke in a low tone. "What is your intent, Mr. Gongsun?" Gongsun Zhongmo replied calmly, "In my lifetime, I have never succumbed to coercion." The Wheel King furrowed his brow and asked, "Do you not fear for the life of your painstakingly cultivated disciple?" As he spoke, a wave of blue-white chill emanated from the point where his finger rested, instantaneously encasing much of Su Beiyou's body in crystalline ice, transparent and shimmering. Ji Yun, witnessing this, was rendered speechless, desperately covering her mouth to stifle any sound. The great stewards of the Demon Suppression Hall had unveiled to her the darker side of the Taoist sect, a terror far surpassing that of the Dark Guard Manor. Gongsun Zhongmo regarded the Wheel King, his eyes devoid of the usual murkiness associated with age, instead radiating a clarity reminiscent of an infant's gaze. The Wheel King's expression shifted slightly, his eyelids involuntarily twitching. A deadly intent surged forth. Before long, a shadow of a sword began to materialize within Gongsun Zhongmo's clear gaze, akin to a submerged sword slowly rising to the surface of a lake. His pupils seemed to embody the essence of the sword itself. In the next instant, darkness enveloped the Wheel King's vision. His eyes transformed into two profound blood wells. He had been blinded. Without a moment's hesitation, the Wheel King summoned an overwhelming chill, instantly encasing Su Beiyou in a lifelike ice sculpture, ready to shatter with but a gentle touch, ensuring death beyond any doubt. Yet, Gongsun Zhongmo did not afford him that opportunity. With a flick of his finger, another sword strike was unleashed. This time, the entirety of the Wheel King's right hand was severed cleanly. Driven to a desperate corner, the Wheel King abandoned all concern for Su Beiyou and summoned his full strength. 6 sacred wheels materialized around him, spinning incessantly. Why did the Wheel King bear the name he did? Because he held dominion over the wheel of life and death. The 6 sacred wheels coalesced into a singular entity, forming a colossal rotating disc in the ether. With a sweeping motion of his arms, the Wheel King set the wheel into a rapid spin. With each complete revolution, its size expanded incrementally. After 36 revolutions, the wheel had grown to the magnitude of a mountain, obscuring the sky and sun, while countless tormented souls toiled within, their anguished cries propelling the wheel of life and death. Now, the wheel turns forward, symbolizing reincarnation after death. As the wheel rotates, a somber aura of death continuously dissipates into the surroundings, leaving the worldly warriors at the brink of demise with a mere touch. Even those of the ghostly and human celestial realms find their spirits clouded and bodies tainted. The Wheel King rightfully holds the title of the 10th among the Demon Suppression Hall. A grayish miasma envelopes the world, and aside from Su Beiyou and Ji Yun, who stand behind the Wheel King, even the ground is shrouded in a layer of dim blackness. Gongsun Zhongmo, however, remains undeterred, fully accepting the Wheel King's deadly assault. His robes billowing as if stirred by a tempest, vibrating incessantly with a rustling sound. Concealed behind the wheel and the deathly aura, the Wheel King's expression fluctuates, his remaining hand clutching a piece of black stone, seemingly weighing the pros and cons, hesitating to flee immediately. Logically speaking, the sword sect is not akin to the Buddhist sect, renowned for its offensive prowess rather than defensive tactics. Thus, even Gongsun Zhongmo, a being of the earthly celestial realm, should not remain unscathed amidst such deathly aura. Yet, Gongsun Zhongmo astonishingly stands unscathed, raising his sword, Xianming, before him, gently gliding his fingers along the blade. In an instant, 100-foot radius is filled with sword energy, with Gongsun Zhongmo at its center, countless streams of sword energy swirling, not only dispelling the surrounding deathly aura, but also encasing it within an inescapable sword energy prison like a river circling a city. The Wheel King's countenance shifts slightly. Yet Gongsun Zhongmo's formidable prowess was anticipated. Upon witnessing this, he no longer hesitates and softly states, "In the 10 halls of Yama, the 10th hall's Wheel King resides beyond the shadowy stones of the netherworld, judging lost souls and determining the lifespan of men and women distinguishing between wealth and poverty, directing them towards reincarnation, wielding the authority over life and death. There is a reason I, the Wheel King, am second only to the first hall's King Qin Guang and the Yama King, known as the Emperor of Yama. Even if I am not your match, I should still be capable of impeding you. The black stone in the Wheel King's grasp suddenly soars into the air, resembling a shooting star, carving a dark trajectory as it forcefully pierces through the myriad sword energies, striking Gongsun Zhongmo squarely in the chest. Gongsun Zhongmo's white hair dances wildly, his form recoiling. The surrounding sword energy momentarily stagnates. Seizing this opportunity, the Wheel King attempts to transform into a black rainbow to escape this perilous place. However, just as he begins to morph into the black rainbow, a smirk of derision appears at the corner of Gongsun Zhongmo's mouth. A sword, long awaited, descends fiercely upon the unsuspecting Wheel King. Caught off guard, the Wheel King is pierced through the heart in an instant by the sword, his energy dissipating in an instant. Gongsun Zhongmo raises Xianming, delivering a decisive strike. The sword energy cascades like a galaxy spilling forth, shattering the clouds above. It is still the resounding might of Sword 13. Under this strike, the wheel of life and death collapses thunderously. The Wheel King is cleaved in two, blood pouring forth like rain, staining Su Beiyu, who is on the verge of becoming an ice being, a deep crimson. Amidst the thunderous sound of hooves, Lu Chen arrives just in time, witnessing the scene before him. First rendered speechless, then filled with utter horror. His agreement to ally with the Wheel King in the pursuit of Gongsun Zhongmo was not a hasty decision. He believed that with the 10th-ranked Wheel King of the Demon Suppression Hall, alongside a Blood Guardian of the Abyss, comparable to the majority of those in the Immortal Realm, they could at the very least ensure their own safety even if they could not defeat Gongsun Zhongmo. However, Lu Chun could never have anticipated that within the span of a single incense stick, not only would the Blood Guardian be destroyed, but the Wheel King would also meet his demise beneath Gongsun Zhongmo's blade. In the presence of Gongsun Zhongmo, even the most skilled fighters were as fragile as paper, obliterated in mere moments by a few swift strikes. Gongsun Zhongmo sheathed his dual swords, Xianming and Chuexia, and turned his gaze towards Lu Chun. You are Lu Chen, are you not? If my memory serves me correctly, you are affiliated with Fu Zhongtian. Today, I shall spare your life. But convey this message to Fu Zhongtian. I have not forgotten the grudge of the assassination he orchestrated against me, Gongsun Zhongmo, involving 8 esteemed assassins from the Dark Guard. One day, I shall hold him accountable for that affront. Lu Chen nodded repeatedly, then cautiously turned to leave. At that moment, he could no longer concern himself with the remnants of the Sword Sect or his own position as deputy governor. All he desired was to flee from this place as swiftly as possible. Gongsun Zhongmo's eyes were icy as he waved his sleeve. 200 elite guards from the general's household were left in disarray, their lives extinguished, horses and men alike perishing together. One of Lu Chen's arms fell limply to the ground. Pale and trembling, Lu Chen dared not utter a word or even look back, hastily departing alone. How could he not be terrified? A mere wave of this man's sleeve had slain over 200 fifth-grade elite soldiers. What could he possibly do? After stumbling for 5 miles, the deputy governor of the Northwest Dark Guard finally murmured hoarsely, "The Wheel King has betrayed me." Chapter 47. The autumn's chill sunlight cascaded upon Su Beiyu, now encased in a crystalline sculpture of ice, intermingled with blood, glistening and translucent. Beneath this sanguine glow, Su Beiyu's expression remained remarkably composed and tranquil. He exuded a vivid, yet cruel beauty. Similarly drenched in blood, Ji Yun watched tear after tear fall in a continuous stream. Her hands clasped over her mouth to stifle any sound, fearing that her tears might seal Su Beiyu's fate irreversibly. Gongsun Zhongmo approached the icy figure with deliberate slowness, pausing momentarily before asserting, "He shall not perish. My disciple's life rests in my hands, and none shall take it from me." As he spoke, Gongsun Zhongmo raised his right hand, fingers poised like a sword, and proclaimed gently, "Having practiced the sword for 80 years, I possess the power to kill, and naturally, the ability to save." With a deft stroke, Gongsun Zhongmo sliced through a layer of ice, the sharpness of his sword aura leaving the interior untouched. It was crucial to note that Su Beiyu had merged with the ice. A moment's negligence could result in his shattering, both man and ice reduced to mere fragments. Gongsun Zhongmo's confidence in his actions was palpable. The master's sword gestures were fluid, sending ice shards flying, a demonstration of swordsmanship elevated to its zenith. Appearing both bold and meticulous, revealing the grandeur of precision within the confines of a single motion. After laboring for over half an hour, the ice enveloping Su Beiyu was completely removed. Gongsun Zhongmo then infused Su Beiyu with a breath of sword energy, guiding the flow of his inner vitality. Another hour passed, during which he tapped Su Beiyu's body hundreds of times with his sword fingers. Even a master as skilled as Gongsun Zhongmo turned pale with exertion. Only when Su Beiyu's complexion began to normalize and the pallor receded did he exhale deeply, gently placing his disciple into Ji Yun's embrace, softly stating, "Very well. In about half an hour, he shall awaken. You may watch over him." With the weight of anxiety finally lifted, Ji Yun sat on the ground, cradling Su Beiyu, wiping her tears away and breaking into a smile. "It's a relief that all is well." Gongsun Zhongmo sheathed his swords. Appearing far from the fearsome figure ranked second on the demon hunting list, nor did he resemble the sword sex master of the nine heavens. Instead, he took on the demeanor of a diligent farmer, beginning to tend to the numerous corpses scattered about, leaving the area for Su Beiyu and Ji Yun. As Ji Yun gazed at the peacefully slumbering Su Beiyu, she hesitated momentarily before cautiously extending her hand, yearning to caress the face resting against her chest. However, the instant her fingertips brushed against his slightly cool skin, this young maiden, barely out of her adolescence, recoiled like a startled deer, her cheeks flushing red as she quickly lowered her gaze, as if fearing Su Beiyu might awaken at any moment. The first attempt was fraught with difficulty. Having faltered, she found herself lacking the courage for a second try. Instead, she began to observe Su Beiyu closely for the first time. Upon noticing the thick calluses on his fingers and the subtle, inconspicuous scars on his wrists and forearms, she instinctively glanced at her own hands, delicate fingers untouched by the rigors of life. Her hands had never known toil. Throughout her previous existence, she had dwelled within the confines of Chonglong Temple, sheltered under the protective wing of the venerable abbot, blissfully unaware of the harsh realities of the lower echelons of society and the perils of the martial world. To her, being reprimanded by her master and seeing the birds she raised fly away constituted a monumental calamity, leaving her in distress for several days. The annihilation of Chonglong Temple by the Dark Guard was no less than the sky collapsing. Yet, on the whole, she considered herself fortunate. All those from Chonglong Temple perished, leaving her as the sole survivor. The days preceding this tragedy were reminiscent of spring. After a considerable time, Su Beiyu awoke groggily, discovering himself nestled in a soft and warm place. It seemed he had just awakened from a slumber, feeling a chill, yet also an indescribable sense of comfort, as though the energy within him had surged beyond measure. Although he still fell short of the second-tier realm, he had transcended the capabilities of an ordinary third-tier warrior. Instinctively, he shifted slightly. The young Ji Yun, having just blossomed into adulthood, suddenly felt her cheeks flush a deep crimson, spreading from her ears to her neck, her skin glistening as if it might drip with dew. As Su Beiyu gradually became fully aware, he sensed something amiss. He abruptly sat up, turning to see Ji Yun with her head bowed, instantly engulfed in embarrassment. In that moment, the two naive youths found themselves ensnared in an awkward silence, unsure of how to proceed. Regardless of the awkwardness, this moment was destined to be etched vividly in their memories. If one were to liken the age of 20 to the spring of life, then the emotions blossoming at this time were akin to the most vibrant and exquisite flowers unfurling in the warmth of spring, pure and immaculate. Devoid of the scheming calculations characteristic of maturity and free from the entanglements of old age, their feelings were simply the most genuine and sincere expressions of youth. From a distance, Gongsun Zhongmo, who had been reducing the last corpse to dust, smiled faintly and remarked softly, "The youth knows not the taste of sorrow. Ascend to greater heights, ascend to greater heights." Indeed, the youth, unacquainted with sorrow, uttered something, and Ji Yun's face finally lost its deep hue. Instead, for the first time, she playfully tapped Su Beiyu, her small face puffed in indignation, yet her eyes betrayed an undeniable mirth. Gongsun Zhongmo, now with hair as white as snow, gazed upon this scene with a melancholic expression. In his sorrow lay a sense of solitude, intertwined with nostalgia and remembrance. That year, as the Taoist sect and the sword sect were on the brink of a great battle, In this critical moment, Elder Xiao Shun of the Sword Sect betrayed his clan, secretly aligning himself with his nephew Xiao Yu, and concurrently becoming the head of the Sword Peak of the Taoist sect. It was also that year when Xiao Shun unleashed a massacre atop Lianhua Peak, slaughtering the unguarded members of the Sword Qi Ascending Hall. Nearly the entire hall was decimated, with only Gongsun Zhongmo and a woman narrowly escaping with their lives. Subsequently, misfortune compounded as the news of their master, Shangwan Xianqian, being slain by divine punishment reached them. The Sword Sect, almost overnight, became precariously unstable. Following this, the Sword Sect and the White Lotus Sect faced a catastrophic defeat, as the forces of Emperor Xiao and the Taoist and Buddhist sects surged to victory. Finally, the crumbling Sword Sect collapsed, with the Taoists embarking on a relentless pursuit of the Sword Sect's remnants. The two could only flee together into the unknown. The world believed they ultimately parted ways, never to reunite even in old age, unaware that they had once supported each other through countless life and death trials. At that time, Gongsun Zhongmo was not the formidable figure he is today. His skills were still quite rudimentary. Under the relentless pursuit of the Demon Suppression Hall, he found himself in a state of distress, not entirely consumed by fear, yet undeniably in a predicament, teetering on the brink of despair. It was amidst these arduous circumstances that two individuals, already bound by a prior engagement, formally united as husband and wife. There were neither the 6 rites nor a grand hall, no family or friends, no bridal sedan, and not even a wedding gown. Only the two of them, 2 swords, 2 joyous candles, and 2 jugs of turbid wine, swearing their vows before heaven and earth, their destinies intertwined. This marked the summer of Gongsun Zhongmo's life, a season characterized by the coexistence of scorching sun and tempestuous storms. As for why they became like strangers, the explanation is quite simple. 20 years later, the woman grew weary of the relentless pursuit and sought stability, while he was unable to provide it. When an opportunity for a secure life presented itself, their relationship naturally came to an end. Mutual support could not ultimately withstand the passage of time and the inevitability of forgetting one another amidst the vastness of the world. Gongsun Zhongmo recalled the scene of their parting, where not a word was exchanged. They simply turned away with resolute finality. In retrospect, while circumstances played a significant role, was it not also a reflection of youthful arrogance? With age, one faces desolation in their twilight years. Has he ever regretted it? A breeze stirred, carrying a hint of early autumn's chill. Gongsun Zhongmo glanced again at the young couple and sighed, reflecting, in old age, one comes to understand the taste of sorrow, yearning to speak yet remaining silent as the coolness of autumn arrives. Chapter 48. The leisurely celestial at the 18th floor. A knight galloped swiftly from the outer city into the inner city, making no detours and directly traversing a considerable distance to arrive at the entrance of the Dark Guard's office. In contrast to the grandiose majesty of the Demon Suppression Hall, the Dark Guard's office, situated in the imperial capital, appeared somewhat unremarkable, even bordering on the austere. However, this was to be expected, after all. It lay beneath the emperor's feet. Not to mention the imperial palace, but even the various official offices, the cabinet, and the great governor's office loomed above it. No matter how formidable the Dark Guard's authority was, it dared not openly wield power. Yet, due to the Dark Guard being directly subordinate to the emperor, its status was exalted, distinguishing it from other military offices scattered throughout the inner city. It was strategically positioned near the main gate of the imperial city, the Chengtian Gate, adjacent to the great governor's office, and facing the 6 ministries across the street, placing it at the very heart of the empire. The cabinet, however, resided within the royal city's Wenyuan Pavilion, separate from the major official offices. The armored guard stationed before the Dark Guard's entrance regarded the weary knight with cold scrutiny until he produced a black jade token from his bosom, at which point they slowly withdrew their penetrating gazes. This token signified the knight's identity as one of their own. Approximately half an hour later, the knight found himself deep within a secret chamber of the Dark Guard's office. The room was small and dimly lit. Aside from a bed, a table, and a cabinet, there was little else. A middle-aged man clad in a lion-emblazoned military robe sat cross-legged on the bed, his features obscured by the shadows. The knight knelt before the bed, presenting a sealed letter adorned with unblemished wax. The middle-aged man, recognized by his official rank of a second-grade military officer, was none other than Fu Zhongtian, the right governor of the Dark Guard. As one of the 3 hall masters of the White Tiger Hall, Fu Zhongtian oversaw regions such as Shuzhou, the northwest, and the grasslands of the Western Territories. The northwest branch of the Dark Guard fell under his command. Before ascending to the position of right governor, he had commanded the Imperial Guards, gaining renown for his exceptional prowess and merciless actions. Over the years, countless so-called powerful officials had been captured and executed at his hands. He had indeed ascended to his current rank upon a foundation of the blood of numerous dignitaries. Fu Zhongtian accepted the letter without haste to open it, lightly tapping his index finger on the table and inquiring, "What is your name?" The knight, prostrated on the ground, respectfully replied, reporting to the esteemed governor, "I am called Gu Yan, with Gu from the name of the solitary and Yin from the wild goose." The voice was clear and melodious, revealing her to be a woman. Fu Zhongtian nodded and rose to converse. "Thank you, governor." The woman stood, revealing a countenance strikingly reminiscent of the deceased Gu Yan, albeit with a more composed beauty. Gu Yan and Gu Yin were orphans taken in by Lu Chun in his early years. As children, they resembled each other so closely that even Lu Chun had difficulty distinguishing between them. However, as they matured, only their physical resemblance remained. Gu Yin was vivacious, while Gu Yin was tranquil. Their distinct temperaments and manners made it easy to differentiate between the sisters, and now, with Gu Yin deceased, they were no longer the pair they once were. Fu Zhongtian glanced at the solitary goose and softly inquired, "How fares Lu Chun?" The solitary goose replied in a low voice, "News has just arrived from the northwest. Lord Lu has lost an arm and has returned to the central capital, awaiting the disposition from the governor." Finally, Fu Zhongtian opened the secret letter in his hand, 2 pages densely filled with fine script. His expression remained impassive as he meticulously perused the contents, displaying no signs of elation or discontent, nor did he express any opinion regarding what was inscribed within. The Shadow Guard Bureau, the progenitor of intelligence gathering, afforded him, as one of its 3 chief officers, alternative avenues to verify the veracity of Lu Chen's claims. He placed the letter upon the oil lamp on the Kong table, watching it gradually turn to ash before he slowly spoke. "Gongsun Zhongmo has slain the Wheel King, ranked 10th in the Demon Suppression Palace, with a single stroke of his sword. Truly, he is deserving of the title of Sword Sect Master, exhibiting an unparalleled dominance. Having failed to eliminate the inconsequential Gongsun Zhongmo back then, any attempt to do so now would be futile, if not impossible." The solitary goose dared not utter a word. After all, that was Gongsun Zhongmo, the current master of the Sword Sect, the second most notorious figure on the demon rankings, surpassed only by the transcendent Qin Shindarin, and even overshadowing the formidable Murong Xianin of the later generation. As a senior figure within the Shadow Guard Bureau, the solitary goose had a tenuous grasp on certain clandestine matters that eluded the common populace. The realm of Earth immortals, transcending the human immortal stage, is profoundly enigmatic, its vastness exceeding the cumulative heights of the preceding realms. The so-called immortals, residing in the Earth immortal realm, tirelessly cultivate, refining their essence, concocting elixirs, and transforming their energy, achieving the convergence of the 5 vital energies and the culmination of the 3 yangs. Immersion in the path of immortality leads to the transcendence of form, the perfection of yin and yang, the existence of self beyond the self, and the ascension to the heavens, thereby attaining the title of immortal. The 3 mountains refer to the legendary offshore peaks, Penglai, Yingzhou, and Fangzhong. As the Taoist master Elzu once articulated, should one aspire to reach Yingzhou, they must first traverse the towering 18 floors. Thus, the Earth Immortal realm is often referred to as the 18 floors of Earth Immortals. Figures like the Wheel King have merely stepped into this realm, barely ascending to the 2nd floor. In contrast, Gongsun Zhongmo, as surmised by an esteemed figure, likely possesses a status exceeding the 12th floor, though the specifics of such a realm remain uncertain. For over the years, none have been able to compel Gongsun Zhongmo to exert his full strength. Regarding the realm of immortals above that of Earth immortals in the past century, aside from the ascended Taoist leaders of yore, only the current unrivaled Taoist leader is speculated to be at the 18 floors of Earth immortals. Yet no one dares assert that they have stepped into the realm of true immortals, illustrating how exceedingly rare such beings are. Elders often speak of a saying, "Before the autumn winds stir, The cicadas sense the ghostly immortals. The celestial beings resonate with the human immortals. The earth immortals traverse the vast seas by day and the twilight woods by night, and the immortals achieve eternal life. It is said that only by stepping into the realm of earth immortals can one truly savor freedom in this world. However, even earth immortals are not entirely unburdened. They are still subject to the formidable constraints of the heavenly way, unable to escape the inexorable cycle of life and death dictated by celestial laws. Only those who reach the level of celestial immortals can be considered truly transcendent and attain eternal life. Without entering the realm of celestial immortals, no matter how profound one's mystical abilities may be, one cannot evade the path of dissolution. Thus, the world speaks of both carefree earth immortals and enduring celestial immortals. Fu Zhongtian mused softly to himself. Gongsun Zhongmo is accompanied by a young man. Upon further reflection, this old fellow is already in his 80s. And the path of the sword does not nurture longevity as the Buddhist way does. It seems he is nearing the end of his lifespan and must begin to cultivate a successor. Guyan softly concurred. It seems that way. Suddenly, Fu Zhongtian rose from the couch, his face emerging from the shadows. His visage was refined, with 3 strands of long beard, embodying the countenance of a distinguished scholar rather than a warrior. Guyan was taken aback, instinctively retreating a step. Fu Zhongtian grasped her chin, scrutinizing her for a moment before smiling and declaring, "What a beauty." Guyan, feeling stiff and somewhat at a loss, stammered, "My lord." Fu Zhongtian's lips curled slightly as he remarked, "Lu Chun has committed a grave transgression and deserves death." Guyan's face instantly drained of color. To her, Lu Chun was akin to a father. How could she bear to witness him in such dire straits? Just as she was about to speak, Fu Zhongtian leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "However, Lu Chun has brought you here, which is indeed a splendid gift, to my great delight. I could spare his life." Gu Yin was momentarily stunned, gradually losing her strength. Fu Zhongtian straightened, supporting her with both hands, towering over her. He recalled that Gongsun Zhongmo once said in his youth, "A sword is like a beloved wife, and a beauty is akin to a renowned sword. One cannot be parted from the sword, while the renowned sword can be treasured and displayed, enjoyed in leisure." Bestowing a renowned sword upon someone is much like a distinguished gentleman gifting a concubine, a tale worthy of admiration. Is it not true that in his hands lies a sword of exquisite beauty? Chapter 49. The Splendid River and Mountain. The heavenly path Su Beiyu now finds himself amidst a gathering of enchanting beauties, akin to a forlorn child realizing his own immaturity amidst their exquisite allure. The situation is both helpless and disheartening, leaving him in a state of utter frustration. Tianlan, Chuexia, and Xianming appear as 3 captivating women, each hailing from distinct backgrounds. Tianlan, the childhood sweetheart, has surpassed the innocent stage of hand-holding and kissing, now merely a step away from consummation. Chuexia, a recently acquainted noblewoman, exudes an air of elegance laced with ambiguity, as if inviting him to conquer her in exchange for the promise of mastery. Yet, even winning over Tianlan proves a formidable challenge, leaving him utterly unprepared to pursue Chuexia, who captivates him with her irresistible charm. As for Xianming, she embodies the epitome of beauty, having encountered numerous men and, with her former master Gongsun Zhongmo by her side, remains indifferent to Su Beiyu's presence. Exuding an aura of aloofness as if regarding all men as mere fleeting clouds, the group has now departed from the region of Dunhuang, turning eastward toward Wuqiao Ridge, which leads to the picturesque Xiulong grassland, and ultimately to their destination, Jilu City. The 3 traverse the rugged paths of Wuqiao Ridge, with Gongsun Zhongmo leading the way, Zhiyun in the middle, and Su Beiyu bringing up the rear. Gazing at the verdant expanse on the horizon, Gongsun Zhongmo reflects on the grand gatherings of yore, the debates at Biluo Lake, the mysteries of Jinglu Lake, the trade fairs at Jilu City, the Taoist discussions at Xuandu, the Buddhist Ulambana Festival, and the sword competitions at Bio Island, where diverse voices once harmonized. Now, however, only the Taoist discussions and the Ulambana Festival remain. Curious, Su Beiyu inquires, "Master, what is the trade fair at Jilu City?" Gongsun Zhongmo, without any pretense, candidly explains, "The so-called trade fair is simply a marketplace for commerce. For instance, you, being a Taoist, may fortuitously acquire a Buddhist artifact you cannot utilize. Meanwhile, I, as a Buddhist, possess a Taoist artifact that I likewise cannot use. In the absence of connections to exchange these items, the trade fair at Julu City emerged, serving as a venue for such transactions. Intrigued, Su Beiyu responds, "That sounds like a wonderful place." Gongsun Zhongmo softly laments, "Alas, you missed that era, when the former General Murong Yin suffered defeat and retreated to Julu City. He expelled the local cultivators, leading to the demise of the trade fair." Su Beiyu, however, displays little disappointment, merely shaking his head in regret. Gongsun Zhongmo continues, "In recent years, the Taoist sect has dominated, resulting in an increasing number of wandering souls like us. This time, Xiao Mo aims to revive the trade fair at Julu City, welcoming heroes from all corners, and has specifically invited me, indicating his grand ambitions. In my view, it is likely that Emperor Xiao supports him from behind. After all, while the Prince of Lingwu County is not insignificant, he is hardly formidable in the face of the Taoist sect. A mere flick could extinguish him, with the aftermath being a simple apology to the court, merely a loss of face, not of substance. In my day, I decapitated several high-ranking clerics, which only caused the Taoist sect mild discomfort, but it hardly constituted a serious injury." Su Beiyu listens, utterly astonished. "Originally, I believed that the Duke of Lingwu was a figure of great significance, yet my master revealed him to be merely a puppet of the Xiao Emperor. Meanwhile, the Taoist sect has endured the loss of several high-ranking stewards, yet this hardly constitutes a crippling blow. How profound must the foundation of the Taoist sect be?" Gongsun Zhongmo chuckled to himself, reflecting that with the Taoists holding sway, all the talents of the realm are drawn into their fold. The masters of the Taoist sect multiply as swiftly as chives, harvested time and again, exhausting themselves without ever fully depleting their ranks. One of the 36 stewards who nearly perished in the Battle of Huliao Mountain. Shortly after Chun Yi ascended to power, he reorganized the Demon Suppression Hall. Sparing himself the effort of eliminating rivals, the hall remained as formidable as ever. Su Beiyu hesitated to speak. Although Gongsun Zhongmo had his back turned, he was acutely aware of his disciple's thoughts and smiled gently. "Are you wondering, my disciple, how we might revive the sword sect, given the Taoists' overwhelming strength?" Su Beiyu, unembarrassed by being seen through, nodded earnestly. "I dare to ask." Gongsun Zhongmo explained, "Before the turn of the millennium, there was talk of a grand plan within the Taoist sect, which began a millennium ago when the sword sect broke away. This so-called grand plan spans nearly 1,000 years, from the time the Taoists were once dominant to their current state of decline. In simpler terms, the Taoist sect of 1,000 years ago is not dissimilar to the one today, both holding themselves as supreme overall, except that in the intervening millennium, the Taoists lost their hegemonic position, allowing Confucianism and Buddhism to rise, leading to the notion of the coexistence of the three teachings. Ultimately, this grand plan is about the revival of the Taoist sect." Su Beiyu, a perceptive individual, pondered briefly before responding. "Master implies that while the Taoist sect was once at its zenith, it subsequently fell, and thus the current Taoist sect is not invulnerable." Gongsun Zhongmo nodded in approval. "Indeed, 1,000 years ago, our sword sect's founder, wielding a single sword, suppressed the Taoist sect's headmaster and 24 great immortals, leading the Sword Peak to independence over the East Sea. The situation today mirrors that of yore. Should a hero emerge, it is not impossible to overturn the Taoist sect once more. My revered master, Shangguan Xianxin, had the potential to become another founding figure, yet tragically perished beneath celestial retribution. Su Beiyu, can you inherit the legacy of our forebear? If so, I wonder if I shall witness it in my lifetime." Su Beiyu gasped in astonishment. "Me?" Gongsun Zhongmo replied calmly, "The Earth Immortals reside on the 18th floor, while the Celestial Immortals dwell on the 9th heaven. In his time, our founder almost reached the threshold of the celestial realm, and my master crossed the threshold of the 18th floor before his demise. The path I now present to you may lead to celestial enlightenment or could be a road to ruin. Whether you walk it and how far you travel depends solely on you." Su Beiyu's gaze hardened, declaring, "I shall certainly walk this path. However, I have yet to understand why both you and my teacher hold me in such high regard. I do not believe that good fortune comes without cost. Even if it does, it may not come my way." Gongsun Zhongmo did not provide a response, merely stating, "In this world, many things defy reason. Your disbelief stems from yet having to encounter such occurrences. In those years, Xiao Yu, a scion deemed a castaway, raised eyebrows as to how such a seemingly inconsequential individual could capture the attention of the lofty princess of the grasslands. How was it that the esteemed Tao sect held him in such high regard? Amidst a world brimming with extraordinary talents, how did this mere youth manage to seize dominion? Many have lamented Xiao Yu's perceived harshness and lack of gratitude, yet in the end, why did the hearts of the people gravitate towards him? These matters perplexed many. Unable to comprehend, they attributed it to the whims of fate, uttering phrases like "in times without heroes, it is the unremarkable who rise to prominence." Or had others triumphed over Xiao Yu back then, how different would the world be now? Regardless, the outcome was undeniable. In the contest of power, Xiao Yu emerged victorious, claiming the realm as was destined. Su Beiyu furrowed his brow, patiently awaiting his master's further elucidation. Gongsun Zhongmo remarked with nonchalance, "You claim there are no benefits without expenditure. Thus, I ask you, does the son of a noble family, born into luxury and abundance, not enjoy a fortune without cost? Is it not a stroke of luck for a disciple of the Tao to be favored by the headmaster, thereby ascending to greatness? Those who achieve great deeds must possess a modicum of fortune, otherwise, how could they rise above the multitudes? Had Xiao Yu been as cautious as you, pondering every step, would he have seized the opportunity to establish the Grand Qi dynasty? He would have likely faded into obscurity, bereft of a final resting place." Su Beiyu exhaled softly, acknowledging, "I recognize my error." Gongsun Zhongmo gently advised, "Water that is too clear yields no fish. Caution is commendable, but excessive caution breeds suspicion. Such doubt can drive those in the middle to the opposing side, which is a grave mistake you must remember." Su Beiyu respectfully nodded. Gongsun Zhongmo sighed, "Ultimately, this is all fate. The Tao sect often speaks of 1's life, 2's fortune, 3's lineage, 4's accumulation of merit, 5's scholarship. I was once skeptical of this, but now I am firmly convinced. Consider the current courtiers, like Lan Yu and Wei Jin. They indeed possess remarkable qualities. Yet, what of others like Duanmu Ruisheng? Do they possess any noteworthy skills? If a commoner were to occupy that position for a decade, they too could maintain a fade of composure and exhibit shrewdness. Can such traits be deemed true ability? Those who ascend to such heights merely possess a fortunate fate. Stripped of their official robes, what remains? A mind filled with vice, or a glorious realm? Chapter 50. The 10 great figures of the world. Han Xian had once advised Su Beiyu that one's humble origins do not matter, but one must learn to adapt to the changing times. It is of no consequence if one has not witnessed the grandeur of the world. However, when such splendor unfolds before your eyes, it is unacceptable to be preoccupied with trifles, such as calculating the cost of a meal or haggling over a bowl of free soup. This was a lesson Han Xian had gleaned from his own experiences. When he first arrived at Xiaofang village, he approached the life of the impoverished common folk with the airs of a high-ranking official, which soon led to his financial ruin and a dismal existence. Conversely, approaching the ascent to higher echelons with the mindset of an ordinary citizen is destined to yield limited success, even if one fortuitously reaches great heights. A disastrous fall is inevitable. Gongsun Zhongmo's intention in guiding Su Beiyu across the land was to cultivate a broader perspective, to navigate the complexities of human affairs, to expand his horizons, and to elevate his spirit, thus embodying the grandeur befitting a true master. As Gongsun Zhongmo aptly stated, life, fate, and innate talent are determined by the heavens. The accumulation of merit and the pursuit of knowledge follow. Destiny is ordained by the heavens and cannot be altered, while one's merit is rooted in ancestral deeds, already a foregone conclusion. Su Beiyu lacks neither talent nor diligence in his studies. Now, with Gongsun Zhongmo and Han Xian collaborating to bestow upon him immense fortune, the realization of his aspirations hinges upon whether fate aligns in their favor. Wuqiao Ridge, also known as the Watershed Ridge or Hongqi Ridge, derives its name from a term in the grassland vernacular. Since the establishment of the Great Zheng Dynasty, Wuqiao Ridge has gradually supplanted its original name. Gazing eastward, one can see the Longdong region and the Shanzhou area. To the west lies the Heshi Plain of Ziliangzhou. Historically, this ridge has served as the gateway and throats of the Shiliang Corridor, connecting to the Xiulong grassland and standing as the first line of defense against the southern incursions of cavalry from the grasslands. In the days of the great Zheng's founding emperor, despite his unsuccessful expedition into the grasslands, he managed to reclaim the Heshi Plain, incorporating it into the Great Zheng's territory. At the foot of Wuqiao Ridge, he constructed 2 fortresses, in Yuan City to the north and in Min City to the south, with a series of beacon towers strategically placed between them. Near in Yuan City, the number of armored warriors had notably increased. Gongsun Zhongmo stood atop a high slope, gazing at the ancient city built against the mountains. The city walls, now weathered and battered by the relentless winds and sands, prompted him to softly muse. The ancient city, battered by the north winds, has transformed through the ages. In the whispers of the rising winds, the sounds of clashing swords and galloping steeds still linger in the air. Su Beiyu remained silent, aware that the northwest, particularly the grasslands, held a complex emotional resonance for his master. This was the birthplace of Emperor Zhao's rise, as well as the onset of the sword sect's decline. Gongsun Zhongmo pointed towards in Yuan City and quietly recounted, after the great defeat at Puyuan. It was from here that I fled the grasslands, in a state of utter disarray, nearly losing my life to the hands of the Taoist sect. Su Beiyu seldom delved into his master's past. Firstly, out of respect for the dignity of the teacher-student bond, and secondly, because such tales often recounted the sorrow of a fallen nation and family. Despite his master's current demeanor of calm detachment and his impressive presence as one recognized by all, Su Beiyu believed that the shadows of the past could not be so easily forgotten or dismissed. The more serene the outward demeanor, the heavier the burdens within. Gongsun Zhongmo took a step forward and declared, "Let us descend." Su Beiyu gently grasped Zhiyun's hand and followed closely behind his master. Wuqialing is a significant stronghold of military strategy. However, due to the recent allegiance of the grasslands, it no longer maintains the strict restrictions of yore. Except for the cities of Anyuan and Anmin, along with numerous beacon towers that are not easily accessible, other areas permit the free passage of travelers. Gongsun Zhongmo, with an air of inquiry, addressed his disciple. Xiao Mo has extended an invitation for me to visit Jiulu City, undoubtedly with ulterior motives. It is likely that both the Taoist sect and the imperial court have caught wind of this news and are eagerly preparing a trap for me to unwittingly step into. Su Beiyu furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is this information disseminated by the Prince of Lingwu, Xiao Mo? Does he intend to employ a hidden dagger?" Gongsun Zhongmo shook his head with a smile, saying, "It cannot be considered as employing a hidden dagger. It is more akin to the conflict between the crane and the clam, where the fisherman reaps the benefits. He seeks to incite a fierce confrontation between myself and the Taoist sect, thereby allowing the observing court to profit. I believe this is not Xiao Mo's true desire. Yet whether within the halls of power or the realms of the rivers and lakes, one is bound by the rules of the game. There has never been a carefree individual beyond the reach of regulations in this world." Su Beiyu asked, "Will you go, master?" Gongsun Zhongmo replied with a grin, "Of course. Why would I not? They have set the stage for me as the leading actor. Such a grand performance warrants my participation." Though he had anticipated this, hearing it directly from his master caused Su Beiyu a fleeting moment of distraction. The sword sect operates under the principle that the sword itself is the path. No matter how intricate your schemes may be, they are mere trifles against the might of a sword. The affairs of the world boil down to the matters of a single sword, such is the essence of the sword sect's philosophy. Upon descending the mountain, the group arrived at the base where a figure clad in the armor of a border officer awaited them. Upon sighting Gongsun Zhongmo, he knelt on one knee and presented a scroll with both hands. Gongsun Zhongmo accepted the scroll and waved his hand, prompting the man to rise and swiftly vanish from Su Beiyu's sight. Su Beiyu felt a surge of trepidation. This individual likely possessed first-grade cultivation. Could he be a disciple of the sword sect? After all, his master still bore the title of the sword sect's leader. And he could not be the sole disciple. Gongsun Zhongmo spoke calmly. "I have toiled for much of my life and have established some connections. When I depart this world, I shall ensure they acknowledge you as their master. Whether you can seize that opportunity will depend on your own abilities." Su Beiyu nodded in silence. As dusk approached near Anyuan City, Gongsun Zhongmo unfurled the scroll in his hand and, after a cursory glance, remarked, "After a span of 40 years, Lan Yu has once again unearthed the heavenly secrets list from the bottom of his box, allowing his Tianji pavilion to publish a so-called list of the top 10 individuals in the world. Unsurprisingly, the leader of the Taoist sect occupies the pinnacle, deemed the unrivaled champion of the world. In second place is the long-standing second, the abbot of the Buddhist sect, while Murong Xianin has also made it to the list, securing third place. Fourth is Mr. Zhang Baisui, who has long resided in the depths of the imperial palace. Lan Yu, the old man, has cleverly excluded himself from the rankings, citing his role as the evaluator. If he were to be listed, he would undoubtedly be among the top 3. Su Beiyu had heard of the illustrious Tianji list, reputed for its extraordinary nature. It is said that once one reaches the realm of celestial resonance, their name will be inscribed upon it. Unless one possesses profound mystical powers or holds the treasure itself, it is exceedingly difficult to obscure the list's resonance. Thus, amongst cultivators, there exists a jest that only true masters can remain unlisted on the Tianji list. The leader of the Dao sect should possess such profound abilities to sever the list's resonance, yet he need not veil his prowess. The Dao sect stands formidable in the present age, and its leader is undoubtedly unparalleled in the world. Ji Yin generally refrains from interjecting during conversations between master and disciple, but this time, curiosity compelled him to muster the courage to inquire. Senior Gongsun, what is your rank? Gongsun Zhongmo smiled and shook his head, modestly declaring, merely 8th. Unworthy of my esteemed master. Su Beiyu silently acknowledged the rank of 8th in his heart. Among the vast multitude of cultivators, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, 8th may not seem lofty, yet it signifies being among the elite few who stand atop the world. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of Xiaomo, as preparations were underway to reopen the trade in Jilu City, Lan Yu stirred the waters in the imperial capital by unveiling the Tianji list, revealing his ulterior motives. Gongsun Zhongmo then addressed Su Beiyu. Do not concern yourself with the strengths and weaknesses of those old fogies. Beneath the 10 most formidable, there exists a list dedicated to appraising the younger generation, known as the Levexo list. Within it, several young individuals may pose significant challenges for you in the future. One is Qi Xianyun, a direct disciple of the Dao sect's leader, who, at a tender age, has already cultivated the Sanqing formula to the 5th level, achieving the realm of human immortals, one not to be underestimated. Another is a young girl from the Shao family's collateral line, practicing the Shao family's martial arts, also at the human immortal realm. The remaining 2 are a swordsman from the grasslands and a rogue hailing from the streets, both formidable in their own right. Su Beiyu nodded solemnly. Among the forementioned, he had already encountered the young girl from the Shao family, who had, in a critical moment, rescued Duanmu Yu. The other 3, however, remained unknown to him. Chapter 51. Cultivation as Commerce. Su Beiyu and his disciples did not enter the heavily guarded Anyuan city. Instead, they circumvented this pivotal town of Shiliang and made their way directly to Shilong Prairie. The boundary between Shiliang Province and Shilong Prairie is defined by the Wujiao River, a tributary of the Qinghe, where the air is thick with moisture and one can perceive a faint dampness from a distance. The trio traveled northeast along the banks of the Wujiao River, stopping to rest by the water whenever they could. After a day's journey, they finally discovered a ferry crossing, where a sheepskin raft was available to transport passengers across the river. The ferryman was an elderly man, his face etched with deep wrinkles, his hands bony and lean. Beneath his weathered skin, the veins were pronounced. Accompanying him was a child, similarly clad in tattered garments, suggesting a familial bond, likely that of grandfather and grandson. Upon seeing the 3 travelers, the old man readily initiated his business, asking if they wished to cross the river. He offered a rate of 2 coins per person if they waited for the raft to fill, or 10 coins for an immediate crossing. Su Beiyu counted out 10 large coins from his pouch and handed them to the old man, opting for an immediate passage. The elder accepted the payment with a smile illuminating his aged visage and turned to untie the ropes of the raft. The 3 boarded the sheepskin vessel, with the child seated at the bow, facing away from the river. Ji Yin was placed in the middle, while Su Beiyu and Gongsun Zhongmo occupied the sides, with the elders standing at the stern to paddle the boat. Having departed from Dunhuang, Ji Yin no longer wore her large cloak, revealing her true countenance. As she sat opposite the child, he gazed at her ethereal beauty, his dark face flushing with color. Amused, Ji Yin decided to engage him, asking, "What is your name?" The child glanced up briefly before hastily lowering his head, stammering, "I am called Shui Sheng, because my mother gave birth to me on the boat." Ji Yin gently ruffled Shui Sheng's small head, causing his cheeks to redden further. Summoning his courage, he remarked, "Sister, you are truly beautiful." Ji Yun was taken aback, instinctively casting a glance at Su Beiyu beside her, and softly replied, "You are the first to say that I am beautiful." Shui Sheng's face nearly matched the hue of a ripe peach as he stumbled over his words. How could? Sister is so beautiful, surely many people. Like. Ji Yun smiled gently, yet as her smile faded, a hint of melancholy crept into her expression. The long journey stretches endlessly before them. When they reach the end, where shall they go? Noticing Ji Yun's sudden silence, Shui Sheng assumed he had misspoken and dared not utter another word. The sheepskin raft soon reached the opposite bank, and as the trio disembarked, Ji Yun affectionately patted Shui Sheng's head once more, causing the innocent child to blush anew. Oblivious to the significance of her gesture, casually glancing at the man beside her, Ji Yun observed that Su Beiyu appeared lost in thought, seemingly indifferent to the exchange. A faint shadow of melancholy passing across his features. Gongsun Zhongmo shook his head at this scene, but chose to remain silent, perhaps deeming his disciple unyielding in this regard and unwilling to expend further effort. Ah well, let fate take its course. Su Beiyu is indeed in a state of transcendental contemplation, currently engaged in the formidable practice of the 13th sword. To speak candidly, had it not been for the guidance of Gongsun Zhongmo, even with years of diligent training, Su Beiyu might not have grasped the essence of this profound art. The path of cultivation has historically been one where wise mentors are scarce, irrespective of one's innate talent or the potency of their cultivation techniques. The presence of a knowledgeable guide is indispensable. In this regard, even the esteemed Confucian sage, hailed as one who emerged in a time devoid of figures like Confucius, was not exempt from seeking wisdom from the Taoist patriarch in his youth. The transition from the 9th rank to the 1st rank in the realm of worldly martial artists presents a formidable threshold, without a master to illuminate the way. Most martial practitioners are destined to remain at the 2nd rank. Ascending to the 1st rank signifies entering a realm where one has shed the impurities of the acquired and approached the innate, thus paving the way for the 5 celestial realms that follow the 1st rank. In the eyes of the esteemed Taoist masters, the ghost immortal realm is merely a stage of cultivation, while the human immortal represents the true practitioners of the way. Only upon reaching the earth immortal realm does one genuinely stand at the threshold of immortality. The 18 levels of earth immortals resemble a stairway to the heavens. Reaching the summit completes the journey towards longevity, yet the ascent to the celestial realms remains incomplete. To reach the heavens, one must subsequently ascend through the 9 heavens, thereby unveiling the boundless mysteries beyond. The so-called supreme Taoist ancestor, the Buddha of infinite light and longevity, and the celestial demons from beyond all exemplify this journey. To draw an imperfect analogy, the path of cultivation resembles a commerce with the heavens, where ghost immortals are akin to itinerant vendors, human immortals represent stallholders with fixed positions, and only earth immortals possess proper establishments, varying in size according to their cultivation levels. Ultimately, all must heed the dictates of the Tao. Only upon becoming a celestial immortal does one gain the leverage to negotiate with the cosmic forces. As for the celestial immortal realm, it signifies a merchant of immense wealth, whose lineage and disciples resemble a vast fleet traversing the land and sea, ensuring that even in seclusion, fortunes flow abundantly, nearly equating one's status with that of the Tao itself. Su Beiyu meticulously reflects upon the wealth he has amassed. This wealth, however, is not measured in monetary terms, but rather in tangible knowledge and experiences that he can wield at will. The dragon and tiger pill formula, revised by his master, is just the beginning of his journey, as he has merely scratched the surface, still distant from mastery. The first 12 of the 36 swords are firmly etched in his memory, yet he finds himself halted at the 13th sword. A Tianlan sword absorbs 2/3 of the sword's spirit and intent, indicating a subtle loosening at the threshold of his realm, suggesting that the 2nd rank is within imminent reach. His satchel is filled with various texts, having perused works such as records of Shiliang Prefecture, Tao of the South, essentials of martial preparations, commentary on the Book of Documents, and illustrated guide to the Emperor, and is now engaged with records of the vast universe and true scripture of the supreme clarity, alongside the dragon-shaking scripture. Additionally, he has traversed the region of Longnan and a considerable portion of Shiliang, gaining insights into diverse customs and cultures. The pursuit of knowledge is both a source of joy and a challenge, yet Su Beiyu perceives not hardship, but rather an abundance of fortune in his endeavors. Compared to those who aspire to ascend, yet find themselves at a loss for direction, Su Beiyu considers himself extraordinarily fortunate. While immersing oneself in countless tomes is undoubtedly beneficial, it pales in comparison to traversing myriad landscapes. If one could share the journey of both reading and traveling with companions, it would be the epitome of fortune. This is precisely the mindset Su Beiyu possesses. Were he to embark on a solitary journey of 1,000 miles, he might falter. But with the presence of his master and Ji Yun, the endeavor becomes significantly more manageable. During their travels, much of the time is devoted by his master to imparting wisdom, instructing him on how to channel the sword energy within and achieve equilibrium between the dragon and tiger paths. Frankly speaking, this opportunity is unparalleled in any sect. Unless one is a biological son, few masters would extend such meticulous guidance, especially for a grandmaster like Gongsun Zhongmo, who typically gathers disciples for lectures. The understanding of the teachings is left to the student's innate comprehension. Those who grasp it do so, while others may struggle. Gongsun Zhongmo's willingness to address every query in detail renders this a rare fortune for Su Beiyu. Moreover, the paths of cultivation, be it the dragon and tiger alchemy or the 36 swords, are among the highest esoteric teachings within the Taoist tradition, sought after by many yet attained by few. Now, Gongsun Zhongmo has bestowed all of this knowledge upon Su Beiyu, constituting yet another grand opportunity. In moments of respite, Su Beiyu often peruses the various texts nestled within his satchel. Whenever he reads the imperial mirror illustrations, Ji Yun draws near to admire the exquisite illustrations alongside him, evoking memories of the tale of reading by candlelight with a beauty in crimson sleeves. Though it is not evening, and the customary incense is absent, the petite Taoist maiden beside him appears to be on the cusp of maturity. Nevertheless, this experience largely fulfills Su Beiyu's erstwhile romantic fantasies of scholarly pursuits intertwined with charming companions. Long after these moments, when Su Beiyu has truly ascended to greatness, he will still find it difficult to forget this scene. Beneath his feet lies an expansive prairie, with grasses towering to half his height and yellow antelopes concealed within. Behind him, the indistinct silhouettes of mountain slopes rise, crowned with an ancient city steeped in history and armored soldiers. A young swordsman, yearning for distinction, carries a satchel brimming with books, accompanied by his master, whose hair is as white as snow, and the petite Taoist maiden, who, despite her small frown of fatigue, radiates an enchanting smile. Chapter 52. The passage of time. Giant Deer City, established during the era of the Great Chu, has endured through the ages. Witnessing the rise and fall of the Great Chu, the southern expansion, and the Great Zhong, boasting a history of over 6 centuries. Nestled in the northwestern grasslands, it has earned the esteemed title of the City of Overlords, resembling a reclining tiger, its formidable presence rivaling that of the central metropolis. During the Great Chu era, it stood as a paramount frontier stronghold, teeming with soldiers and weaponry. However, when the southern expansion's iron cavalry advanced into the central plains, it became the first frontier stronghold to succumb, devastated by the southern expansion forces and left in ruins. It remained desolate until the era of the Great Zhong, when Xiao Zhong, a descendant of the southern expansion Xiao clan, arrived to restore Giant Deer City and initiated the Giant Deer Market, thus elevating its reputation. In the waning years of the Great Zhong, Giant Deer City once again fell victim to the turmoil of war, as 5 princes of the southern expansion rose in rebellion, resulting in the assassination of the southern expansion's young emperor. General Murong Yin was compelled to lead his troops to retreat to Giant Deer City, fortifying it while ruthlessly expelling the local cultivators, causing the once thriving Giant Deer Market to vanish into obscurity. Subsequently, Murong Yin forged an alliance with Xiao Yu, who was then the Prince of the Northwest in the Great Zhong, and together they quelled the 5 Kings' Rebellion, supporting Wanyan Beiwei to ascend as the ruler of the southern expansion. This alliance persisted until the establishment of the Great Qi, at which point Giant Deer City was returned to the Great Qi court and granted to Emperor Xiao as a fief for the inaugural Duke of Lingwu, Xiao Shu. Upon Xiao Shu's passing, the title was inherited by the current Duke of Lingwu, Xiao Mo. It is noteworthy that the former lord of Giant Deer City, Xiao Zhong, was indeed the father of Xiao Shu and the grandfather of Xiao Mo, making the emperor's decision a mere restoration of rightful ownership. Presently, the vitality of Giant Deer City can still be considered robust. Between the central plains, the grasslands, and the southern expansion, beyond the overt trade routes of the ancient tea and horse trade, there exists a plethora of clandestine merchant activities. On the surface, these seem to be organized by frontier merchants. Yet behind these merchants stand powerful nobles and officials, provided that their activities do not escalate excessively. Both the Shao Emperor and the rulers of the southern expansion, along with the Khans of the grasslands, tend to turn a blind eye. The Duke of Lingwu's estate is among the many powerful families entangled in the tea and horse trade, benefiting from the geographical advantage of Giant Deer City, which lies at the confluence of three regions. The Duke, Shao Mo, has deep roots in the northwest, solidifying the estate and the city as towering pillars along the border. Merchants from various clans, upon arriving, must pay their respects at the mountain's peak and present tributes to the estate. Since the announcement of Shao Mo's intention to reopen the Giant Deer Market, the already bustling city has become even more animated. In addition to the major merchant caravans, a multitude of cultivators from distant lands have flocked to Giant Deer City, transforming it into a murky pool of chaos. Whether they be ambitious newcomers or established locals, any misstep could lead to their downfall. Rumors abound that both the Taoist and Buddhist sects may send their representatives, and not just any individuals, but rather esteemed figures of significant stature. Though the origins of these rumors remain unclear, every person who hears them speaks with conviction, asserting that at the very least, a great reality figure will personally visit Giant Deer City. In the realm of the Tao, a great reality figure is no ordinary person. For even amidst a congregation of the wise, such an individual commands immense respect. While a figure of the earth immortal realm may not necessarily be a great reality figure, every great reality figure undoubtedly belongs to the realm of earth immortals. In the realm of Taoism, only those who have attained the celestial realm may be bestowed with the title of great sage, and only a great sage may assume the position of the master of the eight veins. Akin to the imperial court's practice where only those who have passed the imperial examination may enter the Hanlin Academy, and subsequently, only those from the Hanlin may enter the cabinet. The reason the imperial court can contend with the Taoist sect, and even maintain an edge in matters concerning cultivators, is twofold. Firstly, the court commands the vastness of the realm, teeming with extraordinary talents. Secondly, while the martial prowess is vital for establishing dominion, governance ultimately requires the wisdom of scholars. Although the Confucian school has become fragmented and can scarcely be regarded as a cohesive sect, it is precisely this disarray that has allowed it to nearly merge with the imperial court. The officials in the court are not mere frail scholars devoid of strength. The Prime Minister Lan Yu, standing at the pinnacle of the court, has been lauded by Gongsun Zhongmo as a paragon whose name would surely grace the top ranks if he were to participate in the examinations. However, the Confucian school does not dominate the court. The true backbone supporting the entire dynasty is still the military, led by the Grand Commandant's office. The once formidable Zhang Wubing hailed from this very institution. The five armies of Deqi are each akin to colossal mountains, governing the western regions, including Shiliang, Shan, Shihe, Hunan, and Zhongdu, with the Northwest Frontier Army being the most distinguished among them. This prominence arises partly from Emperor Shao's origins in the Northwest. Although it may not be the emperor's direct domain, the senior generals in the army predominantly hail from this region, fostering a bond that other frontier armies cannot rival. In days gone by, Emperor Shao had forged swords as tokens for his ministers, inscribed with the characters for Northwest, signifying the profound connection to that land. Furthermore, the Northwest is known for its fierce spirit and abundant military resources, thus placing it at the forefront among the major frontier armies. In the Northwest, the influence of local officials and civil servants is significantly less than that in Jiangnan, where there exists a hierarchy of first-rate generals, second-rate officials, third-rate Taoists, and fourth-rate commoners. The Shiliang military families dare to act with arrogance, ultimately relying on the formidable presence of the Northwest Frontier Army. Shao Mo's formidable reputation in the Northwest is not merely due to his title as the Prince of Lingwu, but stems from his extensive service within the Northwest military for over a decade. Even Prime Minister Lan Yu, during a casual conversation with the emperor, remarked, "The Northwest is indeed a grand mountain." Given all these factors, the position of Left Commandant of the Northwest Army, often referred to as the Forward Army, has become exceedingly crucial. In earlier years, It was held by the venerable General Zhuge, but now, with his advancing age and declining health, there are undercurrents within the Northwest Army as several right commandants aspire to advance further. Yet, this position is of paramount importance. Neither the Emperor, the Prime Minister, nor the Grand Commandant has yet expressed their stance, and the attitude of General Zhuge is also critical, for having his endorsement would significantly increase one's chances of success. Given his 2 decades of command over the Northwest Army, the Northwest Commandant's office is situated in Zhongdu, adjacent to the Royal Palace. An unremarkable carriage, swaying gently, entered Zhongdu through the East Gate and proceeded with unwavering determination, seemingly parting the sea of soldiers and armor as if they were inconsequential, until it came to a gradual halt before the Northwest Commandant's office. An elderly man, clad in a deep blue formal robe, alighted from the carriage. His features suggested he was in his 60s, yet his white hair and beard resembled those of a centenarian, devoid of any blemish, meticulously groomed. Much like the uprightness of his character, embodying integrity and diligence. 5 generals, fully armored and adorned with swords, stood in an orderly line before the governor's residence, their eyes fixed on the elderly man as he dismounted from the carriage, swallowing hard. Judging by their armor and insignia, it was evident that these 5 were high-ranking military officials of the second rank. In the Northwest region, such second-rank dignitaries were exceedingly rare. The only individuals who could possibly appear at the entrance of the governor's residence were the 5 right governors, the protector of the western regions, the governor of Shihe Prefecture, the governor of Zhongdu, the governor of Shanzhou, and the protector of Qinghe. 2 protectors and 3 governors, all holding the title of right governors of the second rank. The only elder capable of eliciting the presence of all 5 right governors was a figure of great significance in the entire dynasty. Among them was the Grand Governor Wei Jin. Yet he was currently recuperating in the city of Jin in Suzhou, making it improbable for him to suddenly appear in the northwest. The Taoist master of the Taoist sect certainly counted as well, but he had dwelled in the realm of the Xian for nearly a decade without reappearing in the mortal world. As for others, they were either too young or had already passed away. Upon counting, only one individual remained, the current chancellor, Lan Yu. The elderly man proceeded directly towards the Northwest governor's residence. The 5 right governors parted to either side, kneeling in unison and paying their respects. We humbly greet the chancellor. The Northwest governor's residence, somewhat shrouded in darkness due to the overshadowing royal palace nearby, welcomed the chancellor as he entered through the main gate, pausing to survey his surroundings from within the shadows. Decades ago, he had frequently resided in this place, during a time when the late emperor was present. Alongside former Grand Governor Su Lin, the current Grand Governor Wei Jin, Prince Xiao Jin of Wei, the current left governor of the Northwest Army, Zhuge Gong, as well as Min Xing, Lin Han, Han Xian, Duanmu Ruisheng, Su Yan, and countless other venerable officials of the Northwest. Su Lin was the first to depart this world, soon followed by the late emperor, and subsequently, figures like Min Xing passed away in succession, leading to an ever-growing number of deceased elder statesmen from the Northwest. It was likely that Zhuge Gong would not endure much longer either. A generation had aged and faded away. Lan Yu resumed his steps, albeit with a slightly unsteady gait, murmuring softly to himself, "I have grown old." Chapter 53. The autumn wind whispers of change. The various frontier armies of the dynasty, each commanded by different leaders, exhibit distinct temperaments. Take, for instance, the Central Army stationed in the imperial capital of the Central Plains. This force, composed of veterans who once followed Emperor Xiao in his quest for supremacy, represents the legitimate lineage of the first generation of the Northwest Army, earning the esteemed title of the Emperor's personal troops. Long positioned at the Emperor's side and residing in the realm of virtue, this Central Army possesses an air of grandeur and holds the highest perspective. In contrast, the Northwest Army, while also descended from the initial generation, is inevitably marked as a secondary force when compared to the Emperor's personal troops. Despite ranking first among the frontier armies within the Grand Commander's office, the Northwest Army remains overshadowed by the Emperor's elite forces. Consequently, there exists a palpable resentment among the ranks of the Northwest Army, which has led to a stringent military discipline over the years, starkly contrasting with the Emperor's personal troops. It has been said by the learned that the Central Army, revered as the Emperor's personal troops, embodies the principle of righteousness, while the Northwest Army, colloquially referred to as the vanguard, represents the principle of hegemony. The ongoing rivalry within the military of the dynasty reflects a long-standing debate between righteousness and hegemony that has persisted for centuries. Zhuge Gong, though not a man of harsh disposition, found himself compelled to adopt a stringent approach upon taking command of the Northwest Army. The Grand Commander's office emanates an atmosphere of martial rigor, which can chill one to the bone, even in the sweltering heat of summer. As Lan Yu walked through this austere setting, 5 deputy commanders followed closely in his wake. They arrived at a bedroom deep within the residence, where Lan Yu raised his hand, signaling the others to halt, before entering the room alone. The interior was dimly lit, and after navigating past a folding screen, he beheld a frail, elderly man reclining on the bed. Upon hearing the footsteps, the elder struggled to open his eyes, revealing a face etched with the marks of time that bore the faintest hint of a smile. In a raspy voice, he greeted Mr. Lan. Lan Yu had originally served as a strategist for Emperor Shao, earning the respectful title of Mr. from the generals of that era, a designation that some of the older generations still maintain to this day. It has indeed been many years since I last saw you, Mr. Lan, the elderly man remarked, speaking with great effort. After pausing to catch his breath, he continued, the last time we met was in the 3rd year of Qingping. 20 years have passed, and you remain unchanged. Lan Yu approached the bedside and softly replied, I may appear the same, yet you have grown frail with age. The man lying on the bed was none other than Zhuge Gong, the left deputy commander of the Northwest Army. Even during the time of Emperor Zhao's campaigns, he was among the most seasoned individuals in that small circle. When Emperor Shao commanded only a few thousand troops and Lin Han was but a follower of his brother-in-law, Zhuge Gong had already attained the rank of a captain, had it not been for his limited circumstances and the absence of significant achievements. He would have long been conferred the title of a princely lord, much like Su Lin. Zhuge Gong coughed a few times and, with a feeble voice, remarked, aging is inevitable. The brothers who once fought alongside me to conquer the world have dwindled to but a few. The great General Su Lin was the first to depart, followed swiftly by the chaos of the 19th year of Taiping. Minxing and Han Xiong also followed suit. Since the new emperor ascended the throne, the old veterans who had once surrendered, such as Xiao Gongyu, Zhang Haijiu, Wei Huang, and Sun Ligong, have all passed away one after another. Most lamentable of all was Su Yan, who succumbed to illness before reaching 60. To put it bluntly, there are truly few like me who have lived so long. Compared to those brothers who departed early, I have lived long enough. Lan Yu sighed softly. I have long advised you to spend some time in Jiangnan or Suzhou. Those places are nurturing and gentle, far better than this harsh and frigid frontier, and they would allow you to recuperate. Yet, you have refused to heed my words. Zhuge Gong turned his head towards the south, a slow smile gracing his lips. In my youth, I always dreamed of following His Majesty southward to conquer the world. Yet now, in my old age, I find myself reluctant to venture south, unwilling to die far from home. Lan Yu reached out to grasp Zhuge Gong's hand, now marked with age spots, and remained silent, lost in thought. Zhuge Gong cleared his throat with effort, yet his words remained somewhat unclear. Years ago, I pondered that if I were ever to conquer the realm, I would not go to the Central Plains, nor to Jiangnan, but rather return to the grasslands. 20 years ago, when I visited the imperial capital, the last time we met, I saw the young heir transform into the current emperor. Suddenly, I felt it was time to return home. The old homestead on the grasslands has long since shifted, so I shall remain in the northwest. Zhuge Gong lifted his gaze to the canopy above, squinting as he said, I shall stay in the northwest, venturing nowhere else. In this life, I have traveled from north to south, having visited Suzhou and the imperial capital. This is sufficient. I should have accompanied His Majesty when the era of peace began. Now, every day I live is a blessing. Lan Yu sighed again, shaking his head with a smile. Among the loyal ministers of that time, you were the most unpretentious. Zhuge Gong turned to look at his old acquaintance, now a high-ranking official, and spoke softly, in my life, there are few things I truly care about. My descendants will have their own fortunes, so I shall not dwell on them. The only matter that weighs on my mind is the Northwest Army. Today, as I share these heartfelt words with you, it is my hope that you will safeguard this final frontier, ensuring that the Northwest Army is entrusted to the right hands. Lan Yu inquired, who do you favor? Zhuge Gong, a veteran who had witnessed the ravages of war, exhaled deeply. In this weather that had just turned mild, he seemed somewhat chilled and spoke in a low voice. In this era of peace, Not only the common folk and court officials, but even many of the battle-hardened generals have not encountered true, grand-scale warfare, bitter battles, desperate struggles. The situation in Jiangnan and the southern borders may be manageable, but the northwest is different. It borders the grasslands. And should the cavalry from the plains choose to march southward, this region would be the front line. Lin Han's temperament is well known to Mr. Lan. During the reign of the late emperor, matters were manageable, but following the departures of the late emperor and the empress dowager, no one has been able to win his genuine allegiance. With a heart as fierce as that of a wolf, a conflict in the northwestern frontier seems inevitable within the next decade. Consequently, the newly appointed governor of the Northwest must possess military acumen, prestige, and certainly cannot be an incompetent fool. Looking across the court, both inside and out, there is but one candidate. At this juncture, Zhuge Gong hesitated for a moment before slowly articulating. Only the once ailing tiger, Zhang Wubing. Mr. Lan merely nodded, choosing to remain silent. Zhuge Gong gradually closed his eyes, fatigue evident in his demeanor, and remarked, "In the past, Zhang Wubing allied with the young Han Xian against you, Mr. Lan, and was personally expelled from the court by you. I understand the predicament you face. Inviting him back would be akin to striking a blow to your own dignity. However, so many years have elapsed, and Zhang Wubing must have learned from his mistakes. This is also for the sake of the state. I implore you, Mr. Lan." Suddenly, Mr. Lan spoke softly. "In a few days, draft a memorial and submit it. I shall instruct the cabinet to prepare the necessary endorsements." Zhuge Gong was filled with renewed spirit, opening his eyes wide, trembling as he clasped his hands in gratitude towards Mr. Lan, raising his voice slightly. "Lord Ray, your noble intent shines brightly." Mr. Lan shook his head and turned to exit. In the early autumn, a chill breeze began to rise, seeping into the air. Mr. Lan clasped his hands behind his back, concealed within his sleeves. The desolate autumn wind blows once more, transforming the world anew. Chapter 54. The Nameless Swordsman Slays the Bandits, a monumental upheaval, which would reverberate throughout the entire northwestern landscape, gradually unfolded through the brief exchange between the two elders. The transition of power among the most prominent warlords of the Northwest heralded an imminent seismic shift within both the political arena and the military establishment. Should Zhang Wubing indeed reclaim his position within the court and securely assume the role of the left general of the Northwest Army, it would likely render the efforts expended by Su Beiyu and his disciple fruitless. Little did Su Beiyu anticipate that only months prior, he was merely a nameless figure at the lowest echelons of the Northwest, and now, he had inadvertently crossed paths with a soon-to-be dominant power in the region. There exist two types of individuals in this world. One is defined by their actions and identity, while the other by their associations. Su Beiyu was resolute in not becoming the latter. He desired not to be introduced as Su Beiyu, disciple of Gongsun Zhoumo, but rather to be recognized as Gongsun Zhoumo, master of Su Beiyu. In the first 30 years of life, one observes the reverence of a son towards his father. In the latter 30, one witnesses the respect of a father towards his son. While studying the Huayan Sutra, Su Beiyu encountered a profound Buddhist verse. To become the dragon and elephant of all Buddhas, one must first embody the horse and ox of the common people, which resonated deeply within him. As Lan Yu arrived in Zhongdu, several significant events transpired not far from there on the Shilong Prairie. Recently, due to a surge in travelers heading to Jilu City, the prairie became infested with numerous swift-moving bandits. These marauders dared not target the affluent merchant caravans backed by influential patrons, opting instead to prey upon the smaller, unguarded merchant groups and even solitary martial artists, resulting in a grim scene where lifeless bodies littered the grasslands. However, in recent days, these nefarious bandits met their reckoning when a nameless swordsman single-handedly annihilated several bands of nearly 100 marauders, decapitating them and displaying their heads upon wooden stakes. This act of retribution garnered the admiration of numerous merchants who had suffered at the hands of these brigands, leading to rampant speculation about the identity of this avenger. Some claimed he was a high disciple of the Taoist sect, others posited he was a lay disciple of the Buddhist order, while some fervently asserted he was a young scion from the Wei Kingdom. Yet, those with discerning eyes dismissed such tales. If he were truly a disciple of a grand sect, he would not shroud his identity in mystery. He would have revealed his name. Seeking to establish a reputation for chivalry in Jilu City, which would eventually lead to him being celebrated as a youthful hero through the whispers of friends and acquaintances. On a chilly autumn night, the cold of the prairie seeped into the bones. In the sheltered area of a small hillside, a flickering bonfire illuminated a gathering of a dozen grim-faced, robust men who were feasting on 2 roasted yellow sheep. Their horses were tethered nearby. Yet no carts or goods were in sight. It was evident that these individuals were not legitimate merchants, but rather bandits thriving on plunder. A figure, bearing a sword, emerged atop the high slope, coldly surveying the group below, his gaze devoid of emotion, as if observing a gathering of the deceased. Early autumn is a season ripe for treachery. The wild grasses of the prairie have grown to waist height, allowing for bodies to be discarded without a trace. In due time, they shall be consumed by the wolves that roam in search of sustenance, thus sparing the trouble of digging graves. The leader, gripping the hilt of his sword, gazed up at the swordsman on the hillside with a chilling smirk, inquiring, "Are you the nameless swordsman known for slaying bandits?" "Young man, every profession has its own set of rules. By breaking these rules, you have attracted a bounty of 500 taels of gold on your head. Today, fate has led you to cross paths with us. My intention in speaking is to ensure you meet your end with clarity, so that in your next life, you may possess greater wisdom." The young swordsman, his face concealed by a black scarf, remained silent, slowly drawing the sword from his back. In the moonlight, the blade shimmered like the rippling surface of a lake. The 12 formidable rogues, far from ordinary bandits, rose to their feet, their massive blades reflecting a cold, bloody glint beneath the moon. Collectively known as the 12 Wolf Bandits, they did not indulge in mere theft. Rather, they specialized in providing a service for a price, ridding clients of their misfortunes. Having accepted a contract for 500 taels of gold, they lay in wait for this unruly swordsman to deliver himself to them. The leader, nicknamed Wolf Head, fixed his icy gaze on the nameless swordsman, betraying neither overconfidence nor undue concern. Although this young man had dispatched a number of bandits, he was still deemed insignificant compared to the 12 Wolf Bandits. Wolfhead doubted that this youth could possibly escape their collective grasp. This nameless swordsman was none other than Su Beiyu, who had been honing his swordsmanship. The unfortunate bandits he had previously encountered were merely targets arranged by his master, Gongsun Zhongmo. Though these bandits were elusive, they posed no challenge to Gongsun Zhongmo, who easily uncovered their whereabouts. After their discovery, it fell to Su Beiyu to practice his skills against them. While these bandits had not trained in formal martial arts and possessed strength mostly at the 5th or 6th tier, their abilities had been forged through countless battles, instilling them with a reckless ferocity typical of the most desperate of men. Their numbers allowed them to charge like a small cavalry unit, making them ideal opponents for a novice swordsman like Su Beiyu, who had yet to be stained by blood. It must be acknowledged that before reaching the 5th tier of mastery, engaging in life and death combat serves as the finest means of self-cultivation. In these encounters with bandits, Gongsun Zhongmo had not accompanied him, but merely provided him with a location, leaving Su Beiyu to fend for himself. Armed with only his sword, he faced these foes alone, sustaining numerous deep wounds, yet ultimately claiming the heads of 87 bandits. The latent sword energy within him was significantly drawn forth through this bloodshed, and he finally glimpsed the dawn of the 2nd tier of mastery. The 12 wolf bandits represented his final and most critical battle. Su Beiyu tightened his grip on the sword Tianlan, advancing resolutely rather than retreating. Wolfhead and the other 11 bandits regarded him with surprise, their initial astonishment giving way to disdainful laughter. Did this audacious youth truly believe he could contend against 12? The 12 wolves bandits are not mere decorative pillows. Devoid of substance, each member possesses strength beyond the 3rd rank, with their leader, Wolfhead, having even ascended to the 2nd rank. Without genuine prowess, one could hardly engage in the perilous trade of alleviating others' misfortunes. With a subtle glance, Wolfhead signaled, and both Wolf Claw and Wolf Tail surged forward in unison. As they closed the distance to the swordsman, Wolfhead raised his formidable blade, resembling a curved wolf's fang, and struck down with ferocity. Quick and ruthless, Su Beiyu slightly shifted his stance, deflecting the massive blade of Wolf Claw with a seemingly light flick of his sword, forcing him back several paces. Following this, he swung the hilt of his sword down with great force, diverting Wolf Tail's attack, and then, with a calculated kick to Wolf Tail's chest, sent him flying. The execution was precise and efficient. The gravity of the situation dawned upon Wolf Head, who raised his hand. Alongside the somewhat disheveled Wolf Claw and Wolf Tail, all the bandits lifted their great blades, fanning out around Wolf Head like an unfolding fan. Su Beiyu inhaled deeply. He had just stepped into the second rank, facing an opponent of the same rank and 11 of the third rank. It might seem like the reckless act of a madman, yet as the saying goes, one cannot attain enlightenment without a touch of madness. To achieve the exalted status of a Buddha, revered by millions, one must possess the audacity to risk life itself. With resolve, Su Beiyu advanced with his sword. Wolf Head squinted at the masked swordsman, a smirk gracing his lips as he decided to take matters into his own hands, delivering a decisive strike. This blow appeared straightforward and unremarkable, yet within an instant, it unleashed a surge of blade energy, unparalleled in sharpness. This was Wolf Head's unique technique. The illusory blade art, which had caused many unsuspecting experts of the same realm to falter under its onslaught. Unfazed and undaunted, Su Beiyu extended his sword, displaying a calm and balanced demeanor. Regardless of the deceptive nature of the attack, he remained as steadfast as a mountain. This was the fifth sword, immovable. When perfected, it could transform into a sword mountain, as majestic as towering peaks. When blades clashed, a resounding echo of metal rang out, sending a fierce gust of wind that swept through the surrounding grass, bending it backwards in waves, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Chapter 55. The 12 Wolf Thieves. Su Beiyu flicked his long sword, deflecting the massive blade, and stepped forward, nearly face to face with the wolf chief. With a swift motion, he unleashed a fierce sword aura aimed at shattering the chief's heart. However, the notorious leader of the wolf thieves was not so easily subdued. He retaliated without hesitation, throwing a powerful punch, clearly intent on exchanging injury for injury, life for life. Su Beiyu, unwilling to engage in such a grim exchange, reversed his palm to strike against the punch, leaving a wound on the back of the wolf chief's hand. Seizing the opportunity, the wolf chief retreated with his weapon, while the 11 other thieves no longer allowed Su Beiyu the chance for a one-on-one confrontation, descending upon him with their massive blades. With a deft flick of his sword, Su Beiyu parried one of the strikes and effortlessly soared through the gap, moving like a startled swan, elegantly escaping the encirclement of the 11 thieves. The wolf chief's expression darkened, and he bellowed, "Form ranks." Earlier, having seen this swordsman alone, he felt a sense of amusement akin to a cat playing with a mouse. However, after their initial clash, all that remained was a burning rage. When had he, the formidable leader of the 12 wolf thieves, ever found himself in such a predicament? All 12 thieves raised their massive blades, charging towards Su Beiyu. Despite not reaching the level of Gongsun Zhoumo, whose sword aura could extend for dozens of feet, Su Beiyu's own sword spirit, bolstered by his mastery of the Dragon Tiger alchemy, allowed him to wield a 3-foot reach against the 12 thieves' colossal blades. With the Tianlan sword in hand, he could repel one with a single strike, relying on his superior cultivation to maintain an advantage over his peers. Rather than seeking to kill, he focused on honing his swordsmanship. As the 12 thieves moved in a coordinated formation, sealing Su Beiyu's escape routes, he remained unfazed, gliding gracefully amidst the relentless assault of the massive blades, as if a master artist painting with ink, entirely unperturbed, embodying the essence of freedom. The wolf chief's expression grew increasingly grim. From where had this extraordinary being emerged? His cultivation was merely between the third and second tiers. Yet his internal energy surpassed even that of himself, who had already stepped into the second tier, rivaling those of the first tier. Moreover, his swordplay was exquisitely profound, evidently a pinnacle of celestial swordsmanship. Had it not been for the wolf chief's extensive battle experience, he would have perished in the first round of their engagement. Suppressing his astonishment and fury, the wolf chief felt no fear. Even if this young man were at the second tier, facing one from the second tier alongside 11 from the third tier would inevitably lead to exhaustion. The wolf chief was confident in their combined assault. Years prior, they had dragged 2 second-tier masters to their demise on the grasslands, thereby earning their formidable reputation and establishing their presence in this realm. With frustration boiling within him, the wolf chief exhaled a heavy breath, snarling, "Do not give him a moment to breathe. Let's wear him down. I shall see if this young man's energy is truly inexhaustible. Whoever brings me his head shall have my newly acquired wife to enjoy at their leisure." The onslaught of the wolf thieves intensified, their blades intertwining like a great web that ensnared Su Beiyu. Su Beiyu's expression remained impassive as he maneuvered through the fray with Sword 7, subsequently wielding Sword 6. In an instant, he released Tianlan, which, drawn by the force of his spirit, spun and struck against 12 colossal blades, producing a cascade of resonant clangs akin to the clash of metal. The wolf bandits were no match for the prowess of Xiao Shilu, the heir of Lingwu County, who had mastered the Xiao family's martial arts to an extraordinary degree. With a mere swing of his arm, he could deflect Tianlan, yet the impact of Su Beiyu's detached sword left him with tingling hands, exchanging bewildered glances among themselves. Witnessing this spectacle, the wolf leader's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "A flying sword." Su Beiyu's demeanor remained unchanged as he deftly maneuvered Tianlan again, sending his long sword hurtling toward the wolf leader's heart. The wolf leader, with a disdainful grunt, summoned a surge of energy that erupted forth, amplifying his strength in an instant. A brilliant light flared from the tip of his massive blade as he, renowned for his ferocity, raised his arms, the veins bulging, and deflected the incoming sword with the back of his weapon. This action seamlessly transitioned into a downward strike, executed with precision and fluidity, both defensive and offensive, embodying the essence of life and death combat techniques. Just as the blade was poised to pierce the swordsman's chest, the wolf leader sensed a shift and instinctively spun around, carving a path in the ground as he narrowly blocked the lethal sword. Now in a position of advantage, the wolf leader, unwilling to sacrifice himself, felt a surge of frustration and unleashed another strike, his form rolling forward as the blade's gleam shimmered like fireflies, dazzling in its brilliance. The flying sword circled, continuously clashing with the massive blade. The wolf leader, consumed by rage, became increasingly volatile, while Su Beiyu exhibited an air of tranquility, akin to strolling leisurely in a garden. He harmonized with Sword 6, deftly guiding the flying sword with purpose, exhibiting an emerging grandeur that hinted at his blossoming potential. Gongsun Zhongmo had once wielded Sword 13, cleaving through the tumultuous sands and dispersing the dark clouds to reveal the resplendent moon beyond. After a series of 3 strikes against the wolf leader's massive blade, Su Beiyu ceased to manipulate the sword with sheer force. He grasped Tianlan, his sword aura swelling within him before cascading forth like a torrential river. Executing a nascent form of Sword 13, this strike reached the realm of mastery. The wolf leader was struck with disbelief, unable to fathom how a mere second-tier youth could unleash such a formidable blow. Desperately, he raised his massive blade to block, but it shattered under the force. Summoning every ounce of strength, the wolf leader propelled himself backward, retreating among his 11 comrades, bellowing, "Kill them," having previously hesitated for fear of collateral damage during their skirmish. The 11 wolf bandits surged forward, brandishing their blades. As they closed the distance to Su Beiyu, they struck simultaneously. Su Beiyu, employing Sword 2, gracefully traced a circle, countering 5 of the strikes while clashing with the remaining 5. Ultimately, one blade found its mark, grazing his shoulder. The wolf claw, emboldened, felt a rush of exhilaration as he prepared to sever the swordsman's arm. Yet, he soon found himself ensnared by the young man's cold, indifferent gaze. Just as an arm pierced through his chest, the wolf claw fell back helplessly. Su Beiyu shook the blood from his left hand and wielded his sword with both hands, charging straight towards the already gravely injured wolf leader. The wolf-eyed and wolf-waisted henchmen stood in his path, but he cleaved through them with a single stroke, blood gushing upwards like a fountain. With nowhere left to retreat, the wolf leader's face contorted into a wild, feral expression, and instead of retreating, he lunged at Su Beiyu in a desperate attempt to take them both down together. Simultaneously, the remaining 9 wolf bandits drew their weapons. Su Beiyu remained unfazed, piercing the wolf leader through the skull with his sword, expressionless as he sidestepped to block 2 incoming strikes with a resounding clash of metal. He then lightly leaped onto the blades, delivering another horizontal slash that sent 2 heads soaring into the air. In the brief span of less than a stick of incense, 6 out of 12 wolf bandits fell, including the second-tier leader. With the wolf leader's demise, the remaining 6 bandits were paralyzed with fear at the sight of this young swordsman and fled without hesitation. A cruel smile crept on his Su Beiyu's lips as he began his pursuit. After a short while, all 12 bandits lay slain. Su Beiyu was smeared with the grime of battle, shouldering a stake taller than a man, with Tianlan in his left hand and a string of severed heads in his right, resembling a grotesque string of blood-soaked candied hawthorn. The earliest victims had dried blood and contorted faces, while those who died a little later still dripped with blood, their features hauntingly lifelike. Throughout the encounter, Su Beiyu had not uttered a single word to these infamous brigands. He reached the summit of the hill, drove the stake into the ground, hung the string of heads from it, and then turned to depart, sword slung over his shoulder. Chapter 56. The Path of Talent and Aptitude Upon Descending the Hillside. The campfire of the 12 wolf bandits flickered, still alive with embers. Beside the fire lay a yellow sheep, remarkably intact, its warmth lingering. Su Beiyu cast aside his blood-stained outer robe into the flames and sliced a piece of tender meat from the sheep's neck, savoring it slowly. His objective, as set by Gongsun Zhongmo, was to eliminate 3 individuals of the second rank and one of the first rank. Until he accomplished this, he could not return to Gongsun Zhongmo's side. Su Beiyu had once heard of the Taoist sect's monthly assessments, yearly examinations, and the significant triennial tests. As the sword sect shares a common origin with the Taoist tradition, he surmised this moment marked his inaugural monthly assessment. While uncertain of the consequences of failing this evaluation, he was certain they would not be trivial. Su Beiyu dared not approach it with any semblance of negligence. The confrontation with the 12 wolf bandits was pivotal. Following this battle, Su Beiyu would have successfully channeled the dormant sword energy within him into his dantian, with time allowing him to transcend the threshold of the second rank, thus becoming a genuine second-rank expert. The second-tier inner guards who had besieged Chonglong Temple were merely of the second rank. After departing from this place, Su Beiyu continued his foot journey toward Jilu City. The grasslands teemed with bandits like locusts, but their numbers would diminish as he approached the city. According to a geographical record left by his master, he was still 200 miles from Jilu City, and it would take him several days to reach its borders. His current position was precisely within the territory most rampant with banditry. Throughout his journey, Su Beiyu diligently practiced the still immature Sword 13 while struggling to grasp the essence of Sword 14. Occasionally, he would take on the guise of an unnamed swordsman, wielding his blade to vanquish bandits, leaving a gruesome trail of severed heads in his wake. This path was indeed one of bloodshed. On this day, the autumn sun blazed mercilessly. Were it not for the protection of the dragon tiger pill, merely walking beneath its rays would have been an immense torment. Su Beiyu regarded this as a form of ascetic discipline, undeterred as he walked, silently cultivating his dragon tiger technique, exhaling 24 breaths, inhaling 36, nurturing his vital energy 12 times. His master once remarked that the talents of individuals could be broadly categorized into 5 ranks. The first rank is that of the immortal, born extraordinary, possessing innate wisdom, with both heart and foundation at the pinnacle. With an unparalleled memory and self-taught abilities, such individuals are destined for ascension and eternal life. The current Taoist sect's leader, Tianqin, the deceased head of the White Lotus sect, the former master of the Sword sect, Shangwan Xianxiao, King Wei, Xiao Jin, and the founding sovereign Wanyan Beiyue all belong to this category. The second rank, the Celestial, may not match the immortal and foundation, but possesses exceptional enlightenment and can resonate with celestial beings. With the guidance of a wise master and the acquisition of proper teachings, they too may aspire to ascend and attain eternal life. The previous Taoist sect leader, Zichen, exemplified this caliber of talent, having already ascended. Others, such as Gongsun Zhongmo, Emperor Xiao Yu, the Prime Minister Lan Yu, and the foremost demon on the Demon Suppression Hall's list, Qingchen, are also included in this echelon. The third tier represents the true essence of a person, surpassing the previous 2 levels. Their innate abilities and comprehension are merely above average, with no particularly outstanding qualities. Progressing in a methodical manner, they may remain stagnant within the realm of human immortals unless a remarkable opportunity arises. Should fortune favor them, they might transcend the barrier between humanity and the celestial, stepping into the realm of carefree immortals. However, lacking extraordinary luck, they are destined to forsake the path of eternal life, resigned to either meditation or reincarnation. The figures previously encountered by Su Beiyu, such as the Judge and Meng Pe, belong to this category. The fourth tier embodies the essence of mediocrity, characterized by a life of confusion and ignorance of one's true nature. Their hearts, clouded by dust, find no clarity even at the pinnacle of their first realm. With a modicum of chance, they may stumble into the realm of ghost immortals, becoming practitioners. Yet they cannot be deemed true cultivators. Even when faced with great opportunities, they struggle to grasp them. As for the final tier, they are regarded as the dregs of the Taoist community, their meridians blocked, unable to cultivate martial skills. Their journey on the path of enlightenment is thwarted before it even begins, making it nearly impossible for them to discover the Tao. Even if they accidentally acquire some knowledge of cultivation and diligently practice, they will likely never surpass the threshold of the second tier. Su Beiyu once inquired of his master regarding his own qualifications. Gongsun Zhongmo did not provide a direct answer, merely stating that he possessed the comprehension of a celestial being, the innate qualities of a true practitioner, and yet the heart of a fallen immortal, leaving one uncertain of his tier. Su Beiyu gazed upward, pondering aloud whether to pursue a carefree life or strive for immortality. As his words faded, a voice interjected, "To cultivate without attaining longevity is ultimately a futile endeavor." Startled, Su Beiyu turned to find an elderly Taoist clad in a pale blue robe standing silently behind him. Although the robe did not resemble those of the Demon Suppression Palace, he appeared to be an itinerant Taoist not officially registered. Su Beiyu, however, did not dare to underestimate him, for the man's ability to materialize silently at his side indicated he was no ordinary practitioner, especially in such a perilous region as the grasslands. The old Taoist, hands clasped behind his back, chuckled lightly. "Young man, you study both alchemy and swordsmanship. Are you a disciple of the Taoist sect or of the sword sect?" The old man's penetrating gaze stirred a tempest within Su Beiyu, though he maintained his composure and remained silent. The old man's beard and hair were as white as snow, and his blue robe, slightly faded, was free of any dust. As his garments fluttered, he emanated an indescribable aura of celestial elegance. Noticing Su Beiyu's reluctance to speak, he did not press further, instead continuing, "I once practiced within the Taoist sect, but later departed to wander the world. I am currently on my way to the USI Plains to find a few young friends. Passing through this area, I happened to see you utilizing the dragon-tiger alchemical method to circulate your energy, which appears distinct from the orthodox practices of the Taoist sect, possessing some nuances akin to the sword sect. Thus, I inquired. If my inquiry seems presumptuous, please consider me an old man overstepping my bounds, and do not take it to heart." Su Beiyu responded slowly, "May I ask your esteemed name, senior?" The old Taoist shook his head with a smile. "Having traversed the world for over 60 years, I have forgotten my original name. If you wish to address me, you may call me the Qing Taoist." Su Beiyu respectfully bowed. "It is an honor to meet you, Qing Senior." The Qing Taoist smiled and remarked, "This encounter is indeed a fateful one. Young man, if you do not fear that I may mislead my disciples, would you allow me to share some insights on cultivation?" Su Beiyu earnestly replied, "I would be grateful for your guidance, Qing Senior." The Taoist sage spoke slowly, "Youngster, you cultivate your essence through the profound teachings of the dragon and tiger pill, while simultaneously refining your external swordsmanship within the sword sect. This harmonious balance of internal cultivation and external expression aligns with the cosmic principles of heaven and earth, presenting a magnificent spectacle. Now, as you temper your sword intent through acts of violence, it is evident that this is a prelude to mastering the 4-9 Platinum Sword Qi, which is associated with the element of metal, known for its martial prowess. Your approach is methodical and progressive, indicating the guidance of a distinguished mentor. The sage, well-versed in the sword sect's esoteric arts, articulated the 4-9 Platinum Sword Qi with precision, a term that Su Beiyu had never heard from his own master's lips. Nonetheless, the sage's earlier remarks resonated profoundly, prompting Su to nod in acknowledgement. "Your insight is truly remarkable, esteemed elder." The old monk's mirth dimmed slightly as he continued. "The 4-9 Platinum Sword Qi constitutes the foundational cultivation of the sword sect, characterized by its fierce and unyielding nature, capable of shattering any obstacle. When combined with the dragon and tiger pill, it becomes akin to pouring oil on flames, amplifying its dominance. However, one must remember that excess can lead to downfall. Just as solitary yin cannot thrive and solitary yang cannot endure, a forceful approach may result in breakage, though it may prove invincible before reaching the earth immortal realm. The transition to attain longevity in that domain is fraught with challenges." Su Beiyu shook his head, responding, The notion of attaining longevity and enlightenment feels exceedingly distant for me. Esteemed elder, the Taoist sage, unfazed, chuckled lightly. Whether I speak or remain silent is my own concern. Whether you choose to listen or not is yours. Our paths diverge here, and before parting, I shall impart a parting gift of wisdom. To escape the peril of excessive rigidity, I perceive two paths, the great way and the lesser way. The great way entails perfecting the sword arts to their zenith, achieving a balance of yin and yang, as our sect's founder once did. However, this path is arduous and demands extraordinary fortune, unwavering resolve, and exceptional talent. The lesser way, in contrast, is simpler. Find a woman adept in nurturing feminine cultivation methods to practice dual cultivation together. While this may not address the root of the issue, it can provide a temporary remedy. Su Beiyu stood in stunned silence, grappling with the implications. The old sage smiled, turned, and soon vanished from Su's sight. A woman? A partner? A companion on the path? Su Beiyu shook his head, exhaling deeply as he resumed his journey towards the northeast. Chapter 57. The autumn wind and rain are deadly. After bidding farewell to Su Beiyu, the Qing Taoist journeyed northward, bypassing the city of Jiulu and traversing the entire Xiulong grassland in just a few short hours, entering the heart of the vast prairies, the Yusuan. This is the realm of immortals, where one rises with the dawn over the ocean and sinks into twilight among the cypress trees. The horizon feels as if it is but a stone's throw away. Had it been Su Beiyu traveling on foot, even with ceaseless effort, traversing the Xiulong grassland would have taken him over a month, covering a daily distance of 100 miles. At the center of Yusuan lies the royal tent of the Grassland King. Within this regal encampment resides Kan Lin Han, accompanied by the esteemed guest Murong Xianin. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Jiulu City, the architecture is meticulously arranged with strict hierarchies and complicated regulations that cannot be breached. At its very heart stands the former lord's residence, now the residence of the Lingwu Duke. This abode far surpasses the residence in Dunhuang. For although it is nominally a duke's estate, it occupies an entire block due to its remote imperial connection. It is grander than some princely abodes in the capital, boasting a multitude of doors and windows, a testament to opulence that, among the royal relatives, is second only to the imperial palace, the royal summer residence in the capital, and the estate of Duke Wei. In the southeast corner of the Lingwu Duke's residence, there stands a watchtower 30 zhang high, from which one can survey the outside world, towering above the city like a crane among chickens. At this moment, within the watchtower, two individuals kneel facing each other. One is a woman adorned in a magnificent yet cold palace gown, her demeanor graceful yet aloof, showcasing a refined allure that is enticing but not lascivious, indicative of a wealthy woman emerging from a noble household. The other is an elderly man clad in a jet-black robe, crowned with a diadem embedded with 6 eastern pearls and girded with a jade belt. Time has robbed him of his youth, yet has bestowed upon him an air of dignified authority. He is none other than the current Lingwu Duke, Xiao Mo. The woman exudes an air of superiority, her haughty demeanor unyielding even in the presence of the powerful Lingwu Duke. She speaks coldly, Xiao Mo. This trade event in Jiulu City has received the joint approval of the Grand Master and His Majesty, and has been entrusted to your supervision. Even the Hall Master is merely a supportive presence, thus the weight of responsibility rests upon your shoulders. Should you falter in this task, your title as Duke may well become untenable. Unfazed by her direct address, Xiao Mo smiled. His Majesty does not regard this old man as decrepit, bestowing upon me such a grave responsibility. I shall do my utmost to repay His Majesty, even at the cost of my life. This matter should not trouble the celestial maiden. The woman smirked slightly. If that is the case, allow me to be blunt. Gongsun Zhongmo must die. How my magic suppression hall goes about this is none of your concern, but should any mistake occur on your watch, do not hold the hall master accountable for being unmerciful. Even as the Lingwu Duke, you will be regarded as a remnant threat of the sword sect, and will be executed without mercy. Xiao Mo remained unflinching in the face of such blatant threats, responding with a calm and sardonic remark. The title of the Master of the Demon Suppression Hall is indeed grand. The world refers to the Master as the black-clad Grandmaster, suggesting a status that rivals that of the true Grandmaster. Yet, is it not ignorance that clouds your judgment? Have the glories of recent years dazzled your eyes? Or do you genuinely believe yourselves to be formidable figures? Words like "I can take your life" are not ones the master of the Demon Suppression Hall would dare utter, nor would the true Grand Master, for no matter the circumstances, I still bear the Shao surname. The only one who can determine my life or death is His Majesty, who also shares my surname. The woman's expression darkened, and after a moment of silence, she heavily repeated the word "good" 3 times, exclaiming, "What a commendable prince of Lingwu! Truly steadfast and unyielding. I hope that your highness will continue to embody such resolve in the future." Xiao Mo gazed calmly at the woman and smiled, saying, "If you wish to kill Gongsun Zhongmo, then go ahead. While I do have some acquaintance with him, we are not bound by the ties of life and death. Thus, I shall remain an onlooker. Whether you succeed or not depends on your methods. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Rather than expending your energy in harassing me, it would be wiser to contemplate how to actually eliminate Gongsun Zhongmo. After all, he is not merely a small fish in a pond. He is a dragon in the river, and one misstep could send both you and your vessel to the depths." The woman coldly retorted, "The sword sect has been annihilated. What significant threat can a mere stray dog like Gongsun Zhongmo pose?" Xiao Mo suddenly burst into laughter, unabashed and raucous. "It is true that the sword sect has fallen, but it was not you who brought about its demise. Shangguan Xianxin perished in a heavenly retribution, and the Sword Chi Pavilion was destroyed by the hands of the Sword Peak's master, Shao Shun. The great sword servant met his end at the hands of the master of Tianji Peak, and the Sword Tomb Island and the 36 islands, including Biao Island, were seized by the master of Yuhing Peak. In what way do any of these events relate to your Demon Suppression Hall? Over the years, what achievements have you to show besides pursuing the remnants of the sword sect?" Xiao Mo chuckled, "Now that I think of it, there is indeed one notable incident. The Battle of Hilao Mountain, where the Grandmaster Qingshan nearly wiped out half of the Demon Suppression Hall single-handedly. A cautionary tale right before your eyes." The woman abruptly lifted her head, locking eyes with the Prince of Lingwu, and slowly said, "Are you provoking the Demon Suppression Hall? Who do you think you are, Qingshan or Gongsun Zhongmo? There are indeed those who can afford to disregard the Demon Suppression Hall, but you, Xiao Mo, are not among them." Xiao Mo replied calmly, "In truth, we are but pawns in this game, much like chess pieces. There are distinctions in their significance. A chariot that sweeps all before it is far more valuable than a pawn that cannot retreat. However, when it comes to protecting the king, even a chariot may be sacrificed." The woman's complexion changed dramatically. "What do you mean by that?" Xiao Mo spoke plainly. "Consider this a gentle reminder. Jilu City is akin to a chessboard. Although on Gongsun Zhongmo's side there remains but a solitary general, he is no conventional piece, unbound by the constraints of the 9-square grid. To eliminate him is no trivial endeavor. Furthermore, your Demon Suppression Hall has scant pieces left on the board. Traditionally, the rules dictate that a general may remain unseen. Ultimately, it is the general who holds the power to balance the game. The Wheel King, in his obstinate solitude, forges his own path. The lessons of past missteps lie before us. Do not become that pawn from which there is no retreat." The woman remained silent for a considerable time, offering no response. Xiao Mo turned his gaze toward the exterior, where the heavens were cloaked in ominous clouds, signaling an impending storm. He sighed softly, "What a splendid autumn rain." Suddenly, the woman inquired, "Where is Gongsun Zhongmo?" Xiao Mo gestured downward with a finger, whispering, "He is within this very city." As the autumn breeze blew, it carried with it the chilling raindrops. After much anticipation, the frigid strands of rain cascaded from above. The delicate droplets drummed upon the eaves, the azure tiles, the streets, and the stone walls, creating a myriad of fine splashes, enveloping Jilu City in a shroud of white mist. The cobbled streets, once veiled in dust, revealed their true, deep azure hue under the rain's gentle caress. An elderly man, bearing a sword sheath upon his back, traversed the damp thoroughfare. Sheltered beneath a yellowed oil paper umbrella, his pace unhurried. The autumn rain was far less ferocious than its summer counterpart, merely producing a rustling sound as it pattered against the umbrella, reminiscent of autumn leaves stirred by the wind. Abruptly, he halted, extending his hand to catch a few raindrops, feeling their coolness against his palm. With an impassive expression, he murmured to himself, "Autumn winds and autumn rains are quite lethal." Chapter 58, Celestial Beings Clash. Mortals flee from the day Gongsun Zhongmo set foot in Jilu City. The autumn rain had persisted for 3 days, showing no signs of abating. During this time, Su Beiyu traversed over 200 li, slaying 32 bandits, including 2 leaders of the third rank. His journey was neither hurried nor slow, aside from dispatching these common bandits. The majority of his energy was devoted to Jian Shisan. In truth, the act of eliminating these ordinary marauders bore little benefit for Su Beiyu's own swordsmanship. He merely hoped that those who had hired the 12 wolf bandits would engage another wave of assassins, as such free targets were precisely what he desired. As night fell, the autumn rain became increasingly fine, and the already frigid grasslands grew even more chilling. Su Beiyu, carrying Tianlan, trudged through the dark expanse, the icy rain having soaked him thoroughly. Fortunately, the energy within him provided some support, sparing him from significant discomfort. Had an ordinary person ventured through such rain for an entire night, they would likely succumb to the cold on the prairie. After walking for the better part of the night, Su Beiyu finally spotted distant flickers of firelight. Upon approaching, he discovered that several merchants had hastily erected a shelter to escape the rain, gathered around a fire for warmth. Though they regarded the solitary Su Beiyu with a hint of wariness, they did not take much notice of the young man. Su Beiyu patted his drenched sleeves, scattering tiny droplets, and produced a small piece of scattered silver, saying, "Esteemed sirs, I am merely a passerby wishing to borrow a place to escape the rain and warm my clothes. Might I impose upon you for a moment?" The lead merchant, glancing at the silver in Su Beiyu's hand, pondered briefly before nodding. Su Beiyu smiled, tossing the silver into the merchant's hand and entering the shelter. Taking a seat in the corner, with the silver as a token of goodwill, the merchants were more inclined to display friendly faces and extend small acts of kindness. A lean man offered a flask, saying, "Little brother, you must be drenched. Have a sip to warm yourself." According to seasoned travelers, one should never consume unknown liquor outside. Yet Su Beiyu did not decline. He accepted the flask, took a swig, and returned it to the lean man with a grateful smile. His gesture of trust evidently earned him the goodwill of the other merchants. The lead merchant introduced himself, saying, "I am Zhang Suong, a merchant from Shan Prefecture. We are but a group of itinerant traders. Little brother, do take off your wet clothes. I have an outer robe you can wear for now." Being among men, Su Beiyu felt no hesitation in shedding his soaked garments, leaving only his trousers, and donned Zhang Suong's outer robe. After hanging his wet clothes by the fire, the merchants resumed their earlier conversation. The lean man took another swig of liquor and exclaimed, "This nameless swordsman is indeed a remarkable figure. I have heard that he has slain over 100 bandits. And I learned that several prominent bandit leaders have spread the word that they have spent a fortune to enlist the 12 wolf bandits to procure the swordsman's head." As the slender man raised his voice slightly, he exuded an air reminiscent of a storyteller in an inn. Who, then, are the 12 wolf bandits? They roamed the Xiulong prairie, leaving a trail of countless corpses in their wake, notorious for their brutality. Over the years, many skilled warriors have met their demise at the hands of these feral wolves. Not long ago, a pair of chivalrous lovers from the Central Plains, both of whom were formidable figures at the second tier of cultivation, crossed paths with the 12 wolf bandits, only to find themselves ensnared by their clutches. Particularly tragic was the fate of the woman, who, stripped of her garments, endured unspeakable torment at the hands of 12 burly men before succumbing to a gruesome death. The scene was truly harrowing. Zhang Suong nodded, saying, "I have indeed heard whispers of this tale. So, is it true that the nameless swordsman was slain by the 12 wolf bandits?" The slender man thumped his thigh, exclaiming, "Indeed, he was slain, but not by the bandits. Rather, it was the nameless swordsman who eradicated them." 12 heads were strung together and displayed atop wooden stakes, each one refusing to close its eyes in death. The few merchants who had not heard of this event exchanged glances, clearly skeptical that the infamous 12 wolf bandits could have fallen so easily. One could not help but inquire, is this true? Was the nameless swordsman truly that formidable? The slender man, growing increasingly animated, widened his eyes and insisted, "How could it be false? Just 2 days ago, witnesses saw the 12 heads, along with the bandit signature weapons and their 12 horses, all intact. Who else could it be but the 12 wolf bandits?" Zhang Suheng's expression shifted slightly as he remarked, "If that is the case, this nameless swordsman is indeed a remarkable individual. Perhaps he is even a first-tier master, and ridding the Xiulong prairie of a menace is certainly a benevolent deed." Suddenly, Su Beiyu interjected, "It appears you gentlemen have just emerged from Julu City. Given that the Grand Market event is currently underway, where everyone is flocking to Jilu City. Why do you choose to depart so early? Zhang Suing exchanged a glance with the slender man, offering a wry smile as he replied, to be candid. Jilu City is currently a cauldron of turmoil, with esteemed figures from all corners converging. It is truly not a place for mere minnows like us. Money is of little worth if one does not live to spend it. Young brother, if you too wish to venture to Jilu City, I advise you to turn back sooner rather than later. Su Beiyu, intrigued, asked, what do you mean by that? Zhang Suing hesitated for a moment before slowly responding. You are aware of the rumors surrounding the arrival of a great Taoist master at this Jilu City market, are you not? Su Beiyu nodded. Zhang Suing continued. The rumors are indeed true. A great master has arrived in Jilu City, and it is none other than the unexpected leader of the Taoist Demon Suppression Hall. In my years of wandering, I have encountered many tales and heard of the Demon Suppression Hall, which is comparable to our court's dark guard. Just think of the stature this hall's leader must possess. Zhang Suing paused momentarily, lowering his voice slightly. However, he mused, if it were only this individual, it would hardly be a matter of great concern. After all, celestial beings are unlikely to trouble us mere mortals. Yet, curiously, another formidable figure appeared, perfectly embodying the adage that when gods clash, it is the common folk who suffer. Should these two adversaries come to blows, we insignificant beings would have no choice but to flee, lest we become collateral damage. Observing the expressions of the others, it was evident they were already privy to the unfolding events, with only Su Beiyu daring to inquire, which fiend would dare to confront a grand master of the Tao. Zhang Suing replied in a hushed tone, it is not so much a confrontation with the master of the Demon Suppression Hall, but rather with a high-ranking figure of the Tao known as the Eastern Ghost Emperor. This Eastern Ghost Emperor is indeed a celestial being, capable of soaring through the heavens and commanding the elements. As for that villain, I believe his name is Gongsun Zhongmo. He appears to be a sect leader of sorts. Their battle was catastrophic, with the fiend transforming raindrops into swords, each drop becoming a blade. The spectacle was so grand that it is etched into my memory, as it nearly reduced the Eastern Ghost Emperor to a sieve. The lean man interjected, indeed, the multitude of swords fell like rain. Su Beiyu maintained a placid demeanor and softly inquired, what transpired next? Zhang Suing could scarcely conceal the glimmer of wonder on his face as he continued. What followed was truly a conversation between immortals. A voice from beyond echoed throughout the city, clear for all to hear. If I am not mistaken, it must have been the master of the Demon Suppression Hall speaking. They agreed to determine a victor in 3 days, which is precisely why we, as commoners, must distance ourselves from this place of turmoil. He instinctively glanced at the young man, only to catch him bowing his head. Zhang Suing withdrew his gaze with a sigh, lamenting that celestial conflicts are not spectacles one may witness at will. The lean man queried, by the way, who is this Gongsun Zhongmo? That he would dare to contend with the dark-clad leader? Zhang Suing hesitated, uncertain, and replied, given that he is a fiend, he is likely affiliated with the forces from the other side. I have heard there are many such villains there. Su Beiyu raised his head, his expression inscrutable, and quietly stated, he is the leader of the sword sect. Zhang Suing was taken aback, then questioned, but wasn't he the sword sect annihilated? Su Beiyu sighed deeply indeed. The sword sect has perished. All that remains are its remnants. Chapter 59. The Umbrella as a Sword. The lean man, who had recently embraced the doctrine, scoffed upon hearing the words. If you are but a remnant, what need is there to speak of a sect leader? It is rather embarrassing. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt an unsettling prickling sensation along his spine. Casting a sidelong glance, he found a young man staring intently at him, his gaze sharp as a knife. Under the weight of that piercing stare, the lean man stifled the latter part of his statement. Zhang Suing, observing the young man's stiff expression and sensing the somber atmosphere, hastily redirected the conversation. Oh, to be a man, especially upon reaching middle age, is truly no easy feat with aging parents above and a wife and children below. The burdens of an entire family rest upon our shoulders. Were it not for this, who would willingly risk their necks in such a profession? To be candid, I have not returned home in over half a year. I wonder if my son still recognizes me. Su Beiyu replied calmly, indeed, it is no simple matter. Women seek stability. A man may provide that stability for a woman, yet often cannot secure it for himself. A lifetime of toil and struggle. My master is a testament to this. Zhang Suing inquired, how is your master faring these days? Su Beiyu replied softly. My master has gone to Jilu City. I intend to seek him out. Zhang Suing took a sip from the wine jug, his tone somewhat somber. Once I conclude this business, I shall return home. He extended a hand, measuring an approximate height, and his previously stern visage softened as he added, My son must be this tall by now. Su Beiyu remarked, As for me, I was born and raised without knowledge of my parents. I have but two kin. One is the teacher who nurtured me, and the other is the master who imparted my skills. Now that my master is in Jilu City, it is only natural that I, as his disciple, should go to him. Zhang Suing reflected, In my youth, I encountered a wandering sage who imparted numerous truths to me. He spoke of two paramount concepts in this world, rules and principles. There exists no rule devoid of reason, nor any principle that does not adhere to rules. Su Beiyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is the truth. The two men lapsed into a contemplative silence. As dawn broke, the rain began to lessen. Su Beiyu donned his attire, secured the Tianlan's sword upon his back, bid farewell to the merchants, and continued on his journey to Jilu City. Yi Zue, a name that carries an air of peculiarity. Born into the esteemed Yi family, he possesses a cultivation level that, while not insignificant among the many stewards of the Demon Suppression Hall, does not grant him access to confidential matters, nor is he considered a marginal figure. Ever since his entry into the Demon Suppression Hall 5 years ago, his lineage as a scion of the Yi family has ensured that, although the sect's leader has never made any overtures, several influential stewards wielding authority within the hall have shown him certain courtesies. Given the right opportunity, Yi Zue is poised to ascend further within the ranks of the Demon Suppression Hall. Yi Zue is not one to flaunt his status with arrogance. Rather, he enjoys a commendable reputation within the hall, more inclined to lower himself to foster connections with disciples from outside the hall. He stands among the few stewards who have garnered a favorable name. During the breathtaking battle in Jilu City, he found himself within its walls, albeit merely observing from a tavern, choosing to remain incognito. After all, the confrontation between the formidable Gongsun Zhongmo and his adversaries was not a matter in which even those of the first-tier realm, let alone the ghostly immortals, could dare to intervene. The most one could do was to spectate from a distance. Witnessing Gongsun Zhongmo's transformation of rain into swords opened Yi Zue's eyes to a new realm of understanding. While the Taoist sect was not devoid of high-ranking figures at the Earth Immortal level, these great masters seldom took action, allowing only the imagination to conjure images of their prowess, which starkly contrasted with the experience of being physically present. After observing the clash between Gongsun Zhongmo and the Eastern Ghost Emperor, the gravely injured Eastern Ghost Emperor entrusted Yi Zue with a task before retreating to recuperate, to ambush Gongsun Zhongmo's disciple outside Jilu City and to seek out the last surviving disciple of Changlongwen, Ji Yun. Thus, Yi Zue departed from Jilu City, preparing to lie in wait. It was merely half an hour after his departure that another individual exited the city. Across the vast grasslands, the two figures advanced, one following the other for over 10 miles until they reached a secluded spot. At this juncture, Yi Zue turned to address his pursuer. Since you have shadowed me for so long, it would be prudent to reveal yourself and converse. As his words faded, a woman appeared not far behind him, holding a delicate oil paper umbrella, dressed in a pale blue outfit and adorned with white embroidered shoes, each tipped with charming little pom-poms. Her hair, gathered casually with a silk scarf, framed a visage of sweet elegance, and a smile revealed 2 adorable dimples. Yi Zue appraised the woman and inquired, If I am not mistaken, you must be from the Sword Sect? The woman smiled, feigning surprise. Shouldn't it be referred to as a remnant of the Sword Sect? To hear those words from an enforcer of the Demon Suppression Hall is truly an unexpected honor. Yi Zue shook his head. Whether one identifies as a member of the Sword Sect or a remnant, it ultimately amounts to the same. For a millennium ago, the Taoists and the Sword Sect were one and the same. I have had the fortune of perusing the confidential archives of the Demon Suppression Hall, which state that the Sword Sect's leader, Gongsun Zhongmo, once re-established the Sword Qi Ascending Hall, boasting 12 sword masters and 36 swordsmen. Might I inquire what your position is within that structure? A flicker of surprise crossed her face before she chuckled lightly. Yilani, it appears that your alias, Yi Zue, has afforded you greater insight since entering the Demon Suppression Hall than during your time with the Yi family. Indeed, as the saying goes, an orange from the south is not the same as an orange from the north. Since you have deduced my identity, I shall not conceal it further. I am Song Guangguan, a sword master of the Sword Qi Ascending Hall. Unfazed by the revelation of her true name, Yi Zue smiled and queried, "Might I ask what brings you, Miss Song, to accompany me?" She tugged at the corner of her mouth and replied, "On the orders of our sect master, to retrieve the unnamed sword." Yi Zue gestured toward the sword slung across his back, chuckling, "I had presumed you were here to escort your young master." Song Guangguan spoke calmly, "Young master, a fortunate person is favored by destiny. Since you have chosen to venture into the world on your own accord, regardless of your origins, it is a matter of relying on one's own abilities and seeking fortune through one's own efforts. If you wish to take on the mantle of the sect leader, you must possess the resolve to face life and death. Should your abilities prove insufficient and you succumb to the depths of the world, you cannot blame others." Yi Zue clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Well said." The autumn rain fell incessantly, rendering the grasslands a quagmire. Yet, as Song Guangguan tread upon it, not a speck of mud clung to her. With a graceful flick of her fingers, the oil paper umbrella spun forth, resembling a blooming blue lotus, leaving a distinct trace amidst the vast curtain of rain. In an instant, she moved in unison with the umbrella, advancing forward. The rain fell with a sound, shattering the prior tranquility, replaced now by an overwhelming aura of hostility. Yi Zue, with a swift motion, grasped the mysterious presence behind him, unsheathing his sword with a resounding clang that swiftly drowned out the sound of wind and rain. The blade exuded a palpable energy. In the next moment, the white curtain of rain was cleaved in two by this strike, a faint yet discernible thread of sword energy descending directly upon the umbrella. At that moment, Song Guangguan tightened her grip on the handle, and with a sharp crack, the umbrella folded. What was once an umbrella now transformed into a sword. The intersection of the paper umbrella and the sword energy stirred ripples in the air. Countless raindrops were shattered into mist, rising to create a dense shroud of white between the two. Unfaltering, Song Guangguan moved forward, the pointed umbrella resembling an unyielding sword as she pressed on through the white haze, colliding violently with the mysterious sword presence. The two immense forces of sword energy erupted in a thunderous clash, their lethal currents surging wildly, each thread imbued with deadly intent. Chapter 60. The sword hidden under the umbrella. The sword aura surged through the air as the 12 sword masters gathered. Although Song Guangguan stood at the end of the 12, her cultivation had already reached the realm of the ghost immortal. Even with Yi Zue wielding the enigmatic sword and possessing numerous secret techniques, he did not dare to underestimate her. He swiftly used the sword's blade to counter the dispersing sword energy, propelling himself forward, his feet gliding over the rainwater without disturbing the muddy ground. As if skimming across the surface of the water, the enigmatic sword delicately pointed towards the center of Song Guangguan's brow. With a sharp crack, the umbrella opened once more, resembling a grand shield that deflected the strike. Song Guangguan then abruptly spun the umbrella, sending countless droplets of rain splattering, akin to a barrage of rain swords being unleashed. The paper umbrella had precisely 12 tassels, which resulted in 12 rain swords being formed. The curtain of rain surrounding Yi Zue erupted violently, yet he remained calm and composed, moving with the sword amidst the life and death struggle. He unleashed 9 strikes to shatter 9 of the rain swords. However, 3 rain swords blossomed into brilliant crimson flowers upon his arm and shoulder. Song Guangguan chuckled softly, closing the oil paper umbrella once more. This time, the surrounding rain curtain tilted, ensnared by the umbrella, forming an immense rain sword that surged toward Yi Zue. This strike descended like a whirlwind, scattering the rain in all directions. Yi Zue had no means of evasion and could only position the enigmatic sword before him, being forced back nearly 100 paces, his feet sinking into the ground and carving deep ruts. In a state of disarray, his garments were now muddied, losing the elegant demeanor he once had. Lowering his gaze to a vivid crimson mark upon his chest, Yi Zue wiped the rain from his face with his sleeve and calmly declared, "I concede." He had not anticipated that this young woman possessed such extraordinary cultivation. It was already astonishing for someone of her age to reach the ghost immortal realm. Yet she was also not far from the human immortal realm, exceeding Yi Zue's expectations. It was only natural that he would be defeated. What perplexed Yi Zue further was why Gongsun Zhongmo chose that youthful individual, who had not yet attained the first-tier realm, as his successor, rather than this remarkably ascendant woman. Song Guangguan raised the umbrella once more, resting it at an angle against her shoulder, a slight smirk gracing her lips as she gently remarked, "To accept a wager is to accept defeat. Since you acknowledge your loss, should not young master Yi surrender your sword to this young lady?" Yi Zue chuckled lightly, remaining silent. In the next instant, he suddenly raised his hand, sending forth a mysterious talisman from his sleeve. Song Guangguan's expression shifted dramatically, her form moving like a graceful butterfly, her toes lightly touching the ground, leaving behind a trace of lotus flowers with each step she took, 9 steps in total, creating a path of blooming lotuses. Each step birthed a lotus. With every stride, a flower blossomed. The arcane talismans are akin to a malignant growth upon one's bones. They serve as a means of survival for Yi Zue. The Taoist talisman sect, which proudly claims its own system, categorizes its talismans into the heavenly series of the 3 pure ones, and the earthly series comprising the 8 trigrams, Qian, Kuan, Kan, Li, Zhen, Sun, Jin, and Dui, along with the grand and minor talismans, as well as the fundamental yellow paper talismans, often referred to as the yellow series. Yi Zue employs the talisman of suppression and repulsion from the heavenly series, the Yuqing talisman. Even a cultivator of Song Guangguan's caliber would find much of their vital energy immediately sealed upon contact with this talisman, rendering them as defenseless as an ordinary woman. The art of repulsion stands as the foremost suppression technique within the Taoist tradition. In a bygone era, amidst the palace intrigues of a previous dynasty, the empress summoned a Taoist priest to employ this very technique against the favored concubine, a maneuver that ultimately drew the attention of the reigning emperor. Following this incident, the Zheng court harbored a profound disdain for the Taoist sect, which, compounded by various other reasons, led to a persistent suppression of Taoism throughout the Zheng dynasty. This animosity eventually prompted the Taoist sect to support Xiao Yu in his rebellion to seize control of the great Zheng realm. During her evasion, Song Guangguan combined her paper umbrella into a sword, striking 7 times in rapid succession, momentarily halting the talisman that shadowed her. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, she lunged toward Yi Zue. Regardless of the talisman's might, it would merely be a lifeless object without a wielder. Yi Zue's hand trembled inexplicably, the sound resonating clearly even amidst the cacophony of rain. The umbrella and sword clashed once more, producing a sound reminiscent of metal striking stone. Cracks appeared upon the surface of the paper umbrella. With a subtle smile, Song Guangguan grasped the handle, and with a resounding clang, she drew forth a slender sword concealed within the umbrella. Although the fine blade did not pierce Yi Zue's throat, it found its mark in his chest, blood gushing forth. Clutching his chest, Yi Zue staggered backward, his vital energy dissipating. In that moment, the Yuqing talisman lost its potency, falling to the ground. Cultivators possess 3 vital gateways, namely the upper, middle, and lower dantians. Only upon reaching the realm of earth immortals can one unlock the upper dantian, the Zifu Sea of consciousness. The middle dantian, located at the chest, becomes critical after attaining the first-grade realm. Thus, when the judging officer was pierced through the chest by the Northern Ghost Emperor, their entire vital force disintegrated instantaneously. Song Guangguan spoke slowly. "My master has a history with the Yi family. Out of respect for the bonds formed among the 5 families in years past, I shall not take your life today. As I previously stated, after you relinquish that which is inexplicable to this young lady, you may follow your own path, while I tread mine." With a smile, she added, "Young Master Yi, Yilanyi, what say you?" Yi Zue snorted coldly in response. Unfazed, Song Guangguan maintained her cheerful demeanor, saying, "Yilanyi, if you do not comply, I may have to take matters into my own hands." With a deep breath, Yi Zue threw the inexplicable object towards the woman, calmly stating, "Take it." She reached out to catch it, her delicate palm instantly stained with vivid red threads of blood, a testament to the ferocity of the sword energy from the 12 swords of the sword sect. Yi Zue remarked, "This sword has been refined with my lifeblood using the Taoist sword control technique. The sword is now yours. As for how you will erase the traces I have left upon it, ensuring that the sword energy does not harm your esteemed master, that is your concern." Song Guangguan relaxed her grip, allowing the inexplicably named sword to fall to the ground, where it trembled incessantly upon embedding itself in the earth. With a swift motion, she grasped the air, and the jade talisman inscribed with the character Tian flew into her hand. She affixed the talisman to the blade of the inexplicable sword, and the previously quivering weapon instantly calmed. She smiled and remarked, "Let this talisman serve as the rental fee for your inexplicable sword. As for other matters, the sect leader will address them, so there is no need for young Master Yi to worry." Yi Zue retrieved a small jade vial from his bosom, poured a crimson pill into his mouth, and swiftly staunched the bleeding from his chest wound, his pallor improving slightly. Witnessing this scene, Song Guangguan clicked her tongue in admiration. As expected of a scion of the Yi family, you are indeed affluent, carrying a life-saving fire lotus pill worth a fortune, unlike us children of impoverished families, who can only dream of such luxuries. Yi Zue remained indifferent, closing his eyes to concentrate on dissipating the effects of the medicine while attempting to regulate the chaotic energies within him. Song Guangguan curled her lip, choosing not to say more, and decisively turned to leave with the inexplicable sword in hand. The sect leader had entrusted her with two tasks. One was accomplished, retrieving the inexplicable sword from Yi Zue, and the other was to deliver the sword into Su Beiyou's hands. However, Yi Zue had already refined the sword, making it arduous to erase his mark. She was skilled with the sword, but other matters were beyond her comprehension, though she claimed the sect leader would handle it. Gongsun Zhongmo was currently confronting the head of the Demon Suppression Hall in Jilu City, leaving little time for such trivialities. A subordinate who cannot alleviate their master's burdens is not worthy of the title. Complaining about the master's troubles was mere rhetoric. After walking a short distance, Song Guangguan gazed at the inexplicable sword adorned with the talisman, scratched her head, and her expression darkened with irritation as she hurled the sword to the ground, muttering, young master, what a nuisance." Chapter 61. The first encounter of the young master and the maid walking alone on the road to Jilu City. Su Beiyou encountered several waves of merchants departing from the city, and he felt an unmistakable inclination to venture into danger despite knowing the risks. What was the purpose of his journey to Jilu City? As he trudged through the muddy grasslands, he pondered that beyond mere reason, there lay a youthful spirit of chivalry. In his childhood, he had heard his master describe a world unlike any other, and he recalled Zhang Suing speaking of the legendary Gongsun Zhongmo and the Eastern Ghost Emperor, recounting the tale of the battle against the master of the Demon Suppression Hall who had challenged Gongsun Zhongmo. These stories stirred his soul, igniting a profound longing within him. The ability to traverse the skies, to shift mountains and seas, to summon the winds and rain. Was this not the very world he yearned for? Given such aspirations, how could he possibly let the opportunity to step into this realm slip away? Jilu City represented his first stride into this enchanting world. Su Beiyou considered himself well acquainted with his master, who, though often serious and occasionally melancholic, transformed into a figure of calm detachment and worldly wisdom in times of urgency. He was a weathered old man with countless tales, yet he was never off-putting. However, as Su Beiyou journeyed on, he heard a cacophony of rumors concerning Gongsun Zhongmo, each more sensational than the last. Some claimed he was a fearsome demon, honing his sword through murder, guaranteed to spill blood with every strike. Known for razing entire villages without leaving a single survivor, and once having slaughtered a city, with tens of thousands of souls perishing beneath his blade. His mere aura of bloodlust capable of causing ordinary men to drop dead in their tracks. Others asserted that he was a sword fanatic, deeply passionate about his craft, sparing mortals while targeting only deities. The reason the Taoist sect despised him was that he had slain 3 prominent Taoist masters. There were even claims that he was a puppet secretly supported by the court, his true identity being the foremost guest official of the imperial palace. A peerless master left by the late emperor for the new sovereign, and that his current ventures were under imperial orders. Perhaps the most outlandish theory, and the boldest, suggested that Gongsun Zhongmo had once been a close friend of the Taoist sect's leader in their youth. But after a falling out over the third of the 4 great beauties, Zhang Shuiyao, they became adversaries. In the end, Gongsun Zhongmo won the lady's heart, leading to a complete rift between them. Although the Taoist leader later married Murong Xian, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the world, he remained haunted by the grudge of that fateful betrayal, and upon ascending to power, he ordered the Demon Suppression Hall to pursue Gongsun Zhongmo relentlessly. One cannot help but admire the vivid imagination behind these rumors, capable of eliciting both laughter and astonishment from those involved. leaving Su Beiyu in awe. As he ambled along, reflecting on these tales, his spirits inexplicably lifted. In this sense, his master had become a legendary figure. If he were indeed such a personage, how could he easily come to harm? In that moment of distraction, Su Beiyu suddenly felt a surge of alertness. Yet, before he could react, a pair of icy little hands covered his eyes from behind, and a gentle voice, laced with mirth, whispered in his ear, "Guess who I am?" Su Beiyu's body suddenly stiffened. After a brief silence, he spoke calmly. "Forgive my ignorance. I cannot deduce it. Allow me to offer a hint. The sword energy soars through the air. Could it be the sword energy soaring hall? Are you perhaps a member of the sword sect? Do you now know who I am? Still unaware. You are now the young master of the sword sect. That remains a mystery. I do not even know how many people are in the sword sect. I only know the sect leader, Gongsun Zhomo. Are you Gongsun Zhomo?" Such words cannot be spoken lightly. Though you are the young master, one must never directly utter the sect leader's name, nor jest about him. Be wary, or you may find yourself punished to kneel with the sword. Is it that severe? Indeed. Back when the lady was still in the sword sect, she managed the severe punishment division. The experiences of kneeling with the sword, hanging with the sword, or being pierced by the sword are truly harrowing. Would you like to hear more? If so, I shall recount it slowly for you. I did not perceive my master to be so stringent. Oh, many believe you to be the sect leader's illegitimate child. This is the first time we have witnessed the sect leader's patience. It is akin to how he treats his own son. Once I meet my master, I must relay this sentiment to him. Young master, I beg you, do not utter that to the sect leader. Should he learn of it, I would be doomed. It was then that Song Guangguan, the sword master of the Sword Energy Soaring Hall, released Su Beiyu's hands and stepped out from behind, grasping his hands and shaking them incessantly. Her voice sweet to the point of being cloying. Su Beiyu found himself both amused and exasperated, saying, "You need not refrain from speaking, but you must reveal your identity." At last, Song Guangguan reined in her playful demeanor, stepped back, and bowed respectfully, saying, "I am Song Guangguan, the sword master of the Sword Energy Soaring Hall. Honored to meet the young master." Su Beiyu furrowed his brow, feeling a bit unsettled by the title of young master. To him, the Sword Energy Soaring Hall was akin to a double-edged sword, capable of inflicting harm upon others as well as oneself. Accepting the identity of young master recklessly would be akin to a child wielding a sharp blade, likely to harm only themselves. Even with his master standing behind him, it would invite much disdain and contempt from others. Su Beiyu slowly shook his head, saying, "What claim do I have to be called young master? I am merely my master's disciple. As for who shall inherit the sword sect in the future, it is not for me to decide until my master speaks." Song Guangguan smiled and replied earnestly, "Young master, it is futile to deceive yourself. The sect leader has invested so much effort into your cultivation. Who else could inherit the esteemed position of sword sect leader if not you? Moreover, you have the support of Han Wenbi, a figure of considerable influence, far superior to us mere laborers." Su Beiyu frowned, saying, "Do not address me as young master. I am Su Beiyu, at just over 20 years of age." Song Guangguan retained a touch of youthful innocence, pouting her lips. "Your name, the sect leader may utter, but I cannot. It is the rule. Should I violate this rule and the sect leader find out, I would face punishment." Su Beiyu remained silent. Song Guangguan pondered for a moment before suddenly linking her arm with his, saying, "How about I just refer to you as young master? What do you think?" Su Beiyu, having recently ascended to the second-tier realm, could not evade the prowess of Song Guangguan, a formidable ghostly adept, and reluctantly acquiesced. "Very well, let it be young master." Still holding onto Su Beiyu's arm, Song Guangguan inquired, "Are you headed to Jilu City?" Su Beiyu nodded. "I intend to take a look." Song Guangguan softly remarked, "It is fortuitous you are going now. The current situation in Jilu City is fraught with entangled powers vying for dominance. I have just returned from there and have a modest understanding of the circumstances. Presently, there are several factions of note. Firstly, there is the Taoist sect led by the master of the Demon Suppression Hall, the most formidable among them. Secondly, the local power, the Lingwu Duke's residence, represents the imperial court. Following that is our sword sect, with the three factions forming a precarious tripartite balance. Additionally, there are the Prairie Royal Court, Moluan Temple, and even pawns from the Northwest military intermingling, all vying to profit from the chaos. Su Beiyu sighed. Truly, It is a cacophony of fish and dragons. Song Guangguan rested her head on Su Beiyou's shoulder and gently said, "Not long ago, I heard there is an unnamed swordsman on Xiulong Prairie who has slain 12 wolf bandits. I suspect that this unnamed swordsman is none other than you, young master, practicing your swordsmanship. If I can deduce this, then the people from the Demon Suppression Hall are not fools either. They have set traps around Jilu City, waiting for your arrival. I have already dealt with one on my way here, so let me escort you to Jilu City, shall we?" Su Beiyu softly agreed. "Miss Song, just call me Guangguan, young master." "Guangguan, loosen your grip. I am not going to run away. Young master, you are now the heir of the sword sect, exceedingly precious. I must protect you closely. But must it be this way? It is said that propriety dictates distance between men and women. How can this be appropriate? I have practiced swordsmanship since childhood and have never learned the teachings of the sages, nor do I know anything about the strictures of gender propriety. Whatever you say about men and women is beyond my comprehension. As a young lady, should you not exercise some modesty? The sect master has decreed that I am to serve as the young master's maid, attending to your needs for clothing and meals, and eventually, I shall be your concubine. Where is there room for modesty?" Chapter 62. The 5 families of Jilu speak of rules after a brief scuffle. The 2 individuals casually dispatched a few inattentive bandits along the way and opted to continue their journey on horseback. With 2 riders and 2 steeds, Su Beiyu finally liberated himself from the clutches of Song Guangguan. Without pausing, they traveled day and night, and after approximately 3 days, amidst the sweet calls of young master, they beheld the majestic silhouette of Jilu City. Due to its bustling trade, Jilu City welcomed visitors from all directions, and at that moment, the city had no restrictions. The gates stood wide open, allowing free passage for travelers. However, just 3 miles outside the city, a cavalry force of over 30,000 was stationed. At the command of the Prince of Lingwu, Xiao Mo, they could invade the city at any moment. The 2 halted their horses before the city, and Su Beiyu gazed up at the fortress. This grand city bore the scars of past battles, having weathered the storms of time. If Zhongdu City was likened to a vigorous general in his prime, then Jilu City resembled a veteran soldier, having lost its former glory, now a mosaic of wounds. After a prolonged silence, Su Beiyu remained contemplative. Song Guangguan remarked with a smile, "There's little to behold in Jilu City these days. If we were to turn back the clock a few decades, this place was a veritable marketplace of life and death, where one could procure anything with enough wealth." Su Beiyu replied calmly, "Money is indeed a valuable commodity." Song Guangguan blinked and said, "Young master, boasting about wealth is not the hallmark of a sage. True sages regard money as mere refuse." Su Beiyu chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Who am I to claim sagehood? It is already a remarkable feat to navigate this world with one's head held high." Song Guangguan lowered her gaze, lost in thought. Su Beiyu continued, "To live honorably as a person of integrity is an even greater challenge." A moment of silence enveloped them. "Young master? Yes? Shall we enter the city? Let us proceed." The vast grasslands exemplified a world governed by the law of the jungle, yet Jilu City stood as a sanctuary removed from such brutality, governed instead by intricate rules. These complex, unwritten customs were often passed down through oral tradition rather than inscribed. Herein lay some of the world's most convoluted tales. Perhaps the storyteller in a tavern was once a revered figure in the Central Plains, welcoming guests from afar. The inebriated patron might have once wielded a sword with elegance, while the butcher, with his bloodied knife, could have been a formidable warrior on the battlefield. Even the playful girl with twin braids should not be underestimated. Who knows if she had transcended to a youthful state of enlightenment? As the adage goes, the great conceal themselves in the court, the moderately great in the marketplace, and the lesser great in the wilderness. Besides these moderate figures, the city was home to numerous outlaws, brigands, assassins, and even bandits who had come to retire after striking it rich. Coupled with spies from the Shadow Guard, itinerant Taoist preachers, elite soldiers from the northwest, and various merchant caravans, Jilu City had transformed from a mere pool of murky waters into a treacherous mire, where entry was easy, but exit was fraught with difficulty. In the most chaotic of places, the strictest adherence to rules is observed. Yet, these rules remain obscure. Many who first set foot in the city of Jilu find themselves bewildered, often departing before they have the chance to learn the customs. The city of Jilu has never shied away from bloodshed. However, Every death must conform to its established norms. Should anyone dare to kill outside of these regulations, whether it be the Lord of Julu, Xiao Mo, or another, someone will inevitably rise to enlighten the transgressor on the city's customs. There are those who boldly disregard the rules of Julu and emerge unscathed, though they are few, such as the master of the Demon Suppression Hall or Gongsun Zhongmo. The former commands respect due to his esteemed position, while the latter possesses such martial prowess that he transcends many of the city's conventions and principles. This is why members of the sword sect often proclaim that all matters in the world ultimately hinge upon the sword. Rather than entering through the nearby western gate of Julu, the two took a circuitous route, entering through the southern gate. Su Beiyu recalled that according to the records of Taiping Huanyu, the former Lord's mansion, now the residence of the Duke of Lingwu, was not oriented southward with its back to the north, but rather uniquely faced north with its back to the south. Entering through the southern gate, they found themselves at the rear of the Duke's estate, conveniently avoiding the most tumultuous area of the city. Before entering, Song Guangguan briefed Su Beiyu on several of the city's customs, though her explanations were somewhat cursory. To her mind, Su Beiyu, as the young master of the sword sect, need not be overly concerned with these so-called rules. Rather, it was the local factions and families who were the true architects of these regulations that warranted attention. Once inside, Song Guangguan gestured towards several towering watchtowers and elaborated. Each watchtower represents a family, which is one of Julu's traditions. Only those who cross a certain threshold are entitled to construct a watchtower. Currently, there are 5 towers, corresponding to 5 families. The tallest among them belongs to the Shao family, the Duke of Lingwu, while the others are associated with the Wei, Min, Shi families, and Xianshui Pavilion. Except for Xianshui Pavilion, which is a sect of cultivation, the remaining families are deeply entrenched, with intricate ties to several prominent clans of the current dynasty. Notably, the Min family descends from Shunguagong Min Xing, who ranked 6th among the meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion. Min Xing harbored resentment after losing a power struggle against Wei Jin. Eventually, he and Han Xiong were executed for treason by the late emperor, Xiao Yu. However, the emperor, in recognition of Min Xing's contributions, spared his family and relocated them to Julu, where they were placed under the care of the then Duke of Lingwu, Xiao Shu. Subsequently, Min Xing's son altered their surname from Min to Min, giving rise to the contemporary Min family. Su Beiyu, surprised, inquired, "So, the Wei family is indeed that of the Grand Commander Wei Jin?" Song Guangguan clarified. Wei Jin, as the current Grand Commander, oversees the Grand Commander's office and holds an unparalleled status. His direct lineage resides in the imperial capital. However, following the alliance formed in Daliang City, Wei Jin, under the emperor's orders, took charge of Julu, where he left behind an illegitimate son. With Wei Jin's support, this son established the Wei family of Julu, which has since developed into its current estate, thus qualifying as a branch of the Wei family from the imperial capital. Su Beiyu furrowed his brow. Along his journey, he had encountered 2 names that resonated like thunder. One was Lan Yu, and the other was Wei Jin. Both were esteemed ministers, one a scholar and the other a warrior. In comparison, Wei Jin appeared somewhat more understated, while Lan Yu exuded an air of prominence, as if everyone in the realm were familiar with his name, almost suggesting a sense of overshadowing authority. Su Beiyu then inquired, "What about the Shi family?" Song Guangguan replied with a smile, "That would be the Shi Lu, the 22nd of the 24 founding ministers of the Lingyan Pavilion, originally a part of the northern guardian king Lin Han's retinue. After Lin Han received his fief in the grasslands, Shi Lu served as deputy commander of the Grand Commander's office. However, due to an incident during the first year of the Qingping era, he was dismissed from his position. Shi Lu then returned to Shiliang Prefecture, secretly aligning himself with his old lord, the northern guardian king. With support from the royal court, he established the Shi family in Julu City in the 12th year of Qingping. Though their foundation is shallow, they should not be underestimated. Before Su Beiyu could pose another question, Song Guangguan continued, "As for the Xianshui Pavilion, its origins are shrouded in mystery. Neither our Sword Qi Ascending Hall nor the Demon Suppression Hall can trace its roots. However, I once overheard the sect leader mention that the Xianshui Pavilion is likely connected to the later established Murong Xianin, and there may even be shadows of the later founded Xian sect involved." Su Beiyu felt as if a thread in his mind was on the verge of connecting the Northern Guardian King and the Shi family. Murong Xianin and the Xianshui Pavilion, Emperor Shao, and the Lingwu Duke. Coupled with the Taoist sword sect, it seemed that a significant portion of the most renowned powers in the world had converged upon Jilu City. As they walked along the stone-paved street, a few sturdy middle-aged men, seemingly locals, gradually approached them. Song Guangguan stepped forward and tossed a few scattered silver coins. After receiving the coins, the men weighed them in their hands, scrutinized the two, and then turned to leave. Noticing Su Beiyou's astonishment, Song Guangguan chuckled softly. The king of hell is easy to encounter, but the little ghosts are troublesome. It's not worth getting entangled with these local ruffians over a few coins. Su Beiyou nodded, suddenly asking, "By the way, Guangguan, what is your realm?" Song Guangguan replied with a gentle laugh, "Above ghost immortals, yet below human immortals, I cannot be considered a master. I am merely capable of dealing with some minor ruffians." Chapter 63. The esteemed scholar and the emperor of Song. Upon entering the city, Su Beiyou and Song Guangguan had dismounted, each leading their steed along the path. After strolling for a while, they chanced upon a tavern with available seating. Su Beiyou hesitated momentarily before handing the reins to a waiter soliciting patrons outside, then boldly stepped inside the establishment and took a seat. The keen-eyed waiter, noticing that this pair of young individuals, though not clad in the finest attire, possessed an air of distinction, hurried over with a servile smile and inquired, "Esteemed guests, would you like to dine or seek lodging?" Song Guangguan asked, "Do you serve wine?" "Indeed, we do. How could a tavern be without wine? We have an extensive selection, Wu Jiao Pai, Zhuye Qing, Huadiao, Fenjiao, Shadaozi. Whatever your heart desires, please feel free to request it." After a moment's contemplation, Song Guangguan replied, "I would like a jar of Huadiao, accompanied by several signature dishes from your menu." "Certainly," the waiter called out with a distinctive voice, then swiftly retreated to the back kitchen. Before long, the table was laden with an abundance of food and wine. Su Beiyou picked up his chopsticks and remarked, "I do not drink." Song Guangguan stared at him, incredulous. How can a man not drink? Su Beiyou merely smiled and remained silent. Realizing her words might inadvertently cast aspersions on Su Beiyou's masculinity, she blushed slightly, stuck out her tongue, and poured herself a bowl of wine, taking a small sip, akin to a dragon savoring water, and swiftly emptied the bowl. Su Beiyou continued to focus on his meal. After finishing her wine, a delightful flush appeared on Song Guangguan's cheeks, reminiscent of a ripe apple. With a contented squint, she languidly remarked, "The taste of this wine is akin to that of a woman. Only through experience can one truly appreciate its depth." While this tavern's huadiao cannot compare to the authentic brews from the Jiangnan region, it possesses a decent quality, perhaps 5 or 6 parts satisfactory. "My lord, will you not indulge in a sip?" Unmoved, Su Beiyou replied, "I shall not partake. Then I shall consume it all myself." Song Guangguan shook her head, feigning regret for Su Beiyou's missed opportunity, and seized the entire jar of wine. She took another deep sip, the liquid surging forth like a dragon emerging from the water, flowing into her mouth in one continuous stream. With a jar of wine now consumed, Song Guangguan, lacking the cultivation to dispel the effects of intoxication, transformed from a 5-part ripe apple into one nearly fully matured. Her eyes first became dreamy, then glazed over, and after a loud belch, she collapsed onto the table. Su Beiyou was initially taken aback, then at a loss, ultimately finding himself in a state of bemusement. The inebriated Song Guangguan continued to mumble incoherently, her words lost amidst the tavern's clamor. Yet, he discerned she was speaking of her homeland, its temples, stone caves, the spicy soup, and peonies, all of which painted a picture of exquisite beauty. Ultimately, she reminisced about her parents, who had passed away when she was but a child. With a gentle sigh, Su Beiyou reflected on their shared plight as wanderers in a vast world. He finished the meal laid out before him, contemplating how to rouse Song Guangguan from her slumber. At that moment, a middle-aged man with 3 strands of long beard approached the tavern, dressed in a blue cloth long gown and wearing a square scarf, presenting himself as a scholar. The previously intoxicated Song Guangguan suddenly raised her head, her eyes no longer clouded by inebriation, and fixed her gaze on the man outside. The street was bustling with people, yet in her eyes, only the man, who was ambling towards the tavern, remained. This middle-aged gentleman, appearing to be in his 40s, walked slowly with one hand behind his back and the other gently stroking his long beard. Were it not for his tattered attire, he might easily be mistaken for a distinguished scholar holding a deer tail. Su Beiyu, following Song Guangguan's gaze, suddenly recalled what his master once mentioned about the 36 chief stewards of the Demon Suppression Hall, one of whom hailed from a scholarly background, well versed in the doctrines of the three teachings. He had engaged in debates with several eminent Buddhist monks, renowned in Jiangnan for his philosophical discussions. However, his reputation suffered due to scandalous rumors involving his widowed daughter-in-law, leading him to retreat into the Taoist sect, forsaking his original name, and becoming one of the 36 chief stewards of the Demon Suppression Hall. The man before them bore a striking resemblance to this former great scholar. The middle-aged man slowly entered the tavern, glanced at Su Beiyu, and chuckled softly, saying, "What a magnificent fish." Song Guangguan stood up, shielding Su Beiyu behind her, and stated clearly, "Song Diwang." He ranks 14th among the 36 chief stewards of the Demon Suppression Hall. As Song Diwang produced a jade ruler from his sleeve, he spoke leisurely, "Will you surrender willingly, or shall we fight first? I believe the former would be preferable, sparing you both some pain and saving me some effort." Song Guangguan retorted coldly, "Song Diwang, are you not afraid that the wind will cause you to trip over your own tongue?" With a gentle smile, Song Diwang casually waved the jade ruler in his hand. Su Beiyu felt no shift in energy, yet Song Guangguan sensed an impending threat. In the next instant, half of the tavern collapsed, cleaved in two, as countless bricks and wooden debris fell, tragically burying several unfortunate souls beneath the ruins, leaving them with little hope of survival. In recent days, the residents of Julu City had grown accustomed to such celestial confrontations. Witnessing the scene, other patrons within the tavern fled in a panic, while the tavern keeper and staff hastily ran to the back courtyard, leaving only 3 individuals behind. A slender sword appeared in Song Guangguan's hand, the very one she had wielded in her previous duel with Yizue, still unrefined and strapped to her back. After all, this was Julu City, and even Song Diwang feared delays might lead to unforeseen consequences. He stepped forward, waving the jade ruler towards Song Guangguan, unleashing an invisible force. With the slender sword held across her chest, Song Guangguan felt it bend ominously under pressure. Her complexion paled, and with a muffled grunt, she severed the invisible force, dragging her sword as she gracefully dashed towards Song Diwang. Before her, the sword aura surged dramatically, extending over 10 zhong, as thick as a man's arm, exuding an overwhelming presence. The Emperor of Song, with a mere flick of his sleeve, effortlessly grasped the sword, which trembled incessantly yet could not escape his grasp. Simultaneously, he brought down a jade ruler, a formidable artifact crafted from the exquisite azure-white jade of Eastern Kunlun, infused with the essence of metal, modeled after the legendary celestial treasure known as the heaven-measuring ruler. The ruler bore engravings of the 8 great talismans, forming an intricate array. It felt as light as a feather in hand, yet when wielded against an opponent, it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Should this ruler strike, aside from the renowned monks of the Buddhist order, others would likely meet a gruesome fate, and even the esteemed Song Guangguan would not be spared. Her expression shifted as she steadied herself, her embroidered shoes leaving traces of lotus flowers upon the ground as she narrowly evaded the descending ruler. As she did, her delicate sword bent, transforming into a crashing sword stance, directly contending with the emperor. The sword's energy surged, relentlessly slicing at his palm. The Emperor of Song smiled coldly. Having reached the realm of human immortals, he had attained the pinnacle of external martial prowess, and certainly had no fear of a young girl yet to step into that realm. The delicate sword could no longer withstand the strain between them. It bent into a terrifying arc before shattering into fragments. A flush of crimson washed over Song Guangguan's face, quickly giving way to pallor as she staggered back. In that moment, she formed a sword seal with her hand, and the remnants of the sword, seemingly imbued with a spirit of their own, shot toward the emperor. He waved his grand sleeve violently, sweeping aside all the shards. At that instant, Song Guangguan floated back to Su Beiyu's side, clutching his shoulder, intent on retreating. The Emperor of Song scoffed, "Where do you think you're going?" The jade ruler transformed into a streak of white light, shooting forth. In a critical moment, Song Guangguan forcefully pushed Su Beiyu out of the inn, while the ruler struck her at the back of her heart. Her complexion drained of color. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and her energy dissipated entirely. With her final strength, she uttered a single word, "Leave." Chapter 64. The sword Qi soars in the sky. Su Beiyu, in a moment of desperation, crashed through the wall and emerged onto the street outside the tavern. Shortly after, Emperor Song, dragging the powerless Song Guangguan, stepped out, calmly inquiring, "Can you still escape?" The overwhelming aura of a transcendent being bore down upon Su Beiyu, who, at the second-tier realm, found it exceedingly difficult to stand firm, swaying precariously. He gazed at Song Guangguan, whose throat was gripped by the emperor, and with a firm grasp on the concealed Tianlan behind him, murmured, "I had no intention of fleeing." The emperor scoffed. Is the esteemed young master of the sword sect truly willing to risk everything for this mere girl? It is quite touching. I wonder how Gongsun Zhongmo would feel upon hearing this. He would likely be sorely disappointed. A towering figure slowly approached from the end of the street. The emperor's expression remained composed, unperturbed by the man's appearance. With both the Dao sect and the sword sect congregated in Jilu City, it was only logical for this individual to emerge at such a moment, a development entirely within expectations. As the newcomer halted 3 paces from the emperor, his imposing form clad in black attire and boots, a massive sword, taller than an average man, rested across his back. His face bore an unmistakable expression of indifference. He regarded Su Beiyu with disdain, saying, "She was always a dead soldier. Dead soldiers are meant to die. To risk yourself for one such as her is truly unworthy of your station." He then shifted his gaze to Song Guangguan, sneering, "A useless waste." Su Beiyu closed his eyes, remaining silent. His acquaintance with Song Guangguan was brief, spanning merely a few days. To claim profound affection would be disingenuous. Yet, she had just risked her life to save him, and he could not summon the heart to abandon her in her moment of peril. The emperor let out a cold laugh, preparing to snap Song Guangguan's neck. Almost simultaneously, the towering figure gripped the hilt of his enormous sword. Regardless of the circumstances, Song Guangguan was one of the 12 sword masters. Allowing her to be slain before his eyes would be unacceptable to the other sword masters and the sect leader alike. The emperor halted his actions, directing his gaze towards the formidable sword master, before unceremoniously casting Song Guangguan at Su Beiyu's feet and drawing the jade ruler once more. The tall figure gradually unsheathed his massive sword, its aura as robust as a tree trunk, soaring towards the heavens. Although both he and Song Guangguan belonged to the same sword Qi soaring hall, she ranked last among the 12 sword masters, while he stood among the top 3, having transcended the ghostly realm to become a true being of the human fairy realm. What was to follow would be a conflict between the Dao sect and the sword sect at the level of transcendent beings. However, Su Beiyu paid little heed to this impending clash. Sitting upon the ground, he repositioned the mysterious sword that had fallen beside him, gently cradling Song Guangguan in his arms. Yet, as soon as he did so, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, splattering vividly against his chest, the shocking crimson a stark contrast against his attire. Song Guangguan's complexion had turned as pale as a blank sheet of paper, and blood began to seep from her 7 orifices. Her exhalations grew increasingly labored while her inhalations dwindled, each breath heavier than the last. The orthodox cultivation system of the Taoist sect is divided into 3 primary dantians: the lower dantian, known as the Sea of Qi, the middle dantian, referred to as the Mansion of Qi, and the upper dantian, called the Purple Mansion. The locations of the heart and chest correspond to the Mansion of Qi. And after being struck in the heart by the Song Emperor, Song Guangguan's Qi was thrown into disarray, disrupting her meridians. Were she in the realm of human immortals, the support of her physical form would have mitigated the severity of her condition, leaving her with little more than discomfort. However, her ascension to the realm of ghost immortals at such a young age was due to her practice of a rapid cultivation method that neglected physical fortification. Without a solid physical foundation, this chaotic Qi had become a harbinger of her demise. This starkly contrasted with Su Beiyu, who advanced steadily in body, cultivation, and swordsmanship. Despite the foreboding concerns voiced by the Qing Taoist, such a dire situation would not have arisen before now. Su Beiyu gazed helplessly at the woman in his arms, her breath as fragile as paper, and could do nothing but silently wipe away the increasing blood from her face. The stark contrast of pure white and vivid red was strikingly alarming. In that moment, Su Beiyu profoundly realized that the world of cultivators, while seemingly carefree and elegant, was fraught with a brutality that surpassed the mundane. It was a world governed by the law of the jungle. With great effort, Song Guangguan managed to open her eyes and spoke with difficulty. Life and death are dictated by fate. I lack the exceptional talent of your lineage, so I can only be a worthless martyr. Though I never wished for death, it seems to be my destiny. At this moment, she ceased to refer to herself in the diminutive form, instead adopting the pronoun I. Just as Su Beiyu had remarked, to stand tall and proud in this world was no small feat. Su Beiyu forced a smile, uttering nonsensical reassurances. We disciples of the sword sect never believe in fate. Song Guangguan gasped painfully, her heart aching so profoundly that words eluded her. Su Beiyu gently reassured her, it will be all right. My master will certainly have a way. I will seek his aid. Song Guangguan shook her head, her voice intermittent. The sect leader must prepare for the impending battle with the master of the Demon Suppression Hall. He will not concern himself with these trifles. Besides, as I mentioned, my life may be cheap, but it is resilient. I may not die, just. It hurts a bit. Su Beiyu retorted angrily. Is the matter of life and death merely a trifling concern? What then qualifies as a significant issue? Must the heavens themselves collapse for it to be deemed serious? The exquisite features of Song Guangguan contorted in agony, her eyes reddening as she replied, Young master, I too, do not wish to die. Slowly rising while cradling her, Su Beiyu spoke calmly. You will not. Song Guangguan leaned weakly against his chest, gradually closing her eyes and falling silent, her breathing growing faint and her vitality waning. As Su Beiyu looked down at the woman in his embrace, he noticed that during the recent fierce battle, the ribbon binding her hair had fallen away, allowing her raven tresses to cascade freely, framing her face and enhancing her delicate beauty, rendering her even more tragically endearing. He held her gently as they strolled away from the battlefield, whispering in her ear, You once said that the peonies of Luoyang are exquisite. If we survive this siege of Jilu, I shall take you to Yuzhou to witness the ancestral temple of Buddhism in Luoyang, to behold its stone grottos, and to admire the peonies of Luoyang. Would that be agreeable? Yet, within his embrace, Song Guangguan offered no response. Su Beiyu managed a sorrowful smile. An elderly man appeared suddenly at a short distance from Su Beiyu. Speaking calmly, You have maintained composure from your dealings at the Longmen into vanquishing the 12 wolf bandits, yet you falter for the sake of a mere girl, which is truly unworthy. Su Beiyu turned to regard the old man, slowly kneeling upon the ground, and earnestly implored, I beseech you, master, grant her a chance at life. Gong Sun Zhongmo flicked his finger, imbuing a stream of energy into Song Guangguan's body, and spoke softly, Take her to the Xian Shui Pavilion in the southern part of the city. Return in 7 days, if she still breathes. She shall henceforth be yours to command. If she has passed, find a site of good feng shui to bury her, thus honoring the bond between master and servant. Su Beiyu responded with a calm yes, cradling Song Guangguan as he made his way southward. Upon Gong Sun Zhongmo's emergence, Emperor Song showed no hesitation and promptly retreated. Having learned from the previous missteps of the Wheel King, the other high-ranking officials of the Demon Suppression Hall approached Gong Sun Zhongmo with utmost caution. A tall swordsman knelt before him on one knee, paying homage to the sect leader. Gong Sun Zhongmo waved his hand dismissively. The Qibing swordsman rose and withdrew. Standing alone on the desolate street, Gong Sun Zhongmo placed his hands behind his back and mused softly. Yujia, how many among your 12 swordsmen can submit to Su Beiyu? A voice echoed from the shadows, raspy and aged, reporting to the sect leader, below Qibing. Only 4 are willing to serve the young master. Gong Sun Zhongmo chuckled. 4? That is indeed rather few. The concealed Yujia answered calmly. I and Xian Yi shall obey the sect leader's command. Gong Sun Zhongmo replied steadily. If one day I am no longer present, take him to meet Han Xian, and when he ascends to the realm of earth immortals, bestow upon him the sword aura of Linkong Hall. Chapter 65. No regrets in death at last. Gong Sun Zhongmo spoke slowly. Yujia, please have Xian Yi inform the Xian Shui Pavilion of our greetings. With such a commotion here, they are bound to have heard the whispers. After a soft affirmation, Yujia, concealed in shadows, departed. Subsequently, Gong Sun Zhongmo also left the scene, leaving behind a tavern that had been reduced to ruins, still whispering tales of the recent events. Su Beiyu cradled Song Guangguan as he made his way to the southern city, where a striking edifice with black tiles stood prominently. This expansive structure, with its winding paths leading to hidden realms, housed a towering lookout at its center, signifying its identity as the Xianshui Pavilion, one of the 4 esteemed sects of Jilu City. The Xianshui Pavilion had received word in advance. A woman clad in a flowing black robe, accompanied by a retinue of maidservants, awaited at the main entrance. Upon seeing Su Beiyu, she gracefully folded her sleeves and greeted him. Cold Xiaoshui of the Xianshui Pavilion pays her respects to young Master Su. Though the title of young master had lost its former prestige, now applicable to any well-groomed youth, Su Beiyu had not been addressed as such in the first 20 years of his life. It was only after meeting Song Guangguan that he acquired this appellation. Leaning slightly forward, Su Beiyu acknowledged her with a slight bow. Cold Xiaoshui glanced at Song Guangguan in his arms and gently remarked, "This must be the young lady that Master Gongsun spoke of. I kindly request that you entrust her to our pavilion. However, due to the all-female nature of our establishment, it would be more suitable for you to return in 7 days." Su Beiyu carefully placed Song Guangguan into the hands of 2 waiting maidservants and softly replied, "I appreciate your assistance, Pavilion Master Cold." With a faint smile, Cold Xiaoshui responded, "It is but my duty. I dare not claim credit." Stepping back, Su Beiyu clasped his hands and said, "I take my leave." Cold Xiaoshui maintained her serene smile, replying, "No need to see you off." The 2 ebony doors gradually closed behind him. As Su Beiyu turned to depart, a figure cloaked in black stood solemnly nearby. Upon noticing Su Beiyu, the figure intoned, "Xian Yi of the Sword Qi Ling Kong Hall pays his respects to the young master. The sect leader awaits you at the Jinyu courtyard in the southern city." Su Beiyu paused, a smile flickering across his face. The title of young master, had he truly become someone of note? He shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. How could he be considered significant? The swordsman of the sword Qi Ling Kong Hall, were it not for his master's favor, would scarcely spare him a glance. Even now, as they addressed him as young master, how many truly held him in esteem within their hearts? When the support crumbles and people depart, one must rely solely on oneself to navigate life's journey. Su Beiyu nodded in acknowledgement to the second-ranked master among the 12 swordsmen and departed gracefully. The Xianyi swordsman was momentarily taken aback, and once Su Beiyu had receded into the distance, he shook his head and chuckled softly. It seems that those favored by the sect leader indeed possess a certain charm. Jinyu Courtyard. Its name alone suggested it was no ordinary abode. It was a grand establishment. Vast in expanse, akin to that of a typical noble residence, yet distinct from the usual places of entertainment. Within the confines of the Jinyu Yuan lies a realm of tranquility, where the courtyard is deep and serene, exuding an air of elegance devoid of any hint of bustling extravagance. It is not merely a haven for courtesans, it also accommodates musicians, tailors, artisans, and numerous servants. Many of the influential figures from Jilu City would come here to arrange for a favored companion and secure a private courtyard, not solely for the pleasures of companionship, as those who bear the title of nobility are seldom without beautiful wives and concubines. Rather, it serves as an escape from the world, a sanctuary for cultivation, a retreat from the clamor of life. It is unexpected yet entirely fitting that Gongsun Zhongmo, scion of a prestigious family, would take refuge here. The reputation of Jinyu Yuan in Jilu City is indeed formidable. Su Beiyu needed only to inquire of a few passers-by to locate its entrance. Guided by a servant adorned with a green headscarf, Su traversed through corridors and arches, navigating a winding path until he arrived at the courtyard where Gongsun Zhongmo resided. Upon entering, he was greeted by lush flowers and verdant foliage, a refreshing ambience enveloping him, completely devoid of the typical atmosphere associated with brothels. It resembled more the secluded retreat of a notable scholar. Su Beiyu marveled inwardly, realizing how little he truly knew of such places. Although he did not encounter Gongsun Zhongmo, he was delighted to see Ji Yun, whom he had not met for some time. Ji Yun appeared as she always did, a bashful and demure young lady, starkly contrasting with Song Guangguan. Upon seeing Su Beiyu, she merely fidgeted with her garment, casting her gaze down at her shoes, hesitant to speak. Su Beiyu jested. "What is this? Have you forgotten me after just a few days?" Ji Yun blushed, murmuring softly, "How could that be?" With a gentle smile, Su Beiyu suggested, "Then shall you show me around?" Ji Yun looked up, gracing him with a radiant smile, and led the way. As night fell, Su Beiyu finally met with his master, Gongsun Zhongmo, and the two engaged in a profound conversation within a pavilion. While it could be termed a secret discourse, it was more a dialogue between mentor and disciple. Seated across from one another, Gongsun Zhongmo spoke softly. Once you attain the realm of Earth Immortal, regardless of whether I am still present, you shall be the leader of the Sword Sect. Su Beiyu, unfazed, merely nodded in acknowledgement. The night breeze stirred, bringing a slight chill, while the moonlight cascaded down, fragmented by clusters of foliage and blossoms, casting peculiar shadows upon the ground. Gongsun Zhongmo gazed at the luminous moon and remarked, "My lifelong aspiration has been to restore the Sword Sect. Now, having surpassed 80 years, the hope for immortality eludes me, and I stand at the threshold of my grave. Thus, I seek a successor to carry forth my legacy." Su Beiyu inquired softly, "Master, have you not already rebuilt the Sword Sect?" Gongsun Zhongmo withdrew his gaze, first casting a glance at his disciple, then lifting the snake gall liquor from the stone table before him to take a gentle sip. "What my master seeks is not merely a sword chi ascending hall, but an entire sword sect, the sword pavilion, the Department of Justice, the sword concealment tower, the sword grant cave, the Emerald Isle, the sword burial island, along with 34 other islands, 300 sword tombs, 500 sword pools, and nearly 1,000 sword furnaces. In essence, my master desires a complete sword sect, yet such a sect has long ceased to exist." Su Beiyu remained silent. Gongsun Zhongmo's voice was ethereal, akin to the snake gall liquor in his hand. "Here, with only the two of us, master and disciple, present, I shall speak plainly. Years ago, the Taoist sect was divided, and its standing plummeted. It took nearly a millennium for the Taoist community to revive itself. Thus, the reconstruction of the sword sect cannot be accomplished in a single generation. Your master's wife is correct. Each generation must tend to its own affairs, while others should be left for posterity." Su Beiyu nodded in agreement, affirming, "What you say is indeed true." Gongsun Zhongmo drained the jug of snake gall liquor in one gulp and sighed. "What I have achieved in my generation is merely the establishment of the sword chi ascending hall. What I can bequeath to you is only this one hall, and whether you can grasp it depends on your own capabilities. To put it bluntly, I hope you can secure the sword chi ascending hall while I am still alive, for then I can depart with peace of mind. Even in my absence, the hall shall not fall into disarray." Su Beiyu, somewhat evasively, inquired, "Does Master lack confidence in the upcoming battle against the Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall?" Gongsun Zhongmo shook his head, saying, "It is not that. The Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall possesses formidable cultivation, yet he has not reached the point of rendering me helpless. It is simply that I am of advanced age, and I tend to ponder matters of the future more." At this juncture, Gongsun Zhongmo hesitated briefly before continuing. "Some matters require someone to step forward, to take action. Once a decision to act is made, one must confront life and death. When death approaches, if one wishes to evade it, the task cannot be accomplished. To achieve one's aims, one must be prepared to accept death. Ultimately, someone must perish. It is either you or me. If we die but manage to fulfill our ambitions, then our deaths are not in vain. That is to die with purpose." Su Beiyu softly echoed, "To die without regret." The elder smiled, a look of profound satisfaction gracing his features. Chapter 66. The Sword Immortal's majestic presence. The cultivation realm is indeed vast, and to swiftly carve out a name within it, one must possess not only profound mastery, but also the endorsement of a sect, along with remarkable deeds or extraordinary traits. How did the young Shangwan Xianxin rise to fame in his youth? Quite simply, he slaughtered 5 formidable Earth Immortal experts with a single sword, including the master of the Demon Suppression Hall of the Tao sect at that time, creating a sensation throughout the cultivation world and earning the title of the unparalleled Sword Immortal. Of course, there exists a shortcut to fame, the direct ascent to the top 10 of the Heavenly Mechanism list through one's cultivation level, which guarantees universal recognition. However, it must be noted that those who reach the pinnacle of the Heavenly Mechanism list are invariably long-established luminaries, or, in some cases, grandmasters of the Tao sect who do not require such accolades for recognition. If 2 individuals from the top 10 of the Heavenly Mechanism list were to engage in a duel, it would undoubtedly stir significant excitement across the cultivation realm. The 8th-ranked Gongsun Zhongmo and the 7th-ranked Master Chen Yi of the Demon Suppression Hall have arranged a duel in the city of Julu. This news struck the tranquil surface of the cultivation world like a massive boulder, sending ripples throughout. Merchants began fleeing Julu City. Yet an increasing number of cultivators flocked to witness the event. After all, both of these almost divine beings have forged their reputations over many years, and their true cultivation levels need no further scrutiny. Gongsun Zhongmo has traversed the world, and the number of Dao experts who have perished at his sword can hardly be counted on two hands. He is undeniably a genuine sword immortal. Meanwhile, Master Chun Yi has presided over the Demon Suppression Hall for nearly half a century, and few have compelled him to take action personally. This time, he faces Gongsun Zhongmo, who ranks just below Qin Chen on the demon ranking, making this rare pinnacle battle an unmissable opportunity. Should one be unable to attend due to distance, it can be excused. However, if one is near yet fails to seize the moment, it would be a lifelong regret. On the city wall at the northern gate stands a towering watchtower, not belonging to any particular faction. It was here that Emperor Xiao Yu once forged a verbal alliance with General Murong Yan, pledging to lead a northern campaign to establish the Five Kings. Like many unwritten rules in Jilu City, this watchtower is considered a forbidden ground, accessible only to a select few. At this moment, two figures occupy the otherwise empty watchtower. One is the palace-dressed woman who visited Xiao Mo, now stripped of her usual haughty demeanor, visibly weary and weakened from her injuries. She addresses the middle-aged man gazing out the window at the scenery, saying, "My incompetence has led me to falter before Gongsun Zhongmo's sword, unable to discern its true nature." The middle-aged man, tall and clad in a deep black robe, stands with an air of authority. His hair, secured with a black jade dragon hairpin, cascades neatly down his back, and his hands are as youthful in appearance as those of a maiden, betraying no signs of the passage of time. He turns to reveal a strikingly handsome face, exuding an aura of dignified authority born from long tenure in power, yet his lips curl into a habitual smile, softening his presence and adding a touch of warmth to his otherwise imposing demeanor. He smiled gently, saying, "There is no need for you to feel guilty. After the 20th sword, all become instruments of death. Had you truly compelled Gongsun Zhongmo to wield it, I would not have the privilege of seeing you here today." The young woman lowered her gaze. Though she did not argue, a hint of defiance lingered, reminiscent of a petulant daughter. Indeed, before the middle-aged man, she could be regarded as a mere girl in both status and age. She was the Eastern Ghost Emperor, second only to the Central Ghost Emperor within the lineage of the Great Emperor of Fengdu, while the man standing before her was the master of the entire Demon Suppression Hall. This hall's master, known as Chun Yi, belonged to the same generation as the current headmaster, the late Xiao Huang, the chief minister Lan Yu, and Gongsun Zhongmo. The once youthful cohort had transformed into the venerable guardians of the realm, their long-standing grievances and alliances evolving into a convoluted tapestry woven through years of conflict. In his youth, Chun Yi served within the Demon Suppression Hall, somewhat akin to the present Yizue. After decades of diligent stewardship, he firmly established his roots. Following the resignation of his uncle, the esteemed Master Ming Chun, from the position of Hall Master, Chun Yi seamlessly ascended to this role, facilitating a generational transition within the hall. Following his elevation, a plethora of legends surged forth, crafting a multifaceted persona around him. Some depicted him as a merciless butcher who, when hungry, consumed flesh, and when thirsty, drank blood, extinguishing entire families with ease, akin to the tales surrounding Gongsun Zhongmo's lethal swordplay. Others labeled him as an ambitious individual, likening himself to the dark-robed headmaster, suggesting his desire to supplant the current headmaster. For years, he had been orchestrating a grand strategy. Amongst the tumult, the majority of narratives painted him in a nefarious light, with few attributing any commendable traits. In the past, as various lords vied for dominion, countless commoners suffered displacement. It was during this tumultuous period that Chun Yi encountered the Eastern Ghost Emperor and brought her into the Taoist fold. For her, Chun Yi embodied a complex amalgamation of teacher, father figure, and sovereign. Gongsun Zhongmo and Xiao Mo appeared to her as weary old souls, their skills and methods hardly intimidating. The younger generation, such as Su Beiyu, hardly captured her interest. Only the hall master before her could compel the proud Eastern Ghost Emperor to relinquish her haughtiness and serve with the humility of a handmaiden. Chun Yi, unfazed by the Eastern Ghost Emperor's lingering defiance, mused absent-mindedly, "You children have not experienced the events of those years. Gongsun Zhongmo, in both character and talent, is indeed a rare gem. Only fortune has eluded him, preventing him from achieving his true potential. Had circumstances been different, had he been a practitioner of the Tao, his accomplishments today might have far surpassed our own. The Eastern Ghost Emperor, still unsatisfied, let out a slight huff, as if in protest. Chen Yi simply smiled in response. From the northern gate of Jiulu City to the estate of the Lingwu Duke, an expansive, straight thoroughfare stretched forth. Along this grand avenue, a master and disciple walked side by side, the northern city gate looming at the end of their path. Su Beiyu followed closely behind his master, squinting as he gazed upon the towering watchtower that pierced the clouds. Softly, he murmured, "Master, when I was a child, I asked you what a sword immortal was. You told me that with a breath, one could summon a flying sword, that with a wave, swords would fall like rain, and that one could ride a sword to the heavens. To wield a sword was to stand unparalleled in the world. That was the essence of a sword immortal. I thought then that it was truly magnificent." Gongsun Zhongmo, walking ahead, turned his head slightly and asked with a smile, "What is it?" Su Beiyu chuckled lightly. "How about, Master, you grant your disciple a moment of grandeur today?" Gongsun Zhongmo responded with a carefree laugh, "Very well." What followed was reminiscent of their first encounter a decade prior. The elderly man, carrying a sword case, had his white hair billowing in the wind, his wide sleeves fluttering. He halted 300 paces from the North City gate, setting the sword case down with a resounding thud that cracked the ground beneath, sending forth an invisible ripple of vital energy that spread outward, like a fierce wind sweeping through, causing the tiles on nearby rooftops to rattle. In the next instant, Gongsun Zhongmo stood on the street, his fingers forming a sword gesture as he pointed skyward. Initially, a single sword shadow appeared, followed by 2, then 4, 8, and 16, each multiplying in succession. Soon, countless sword shadows overlapped, obscuring the sun. A smile graced Gongsun Zhongmo's face as he gently pushed his arm forward and began to stride ahead. The myriad sword shadows moved in unison, all pointing toward the watchtower at the North City gate. In a deep voice, Gongsun Zhongmo proclaimed, "Dust Leaf of the Tao sect. Today I, Gongsun Zhongmo of the Sword Sect, challenge you." Within the watchtower, Dust Leaf chuckled lightly, acknowledging Gongsun Zhongmo's arrival. "You shall remain here to observe, but do not intervene." The Eastern Ghost Emperor bit his lip and nodded in acquiescence. Suddenly, Dust Leaf's figure vanished, reappearing atop the eaves of the watchtower. His voice resonating throughout the vast city of Jiulu. "Dust Leaf is present. I invite Master Gongsun to draw his sword." On that day, within the bustling city of Jiulu, all who inhabited the city witnessed an unforgettable spectacle. Countless sword shadows cascaded from the heavens, dense and overwhelming, obscuring the firmament. What a mighty rain it was. A rain of swords. Chapter 67. The Thunderous Judgment. Xiao Mo stood atop his family's watchtower, gazing at the deluge of sword rain that obscured the heavens. With a squint and a smile, he remarked, "This time, the thunder is loud and the rain is heavy. If a battle truly ensues, Shirlu, who do you believe holds the greater chance of victory?" Not far behind Xiao Mo stood the heir of Lingwu County, Xiao Shirlu. Upon hearing the question, he replied softly, "It should still be the lord of the Demon Suppression Hall. After all, he is known as the foremost master beneath the true immortal, the enigmatic figure in black." Without substantial cultivation, he could hardly suppress the 36 chief disciples. Moreover, in terms of the heavenly mechanism ranking, the lord of the Demon Suppression Hall surpasses Gongsun Zhongmo by 1 position. Xiao Mo shook his head, saying, "If we consider power, Chen Yi indeed ranks as the foremost under the Taoist sect's true immortal. However, when it comes to cultivation, that may not hold true. The elder generation of the Chun lineage is gradually diminishing, yet a few remain. Some are in seclusion, seeking longevity, while others exist in a state between life and death. These venerable figures, having surpassed a century, are the true foundation of the Taoist sect and seldom reveal themselves, nor do they appear on the heavenly mechanism ranking. This tacit understanding between the heavenly mechanism pavilion and the Taoist sect suggests that while one may glance at the ranking, it should neither be wholly trusted nor entirely dismissed." Xiao Shirlu nodded subtly, his expression unchanged, yet his heart stirred no less than others. What cultivator would not be captivated by the prowess of 2 immortals? Furthermore, the long-standing enmity between the Taoist sect and the Sword sect played a pivotal role in the conflicts of decades past, which were ultimately fueled by both sects from behind the scenes. Though the sword sect met its demise, Gongsun Zhongmo single-handedly bore the weight of its legacy, stirring the world for nearly 60 years. What could the Taoist sect do in the face of such turmoil? As the current swordsmanship contest unfolds, who shall emerge victorious? Chen Yi stood at the eaves of the watchtower, softly reflecting, "What a splendid move, Sword 9. As his words echoed, the myriad sword shadows froze mid-air, neither advancing nor descending, transforming into the backdrop of the sky. Gongsun Zhongmo remained unfazed, gesturing with his hand. Instantly, the clouds above churned and roiled, as if a true dragon traversed through them. In the next moment, an invisible giant hand seemed to grasp the sky, and a cloud column, as thick as a mountain, cascaded down like a waterfall, bridging the heavens and the earth. The tens of thousands within the great deer city were left speechless. The vast expanse of the city fell into a profound silence. Was this not a sword? A cloud sword of formidable proportions. Gongsun Zhongmo spoke slowly. In the past, the Taoist sect's true immortal forged a sword from the snow-capped peaks of Baishan, cleaving through the capital. Today, I shall wield this floating cloud as my sword and strike down upon the great deer. The majestic cloud sword stood tall, exuding overwhelming might. In the face of this sword, the Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall appeared as insignificant as an ant. The soldiers stationed at the northern city gate, occupying the high ground, felt the suffocating pressure of the impending strike more acutely. All gazed upward, entranced, not daring to move a muscle, fearful that this sword might descend and bring ruin upon them and the very walls they stood upon. The subsequent scene validated their innermost thoughts. Gongsun Zhongmo, empty-handed, executed a motion as if gripping a sword, then made a downward slash. The cloud sword in the sky mirrored his action and descended with a resounding crash. Its momentum was akin to a mountain collapsing. Su Beiyu gazed at this spectacle, murmuring, "Indeed, the sword immortal, truly magnificent." In the face of this strike, the Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall remained composed, extending his right index finger to allow the sword to fall upon him, halting just 3 feet away, unable to advance further. With a single gesture, he designated the sword's path. It was true that in the past, the headmaster of the Taoist sect had wielded a sword made of snow from the mountains, yet at that time, the headmaster was not yet fully realized in his cultivation, and his sword was shattered by the great General Su Lin with a mere punch. In truth, such tactics may intimidate the average person, but when confronting true masters of the same realm, they seemed somewhat ostentatious and lacking substance. Gongsun Zhongmo softly uttered a word of dispersal. The enormous cloud sword instantaneously disintegrated into nearly 1,000 normal-sized flying swords, suspended in midair, forming a circular sword formation, with the tips of over 1,000 swords still aimed at Chen Yi. In an instant, the sword energies intertwined, and countless flying swords, following intricate trajectories, surged violently towards Chen Yi. Even more astonishing was that while over 1,000 flying swords struck towards Chen Yi, not a single one harmed the watchtower beneath his feet, showcasing Gongsun Zhongmo's astonishing mastery over the sword energies. Chen Yi, no longer merely on the defensive, did not make any visible movement, yet instantly dispersed over 200 flying swords, tearing a massive gap in the previously flawless sword formation. His figure then flashed through this breach, appearing above the heavens. Standing in the void, Gongsun Zhongmo smiled and raised his arm, making another gesture of imaginary grasping. The sword energy erupted forth, soaring like a celestial dragon, concentrated and directed straight at Chen Yi's face. With the invocation of the Dragon Ascension Sword, the Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall spread his fingers wide, with lightning flickering in his palm, casually striking the surging sword energy. In an instant, the sword energy exploded before him, scattering like lightning throughout the city, causing devastation to the structures within. Those fortunate enough had mere holes pierced through them, while those less fortunate were cleaved in half, resulting in the thunderous collapse of countless buildings. Chen Yi employed a technique known as the Palm Thunder from the Five Thunder Heart method of the Taoist sect, which has historically held reverence among Taoist practices. The Thunder method, particularly the Five Thunder Heart method, is one of the grand paths leading to ascension and enlightenment within the Taoist realm. Even when considering the Earth Immortal realm, it stands comparable to the Three Pure Ones teachings. Chen Yi spoke in a deep voice, clear yet not loud. Yet every word resonated with the ears of everyone within the city. Even if they covered their ears, it proved futile, regardless of distance. The volume remained constant. Gongsun Zhongmo, will you not draw your sword? The difference between those of the sword sect, whether they wield a sword or not, is indeed profound. Gongsun Zhongmo laughed heartily. Soaring into the sky, his robe billowing freely, and in his right hand appeared a pitch-black long sword. Chen Yi offered a faint smile, his gaze indifferent. At last, I hold the sword in my own hands. You, Gongsun Zhongmo, truly possess an immense presence. Chen Yi spread his arms wide, his flowing black Taoist robe billowing with a resounding rustle. After Gongsun Zhongmo wielded the sword forged from the clouds above, the sky transformed into a clear, azure expanse. However, in that moment, clouds began to surge and gather, ultimately shrouding the heavens in a dense darkness. Gongsun Zhongmo cast a glance at the sky before calmly retracting his gaze, ascending to a height equal to Chen Yi, standing firm with his sword. With a serene demeanor, Chen Yi, who ranked higher than Gongsun Zhongmo on the heavenly secrets list, proclaimed, "To come without reciprocation is indeed improper. The eastern azure dragon, the western white tiger, the southern vermilion bird, and the northern black tortoise. These constitute the 28 constellations, together forming a realm of thunder. I urge you to observe closely." As Chen Yi spoke, the dark clouds deepened, revealing 28 points of radiant light that emerged sequentially. Akin to stars in the night sky, the thunder pool formation is renowned within the Taoist sect, the previous generation's esteemed leaders, such as Master Zikin and the illustrious Master Weichen, along with the legendary Xiao Huang, all mastered this technique. It was said that Master Zikin once subdued the budding prowess of Shanghuan Xianxin using this very method. Chen Yi has presided over the Demon Suppression Hall for decades, earning the moniker of the Black-Robed Master, a testament to his esteemed standing within the Taoist hierarchy, second only to the Grand Master. His personal engagement in this duel against Gongsun Zhongmo, who chose not to counter with a sword, was a provocation steeped in humiliation. Once, Gongsun Zhongmo's master, Shanghuan Xianxin, had been suppressed for months by the Grand Master's Thunderpool technique. Could Gongsun Zhongmo today hope to shatter my Thunderpool? The brilliance of the 28 orbs within the black clouds intensified, ultimately revealing their true nature. Not stars, but rather 28 thunderous orbs radiating a blue-violet glow, each the size of a human head. In the next moment, thunder rolled ominously through the dark clouds. Gongsun Zhongmo, wielding the Xianming sword, awaited the descent of the thunder with unruffled composure. The world spoke of how the once unrivaled sword immortal, Shanghuan Xianxin, perished under the weight of divine retribution due to his grievous sins. Yet Gongsun Zhongmo knew the truth was far more complex. His master had withstood 9 bolts of heavenly lightning, nearly depleted, yet still possessed the strength to fight. At that very moment, Xiao Huang, who had just slain the leader of the White Lotus sect, arrived, striking at his master with the Heavenly Emperor's sword. His master countered with 35 sword moves, successfully deflecting the Heavenly Emperor's strike, but ultimately succumbed due to exhaustion. No reincarnation, no mere survival. Death is death, and one must always pursue the essence directly, rather than through convoluted paths. This is the principle of my sword sect. With a roar, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a water barrel, descended. Almost simultaneously, Gongsun Zhongmo thrust forth his sword. The force of his blade was immense, rivaling even the divine thunder that symbolized the heavens. With this sword, I pay homage to my master. Chapter 68. Who can compete with a single sword? The heavens converge in thunder. The thunder descended upon Gongsun Zhongmo, compelling even those of celestial realms to bow in submission. The bolt met Gongsun Zhongmo's sword, resulting in a clash of formidable energies. The resounding sword aura surged upward, reminiscent of an inverted Milky Way defying the currents. This spectacle echoed the legendary moment when Shanghuan Xianxin unleashed a river of sword energy, a striking resemblance indeed. The sword aura shattered the thunderbolt effortlessly, leaving the onlooking cultivators in a state of astonishment. Was the swordsmanship of the sword sect truly this tyrannical? The thunder, symbolic of celestial tribulations, had been decisively vanquished by Gongsun Zhongmo's single strike. Chen Yi, however, merely smiled nonchalantly, regarding the initial thunder as a mere prelude. Given the thunderpool array, it was only fitting to witness the grandeur of all 28 thunders in unison. The brilliance of the 28 thunder pearls intensified, and like the previous thunder, they burst through the cloud sea, weaving a vast net that descended upon Gongsun Zhongmo. the net of heaven and earth, resounding with thunder from all directions. None dared to trespass beyond the thunder pool's confines, for this array, constructed through profound arcane techniques, was far superior to the ancient thunder pools of yore. Gongsun Zhongmo extended his hand and calmly uttered, "Please, the sword." The sword box upon the ground erupted open with a thunderous roar, unleashing azure sword energy that soared into the sky. Subsequently, an unparalleled celestial sword rose majestically from the box, bridging the space between Gongsun Zhongmo and Chen Yi. As this sword emerged, the previously obscured heavens were instantaneously bathed in a resplendent azure hue, rendering even the magnificent thunder pool array dim in comparison. With his hair as white as snow, Gongsun Zhongmo grasped the hilt of the sword and spoke with tranquility. This sword is specifically meant for vanquishing the carefree celestial beings. This sword was not only the cherished blade of the sword sect's leader, but also that of the sect's ancient founder, named Zuzhen. It had claimed the souls of nearly 100 celestial beings over the millennia. With Zuzhen in hand, Gongsun Zhongmo laughed heartily, declaring, "It is said that one must not cross the thunder pool by even a step. Today, I shall defiantly step across it and see what this master of the demon suppression hall can do to me." True to his word, Gongsun Zhongmo advanced rather than retreating, boldly facing the impending thunder net. With a casual stroke of Zuzhen, he carved a long arc through the air. The thunder fell silent, and the dark clouds paled in comparison. One sword traversed the thunder pool, one sword shattered it. The devastation was absolute. Witnessing this, Su Beiyu felt his spirit waver. This was the true embodiment of a carefree celestial being, a genuine sword immortal. And that sword, Zuzhen, it had been a decade since Su Beiyu had last seen its emergence. A moment that had bound him in a master-student relationship with Gongsun Zhongmo. A summer cicada, a celestial sword, what a poignant reunion it was. Atop the watchtower of the Lingwu Duke's residence, Xiaomo shook his head in dismay, acknowledging Chun Ye's defeat and Gongsun Zhongmo's victory. Xiao Shilu, astonished, could scarcely believe his ears, exclaiming, "The master of the demon suppression hall has actually lost? And what of that sword? I've never heard of it before. There are no rumors within the cultivation world. It makes no sense." Xiao Mo narrowed his eyes and softly spoke. "This sword is named Zhu Xian, once one of the 3 supreme treasures of the Taoist sect, which was used to suppress the flow of fate. Over 1,000 years ago, during the Sword Tao conflict, the Taoist sect was divided, and this sword was taken to the Sword sect by its founder, becoming the sect's treasured possession, personally managed by successive masters. The previous master, Shangwan Xianxin, passed it to Gongsun Zhongmo on his deathbed. The Taoist sect has been unable to reclaim this precious artifact from Gongsun Zhongmo, and thus they have lost the face to speak of this sword. The Taoist sect is reluctant to discuss it, for who in the realm of cultivation would dare provoke their ire? Moreover, since this sword has not appeared for a long time, it is only natural that your generation has not heard of it." Xiao Shilu hesitated briefly before asking softly, "Father, since Gongsun Zhongmo emerged victorious, what of the upcoming Jiulu mutual market?" Xiao Mo replied calmly, "The reason I invited Gongsun Zhongmo was indeed to stir the pot. While this event is termed a mutual market, it is essentially a means for the court and His Majesty to consolidate various scattered cultivators. The last thing the Taoist sect wishes to witness is this scenario. Were it not for Gongsun Zhongmo, the prodigal descendant of the sword sect, standing in their way, how could we speak of this so-called Jiulu mutual market? However, the current situation has exceeded my expectations. As Gongsun Zhongmo's duel with Chun Yi has attracted such a multitude of cultivators, which is a pleasant surprise." A smile appeared on Xiao Shilu's face as he congratulated his father. "If this matter comes to fruition, His Majesty shall surely be greatly pleased. And perhaps this opportunity will enable you to ascend even further." Xiao Mo chuckled in return. While the crown adorned with 6 eastern pearls was indeed splendid, it paled in comparison to the princely diadem embellished with 7 pearls. A prince, after all, was a privilege reserved for the direct lineage. In the nascent days of the new dynasty, the kings were granted territories, and the princes of this era were not mere titular figures of the waning dynasty, but genuine feudal lords. The great Qi dynasty bestowed princely titles upon 5 individuals, including 2 of different surnames, the Liao king of the northeast and the Jinbei king of the steppes, known as the Khan of the grasslands. The remaining 3 princes hailed from the direct line of the Shao family, the most renowned of whom was the half-brother of the late emperor, Wei Wang Shaojin. In contrast, those of the Shao family's collateral branches could only aspire to the title of county king, perpetually overshadowed by the three princely figures of the direct line. As the Lingwu county king, Shao Mo, being the head of the collateral branch of the Shao family, naturally sought to advance further. He softly remarked, "Shirlu, on the side of the direct line, there is one uncle king, 2 grand princesses, and 2 young princes. Yet on our side, we have but a single county king and Princess Zhang. Our position is weak. Although there is a difference in kinship, the name Shao cannot be written as 2 distinct characters. Why should we bear the burden of being a collateral branch and suffer under the oppression of the direct line? Why should Wei Wang monopolize a vast territory while my father and I are relegated to a cold, desolate city? The disparity is immense. Since we cannot rely on ancestral ties, we must depend on ourselves. Otherwise, who in this court would ever regard us?" Shao Shirlu bowed his head and said, "I shall remember your teachings, father." Shao Mo sighed, no longer gazing at the transcendent duel of the 2 immortal-like beings, and turned away from the watchtower, his silhouette forlorn. The outcome of this battle was unexpected for the vast majority. Gongsun Zhongmo, wielding the extermination sword, shattered the thunderpool formation of the master of the demon suppression temple. Although the master, Chen Yi, faced no threat to his life, he found himself in a notably precarious position. For someone of his stature, there was no longer any face to be maintained in Jilu City. Following this conflict, the demon suppression temple withdrew entirely from Jilu City. This battle, however, marked the ascendance of Gongsun Zhongmo. With the momentum of this astonishing victory, he was rightfully hailed as the foremost master of the sword, his renown soaring to rival that of the unparalleled sages, such as the leaders of the Taoist sect. Moreover, through the countless accounts of those who witnessed the battle in Jilu City, the name Gongsun Zhongmo transcended the circles of the elite, reaching even those struggling at the lower echelons of the cultivation world, who learned for the first time of the existence of a sword sect master named Gongsun Zhongmo. Regrettably, this sword sect master appeared only briefly before vanishing just as swiftly, shortly after the retreat of the demon suppression temple. The recently emerged sword Chi Sky Hall also retreated into obscurity, leaving no trace behind, and even Gongsun Zhongmo himself drifted away into the ether. As Gongsun Zhongmo's disciple, Su Beiyu was privy to certain matters unknown to outsiders, such as the fact that Gongsun Zhongmo had engaged in private discussions with 2 individuals following this battle, individuals who were the architects behind the recent trade in Jilu City, the Prince of Lingwu, Shao Mo, and Chun Yi, the master of the demon suppression temple. Shao Mo had invited Gongsun Zhongmo to Jilu City to resolve the crisis, and now, with Gongsun Zhongmo's triumphant repulsion of the demon suppression temple, it was time for Shao Mo to fulfill his promise of reward. A reward so extraordinary that it left Su Beiyu utterly astounded. It was a private seal, entirely composed of jade, standing over 3 inches tall, with a square base measuring roughly 2 inches on each side, inscribed with the words Ling Bao. To be precise, it served as a token, allowing its bearer to present a reasonable request to the reigning emperor. The weight of such a favor from the current sovereign was immeasurable, akin to the vastness of the heavens. As for the master of the demon suppression temple, the 2 individuals struck a deal of their own. Chapter 69. A change of person for each impression 30 miles outside of Jilu City, at the Farewell Pavilion. The pavilion is rather simple yet sturdy, designed to withstand the relentless winds and rains of the grasslands. 2 elderly men stand within, engaged in conversation. It is hard to imagine that just moments ago they were at each other's throats, yet now they converse like long-lost friends. Perhaps it is such an attitude that allows one to endure longer in this world, to thrive amidst adversity. Not far from the pavilion, a young couple waits, their hearts weighed down by an inexplicable melancholy. Su Beiyu grows increasingly impatient with the uncertainty of their situation, unable to resist casting a glance towards the pavilion. Both men are masters of the highest order, yet their appearances diverge greatly. Gongsun Zhongmo, clad in black with white hair, wears a stern expression, exuding an air of authority that intimidates onlookers, reminiscent of the imagined visage of the Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall. In contrast, Chen Yi, the true Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall, embodies the aspirations of younger cultivators, tall and ethereal, with an aura of quiet wisdom. His presence is as radiant as jade. Though he bears the looks of one not yet burdened by age, he is certainly more pleasing to the eye than the weathered visage of Gongsun Zhongmo. and his youth does not detract from his dignity. Though Gongsun Zhongmo has triumphed over Chen Yi, he cannot vanquish him, thus their standings remain relatively equal. Su Beiyu is aware of the subject of their discourse, which only deepens his sense of melancholy. Reflecting on this, he turns his gaze to Zhiyun, the young Taoist maiden, who appears apprehensive, lowering her head in silence. Upon sensing Su Beiyu's gaze, she meets his eyes, forcing a smile that seems uncertain, as if she is at a loss for words. Su Beiyu chuckles softly, suddenly feeling a sense of suffocation. Bringing Zhiyun along was a decision made out of necessity. Yet as their journey progressed, affection grew between them. He longs to step forward and declare to his master and the Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall his desire for this young girl to remain by his side, to not return to the sword sect. However, he lacks the courage and conviction to voice such a sentiment before his master. He feels no audacity to defy the will of his esteemed mentor. Before the Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall, he is overwhelmed by the presence of one who stands at the pinnacle of the contemporary world. Even the mere sight of the great master's back leaves him breathless, let alone the thought of confronting him directly. Perhaps in a few decades, Su Beiyu might achieve such bravery. But the present version of himself is not equipped for such a challenge. A lamentable reality indeed. Inside the pavilion, their conversation nears its conclusion. Chen Yi glances at the young Taoist maiden standing outside, appearing somewhat flustered, and calmly states, "I am grateful to Gongsun Zhongzhu for your care during this time. It seems I owe you a favor, and in the future, I shall not shy away from fulfilling it as best as I am able." Gongsun Zhongmo maintained an expression as placid as a still pond, yet deep within, he felt a surge of satisfaction with the answer he had received. The favor granted by the Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall, while not on par with that of the Emperor of the Great Qi, was certainly of significant value. It was not the Lord's prowess that instilled fear, but rather the immense power he wielded as the head of the 36 chief stewards. His might resonated through the ages, rivaling that of the imperial court's foremost master, Zhang Baisui. Yet, even he was bound to heed the commands of this lord. Noticing Gongsun Zhongmo's nod, Chen Yi retrieved a seal from his sleeve, its entire body a deep black, inscribed with a qilin. Its dimensions closely resembling the spirit treasure seal previously handed over to Gongsun Zhongmo by Xiao Mo, with the words Qingge Jusher etched onto its base. Gongsun Zhongmo accepted the seal, smiling faintly, and remarked that since aging, he had grown softer in heart. He suggested that the two old men take a stroll while the younger ones bid their farewells. Chen Yi simply acknowledged with a muted sound, offering no rebuttal. The two elders stepped out of the pavilion, with Gongsun Zhongmo gesturing towards Su Beiyu. Su Beiyu, his expression a tapestry of emotions, glanced at Zhiyun beside him, hesitating on how to initiate conversation. Was it truly time to part ways? Zhiyun timidly cast a glance at the two elders gradually receding, mustering courage to tug at Su Beiyu's sleeve. Su Beiyu looked down, noticing the glistening in the little Taoist maiden's eyes, a sign of impending tears. Perhaps in Gongsun Zhongmo's eyes, this pair of young and naive individuals, having spent only a few months together, could hardly hold any profound romantic sentiments. After all, he himself had traversed life and death with his spouse, supporting each other for decades, only to ultimately part ways. The two youngsters would feel sorrow for a time, but eventually it would fade. However, Zhiyun harbored a different perspective. Since the passing of the old abbot of Chonglong Temple, who had taken her in, she had become utterly alone. With the destruction of the temple, she had lost her final refuge. Just as a drowning person instinctively clutches at something to hold on to, Su Beiyu had become the lifeline she clung to, providing her with the assurance that she would not sink beneath the waves. "I do not wish to leave. I do not want to enter the Taoist sect," Zhiyun whispered. Su Beiyu forced a smile, insincerely asserting, "What is wrong with the Taoist sect?" The celestial realm of Xuandu, known as Yujing, is a destination many practitioners yearn to reach but cannot. Upon hearing Su Beiyu's words, Zhiyun felt tears welling up, lowering her head to avoid his gaze, falling silent. After a moment of contemplation, Su Beiyu sighed, wrapping his arm around her shoulders and speaking gently. "Do not let the current glamour of our master-disciple relationship deceive you. There may come a day when we are pursued relentlessly, truly living on the edge of peril. What if someday I cannot protect you? That is why I wish for you to return to the Taoist sect. Regardless of its shortcomings, it offers a semblance of stability." Zhiyun continued to keep her head lowered, tears flowing uncontrollably as she sobbed softly. Su Beiyu reached out to wipe her tears, but she covered her face with her hands, her frail shoulders trembling, clearly feeling like a burden that had been cast aside. No matter how delicately Su Beiyu had phrased his words, Ji Yun discerned the underlying meaning with clarity. This reflects the sentiments of Gongsun Zhongmo. Rather than risking the life of this young maiden, it would be more prudent to exchange her for a favor from the Lord of the Demon Suppression Palace. Ensuring mutual satisfaction, Su Beiyu remained silent for a considerable time, aware that Ji Yun had cried herself to exhaustion. With a quivering voice, she murmured, "I have seen that person. He once visited my master." That person, of course, referred to the Lord of the Demon Suppression Palace. Su Beiyu did not respond, not from a lack of words, but from an overwhelming hesitation. Ji Yun wiped her tears with her sleeve, lifted her head, and spoke slowly and deliberately, "I shall take my leave." Su Beiyu retrieved a book from his backpack and presented it to her, feigning a nonchalant demeanor as he remarked, "Do you not adore the illustrations in this Imperial Insights volume? Consider it a gift to alleviate your journey." Ji Yun instinctively accepted the book, momentarily lost in thought. Su Beiyu took her hand and walked toward the two elders. The Lord of the Demon Suppression Palace regarded Ji Yun with a calm expression as she approached. When they were still several paces apart, Su Beiyu halted, releasing her hand and softly said, "Go on." Ji Yun clutched the Imperial Insights tightly, slowly making her way to the Lord of the Demon Suppression Palace, frequently glancing back as if hoping Su Beiyu would call out to her. Yet, he remained silent throughout, merely waving his hand. In a moment of inexplicable fate, Su Beiyu exchanged a glance with the Lord of the Demon Suppression Palace. What role would he assume when they next crossed paths? Once the two had vanished from sight, Gongsun Zhongmo patted his disciple's shoulder and remarked with a gentle smile, "What concerns does a man of stature have about losing a wife? You may have lost a little companion, but I shall gift you a trinket." As he spoke, he tossed a seal into Su Beiyu's hands, made entirely of jade, with the characters Lingbao engraved on its base. Chapter 70. One Person, One Sword. The sword sect Ji Yun ultimately departed, accompanying the Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall back to the Dao sect. However, Gongsun Zhongmo discreetly conveyed some information to Su Beiyu. As the sole survivor of Chonglong Temple and with the legacy of the old temple master, Ji Yun faced no reproach. Instead, she was granted the fortune of being accepted under the tutelage of the Taoist leader, a remarkable stroke of fate indeed. Meanwhile, Song Guangguan, who had been relocated to the Xian Shui Pavilion, showed significant improvement in her injuries. Once she had fully recovered, she was to be escorted out of Jilu City by the Xian E-Sword Master. As for Gongsun Zhongmo and his disciple Su Beiyu, due to their considerable ambitions, they departed Jilu City ahead of schedule, journeying eastward across the Xiaolong grasslands towards the northeastern Liaozhou. This was not Su Beiyu's final visit to Jilu City, yet it marked the last intersection of Gongsun Zhongmo's life with this city. Presently, the court boasted two princely figures of different surnames, one in the east and the other in the west, each shining in their own right. The western prince was Lin Han, the deceased empress's brother and the ruler of the grasslands. Although nominally a prince of the Great Qi, he effectively stood as a vassal lord, with local laws and governance independent yet centered around the royal court. His dominion extended from the Ulan River to the west, encompassing the Rihai to the east, the Xiaolong grasslands to the north, and the vast expanses of the Great Snow Mountain, commanding 52 tribal leaders and hundreds of thousands of cavalry. The Lin family of the grasslands and the later established Wanyan clan had long been regarded as two formidable swords hanging over the heads of the scholars of the Central Plains. This perception shifted when Xiao Yu married the Lin family's legitimate daughter, vanquishing the Red Lady, and, through his marriage, assumed control of the grasslands as an outsider. His alliance with Murong Yin for the northern expedition against the Wanyan Five Kings supported the ascent of Wanyan Beiyue to power, resulting in the complete subjugation of both the Lin and Wanyan families, ushering in decades of peace. As for the eastern prince, he resided in Liaozhou and the northern capital, the Liao King of the Mu family. The inaugural Liao King, Mu Rinxi, was once a prominent general in the previous dynasty, the Great Zheng, and participated in the pursuit of power during the tumultuous times. He was nearly the downfall of Emperor Shao, threatening the western territories. After his defeat, he surrendered and was appointed Liao King, governing the northeast. Interestingly, The ancient battlefield where Su Beiyu had once guided Duanmu Yu and others was precisely the site of the fierce confrontation between this Liao king and Su Lin, the prince of the Xia county. Su Beiyu had not anticipated such a connection with the Liao king so early in his journey. Of course, the current Liao king was no longer Mu Rinqi, but rather his grandson, Mu Tang. The master and disciple traversed the merchant paths already worn by traders across the grasslands. Gongsun Zhongmo not only continued to guide his disciples' cultivation, but also interspersed tales of Liaozhou's local customs and culture. Upon entering Liaozhou, they had indeed crossed into the northeastern realm. The Liao king, as the only prince of a different surname within the court's framework, was not to be underestimated. Despite the severe suppression by the court in recent years, resulting in the loss of Jinsheng and Yuzhou, leaving only Liaozhou in his possession, the old foundations laid by Mu Rinqi ensured that he retained a status and power comparable to the seasoned leaders of various border armies. In this generation, the Liao king Mu Tang possesses commendable strategies and intelligence, with a meticulous mind. However, in terms of courage and boldness, he lacks the decisiveness that characterized his predecessors, having instead absorbed a certain somberness from the aged officials around him. The relentless pressure from the likes of Lan Yu and Wei Jin has rendered his disposition rather gloomy. Yet, one cannot entirely blame him. Having grown up within the confines of the Liao royal palace, he has been deprived of genuine opportunities for experience. Indeed, it is said that words cannot compare to personal example. Without having navigated the tempests faced by his forebears, it is only natural that he lacks their formidable charisma, leading to a somewhat skewed temperament. Of course, were it not for these circumstances, this Prince of Liao would not have forged a bond with my esteemed self. Mu Tang is quite discontent with several elder statesmen of the current court and thus seeks to establish a connection through me with the noble figure on the grasslands. The alliance of two disparate kings is essential for him to assert his voice, especially as the trend of diminishing feudal power becomes inevitable. Should he continue to remain passive, it is likely that the Liao royal residence will soon become but an empty shell. After traversing a span of 10 days, the scenery of the grasslands gradually dwindled, giving way to sparse woodlands. At this juncture, Su Beiyu had thoroughly solidified his second-tier realm, wielding the Tianlan sword with the utmost precision. Gongsun Zhongmo felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Though his disciple may not rival the celestial beings in demeanor, he possesses a rare and remarkable talent. The temperament of a transcendent being means that one need not fear stagnation due to the limitations of their realm. With a comprehension akin to that of the celestial, the wisdom inherited from predecessors suffices. While the essence of a true practitioner may be somewhat lacking, the 12 swords are there to compensate. Once one steps into the realm of earth immortals, the significance of one's essence and comprehension diminishes. The ability to ascend the formidable 18 floors hinges not solely on elusive opportunities, but also on one's temperament. It is not inconceivable that my disciple might one day reach the pinnacle of the 18-floor realm of minor longevity, with only a half-step remaining to attain the true immortality of the great longevity realm. Reflecting on these thoughts, Gongsun Zhongmo's mind wandered, and he gently remarked, "Beiyu, today I shall share with you some esoteric matters concerning the realm of earth immortals. In this world, there exists an overwhelming number of extraordinary individuals. Yet those who achieve true immortality as divine beings have transcended to the heavens, no longer belonging to the mortal realm. As it is said, those of the world manage worldly affairs. To influence the great tides of the world through cultivation, one must ascend to the 18 floors of earth immortals, a realm also known as minor longevity. What constitutes the minor longevity realm? It is a state indistinguishable from that of the truly immortal, with merely a half-step remaining to cross the heavenly gate. Over the span of a century, the number of individuals who have attained the minor longevity realm is exceedingly rare. Excluding those who have already ascended, such as Zi Chun and Tian Chun, only 5 individuals remain. Your ancestral master, the former leader of the White Lotus sect, the late Emperor Xiao Yu of the Great Qi, the great Master Qing Chun who defected from the Taoist teachings, and the current leader of the Taoist sect. However, it must be noted that minor longevity is not equivalent to true great longevity. Among these 5 esteemed individuals, 3 have met their demise. My master perished due to heavenly retribution and exhaustion from incessant battles, while the leader of the White Lotus sect fell beneath the sword of Emperor Xiao Yu. The latter, too, faced the consequences of fate, ultimately retreating into the tomb of Mei Mountain, lost to the world. In my estimation, Emperor Xiaoyu is most likely dead. Even if he survives, he exists in a state of perpetual twilight, forever unable to attain rebirth. Su Beiyu pondered deeply. Gongsun Zhongmo smiled softly and continued. As for the other two, Qin Chen is a generation above me, truly an elder figure. He was already on the verge of ascension even before the Jiazi, and after it, his cultivation has become even more profound. The reason for his delayed ascension lies in the betrayal of the sect. He feels unworthy to face the ancestors of the celestial Tao. The current head of the Tao sect follows the path of accumulating virtue. His cultivation is sufficient, yet he still lacks the finesse in matters of benevolence. He seems to be awaiting an opportunity while grappling with the burden of the Tao sect's vast inheritance, ensuring everything is in order before he can ascend with peace of mind. Su Beiyu gently inquired, Master, surely you can ascend as well? Gongsun Zhongmo chuckled and shook his head. Ascension and enlightenment? I no longer hold such hopes in this lifetime. If I can successfully pass on the legacy of our ancestors, I would already find immense satisfaction. Su Beiyu sighed, feigning an air of wisdom. Master, such a mindset is not conducive. I still hope for your early ascension, so you may showcase your prowess. Being a celestial successor carries a tremendous reputation. Who would not be in awe of that? Gongsun Zhongmo patted his disciple's shoulder and laughed heartily. In the mortal realm, only then will others fear you. If I were to depart now, you would not be able to uphold this legacy. Very well, I understand your intentions. You wish for me to enjoy a carefree existence in the heavens. Yet, let us not speak of whether I am destined for ascension. As the old saying goes, if everyone yearns for immortality, the teachings passed down by our ancestors would perish. Some tasks must still be undertaken by those who remain. The elder gazed skyward, softly lamenting. In those days, I was unable to sustain the Gongsun family's legacy. For the sake of the sword sect, I do not wish to repeat the mistakes of the past. Su Beiyu sighed genuinely this time. In the past, the sword sect's leader, Shengwan Xianqian, was said to embody half of the sect himself, elevating it to a status just beneath the three teachings, even rivaling the Tao sect. However, with Shengwan Xianqian's demise, the sword sect crumbled. Now that Gongsun Zhongmo has grown frail with age, the weight of the sword sect will inevitably fall upon Su Beiyu's shoulders. Can one person with a single sword truly bear such a burden? Chapter 71. The swordsman. With the departure of the Demon Suppression Hall and the Sword Qi Ascendance Hall, the city of Julu finally regained its momentum. Riding on the momentum of the fierce duel between two unparalleled masters, a vast number of cultivators gathered, marking the official commencement of the long-anticipated Julu Market Exchange. The exact number of cultivators that Xiao Mo, the Lord of Julu, covertly gathered for the emperor remains unknown. Yet judging by the beaming countenance of the Prince of Lingwu over the past few days, it is reasonable to surmise that the harvest has been substantial. While the court revels in its triumph, the Taoist sect inevitably faces discontent. Those who suffer misfortune often seek to restore balance. And with the presence of Zhiyun in the hands of the Taoist sect, the matters concerning Chonglong Temple shall not be so readily dismissed. The murky waters stirred by the Demon Suppression Hall and the Dark Guard House are destined to remain turbulent. However, these developments bear little significance to Su Beiyu. For Su Beiyu and his master, their current objective lies with the Prince of Liao. They are to meet with His Highness, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, Su Beiyu will accompany his master on a long journey to the rear construction to meet the illustrious Wanyan Beiwei. The past few months have been a kaleidoscope of experiences for Su Beiyu, with notable figures parading forth one after another, allowing this once inconspicuous individual to glimpse the splendor of the upper echelons of society. After traversing for approximately a month, the master and disciple finally set foot in the northeastern territory. At this juncture, the air had begun to turn increasingly frigid, and the chilling essence of late autumn in the northeast was nearly bone-piercing. The single word cold encapsulated Su Beiyu's initial impression of the northeast. Although the northwest is also cold, it possesses a dryness, whereas the northeast chill carries a dampness that silently seeps in, penetrating deeply. Two entirely different sensations. Before entering Liaozhou, Gongsun Zhongmo once more instructed Su Beiyu to proceed alone, and this time, he encountered a distinctly different adversary. If Duanmu Yu epitomized the refined scion of a prestigious family, this opponent was akin to Su Beiyu, emerging from the depths of the common folk, honing his blade skills through relentless combat with a ruthlessness that was striking. Upon encountering Su Beiyu, who had cultivated his sword through warfare, this foe wasted no time and launched a direct assault, nearly inflicting grave injury upon Su Beiyu with a single strike. Their initial clash unfolded within a dense thicket, where this individual concealed himself beneath layers of foliage, remaining undetected even by Su Beiyu. As Su Beiyu approached, the opponent suddenly sprang forth, delivering a lethal strike aimed at Su Beiyu's head. Had it connected, it would have undoubtedly resulted in decapitation. In a critical moment, Su Beiyu ducked and lowered his stance, causing the Tianlan strap to his back to be drawn by the surge of energy, barely deflecting the blow. Nonetheless, the fierce blade aura still left a blood mark on his neck. Immediately thereafter, the two engaged in a fierce confrontation. Su Beiyu's swordsmanship, imparted by Gongsun Zhongmo, adhered strictly to the principles of the Xianmen sect, each move embodying a profound alignment with reason, marked by its utmost integrity. In contrast, his opponent's blade techniques were forged in the crucible of relentless battles, characterized by their ferocity and cunning, excelling in a style that exchanged life for life and injury for injury. A novice disciple, freshly initiated into the martial world, would undoubtedly suffer grievously against such tactics. However, Su Beiyu was different. Having also emerged from the lower strata, he was well acquainted with these life-and-death maneuvers from his encounters with bandits on the grasslands, thus navigating the confrontation with remarkable ease. This individual is a person of resolute determination. After a prolonged stalemate, seizing a fleeting opportunity, he swiftly retreated and vanished into the dense forest. Su Beiyu did not pursue. Instead, he watched the figure, akin to a solitary wolf, disappear into the depths of the thicket before sheathing his sword and vacating the battlefield. A peculiar premonition stirred within him, suggesting that this unknown swordsman would not relent and would inevitably return to cause him further trouble. From their earlier encounter, it was clear that this person had recently entered the first-grade realm, standing a full level above Su Beiyu. However, the swordsmanship he wielded was markedly inferior to the 36 techniques Su had mastered, resulting in a stalemate. This encounter served as a valuable honing stone for Su Beiyu's own swordsmanship, and he was reluctant to let such an opportunity slip away easily. 3 days later, the two crossed paths once more, this time along an official road near Liaozhou, under the cover of night. With few travelers around, the swordsman chose not to conceal his presence, directly confronting Su Beiyu with a thrust aimed at his heart. This time, Su Beiyu was prepared, without hesitation. He executed an embryonic version of his 13th sword technique. The swordsman, taken aback by Su's unexpected skill, could only instinctively recoil and attempt to block the strike with his blade. In an instant, he was sent hurtling away by the formidable sword energy, crashing into the ground and leaving a deep crater in his wake. Su Beiyu called out, "Who are you?" The swordsman offered no response, leaping from the crater he had created, and once again vanished into the night. After his departure, Su Beiyu refrained from pursuing him, though his expression bore a hint of gravity. For someone at the second-grade realm like himself, the nascent 13th sword technique represented his most potent capability, a culmination of his training prior to entering the first grade. Renowned for its overwhelming sword energy, this technique varied in effectiveness among practitioners. While Su could only unleash a 3-zhang-long sword energy at present, in the hands of the legendary Shangguan Xianqin, it could easily demolish a city. The founder of the sword sect had conceived this technique with grand aspirations, envisioning a sword capable of standing against 1,000,000 soldiers. The third assassination attempt was delayed. Just as Su Beiyu was about to cross into Liaozhou, the swordsman, who had refrained from striking for several days, finally made his move amidst the throngs at the city gate. He lunged at Su Beiyu's abdomen with malicious intent. Once again, Su Beiyu disappointed the swordsman by parrying the strike with his 5th sword technique, leading to yet another fierce clash of blades and knives. The swordsman, forged in the crucible of battle, fought with reckless abandon yet cherished his own life. He displayed a ruthless ferocity in his technique. This time, he wholly abandoned the instinct for self-preservation, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with every strike. An old adage rings true: those unencumbered by shoes fear no terrain. Once, Su Beiyu too had fought barefoot, but now, adorned in the splendid boots of the sword sect, he was unwilling to exchange blows with a mere ruffian. Ultimately, The swordsman inflicted a grievous wound on Su Beiyou's left arm, deep enough to reveal bone, before making his escape once more. However, this time, Su Beiyou was no longer the good-natured individual he once was. He was somewhat incensed by this person's ignorance and audacity to attempt to kill him with a dull knife. Thus, he refused to let him escape and pursued him with his sword drawn. The two engaged in a relentless chase, swiftly departing from the clamor of the surroundings and entering a nearby dense forest. Once within the thicket, the swordsman transformed, shifting from a mere knife wielder to an assassin. Rather than simply fleeing, he launched ambushes against Su Beiyou, reminiscent of their initial confrontation. Despite Su Beiyou's vigilance, the assailant managed to inflict 3 wounds upon him. Yet, he too suffered in the encounter. During the final ambush, Su Beiyou pierced his lower abdomen with a blade, causing his energy to dissipate. After this brief yet intense clash, the swordsman resolved to escape with unwavering intent, abandoning any further attempts to ambush Su Beiyou. Consequently, after pursuing him for approximately 10 miles, Su Beiyou returned empty-handed. The anger that had built up within him had nearly subsided, but the swordsman could no longer contain his resentment. Having failed in 3 assassination attempts, he remained undeterred but harbored a simmering fury. What further inflamed his indignation was the realization that this young swordsman, despite being a level below him, relied on the profound techniques of his training to gain the upper hand. It was evident that the swordsman had received guidance from a superior, while he himself hailed from humble beginnings, lacking such fortune. His only recourse was to rely on his ruthless tenacity and willingness to risk his life in battle. This swordsman undoubtedly hailed from a prestigious lineage. Chapter 72, Longcheng of Liaoxi, Murongxian in the capital of Liaozhou, Zhejiang Prefecture. Situated to the south of the North Sea, bordered by Yanzhou and Yuzhou to the west, and nestled against the prairie to the north, lies Longcheng, a city founded by the ancestors of the Murong family, Murong Longcheng and Murong Fenghuang, during the era of the former Yin when it served as the capital. Su Beiyou, after enduring a challenging journey, arrived at Longcheng. He paused at the city gate, gazing at the magnificent fortress, lost in contemplation. The grand Yin dynasty of Ur has faded into oblivion, yet the Murong lineage endures. He had heard from his master that following the demise of the 2 pivotal figures of the Murong family, Murong Yuan and Murong Yin, the current head of the family is a woman, known simply as Xian. Though Murong Xian is a woman, she is a figure of remarkable legend. In her youth, she formed a close bond with the future heir of the Yi family, a childhood friendship that promised a union. However, as fate would have it, the Yi family, upholding the tenets of their beliefs, saw their young master embrace the path of Tao, while Murong Xian was sent by her devout family to the Buddhist realm for monastic training, resulting in their separation. Years later, Murong Xian emerged as a representative of Buddhism in the world and was renowned alongside the unmarried Empress Lin, Zhang Shuiyao, the disciple of Gongsun Zhongmo, and the holy maiden of the newly established Xuanjiao, Qin Yumayan, collectively hailed as the 4 great beauties, with Murong Xian acclaimed as the foremost among them, earning her the illustrious title of the most beautiful woman in the realm. It is often said that a beauty's life is fraught with tribulations, and indeed, such is the case. After marrying Gongsun Zhongmo, Zhang Shuiyao and her husband devoted years to the revival of the sword sect, ultimately parting ways and becoming a pair of estranged lovers. Qin Yumayan endured a tumultuous love affair with Emperor Xiaoyu, yet he wed only Empress Lin, leaving her to remain single for life. As for the seemingly fortunate Empress Lin, revered by all and blessed with a singular husband and an emperor's son, her fate was likewise grim, as she and Xiaoyu departed this life prematurely, thus failing to escape the grasp of misfortune. Only Murong Xian can be deemed to have achieved a semblance of fulfillment in this regard. Women are often jealous, much like the disdain shared among scholars. Among the 4 beauties of that time, they largely formed 3 factions. Murong Xian and Empress Lin were close confidants, while Zhang Shuiyao and Qin Yumayan each led their own group. The former pair and the latter 2 grew to be adversaries, often due to the influence of men or other circumstances. For instance, Empress Lin and Qin Yumayan became bitter enemies over Emperor Xiao. In essence, the accounts between women are a convoluted ledger that remains forever unbalanced. When Murong Xian once visited her close friend Empress Lin in the central capital, Xiaoyu had already aligned himself with the Taoist sect, and together they conspired for dominion over the realm. The foremost disciple of the Taoist sect also traveled to the central capital to meet with Xiao Yu, this disciple being none other than the Yi family young master who had once embraced the path of Tao. This serendipitous reunion, along with various other factors, ultimately led to their union as Taoist partners. A few years later, after Xiao Yu completed his first southern expedition to Shu and his second northern campaign, he marched eastward into the passes, sweeping across the land. Subsequently, he ascended to the throne, while the former disciple of the Taoist sect became the new headmaster of the sect. Thus, the two women prospered, with one becoming an empress and the other the esteemed lady of the Taoist master. Now, the illustrious couple of the Shao dynasty has passed into the annals of history, while Murong Xian and the head of the Taoist sect continue to thrive. The esteemed master has long resided at the peaks of the heavenly capital, while his wife dedicates half of each year to managing the familial affairs at the Murong estate. In the years prior to the demise of Empress Lin, Murong Xian would often visit the imperial city to reconnect with old friends. However, after the untimely deaths of the Shao couple, Emperor Shao abandoned his father's alliance with the Taoists and attempted to suppress the sect, leading to Murong Xian never setting foot in the imperial city again. Su Beiyu was suddenly struck by an absurd thought. The Dragon City in Liaozhou could be regarded as the ancestral home of the Murong clan, and he wondered if he might have the opportunity to encounter the legendary beauty who once held the title of the most enchanting woman in the world. It seemed likely he could, but not as a mere junior. Gongsun Zhongmo, with a sword case slung across his back, strolled through the streets of Dragon City for a full hour before pausing in front of a mansion rather than proceeding to the Liaowang mansion. The pitch-black gates stood resolutely closed, and the entire estate, adorned with the weathered characters of Murong, exuded an air of antiquity. 2 armored guards stood sentinel at the entrance, their prowess nearing the first rank. The only families capable of employing such high-ranking guardians, aside from the current imperial Shao family and a few others, were the Murong clan, which boasts a legacy spanning a millennium. Upon Gongsun Zhongmo's arrival, the expressions of the 2 first-rank guards shifted, their fingers instinctively resting on their weapon hilts. Yet, overwhelmed by the palpable aura emanating from Gongsun Zhongmo, they found themselves momentarily silenced. It would indeed be ludicrous to draw weapons before a being of such transcendent stature. Nevertheless, having been trained since childhood as the Murong family's loyal protectors, they stood resolute, knowing their duty, even if it meant facing certain death. At that moment, a gentle voice resonated from within, urging the guards not to be discourteous to a distinguished guest and to open the central gate. Upon hearing this, the guards promptly knelt and replied in unison, yes. In the next instant, the imposing gates creaked open, and Gongsun Zhongmo, unfazed, stepped into the ancestral home of the Murong clan. Familiarity enveloped him. In fact, during the intermarriages of the 5 great families of the Wei Kingdom, Gongsun Zhongmo's mother hailed from the Murong lineage. He had visited this place in his youth with his mother and was, in a sense, a distant cousin to Murong Xian. Upon entering the main hall, he found the servants and maids had been dismissed, leaving only a woman clad in white standing alone. She appeared to be in her 30s, possessing a beauty worthy of the phrase national color and heavenly fragrance, as if her mere presence overshadowed all colors around her, exuding an ethereal elegance akin to a secluded orchid. More remarkably, while her visage defied the passage of time, she bore an abundance of white hair. Unlike Gongsun Zhongmo's dark and murky locks, her hair shone with a pure brilliance, meticulously arranged with 9 ornamental hairpins, and her stern expression added an air of authority. This woman was none other than Murong Xian, the current matriarch of the Murong ancestral estate. Murong Xian regarded her cousin, who had been at odds with her husband for many years, with a demeanor that was neither hostile nor affectionate, as if he were merely a chance acquaintance. After all, if even fathers and husbands could turn against one another, what bond could possibly exist between distant cousins? Gongsun Zhongmo was the first to break the silence, saying, Murong, I have come to see you for no other reason than to. The woman interjected calmly, to discuss your final arrangements? Gongsun Zhongmo was taken aback and fell silent. She inquired, you must be 83 this year? Gongsun Zhongmo nodded. Time is merciless. Murong Xian continued in a flat tone. At your age, many matters should have been reconciled by now. Over the years, I have mediated, and he has decided to spare you and your wife a path to safety. Having escaped the depths of suffering, why cling to the past? Zhang Shuiyao has let go. Why can't you? You persist in your solitary path, aligning yourself with Murong Xianin and others, compelling me to abandon my role as intermediary and forcing him to take matters into his own hands. Gongsun Zhongmo remained silent. The he she referred to was, of course, the esteemed leader of the Taoist sect seated atop Xuandu Yujing. The younger generation knew only the revered status of the true master, while it was the elders who understood the true extent of his power. After a prolonged silence, Gongsun Zhongmo slowly spoke, "Though there may be millions, I shall proceed." A flicker of mild anger surfaced in the depths of the woman's eyes, seemingly incensed by Gongsun Zhongmo's lack of discernment, and she said in a low voice, "Gongsun Zhongmo." Addressed so directly, Gongsun Zhongmo maintained a composed demeanor. A man must act with purpose and restraint. Such matters may be sidestepped by women, but not by men. Murong Xian, I have kept a record of all your actions these years, yet this debt of gratitude may not be repaid. Murong Xian's voice grew increasingly cold. I require no repayment of favors from you. I only ask that you remain in your place and refrain from stirring up discord. Is peace not preferable? Gongsun Zhongmo sighed lightly. Your notion of peace is not the same as that of the defeated. Murong Xian retorted sharply, Enough. Gongsun Zhongmo, what of the demise of the sword sect? The Gongsun family did not send you to the sword sect merely to accompany it to its grave. What of the downfall of the Gongsun family? That was brought about by Shao Jin, and it bears no relation to our Taoist sect. Gongsun Zhongmo, with his sword case slung over his back, replied calmly, Each generation must contend with its own affairs. Let these grievances be settled between my master and me. Murong Xian turned her back, her white hair cascading neatly over her shoulders and down her back. Since you are so resolute, let us not meet again. Take care of yourself. Gongsun Zhongmo smiled faintly and departed from the ancestral home of the Murong family. Murong Xian turned to gaze at the figure, now clearly marked by age, and let out a deep sigh. Among their peers from the 5 great families, could it be that Gongsun Zhongmo would be the first to depart? Chapter 73. 2 perspectives on Murong's words of extermination as Su Beiyu stepped into Chuyang Mansion. He was struck by the distinct charm and demeanor of the people, so different from those in the Northwest. Though both regions belong to the the Northwest is rugged while the Northeast is straightforward. Being a native of the Northwest, Su Beiyu felt a curious blend of familiarity and strangeness upon his arrival in the Northeast. Strolling along the main thoroughfare of the city, he observed the myriad of human experiences unfolding before him. He happened upon a vendor selling candied hawthorn, and while he initially intended to purchase a skewer, he was suddenly reminded of the little Taoist girl, Jiun, who adored such trifles. He pondered how she was faring on her journey back to the Taoist sect. Was she being bullied by her peers? Had she been hiding away in tears? With a slight unease, Su Beiyu shook his head and ultimately decided against buying the treat. Continuing on his way, those who abandon me are but yesterday's shadows. They cannot be retained. Those who trouble my heart today are but sources of vexation. After walking a short distance, Su Beiyu's instincts heightened, and he swiftly turned, hand on his sword, to find a charming young woman standing a short distance behind him. She had changed from her green attire into a pale blue tunic and a matching skirt, with only the tips of her embroidered shoes peeking out. Her long hair was elegantly secured with a silver hairpin, with bangs cascading down her forehead, and her delicate features were imbued with a cheerful smile, presenting her as a refined young lady. Su Beiyu was momentarily taken aback before smiling and inquiring, "Have you recovered?" The newcomer was none other than Song Guangguan, who clasped her hands modestly at her abdomen and nodded in response. "That's good to hear," Su Beiyu replied gently. "Life's fragility renders all matters trivial. No concern is greater than that of life and death." Song Guangguan smiled softly, acknowledging, "Your words carry great wisdom, young master." Su Beiyu extended his hand, and Song Guangguan hesitated for a moment, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she shyly placed her hand in his palm. He grasped her hand and led her onward. Her cheeks were tinted with a rosy hue, contrasting with her previous image as a sword master, now appearing as a bashful young maiden. Not contemplating further on this change, Su Beiyu asked, "On that day, when you were so grievously injured, I feared for your life. The methods of Xianshui Pavilion are indeed remarkable. I have heard that this sect comprises solely women, prohibiting men from entry. Are you familiar with the intricacies of this?" Song Guangguan replied softly, "In truth, There is a man within Xianshui Pavilion, the only man, in fact. He is Murong Xianin, the founder of the sect. The sect master has often remarked that Xianshui Pavilion is merely a collection of concubines and handmaidens under Murong Xuanin's care. Due to the sect master's friendship with him, our Sword Chi Ascendance Hall has maintained some connection with Xianshui Pavilion over the years. My recent recovery was made possible thanks to this connection and the sect master's favor, as I benefited from my status as a woman, thus disregarding the rule against male entry. Su Beiyu contemplated this for a moment before asking. I have always been curious about the relationship between Murong Xianin and the illustrious Murong family. Song Guangguan reflected briefly before responding. You must be aware that the current royal family, the Shao clan, is divided into the legitimate and collateral lines, correct? Unexpectedly, Su Beiyu realized. Are you suggesting that the Murong family is divided into two branches? Song Guangguan nodded and explained. The patriarch of the Murong clan had both a legitimate and an illegitimate son. When the legitimate son, Murong Yuan, ascended to the headship of the family, he could not tolerate the presence of his half-brother, Murong Yin. Thus, Murong Yin departed from the main Murong household and journeyed to the state of Hojian, where he eventually rose to the rank of Grand General. He allied with Xiao Yu to combat the five kings of Hojian, establishing a branch of the Murong family there. The current headmistress of the Taoist sect, Murong Xian, is the daughter of Murong Yuan, while Murong Xianin is the son of Murong Yin, making them, albeit tenuously, cousins. Su Beiyu finally unraveled the relationship between the two Murong clans, realizing why one Murong woman had become the headmistress of the Taoist sect, while another bore the title of the second most notorious figure in the Demon Suppression Hall. Su Beiyu then listened as Song Guangguan recounted various legends and anecdotes about the Dragon City of Chaoyang Prefecture, located beyond the pass. She described how, during the establishment of the state of Hoyan, Murong Longqing and Murong Fenghuang exhibited unparalleled grace, and how the Murong family cast a watchful gaze over the world from this very place. She also mentioned that this dragon city was revered as the Buddha capital, for it was said that the Buddha had left behind 7 relics, which the Buddhist community preserved in stupas, 2 of which stood within Chaoyang Prefecture, earning it the esteemed title. As noon approached, Song Guangguan suddenly caught a whiff of something delightful, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Su Beiyu turned to see a tavern and smiled, inquiring, "Are you hungry?" Song Guangguan, her hand clutching the hem of her garment, lowered her head, a hint of shyness in her demeanor, and confessed, "I wish to drink." Su Beiyu chuckled and guided her into the tavern, where they found an excellent table by the window on the 2nd floor, taking advantage of the sparse crowd. He ordered several vegetarian dishes for himself and 2 pots of wine for Song Guangguan. One was renowned Huaiyao wine, famous for its association with the tales of Daughters Red and Top Scholars Red, while the other was local specialty liquor known as Xiao Jiaozi, famed for its intense flavor likened to fire. The waiter, astounded, mused to himself about the peculiarities of the day, a wandering swordsman indulging in vegetarian fare, while a delicate lady sought to drink the potent liquor that even the most robust men would hesitate to consume. The wine arrived before the dishes. Song Guangguan poured herself a cup of Xiao Jiaozi, taking a gentle sip, her eyes narrowing like crescent moons. She smiled and said, "Young master, this liquor is renowned as the king of Liaodong wines. One sip ignites a fire within the chest. Won't you try some?" Su Beiyu merely shook his head in response. The departing waiter inwardly scoffed. What sort of man refuses to drink? Soon, the vegetarian dishes were served, and after Su Beiyu sampled a few, he gazed out at the bustling streets, softly reflecting, to read 1,000 books is not as enlightening as to travel 1,000 miles. The essence of the world cannot be gleaned from books alone. It must be experienced. Accompanying my master on this journey has opened my eyes to much, and I have pondered deeply, particularly on the phrase sword sect, which embodies the complexities of worldly affairs. Song Guangguan refrained from commenting, choosing instead to sip her drink. Taverns have always served as hubs for the dissemination of news, and though there has long been an unspoken rule of silence over meals, patrons here seldom adhere to such conventions, eagerly exchanging tales and gossip, particularly regarding current rumors. The most captivating topic of the moment is the epic confrontation between the master of the Demon Suppression Hall, Chen Yi, and the leader of the sword sect, Gongsun Zhongmo, in the city of Julu. The enigmatic figure clad in black, renowned for many years, needs no further introduction, while Gongsun Zhongmo, who has long remained in the shadows, has now stepped into the limelight, leaving the world's sword immortals in astonishment. What has stirred public discourse is the fact that this sword sect leader, wielding the legendary sword of extermination, triumphed over the master of the demon suppression hall, thus bringing significant disgrace to the esteemed Taoist sect. Even more shocking was the master's unexpected concession, leading the demon suppression hall to withdraw from Julu. Some began to speculate about the sword of extermination, noting its formidable reputation. The very name suggests the annihilation of deities, a sword specifically crafted for the slaying of immortals. It is said that with a mere utterance from Gongsun Zhongmo, the blade could sever a head from 1,000 miles away. With this sword in hand, no Taoist deity stands a chance. What manner of individual is the master of the demon suppression hall? Even if not the foremost in the realm, he must surely rank among the top contenders, yet he suffered a considerable defeat beneath this sword. Immediately, a counterargument arose. If the sword is indeed so powerful, why did the sword sect fall? If such capabilities truly existed, why did Gongsun Zhongmo remain hidden until recently? The initial speaker scoffed, dismissively asserting that since it is a celestial sword, it must be wielded by an immortal. Without the cultivation of an immortal, one could not hope to wield the sword of extermination. Hence, the sword sect leader was unable to emerge from obscurity until he attained such prowess. Many in the tavern nodded in agreement, and others chimed in, recalling a high monk from the North Tower who spoke of life destinies. Those with weak destinies cannot bear the weight of the nation's treasures, suggesting that this celestial artifact follows the same principle. Amidst this clamor of voices, Su Beiyu and Song Guangguan exchanged knowing smiles. Extermination of immortals. The essence and spirit of the millennium-old sword sect reside within this blade. Chapter 74. The grand foundation of the Taoist sect stands tall. The news of the black-clad sect master's defeat at the hands of Gongsun Zhongmo spread from the north to the south, sending shockwaves throughout the realm and stirring the very foundation of the Taoist sect. How could the master of the demon suppression hall have lost? Leaving aside the reclusive elders of the Chun lineage, even the renowned figures in the open were taken aback. This master of the demon suppression hall was a formidable individual, ranked 7th on the celestial mechanism list, only a hair's breadth below the sect master himself. How could such an esteemed figure suffer defeat? In this moment, many of the elder generation couldn't help but reminisce about the legendary Shangguan Xianxin, who once stood unrivaled in the world. Could it be that Gongsun Zhongmo was a second coming of Shangguan Xianxin? Especially for the demon suppression hall. The words sword sect's extermination of immortals were akin to a haunting nightmare. The previous master of the hall had fallen to the blade of the extermination sword, leading to a catastrophic decline, reducing a once great celestial being to a mere mortal who perished at the tender age of 90. Now, the current master had once again succumbed to the extermination sword. Was this merely the hand of fate? The Taoist sect, situated at the southern end of the West Kunlun, boasts 9 peaks, each governed by 8 peak masters and the sect master. The foremost of these peaks is named Duxiang Peak, renowned as the supreme peak of the realm, also referred to as Xuandu Yujing, the residence of the sect master himself. Amongst the vast sea of clouds, 9 towering peaks emerge, with one peak soaring significantly higher than the others, akin to a crane among chickens. This peak, Duxiang Peak, appears as a colossal pillar reaching towards the heavens, enveloped in a sea of clouds, truly the closest place to the divine from the mortal realm. Atop Duxiang Peak lies an extraordinarily even summit, as if sculpted by divine powers, severing the original peak's tip. Here, a vast celestial pond occupies the entire peak, almost the size of a city, with a grand square constructed of white jade floating at its center, extending beyond the horizon. In stark contrast to the shadowy demon suppression hall, the square is adorned with magnificent palaces, standing indifferently at the highest point in the world, resembling a celestial palace overlooking the myriad beings below. This is the epicenter of the venerable Taoist sect, with the Zixiao Palace, the Patriarch Hall, and the 3 Clear Tao Hall forming the core within the core. The Zixiao Palace is the abode of the sect master, while the Patriarch Hall is dedicated to the veneration of the sect's ancestors. Anyone who enters the Patriarch Hall, aside from past sect masters, must be individuals of remarkable contribution to the Taoist sect, all of whom were once luminaries that shone across the world. The 3 Clear Tao Hall serves as the venue for the sect master to convene discussions with the peak masters, hall leaders, and eminent figures. At this moment, upon the long staircase before the Zixiao Palace, two figures were seen ascending slowly. One was clad in a flowing black robe, adorned with a mixed yuan cap, the hat crafted from purple-black jade, with a sword belt symbolizing the severance of worries, desires, and greed. Clad in dark cloud shoes, this individual epitomized the attire of a distinguished Taoist. Following closely behind was a young Taoist maiden dressed in a blue robe, wearing a lotus leaf cap, seemingly an ordinary outer disciple of the Taoist sect. Yet, if she were merely an ordinary disciple, how could she possibly stand before the entrance to the sect master's Zixiao Palace? The Zixiao Palace atop Duxiang Peak and the Qingshu Palace at the foot of the mountain are the sole edifices crafted by the Tao ancestor during his earthly existence. It is said that prior to establishing his teachings, the Tao ancestor first erected the Zixiao Palace on Duxiang Peak as a venue for future discourses. Subsequently, he constructed the Qingshu Palace at the base of the peak to accommodate visitors who, drawn by his renown, were unable to ascend the mountain. In time, as the Tao ancestor began to impart his teachings at the Zixiao Palace, many came seeking enlightenment. Those fortunate enough were able to ascend and listen, while those less fortunate chose to remain and settled around the Qingshu Palace. This led to the flourishing of the Tao sect, with an influx of disciples and their families relocating to this area, thus establishing what is now known as Linxian Fu. Upon completing the 99 steps, the two arrived at the entrance of the Zixiao Palace, where two young attendants stood, holding dusters. Upon seeing the figure in the black robe, they respectfully greeted, stating, "We have the honor to meet the master of the Demon Suppression Hall. Earlier, the esteemed Grand Master conveyed a message that should you arrive, there is no need for an announcement. You may proceed directly to see him." Chenai nodded slightly and stepped over the threshold, leading Zhiyun into the Zixiao Palace. The interior retained the configuration from the days when the Tao ancestor delivered his teachings, eschewing chairs in favor of cushions. The high platform at the front was where the Tao ancestor once sat, flanked by a total of 18 seats for the founding masters of the Tao sect. Excluding those who had diverged from the sect or had passed away early, 9 remained, including Zhuang ancestor, Zhang ancestor, and Huang ancestor. However, the Zixiao Palace now appeared desolate, devoid of the Tao ancestor and the other masters, save for the enduring cushions that had withstood the test of time. Zhiyun dared not glance around, but kept her head bowed, following Chenai closely. The seat once occupied by the Tao ancestor was unoccupied, save for a small incense burner emitting a thin plume of fragrant smoke. Zhiyun cautiously lifted her gaze, aligning her line of sight with the high platform, where she beheld a pair of black and white patterned shoes and the purple hem of a Tao robe. Yet, from Chinye's perspective, the space was empty, yet paradoxically, it was inhabited by an unseen presence, visible only to those of lesser cultivation, while those of higher mastery remained obscured. What a remarkable manifestation of the external incarnation technique. In this moment, the true form of the Grand Master was likely in deep meditation within the inner sanctum of the Zixiao Palace, emerging only for pressing matters through this external manifestation. Chenai lowered his head slightly, addressing the vacant space. "I apologize for disturbing your serenity, esteemed brother master. I have come regarding the matters of Chonglong Temple and the Sword Sect. I seek your judgment." A calm, resonant voice emerged from the void, stating, "Concerning the Sword Sect, you need not intervene. I shall personally handle this matter." A flicker of astonishment crossed Chinya's eyes. Was the Grand Master preparing to emerge from seclusion? He quickly composed himself and replied solemnly, "Understood." The voice paused momentarily before inquiring, "Is this the one?" Chenai gently nodded. "Indeed, this is Zhiyun, the last surviving disciple of Chonglong Temple. How does esteemed brother master intend to proceed?" The voice pondered briefly before responding with a calm tone. "Zhiyun, raise your head." Zhiyun was enveloped in trepidation as she raised her head, only to behold a middle-aged Taoist standing upon a high platform before her. With phoenix-like brows and a complexion as smooth as jade, he donned an unremarkable purple robe devoid of any embellishments. There was neither a sword belt nor any jade ornaments adorning him, and he bore no headwear, merely securing his hair with a wooden hairpin. This middle-aged Taoist was none other than Xiao Yi, the esteemed leader of all Taoist sections. His attire was markedly at odds with the conventions of the Taoist order. Even as the headmaster, such informal garb seemed inappropriate. Yet, as one's exterior reflects their inner self, This corporeal manifestation was a projection of Qiu Ye's own thoughts, and, thus, required no adherence to conventionality. Qiu Ye scrutinized Ji Yun for a moment before speaking. Although you have trained under Master Lung Chun, due to Master Lung's role as a surrogate for his disciples, you belong to the Yun lineage. Now that Master Lung has ascended, should you wish, you may follow me in your cultivation. Upon hearing these words, the onlookers were stirred. Disciples of the headmaster's lineage were exceedingly rare, and none among them were ordinary. The foremost among the younger generation, Qi Xian Yun, hailed from this very lineage. The headmaster's intention to accept this young girl as a disciple raised questions. Might there be some hidden potential within her yet to be discerned? Despite her inexperience in the world, Ji Yun was no fool. After a brief moment of astonishment, she knelt before the middle-aged Taoist. Qiu Yi waved his hand, summoning a young Taoist boy who approached Ji Yun and softly said, "Sister, please follow me." Ji Yun trailed the young boy out of the Zhixiao Palace, where he then handed her over to a cold-faced woman. Ji Yun gazed at this woman, who wore a hibiscus crown and a white robe. Though she appeared to be merely 25 or 26 years of age, she had already attained the esteemed rank of an elder guest. It is important to note that such a title is reserved for those who have transcended the mortal realm. The woman said nothing, simply gesturing for Ji Yun to follow her. Subsequently, the woman guided Ji Yun to change into a light blue attire, symbolizing an esteemed disciple, complete with a Taoist crown, headscarf, robe, shoes, and accessories, before finally placing her in a solitary courtyard on Duhua Peak. After completing these arrangements, the woman turned to leave. Ji Yun mustered her courage to inquire, "Sister, may I ask your name?" The woman glanced back at her and replied calmly, "Qi Xian Yun." Chapter 75. Within the North Tower of the Purple Cloud Palace, only the Master and the Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall remained. Qiu Yi lingered in a state between visibility and invisibility. However, the highly skilled Chun Yi could not perceive him, only faintly sensing Qiu Ye's retreating figure. His eyes slightly closed. Suddenly, Qiu Ye's voice resonated once more. "Junior brother, your mind is restless." Chun Yi was taken aback, hastily calming his thoughts. Aware that since entering the Purple Cloud Palace, he had experienced moments of mental instability on 2 occasions. He had not anticipated that Qiu Yi would perceive this, and thus felt compelled to explain, "Since my defeat at the hands of Gongsun Zhongmo, my state of mind has indeed been less than perfect." Qiu Yi responded calmly, "The sword sect has been a thorn in the side of our Taoist lineage for a millennium." The hall fell into a profound silence, the atmosphere heavy with tension. The Taoist sect and the sword sect shared a common origin, their rivalry a tale that began 1,000 years ago, a long-standing grievance that neither could fully account for. The enmity between them had penetrated deeply into their very bones, leaving no possibility for reconciliation, only the certainty of a struggle to the death. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Yi spoke, "It is indeed significant that the master plans to descend the mountain, yet the world today is no longer the same as it was 30 years ago." Qiu Ye's tone turned slightly cold. Since Xiao Xian ascended the throne, he has consistently eyed our Taoist sect with hostility, seeking to repeat the events of the past with the great Zheng, aiming to expel us. He fails to consider that without our Taoist sect, how could the Xiao family have claimed dominion over the realm? When he was born, Xiao Yu maintained a friendship with our sect and deliberately named him with the character Xian, in homage to the Taoist principle of the mysterious gate. Today, he seems to have forgotten the origin of that name. I have refrained from confronting him because I have always doubted that Xiao Yu could truly be dead. After all, he was once the preeminent figure of the realm. How could he simply perish? Chun Yi was taken aback, exclaiming, "Does the master imply that Emperor Xiao is still alive?" Qiu Yi replied slowly, "Years ago, on Laojun Mountain, Xiao Yu entrusted me with the construction of the Maishan tomb under the pretext of arranging his posthumous affairs. Out of consideration for our mutual ties, I naturally acquiesced. Following the conclusion of the Jiangnan campaign, I reported this matter to Uncle Tianchun. Since the first year of Taiping, our Taoist sect has dispatched over 400 disciples to Maishan to collaborate with the 100,000 laborers and 30,000 soldiers summoned by Xiao Jin to construct the tombs. This endeavor lasted a decade, resulting in the completion of 2 burial sites, one being the Grand Tomb for Xiao Yu's parents, which was finished first. The second, the Ming Tomb, was completed in the 10th year of Taiping and subsequently arranged by Xiao Yu himself. It is said that the Buddhist sect, Confucian school, shamanism, mysterious teachings. And the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets also participated, and only in the 15th year of Taiping was it fully concluded. This monumental tomb, built over 15 years with the effort of much of the cultivation world, contains mysteries that even our Taoist sect does not fully comprehend. Where Xiao Yu and his wife are interred together, Chun Yi murmured, it is said that the founding emperor harbors tens of thousands of Yin soldiers within the tomb, waiting for the decline of the great Qi to re-emerge into the world. I once dismissed it as mere folk tales, but it seems there is indeed some truth behind the rumors. Xiao Yi remarked flatly, the winds arise from the tips of the green reeds. Many seemingly absurd tales often bear their origins. Within the grand hall, an air of profound silence enveloped the two esteemed figures, each standing in quiet contemplation. After a considerable pause, Chun Yi spoke softly. The court is troubled. The 24 meritorious ministers of Lingyan Pavilion have successively passed. Although the turmoil of the first year of the era of Chongping was quelled by the Empress Dowager, the Blue Minister has suffered significant losses. Following her demise, Emperor Xiao has steadily consolidated power, and the Blue Minister now finds himself in a precarious position within the court. It seems he cannot endure much longer. Xiao Yi replied calmly, this matter is within my calculations. As long as Xiao Yu does not re-emerge in this world, who in this vast realm can hinder me? To take a step back, even if Xiao Yu were alive, as long as I do not venture to the imperial capital, he cannot act against me. Chun Yi appeared poised to speak further, but Xiao Yi manifested his form, raising a hand to silence him. With a serene countenance, he said, you may go now. Seek an explanation from the three commanders of the Dark Guard, and bring closure to the affairs of Chonglong Temple. As for other matters, I have my own arrangements. Chun Yi bowed respectfully. Yes, Master Brother, I take my leave. Upon arriving in Liaozhou, he would be quite close to the northern capital. In this dynasty, all princes and dukes possess their own fiefs, and according to their ranks and titles, they are endowed with varying degrees of military authority. Whether to guard a city, like Prince Xiao Mo of Lingwu, or to oversee a province, such as King Xiao Li of Yin, King Xiaobai of Qi, or to govern an entire region, represented by the northern King Lin Hanji, who commands the vast grasslands, and King Xiao Jin of Wei, who personally eradicated the Zhang and Gongsun families. Lastly, there is the northern King Mu Tongji, who oversees the three northeastern provinces. With the realm initially stabilized, it was deemed prudent for the royal family to safeguard the state, a sentiment shared throughout the court. Even now, no one dares to voice the call for the reduction of princely powers, except for King Mu Tongji, who continuously invites criticism. This is because the other princes, being relatives, or having contributed to the establishment of the dynasty through their ancestors, stand in stark contrast to the lineage of the northern king, who was granted princely status under duress by the former emperor to secure his allegiance. Thus, at present, both His Majesty the Emperor and the Blue Minister persistently suppress the northern king, and in the court, rather than offering support, there is an air of schadenfreude. Further underscoring the northern king's isolation, the court's relentless pressure causes the northern king's residents to yield step by step. In the vast northeast, apart from Liaozhou, only the northern capital remains. Each has a residence for the northern king, but the true residence lies not in Liaozhou, but within the city of the northern capital. Su Beiyu and Gongsun Zhongmo, intending to meet the northern king, must travel to the northern capital. However, this time, it seems the northern king wishes to exhibit his sincere intent to honor the worthy. Thus, he has made the journey from the northern capital to the Chaoyang prefecture in Liaozhou. Emerging from the tavern, Su Beiyu and Song Guangguan proceeded, as per their master's arrangement, to meet him at the northern tower. Within the city of Chaoyang, three ancient towers stand tall, commonly referred to as the Eastern Tower, Southern Tower, and Northern Tower. The Northern Tower of Chaoyang was established during the Northern Wei period, constructed by Empress Dowager Wencheng of Northern Wei on the site of the former palace of Longqing in the Great Yin, to pray for the longevity and peace of her grandfather and to propagate Buddhist teachings. Having endured numerous wars, damages, and reconstructions, the Northern Tower of Chaoyang evolved with a foundation of rammed earth from the former Yin Palace, the base of the Xian Buddhist pagoda, a brick tower as its core, and the Liao Tower as its exterior. Its exquisite structure has earned the North Pagoda the title of the foremost tower in northeast China. Within the subterranean chambers of the North Pagoda lies the sacred relic of the Buddha himself, coupled with the relic housed in the South Pagoda. The city boasts two relics of the Buddha, thereby bestowing upon Chaoyang Prefecture the revered status of a Buddhist capital. A multitude of esteemed figures from the Buddhist community have taken residence here, making it one of the rare locales untouched by the influence of Taoist sections. As one approaches the northern part of the city, the resplendent golden hues of the North Pagoda can be observed. A faint aura of Buddhist light emanates from within the tower. Su Beiyu and Song Guangguan made their way directly towards the North Pagoda, halting their steps roughly 100 paces from its base. Song Guangguan gestured towards the pagoda and spoke softly. I have come across references in the scriptures of our sect, mentioning a venerable monk who attained the status of an arhat, residing within this tower. It is rare for anyone to withstand a strike from the sect leader. Yet this monk is among the few who can. His indomitable golden body has reached a state of minor perfection. Having withstood the onslaught of 6 celestial masters from the Xian sect without retaliating, remaining unscathed, Su Beiyu inquired, the status of arhat? To which Song Guangguan elucidated. The 5 immortals are a classification from the Taoist perspective. The Buddhist tradition does not delineate realms in such a manner. The status of arhat corresponds to the Taoist realm of terrestrial immortals. Su Beiyu remarked with a hint of admiration, another formidable master of the terrestrial immortal realm. Song Guangguan continued gently. The Taoist tradition speaks of 8 peak masters, while the Buddhist tradition recognizes 6 principal seats. These 14 individuals all exist above the 9th tier of terrestrial immortals, rendering those of lower tiers, like the Wheel King, mere insignificant figures in their presence. With a steady stride, Su Beiyu proceeded forward, his tone unassuming. Regardless of their standing, all terrestrial immortals are still terrestrial immortals. It is far beyond my capacity, as one who has yet to step into the realm of ghostly immortals, to make unfounded judgments. Surrounding the North Pagoda is an unusual expanse of emptiness. Devoid of temples or other edifices, it stands as a solitary tower. According to legend, the venerable monk of the Buddhist order resides atop the pagoda, safeguarding the relic of the Buddha. Over the years, there have been no reports of anyone daring to covet the Buddha's relic. Su Beiyu instinctively glanced up at the pinnacle of the North Pagoda, where the golden radiance was so profound it seemed almost tangible, a magnificent sight to behold. Within the golden light of the pagoda, a figure sat in meditation, hands clasped together, softly reciting, Namo Amitabha Buddha. Chapter 76. The unyielding body of gold. The venerable monk, draped in a golden red robe, sat cross-legged, resembling a gilded Buddha. Gradually, he rose and descended the tower, each step seemingly imbued with immense weight, as if he were not a mere mortal, but a statue forged from adamant rock. The entire northern tower radiated with the brilliance of the Buddha's light, and the old monk walked forth from this divine glow, akin to a celestial being descending to the earthly realm, journeying towards the western paradise. Song Guangguan, with a visage marked by astonishment, murmured, the arhat has emerged from the tower. A faint golden hue adorned the monk's skin, and with each step he took, the ground trembled, sending ripples of vitality outward in concentric circles. The Tianlan sword, resting at Su Beiyu's back, resonated in response, vibrating incessantly. As the monk advanced, the aura of Buddha light spread in tandem with his movements, swiftly transforming the area before the northern tower into a realm of golden glass. Song Guangguan, gathering his composure, stood shoulder to shoulder with Su Beiyu and whispered, this individual is Master Yuan Yu of the Buddhist order, the head of the Arhat Hall. His cultivation is likely at the 10th level of earth immortals. He does not cultivate forms of law, but instead perfects the golden body. The sect leader once remarked that he is as weighty as a mountain and as unyielding as a mountain. He seldom manifests in the mortal realm. I wonder what brings him forth today. When the monk was but a dozen yards from Su Beiyu and his companion, he suddenly halted. From his being, the golden glass realm rapidly expanded, intending to envelop Su Beiyu and Song Guangguan within its embrace. At that moment, a sword descended from the heavens, akin to a comet streaking across the sky, trailing a blinding radiance as it struck the ground mere feet before Su Beiyu. This sword, like the stabilizing needle of the sea, caused the once turbulent golden glass Buddha light to abruptly still, unable to advance another inch. Observing this, the monk slightly shook his head, joining his palms in reverence, and gently addressed Su Beiyu, benefactor, I perceive a connection between you and our Buddha. Would you consider studying the Dharma with me? Su Beiyu, taken aback, swiftly shook his head, replying, "Master, you jest. I am already under the guidance of a teacher." The monk inquired, "The sword sect?" Su Beiyu nodded affirmatively, "Indeed." The sword embedded in the ground before Su Beiyu began to tremble violently. The monk's expression remained impassive as he diverted his gaze from Su Beiyu to a figure who had materialized behind them. This person, with a head full of white hair, clad in black, bore a sword sheath upon his back. Though the sword was concealed within the sheath, to the monk's eyes, its aura soared to the heavens. Approaching Su Beiyu, he grasped the quivering Xianyuan sword. In an instant, the overwhelming Buddha light dissipated like mist. The monk sighed, "Sect master of the sword sect, Gongsun Zhongmo." Gongsun Zhongmo sheathed the Xianyuan sword and replied with a faint smile, "Master Yuanyu, have you perhaps gone a bit too far?" The monk's demeanor grew grave, and he retreated 3 paces, gazing at Gongsun Zhongmo from a distance, before casting a glance at Su Beiyu and slowly articulated, "It appears I have been remiss. For you are indeed a distinguished disciple of Gongsun." Gongsun Zhongmo maintained his smile, yet his voice turned slightly frosty, expressing concern that it was not merely an oversight, but perhaps an earnest attempt to deceive me, suggesting that the sword sect is devoid of capable individuals. He stepped forward abruptly, unleashing a wave of sword energy that radiated outward from where his foot landed. The venerable monk, entirely enveloped in golden robes, disregarded the sword energy that Gongsun Zhongmo had unleashed, closing his eyes and pressing his palms together, remaining motionless. In the next instant, the monk's robe billowed backward violently, yet his form remained steadfast. This sword energy, potent enough to sever the average ghostly immortal in half, left not even the slightest trace upon the monk. Su Beiyu inhaled softly, pondering if this was indeed the indomitable body of a Vajra. The sheer hardness of his physique likely surpassed many treasured weapons. If the sword sect represented the sharpest spear of the era, then the Buddhist order stood as the most formidable shield. Ultimately, the outcome of this clash of spear and shield hinged upon the cultivation levels of both parties. It was inconceivable for the weak to triumph over the strong. The monk again pressed his palms together and bowed his head, stating, "This humble monk has no intention to contest with Master Gongsun." Gongsun Zhongmo laughed heartily, releasing a torrent of sword energy from his mouth, exclaiming, "I wish to witness how the Buddhist golden body remains undefeated." Just one sword. The sword energy surged upward, ascending to the heavens before cascading down like the Milky Way. The monk silently chanted a Buddhist incantation, and a brilliant golden light enveloped him, akin to a Buddha standing between heaven and earth. At this moment, atop the North Tower, 2 observers were present. Among them, a young man of tall stature donned a black brocade robe, cinched at the waist with a tiger head belt, and his feet adorned with iron boots inlaid with jade. He bore the typical features of a northerner, his expression stern, yet a shadow of melancholy lingered in his brow. Most northerners are robust, and this young man's height was above average among his peers. Yet beside him stood a slightly older man, towering even higher, nearly 10 feet, as imposing as an iron tower. Drawing considerable attention, the young man leaned against the window, where golden light spilled forth, and softly inquired, "Jabo, who do you believe will prevail, Gongsun Zhongmo or Master Yuanyu?" The tall man, named Jabo, pondered briefly before responding, "Your Highness, if neither employs the extermination of immortals nor the Buddha's relics, but rather relies solely on their realms, the odds would roughly favor Gongsun Zhongmo 6-4 against Master Yuanyu. Your Highness, in the rigorously structured Diqi, only princes, dukes, princesses, and those of equivalent status to a duke may be addressed as such. In Liaozhou, only the Diqi's foreign prince, King Muxiang of Liao, is entitled to this honorific." Although Muxiang had faced several defeats in court, he had made remarkable strides in cultivation, embodying a celestial demeanor. At the mere age of 30, he had already traversed into the realm of earthly immortals, possessing a Vajra-like prowess that rivals that of ordinary Buddhist monks. As for Jabo, standing beside Muxiang, he was no ordinary figure either, being the left commander of the northeastern border forces. Despite the recent decline in the northeastern army's might due to the burdens imposed by King Muxiang, rendering their power lesser compared to the past, and ranking lower among the major border forces, they remained one of Diqi's most elite fighting forces, albeit slightly diminished when compared to the other prominent armies. Regarding the response from Jabo, Mu Tangji did not express a definitive opinion, lightly laughing as he said, "My cultivation is inferior to yours, and even more so to those two formidable masters beneath the tower who have ascended beyond the 10th level. As for the outcome, it remains obscured to one of my humble status, limited to merely the first tier of Earth Immortal. However, I possess an understanding of human nature. Gongsun Zhongmo's actions at this moment are not driven by any personal vendetta against the Buddhist sect, nor are they a reaction to the minor incident that just transpired. Ultimately, this is a display intended for my eyes. Previously, our interactions were merely superficial, characterized by polite exchanges. Now, as we seek a deeper connection, it is only natural that he must demonstrate his true capabilities. His willingness to act indicates a profound confidence in his own strength. Mu Tangji had indeed faced repeated defeats in the court, but such failures were not indicative of his lack of cunning or skill, nor were they reflective of being an irredeemable wastrel. Rather, it was the overwhelming strength of his adversaries, the current emperor, the Prime Minister Lan Yu, and the Grand General Wei Jin, that rendered him powerless. It was a case of being outmatched, not a sin of war. Xiaobo solemnly responded, "Your Highness speaks the truth. It is I who have been remiss in my considerations." Mu Tangji mused, "The Demon Suppression Hall harbors 3 significant threats. The foremost is Qing Chun, a deity who has once grappled with the heads of the Taoist sects across 3 generations. The second threat is Murong Xianyin, who commands the later established Xian sect, known for his enigmatic actions and astonishing feats, particularly in recent years, where he has maintained a close rapport with the king of the north. The third threat is Gongsun Zhongmo, a wanderer with extensive connections, who has dedicated years to reviving the sword sect and has recently triumphed over the lord of the Demon Suppression Hall. Among these 3, who would not wish to recruit them? Should they sincerely pledge their allegiance, even the Taoist sect leaders might overlook past grievances. Alas, our temple in the northeast is too small to accommodate such formidable bodhisattvas. We can only offer our prayers, content to hope for their divine intervention at critical moments." Xiaobo chuckled. His Majesty is indeed tempted. Mu Tangji sighed, remaining silent. Suddenly, Xiaobo's expression changed dramatically. The torrent of sword energy cascading from the heavens had finally reached the ground. The golden form of Master Yuan Yu stood firm against this deluge of sword energy. Yet the earth beneath him shattered inch by inch, plunging him hundreds of fathoms deep into the ground. After a moment of silence, Mu Tangji turned and walked towards the base of the tower. Life and death were yet to be determined, but the outcome had already been established. Chapter 77. The sound of bells and the feast in the Black Hall. Mu Tangji, accompanied by Cha Bo, descended from the North Tower. With a smile and a respectful gesture, he greeted, "Mr. Gongsun, it has been a while. How have you been?" Gongsun Zhongmo, straightforward as always, replied, "I initially believed that with the momentum from the Battle of Jilu City, I would not need to exert much effort. However, His Highness the Prince of Liao seems particularly keen to witness my abilities firsthand. Very well, I shall seize this opportunity to experience the unassailable prowess of the Buddhist sect." As golden light ascended, Master Yuan Yue's figure slowly emerged from the deep pit, hands clasped in reverence. "Master Gongsun, your skills are commendable. I humbly acknowledge my inferiority." A fleeting shadow passed through Mu Tangji's eyes, yet he responded with a warm smile. "I have prepared a welcome banquet for you, Mr. Gongsun. I hope you will honor us with your presence." Gongsun Zhongmo merely smiled in agreement. However, Master Yuan Yue, bound by his duty to protect the North Tower, could not leave and did not accompany them. The banquet was held at the Prince of Liao's residence, featuring an ancient style of dining rather than the contemporary round-table setting. Each guest had their own table, kneeling to partake in their meal. Maidens, holding white jade wine vessels, served wine while others offered dishes with ivory chopsticks. Musicians played lively tunes, and dancers performed in the center to elevate the atmosphere, setting aside the opulence of the Liao prince's residence. The grandeur of such a noble feast truly opened Su Beiyou's eyes. The 2 maidens by his side clearly put thought into their attire, dressed in flowing robes reminiscent of Jiangnan ladies, adorned with crimson and jade headpieces. As they served wine and dishes, their graceful movements resembled the enchanting allure of red sleeves, an exquisite elegance that would make one mistake them for daughters of ordinary officials, rather than the Liao prince's servants. Su Beiyu, who had never ventured into the upper echelons of society, felt a tinge of reverence for this meal. After all, the man before him was a prince of Deqi, nominally in control of the three northeastern provinces, one of the most esteemed individuals in the realm. While his master, Gongsun Zhongmo, had the standing to sit at the same table, Su Beiyu did not share that privilege. Throughout the banquet, most conversations were between the Prince of Liao and Gongsun Zhongmo, with Su Beiyu occasionally included, yet he did not perceive any neglect. In truth, Mu Tongji had already shown considerable favor to Su Beiyu today, had it not been for Su Beiyu being the designated successor of Gongsun Zhongmo. A youth of such humble standing would not ordinarily be granted the honor of sharing a meal with them. Seated opposite Su Beiyu was Cha Bo, the commander of the northeastern border army, a man in the prime of life between 40 and 50, tall and imposing, with a serious demeanor typical of those from the northeastern military. Throughout the evening, while he appeared silent, Cha Bo continually observed Su Beiyu. Unfortunately, regardless of the turmoil within, Su Beiyu maintained an impassive expression, for both Mu Tongji and Cha Bo were neither allies nor adversaries to him. He was no longer the wandering swordsman struggling for survival in Danxia stronghold. He was now the young master of the sword sect, with a sword immortal as his mentor and a teacher who had once matched wits with Lan Yu. Accompanied by Tian Lan, one of the 12 swords of the sword sect, and adorned in newly acquired brocade garments, even with attendants by his side, he understood the importance of maintaining composure regardless of his company. The dancers in the hall performed the ancient dance Yunmen, which, alongside Xianqi, Daxia, Daxia, Dabo, and Dao, is revered as one of the 6 classical dances. The dancers glided gracefully, embodying the fluidity of clouds and water, showcasing the exquisite elegance of the female form. After witnessing this rendition of Yunmen, Su Beiyu was suddenly struck by an inexplicable thought. How delightful it would be to encounter once more that enigmatic woman clad in purple, to share in the experience of dance and revelry together. Yet, her silhouette vanished as fleetingly as it had appeared, leaving behind only a ripple of bittersweet longing in his heart. With a self-deprecating smile, he raised his cup and drank deeply. The banquet continued into the late hours of the night. Once it concluded, Gongsun Zhongmo and Mutong headed to the study, while Su Beiyu and Song Guangguan, under the guidance of a steward, traversed a long, secluded corridor towards the guest quarters in the side courtyard. Though termed a side courtyard, it was more exquisite than many a grand residence of the affluent. The seemingly endless corridor featured meticulously aligned black pillars, standing in perfect symmetry, creating a straight line no matter the angle of approach. Rows of vibrant red lanterns hung suspended between the pillars, casting a crimson glow upon the polished black surfaces, intertwining red and black, deepening the sense of the courtyard's profoundness. This scene momentarily stirred Su Beiyu. The corridor mirrored the path he now tread. The red symbolized blood, while the black represented an unseen future devoid of light. The intertwining of red and black illustrated a journey fraught with hardship and sacrifice. The path appeared interminable, much like his uncertainty about how far he must journey to clear the mists and finally behold the moon. Following Gongsun Zhongmo in the revival of the sword sect had elevated him from his humble origins into another realm. Yet it had also ensnared him in a path of no return, one overshadowed by the imposing mountain that was the Dao sect, an almost insurmountable obstacle. Even though he currently had a master to guide him, the day would inevitably come when he must walk alone. He understood that it was this towering mountain that obscured all light, leaving his path a mere tapestry of black and red, devoid of any glimmer of brightness. Should he advance, he would either be crushed by this mountain or find a way to overthrow it. Yet, he could also retreat, choosing a life of quiet survival. In his reverie, it felt as though 2 paths diverged beneath his feet, stretching further apart with each step. After a moment of contemplation, he silently resolved to tread the path of red and black. To hesitate in such matters would mean he was no longer Su Beiyu. Beside him, Song Guangguan felt less profoundly affected. She gazed at Su Beiyu, adorned in a dark red inner robe and a black patterned outer garment, thinking only that the residence suited him well. If one day he were truly capable of acquiring such a dwelling for himself, it would be splendid. Perhaps it was fate. From the moment she first encountered this young master, she harbored an inexplicable feeling that he was destined to inherit the mantle of the sect leader, not merely because he was favored by the leader, but due to an aura about him that she could not articulate. It wasn't until much later that she stumbled upon the phrase she had longed to express but had been unable to articulate. In times of great significance, maintain tranquility. Do not doubt that today's world lacks the wisdom of ancient sages. As for the guiding steward, he is no ordinary individual. The Liao Wangfu has two chief stewards. One resides in the northern capital, overseeing that branch of the estate, while the other is the one before us, managing the Liao Wangfu in Liaozhou. Though this is a secluded courtyard, it conceals profound intricacies, particularly within this elongated corridor, which has been meticulously arranged by a master. The corridor's pillars and lanterns serve as focal points, forming a narrow formation that transcends mere cultivation and directly engages the visitor's state of mind. Those who cultivate their power without nurturing their hearts are bound to become momentarily disoriented in the presence of this formation, unable to access the guest rooms and compelled to seek lodgings elsewhere. What astonished this chief steward was that Su Beiyu, apart from a fleeting moment of distraction upon his arrival, exhibited no signs of confusion throughout the journey. This secluded abode, named King Lianju, exclusively caters to esteemed guests. Over the years, it has welcomed a myriad of distinguished individuals, including Taoist masters, eminent Buddhist monks, Confucian scholars, and high-ranking officials, totaling nearly 100. Among these, aside from those who have already attained the realm of earth immortals, only a handful remained unaffected by the formation. Remarkably, this young man, who has yet to step into even the first-grade realm, possesses such composure. It is often said that a prime minister's family harbors officials of the 7th rank, and a prince's chief steward ought to be at least of the 3rd rank. This seasoned steward, accustomed to the tempests of power, could not help but reassess Su Beiyu with newfound seriousness, etching this name into his memory, a name that may one day resonate throughout the realm. He walked ahead in silence, reminiscing about the prominent figures who had traversed this very path. In years past, Prince Wei, Xiao Jin, had walked this way to persuade the old lord, Mu Rinchi, to surrender. The once not yet esteemed leader, the Taoist Master Qiu Yi, had also journeyed here. The Buddhist abbot, Master Qiu Yu, had passed this way. Even the current prime minister, Lan Yu, had walked this corridor. The most recent notable individual to traverse this hall was the esteemed General Wei Jin. Each of these figures was a true titan capable of influencing the tides of the world, and now, the young man named Su Beiyu has followed in their footsteps. Will he, in the future, ascend to the heights attained by these illustrious individuals? Chapter 78. Heartfelt conversations between master and disciple in the study. Mu Tongji and Gongsun Zhongmo sat facing each other. Not long after, a knock echoed from outside the door. Mu Tongji whispered, "Come in." Su Beiyu, clad in black and red attire, entered, bowing respectfully. "Your Highness, King of Liao, Master." At merely 30 years of age, Mu Tongji, the King of Liao, possessed a youthful and handsome visage, yet his demeanor often mirrored that of the elders seated before him. Both carried the weight of their respective legacies, one bearing the nearly defunct sword sect, the other the crumbling Liao royal household. Gongsun Zhongmo's decades of experience had cultivated a serene detachment, forged through the vicissitudes of life, while Mu Tongji, still a youth, lacked such resilience, succumbing instead to the burdens that transformed him into a brooding monarch. Even Su Beiyu could perceive the shadow of melancholy etched upon Mu Tongji's brow, revealing the immense weight of his thoughts and responsibilities. Mu Tongji nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Though he did not deliberately exude the grandeur typical of distinguished figures, he was not unlikable. Setting aside his royal title, he was undeniably a paragon of the refined elite, meticulously nurtured by his lineage. Had fate dealt him another hand, he might have flourished as a charming young gentleman, penning poetry and engaging in the arts of civility. Alas, he was born into a princely family, orphaned early, and thus compelled to shoulder an oppressive burden, one that could easily overwhelm the unprepared. However, with the cautionary tales of figures like Duanmu Yu, Su Beiyu approached his peers from illustrious families with trepidation. The King of Liao, as the epitome of nobility, particularly instilled in him a sense of caution. Gongsun Zhongmo observed with keen interest as Su Beiyu engaged with the soon-to-be ally, the King of Liao. Su Beiyu was designated as his successor. While he did not expect immediate prowess from him, it was essential to begin laying the groundwork. A vast network of relationships rested solely upon Gongsun Zhongmo's shoulders, and should he falter, those connections would sever. His current task was to ensure that Su Beiyu could inherit this meticulously woven web. With the king of Liao being a significant thread within it, it would be unrealistic to expect Su Beiyu to confront the king. The disparity was too great. Instead, it would serve as a valuable experience, though Su Beiyu was not oblivious to the struggles of the lower classes. He lacked exposure to the intricacies of the upper echelons of society. Such knowledge could not be imparted through mere words. It required lived experience. Gongsun Zhongmo chuckled softly. King of Liao, you are both still young. The road ahead is long. This world may belong to us old souls today, but tomorrow it shall be yours. Mu Tongji smiled in silence. While Gongsun Zhongmo's remarks carried an air of elder wisdom, perhaps somewhat excessive, they were not entirely unfounded. Considering that Gongsun Zhongmo and his mother belonged to the same generation. As for Su Beiyu, though he appeared inscrutable for now, being favored by Gongsun Zhongmo suggested he was far from ordinary. Gongsun Zhongmo gestured towards Su Beiyu and spoke slowly. The path shared with the Liao King and the sword sect will be a long one. Yet my own journey is not destined to be lengthy. From now on, the one who will engage His Highness the Liao King in such heart-wrenching discussions will be him. Mu Tongji responded calmly. Are you, Mr. Gongsun, making arrangements for your affairs after you depart? Gongsun Zhongmo, seated upright in his chair, smiled gently, as one ages. Thoughts inevitably turn to matters beyond this life. You, emerging from a prestigious family, understand the true essence of such esteemed lineage. Whether ordinary families or royal bloodlines, they all revolve around the concept of family. In youth, one waits for the patriarch to pave the way, and upon becoming the patriarch, one lays the path for their offspring. This cycle perpetuates through generations. The same applies to sects. When my master departed too soon, the sword sect withered, and I bore the brunt of that suffering. Thus, I do not wish for my disciple to traverse such winding paths. Mu Tongji chuckled lightly. Her voice tinged with the soft elegance nurtured within the royal household. Mr. Gongsun, given your cultivation, is it not premature to discuss such matters? Gongsun Zhongmo replied with a serene smile. When it's time to let go, one must let go. While I still draw breath, it is prudent to correct any missteps, lest they lead to irreparable errors in the future. Mu Tongji appeared somewhat incredulous, having heard that Mr. Gongsun was of the same age as the head of the Taoist sect, yet their dispositions were starkly different. Gongsun Zhongmo dismissed the notion, same age, different fates. He ascends towards the heavens, while I must tread upon the earth. Su Beiyu maintained a calm demeanor, remaining silent. According to Buddhist teachings, life encompasses 8 sufferings: birth, aging, illness, death, separation from loved ones, encounters with the resentful, unfulfilled desires, and the inability to let go. Gongsun Zhongmo had endured a lifetime of tribulations, his family's downfall, the death of his brother, the separation from his spouse, and the unfulfilled yearnings tied to the sword sect. He had experienced myriad hardships. Perhaps in the not-so-distant future, another encounter with resentment and aversion awaited. Indeed, how bitter life can be. Yet, as the sage once remarked, when heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon a person, it first sharpens their mind through suffering, strengthens their bones through labor, exposes them to hunger, deprives them of their possessions, and disrupts their endeavors, so as to cultivate their will and enhance their capabilities. It was precisely through such rises and falls that the present Gongsun Zhongmo was forged. No longer was he the proud young scion of a noble family. He had nearly risen from nothing, standing against both the Taoist sect and the imperial court, securing his foothold in this world. Today, even clad in a tattered black robe, Gongsun Zhongmo exuded an aura of authority more than Su Beiyu, adorned in brocade and satin, a testament to the strength honed by the passage of time and the complexities of society. This profound discourse in the study continued until the early hours of the morning, with Su Beiyu primarily listening, refraining from interjecting. Upon leaving the study, the master and disciple made their way to Qinglian residence. As they traversed the long, dark corridor, Gongsun Zhongmo slowly remarked, "Do you find this corridor somewhat peculiar? This is, in fact, a formation left behind by one of the 3 great figures of the Buddhist sect from years past, the esteemed Kong Kong. It is quite intriguing. Initially, I intended to invite you to the study, yet Mu Tongji opposed it. Thus, we made a wager. If you could traverse this long corridor, Mu Tongji would grant you access to the study. In the end, you did not bring shame upon your master, astonishing His Highness, the king of Liao. Mu Tongji is a person of particular disposition, whether one describes him as being driven solely by self-interest or as possessing a pronounced sense of ambition. He nonetheless has discernible principles and boundaries, willing to accept the terms of a bet. What is the most crucial aspect for a man? It is not the bedroom, but the study. In days of yore, Xiaoyu maintained 3 studies of varying significance, known as the warm body pavilion, the spirit-nurturing pavilion, and the heart-guarding pavilion. The warm body pavilion was accessible to those of certain status, where Xiaoyu would convene discussions. The spirit-nurturing pavilion was far more private, admitting only a select few trusted confidants, whereas the heart-guarding pavilion was entirely off-limits to anyone but Xiaoyu himself. Even Lin Yinping was not permitted entry. Thus, Mu Tongji's consent for you to enter his study today signifies his acknowledgement of you. While it may be partly due to my influence, it also serves to cultivate a bond for the future. Should you one day succeed me, this early connection will carry considerable weight. Su Beiyu nodded silently. Gongsun Zhongmo spoke calmly. Since we have arrived at this juncture, allow me to share some heartfelt words. Earlier, when Mu Tongji inquired if I was making arrangements for my final affairs, the truth is, it is both true and not true. Having reached this age, I am somewhat in the twilight of my years. The path ahead is one you must navigate on your own, and it is fraught with difficulty and length. You may find yourself traversing it for a lifetime. To ease your journey, you will require not only resilience, but also insight, vision, and depth of character. Among your peers, your depth of character is commendable, as you can mask your emotions well. What you lack are insight and vision, which are generally interdependent. One must possess insight to develop a broader perspective. This is not merely about accompanying me on travels. It necessitates contemplation and a quest for transformation. Such qualities are innate and cannot be forced. Desiring to be exceptional is admirable. I detest when young individuals speak of a carefree existence, retreating into seclusion with whimsical notions. There has never been a truly carefree person in this world. To attain such freedom, you must first subdue the very world beneath your feet. Only then will you find true liberation. Su Beiyu nodded gravely. Gongsun Zhongmo continued with a smile. For the common folk, minor officials, county magistrates, and governors, the path to the provincial authorities, the 3 divisions of a state, the 6 ministries, and the cabinet is riddled with thresholds. Not to mention the military officers and generals under the great governoress office, as well as the royal family and court eunuchs. The court boasts of 1 million troops and 100,000 officials. This is no mere exaggeration. Therefore, cultivate patience and persevere. With time, you will rise. Much like stepping upon the shoulders of others for elevation. Should you find there are no more to step upon one day, you will have truly become exceptional. Chapter 79. Who can avenge the dead? That evening, the master and disciple engaged in a lengthy conversation. Gongsun Zhongmo consumed 2 pots of wine. Though his demeanor remained calm and composed, he could not conceal the profound sense of solitude and melancholy that accompanied his advancing years. He even spoke of the intricacies of marital relations, lamenting, one should marry a woman of virtue and take a concubine for love. If you aspire to achieve greatness, a wife is of paramount importance. The 3 great clans, paternal, maternal, and that of one's wife, are crucial. Without parents, one cannot rely on the paternal or maternal lines. Thus, the wife's family becomes essential. As the saying goes, a solitary tree cannot stand alone. It was precisely because Xiaoyu married the daughter of Lin Yuan that he gained the capital to rise. Even the emperor of the Great Qi was not exempt from this. How could you be any different? Therefore, seek a wife who can be a source of support. He continued, supportive women can be categorized into 2 types. Those who possess inherent qualities and those whose families provide the necessary backing. In general, if you hail from a prestigious lineage, seek the former, otherwise, opt for the latter. Su Beiyu hesitated slightly and replied, Master, I once encountered a woman riding a magnificent steed, whose background must be considerable. Even Duanmu you would seem diminished in her presence. Gongsun Zhongmo replied nonchalantly, to humble the scion of the Duanmu family, she must surely belong to the Shao clan, and it must be from the direct line. The women of the Shao family are significant allies in any respect, yet fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Such women often possess deep cunning and profound depths. None are easy to engage with. To provoke a woman from the Shao family might lead to dire consequences. It would be wiser to wait a few more years. Su Beiyu nodded. saying, "I shall heed your counsel, master." After a moment's hesitation, Gongsun Zhongmo placed a hand on Su Beiyu's shoulder and gently remarked, "You are still young, and the road ahead is long. Your future encompasses far more than a singular hall of swordsmanship. The vast world and its kingdoms are far more splendid than any woman. Therefore, refrain from hasty decisions. Even when it appears there is no retreat, do not rush to sever ties. Pause and reflect, for perhaps the tides will turn, revealing new paths amid the shadows." Though Su Beiyu was uncertain why his master had offered such profound wisdom that night, he committed each word to memory. Frankly, when others lauded him as the young master of the sword sect, it was largely due to Gongsun Zhongmo's reputation. Without him, who would recognize Su Beiyu? Gongsun Zhongmo nurtured him, intending for him to shoulder the burdens of the future, and thus Su Beiyu felt obliged to accept this responsibility. It is against reason to acquire skills without being willing to bear the attendant responsibilities. Subsequently, Gongsun Zhongmo shared numerous tales from the past, some of which he had personally experienced, while others he had heard. One particular story left a deep impression on Su Beiyu. In the imperial capital, rife with influential figures, a young nobleman, while galloping on horseback, accidentally killed a man. If this individual had been an ordinary citizen, it might have been manageable. However, the victim was a scion of the Shao family, albeit from a collateral branch. This complicated matters significantly, for regardless of the circumstances, he bore the Shao surname, making it impossible to downplay the incident without repercussions that could affect the entire clan. However, this young nobleman was indeed a decisive individual. Alone, he ventured to the residence of the deceased member of the royal clan, armed with a short dagger. He first knelt and bowed, acknowledging his wrongdoing, and then, before the spirit of the departed Shao family member, he plunged the blade into his own abdomen, declaring that one life must be traded for another. Fortunately, there were numerous mourners present at the time, preventing the young nobleman from perishing in that moment. After this dramatic display of self-sacrifice, Shao Mo, who was then the representative of a collateral branch, found it difficult to pursue the matter further. Thus, he smoothly negotiated a reconciliation with the young nobleman's father. Of course, the noble house had to concede certain terms, but this was far preferable to open hostility and enmity. Such is the cunning and temperament of the scions of noble families. Upon hearing this tale, Su Beiyu could only think that anyone who believes these young nobles to be mere frivolous and irresponsible playboys is truly a fool. Such temperament and cunning are not possessed by the average person. In future dealings with such individuals, one must tread with utmost caution. As dawn approached, Su Beiyu took his leave. After his departure, Gongsun Zhongmo set aside the wine jug and sighed softly, lamenting, "What a pity it is. If only I could have a son like that, the Gongsun family would not face a lack of successors." A splendid bed adorned with a vibrant red quilt lay in a room filled with the allure of spring and the soft sounds of breath. This was the bedroom of His Highness the Prince of Liao. At this moment, the prince had finally cast aside the facade of courtesy and restraint he maintained in public. His visage twisted in a fierce expression, devoid of any tenderness. He was mercilessly urging on the courtesan beneath him. This contest between the sexes lasted for nearly half an hour, and it was only with the woman's prolonged, melodious sigh that the curtain finally fell on the encounter. Mu Tongji rose, gently caressing the fair and exquisite form beside him. Having spent his formative years within the royal palace, he found as he aged that a heavy aura of melancholy enveloped him. Eventually, this gloom became burdensome not only to others but to himself as well. To alleviate this weight, he gradually succumbed to the allure of feminine company. As the foremost prince of the northeastern provinces, what manner of woman could he not attract? He had a particular fondness for women of slightly advanced age and noble status. The higher their rank, the more exhilarated he became. Take, for instance, the courtesan he had just whipped, a woman of exceptional standing in Liao Prefecture. Following her husband's demise, she lived independently, enjoying a life of autonomy. Yet, since being taken by the prince several years prior, she had forsaken her status and devoted herself entirely to Mu Tongji, responding to his every call, not out of fear of the princess' power, but rather due to the pangs of loneliness. It must be said that regardless of status or position, human nature often reveals its baser instincts. After rising, the woman remained languidly reclined on the bed, a quilt merely covering the critical area of her abdomen. exposing an enchanting expanse of porcelain skin. The woman, surnamed Feng, was no ordinary lady. Hailing from a prestigious family, she later married a powerful military leader. Following her husband's death, bolstered by her family's support and her own considerable acumen, she was not easily victimized. Thus, she was both beautiful and far from a mere ornament. In the beginning, Mu Tongji regarded her merely as a plaything, yet as time passed, an unanticipated affection gradually blossomed, leading to the sharing of many intimate matters. Feng Shi was aware of the visit from Gongsun Zhongmo and his disciple Su Beiyu, and she harbored considerable apprehension towards these two figures, particularly Gongsun Zhongmo. As a woman raised amidst rigid conventions, she was especially wary of those who flouted the rules. Generally, the behavior of high-ranking officials could be anticipated, but the temperament of such extraordinary individuals was notoriously difficult to gauge, especially those solitary and unencumbered immortals who, should they choose to sever one's head with a single stroke, could vanish into the horizon. What use would a million troops be then? With her elbows resting on the brocade quilt, the woman gazed at the man's silhouette and softly inquired, "Your Highness summoned me last night in haste. Have you encountered some disquieting matters?" After all, having shared a bed for many years, Feng Shi had gleaned some insight into Mu Tongji's character. Whenever his heart was troubled, he would summon her, unleashing his frustrations upon her without a trace of compassion. The last occasion had been due to General Wei Jin's border patrol, which had led to the dismissal of several trusted commanders from the Liao royal household. That night, Mu Tongji had caused her to endure a harrowing experience multiple times, leaving her unable to rise the following day. Mu Tongji furrowed his brow, implying, "Gongsun Zhongmo has grown old, while Su Beiyu is still too young. There is a gap between them." The woman turned over under the brocade quilt, revealing her beauty, and looked up at the gauzy curtains above the bed, gently suggesting, "If that is the case, why not let it go, Your Highness?" Mu Tongji scoffed softly, dismissing her perspective as that of a woman's. The woman chuckled lightly, gradually rising to drape herself against his back, her arms encircling his chest, tracing gentle circles on his torso while she breathed softly, "I am but a little woman." "Your Highness, your little woman." Mu Tongji cast a glance at her, and the embers of desire that had just begun to cool flared up anew. He turned abruptly, grasping her cascading hair, forcefully pressing her head down while darkly asserting, "What I seek is not Gongsun Zhongmo himself, but the vast web he weaves. If Su Beiyu can inherit that web, even if it means engaging with me on equal terms, I would accept it." The woman was rendered speechless. Her voice caught in her throat. After a moment, Mu Tongji's expression softened, and he spoke gently, "I have just heard a whisper from the demon suppression hall. The Taoist master is preparing to descend the mountain." The woman, who had been kneeling with her head bowed, suddenly widened her eyes in surprise. Chapter 80. Contemplation. On entering the imperial capital since the passing of her husband, Lady Feng had inevitably found herself in the public eye. No longer the naive woman secluded within the confines of a grand estate. Furthermore, having embarked on the grand vessel of Mu Tongji, her horizons had broadened significantly. She was acutely aware of the weight carried by the title of the master of the sect, akin to the emperor himself embarking on a southern tour, both events capable of stirring the hearts of countless individuals. Lady Feng held a firm confidence in Mu Tongji's network, cultivated over generations. Her maternal grandfather, Mu Rinqi, and her great-uncle, Mu Guan, were prominent figures of their time. Mu Rinqi had once conspired with the illustrious Emperor Xiao Lai of the Great Qi to seize control of the previous Great Zheng court, holding the title of chief minister while Mu Rinqi served as the privy seal, a position of immense power. Though subsequently overshadowed by the Xiao clan's might, which swept across the northern lands, the Mu family had not been reduced to mere puppets of the imperial court. They maintained a stronghold of their own. After Mu Rinqi's demise, his father, Cha Mang, married Mu Rinqi's daughter, preserving the noble title and safeguarding the three provinces of Liaozhou, Yuzhou, and Jincheng. By the time of his generation, he reverted to the surname Mu with his mother, while the princely house of Liaowang retained the Mu name. However, Jincheng and Yuzhou had adopted the Xiao surname. Despite this, the bonds cultivated by their ancestors remained intact, particularly with the lord of the Demon Suppression Hall, who was a close friend of Mu Tongji's father, nearly regarding Mu Tongji as his own kin. This information, sourced from the Demon Suppression Hall, bore the weight of authenticity. Could it be that this master of the sect, who had not descended the mountain for over 30 years, was indeed prepared to make an exception? After another bout of tumult, Mu Tongji returned to his usual demeanor, resting with his eyes closed against the gentle embrace of the woman beside him, relishing her delicate ministrations. With a hint of regret, he remarked, "If Gongsun Zhongmo can endure this trial, I shall wholeheartedly commit to the alliance. However, should he falter, I cannot be blamed for perceived treachery, as the world is such, and I too am ensnared within it." Lady Feng remained silent, aware that certain matters were beyond her purview to discuss. They sat quietly on the resplendent bed, each lost in their thoughts. In that moment, Mu Tongji shed the gloom and regal coldness, resembling a child untouched by the burdens of adulthood. Time passed unnoticed until the soft glow of dawn filtered into the room. Mu Tongji opened his eyes and, with Lady Feng's assistance, began to don his attire. Clad in a dragon robe and golden crown, with a jade belt and embroidered boots, the 7 Eastern pearls on his coronet sparkled brilliantly as he admired his reflection in the tall bronze mirror, transforming once more into the princely lord of Liaowang. He stepped outside, gazing at the rising sun, bathing in the autumn morning light, then closed his eyes and whispered softly, "How does one attain true freedom in life?" Meanwhile, within the serene confines of Qinglian residence, Su Beiyu had already risen early, practicing his swordplay with a lack of spirit and energy. Song Guangguan stood nearby, holding the sword sheath and observing, occasionally offering corrections to the young master. After all, she was a formidable expert nearing the realm of immortals, more than capable of guiding someone still beneath the first-tier level like Su Beiyu. After executing the 108th sword move, Su Beiyu halted, casually tossing the Tianlan sword into Song Guangguan's hands. He then retrieved a handkerchief to wipe his hands, shaking his head in lamentation. This is a true demonstration of the manners of noble families. Even dressing oneself requires the attendance of 4 maidservants. It is no exaggeration to say that some signs of aristocratic houses never don their own garments. Song Guangguan chuckled. The Liao royal household is somewhat lacking in comparison. The nobility in the imperial capital is truly meticulous. Su Beiyu handed the handkerchief back to Song Guangguan and reclaimed his Tianlan sword, stating, "I must seize the opportunity to visit the imperial capital and witness the splendor of this esteemed land for myself." Song Guangguan's eyes narrowed into crescent shapes as she recalled. In bygone days, the imperial capital was known as the Eastern capital. When Emperor Shao departed from there, he remarked that if he were to become emperor one day, the Eastern capital would be adorned in black armor. Indeed, he returned with an army of 100,000 black-armored soldiers, and the city was filled with cries of acclamation. Moreover, my sect's founder, the venerable Shangguan Xianqian, once accepted an invitation from the great Emperor Shenzong of the Great Zheng to the Eastern capital, where he contended against 3 eminent Taoist masters, manifesting a dragon of swords formed from myriad flying blades, visible throughout the city. If you were to ascend to the status of a grand sword immortal and return to the imperial capital, it would surely be a scene of overwhelming might. Su Beiyu, momentarily lost in thought, soon smiled and replied, "You are merely enchanting me with sweet words. What grand sword immortal in the imperial capital? I shall focus on honing my sword." Song Guangguan, her expression turning serious, said, "I truly believe there will come a day when you achieve that." Su Beiyu grasped the Tianlan sword, his palm gently caressing the blade's tip, and chuckled, "Then I shall borrow your auspicious words and await that day." A smile returned to Song Guangguan's face, though she chose not to speak further. The reason she recounted these ancient tales to Su Beiyu was partly due to her genuine belief in his potential, and partly out of concern for him. The imperial capital could no longer be described merely as a place where fish and dragons mingle. It was a realm where hidden dragons lie in wait. In the northwestern territories, Duanmu Yu commanded immense prestige, yet in the imperial capital, he would merely be regarded as a moderately esteemed scion. The myriad institutions, the 6 ministries, 9 ministers, the Grand Commandant's office, the royal clan, noble families, the inner court's 24 offices, alongside the Shadow Guard, the National Academy, the Celestial Monitoring Office, the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, and the Hamlin Academy, constituted a formidable array. In the realm of cultivators, if one has not reached the ghostly immortal realm, they are destined to become mere gatekeepers. Even those who do reach the ghostly immortal stage may only attain the status of guest elders. It is not uncommon for prominent families to possess great offerings at the earth immortal level. This is the very core of the court, equivalent in stature to the Taoist sects, not to mention the Shao royal family, which has governed the imperial capital for many years. The Taoist sect leader, revered as the foremost figure in the realm, has openly declared that if Emperor Shao were alive, he would not dare to venture into the imperial capital, akin to how the once invincible Emperor Shao would not dare to ascend the Taoist peak alone. In Song Guangguan's view, given Su Beiyou's current level of cultivation, a journey to the imperial capital would likely result in obscurity rather than prominence. He might barely manage to survive, or even face the peril of being overwhelmed. Thus, she intentionally voiced her concerns to dissuade him from the burgeoning ambition he had just begun to entertain. Indeed, Su Beiyou reined in his thoughts and began to silently cultivate the dragon tiger technique. Song Guangguan stood to the side, gazing at the tranquil workings of Su Beiyou's chi mechanism. His visage was pristine, devoid of the ruggedness typical of a northwestern man. Yet it possessed the lofty and expansive essence of the Northwest. Such a person seemed inherently endowed with a vast heart, akin to the boundless wilderness of that region. It was evident that he was destined for a long life. In contrast, the distant glance she cast upon the Liao king, Mu Tongji, revealed to her a character whose breadth of spirit was wholly unworthy of his esteemed position. He was bound to suffocate under the weight of his own limitations, resembling a figure doomed to a brief existence. Song Guangguan prided herself on her ability to discern character. In her youth, when both her parents had passed away, she pondered how to stave off hunger when a towering elder, bearing a sword sheath, appeared before her, inquiring if she would care to follow him. After a moment of contemplation, the young Song Guangguan nodded in agreement, a decision that proved fortuitous. She accompanied the man, known as Gongsun Zhongmo, to a hidden sanctuary where many other orphan girls resided. Each girl wielded a wooden sword, but their daily rations amounted to only 10 portions for dozens of them. To satiate their hunger, they had to best one another. After enduring a single day of hunger, Song Guangguan was never again deprived. A few months later, she reunited with the elder, who personally imparted the art of swordsmanship to her. Eventually, she discovered the elder's true identity, by which time she had already ascended to the rank of a swordswoman in the Sword Chi Ascendant Hall. Subsequently, under the orders of the sect leader, she repeatedly undertook various missions, most of which involved assassination. Nonetheless, even in such grim endeavors, she felt her circumstances had vastly improved compared to her previous precarious existence. She reveled in her initial choice. Had she not decided to follow the esteemed leader, would she not have been left to wither away, perhaps even reduced to mere fodder for wild dogs? Now, she had risen to become one of the 12 sword masters of the Sword Chi Ascendant Hall. Though she occupied the lowest rank, she was still amidst the 36 swordsmen, thus earning her place in the hierarchy. Upon her first sight of Su Beiyou on the Xiaolong Prairie, she initially paid him little mind, but as time passed, her esteem for the young master grew, and she found him increasingly agreeable. She firmly believed that one day, he would inherit the sect leader's mantle and elevate the sword sect to new heights. She had faith in her judgment. Chapter 81. The maiden named Jinan of the Shao clan after completing his daily routine. Su Beiyou continued to focus primarily on the sword technique of the 36 swords, complemented by the teachings of the Lunghu Dan Dao. In a few more days, he would be able to assimilate the divine essence of the Chu Xie sword and step into the first tier of mastery. Song Guangguan had been dispatched by Gongsun Zhongmo to establish contact with the disciples of the sword sect in Liaozhou, while Gongsun Zhongmo himself had gone to meet Mu Tongji. With little to occupy his time, Su Beiyou ventured alone from Qinglian residence to the back garden of the Wangfu, where he unexpectedly encountered a woman he could never have anticipated. She wore a pale blue narrow-sleeved gown, adorned with a lake-colored gauze robe, and embroidered shoes in shades of azure. A jade hairpin graced her head, and she strolled gracefully through the back garden of the Liaowangfu with her hands clasped behind her back. The woman wore a light touch of makeup, her figure supple and poised, exuding an extraordinary aura of tranquility, embodying an unshakable demeanor. As she came into Su Beiyou's view, several clusters of daisies dotted the surroundings, rendering the scene picturesque, a beauty seamlessly woven into the landscape, unparalleled in elegance. Su Beiyou stood frozen, a complex wave of emotions washing over him. Filled with a sense of wistfulness he could not quite comprehend. Noticing his gaze, The woman turned her head, a fleeting surprise crossing her face before she smiled and inquired, Su Beiyu? Taking a deep breath, Su Beiyu looked at the woman whose visage had lingered in his mind, yet remained elusive. He vividly remembered her, the first to extend goodwill towards him. Although this kindness was tinged with an unconscious air of superiority, her presence had indelibly etched itself into Su Beiyu's heart. Though she existed merely as a nebulous figure in his thoughts, he had often fantasized about her. Thus, when the woman truly appeared before him, he found himself grappling with disbelief. Had this unattainable beauty, seemingly distant as the heavens, truly manifested before him? In the depths of his heart, he harbored a secret criterion, unspoken among others. Whether one could ascend to greatness hinged upon the ability to bring such a woman into one's home. After a considerable moment lost in reverie, Su Beiyu finally responded, "It is I?" As the woman approached, she regarded him with an assessing gaze and remarked with a smile, "You've changed quite a bit in these past few months. That robe made of shoe brocade mustn't be inexpensive, right? A young man should take the opportunity to explore the world. With each step, one climbs higher." Su Beiyu chuckled softly, suppressing the turmoil within him, and regained his usual composure. "What brings you to Liaozhou?" he inquired. With a charming smile, she replied, "Is it fair for you men to wander freely while we women remain confined to our homes? Such a principle is unjust in this world. I left home intending to explore, with the Northwest as my first destination. I plan to journey southeast next, traversing Jiangbei before heading to Jiangnan next year." Su Beiyu hesitated briefly, unable to resist commenting, "It seems your family is quite well off. Last time, you were accompanied by the young master of the Duanmu family, and now you are staying directly at the Lai Wangfu." The woman took a few steps closer, smiling, "Don't speak of me. You are no different. Once a wandering hero, tirelessly traversing the world for a mere 100 taels of silver, now stands before the esteemed Prince of Liao as an honored guest. It would seem that you have indeed located your master." This marks Su Beiyu's first close encounter with her visage. Although their previous meeting had been relatively near, her hood concealed her true beauty. Before him was a countenance of exquisite charm, so striking that Su Beiyu found himself at a loss for words to describe it. Yet, it was the woman's demeanor that truly captivated, overshadowing even her breathtaking features, a blend of pride and restraint, subtly distant, yet not cold. Her enchanting phoenix eyes added a touch of allure, while her slightly thin lips tempered this charm with a sense of grace, rendering her both gentle and dignified. Should she press her lips together, an inherent authority unique to women would surely emanate from her. Among the women Su Beiyu had encountered, none could rival her, particularly the extraordinary aura she possessed, leaving an indelible impression on his memory. In her presence, Su Beiyu found himself uncharacteristically bashful, stating, "I have found her." The woman smiled and replied, "Then I congratulate you." After a brief silence, he boldly inquired, "Miss, your surname is Xiao, is it not?" She paused, a hint of amusement dancing on her lips as she replied, "Do you presume I am of noble lineage?" Su Beiyu chuckled softly, remaining silent. Her tone carried a playful teasing as she continued, "There are many distinguished individuals in this world, yet they need not all bear the surname Xiao. Take the current court. For instance, those few who are part of the cabinet, the esteemed officers of the Grand Commandant, and the officials of the ritual supervision and secret guard, all are individuals of great renown. Should we further include the 6 ministers, the left and right vice ministers, the 9 ministers, and the noble lords above the rank of earl, the so-called powerful would multiply. If we consider rank, local officials above the 4th grade and court officials above the 3rd grade can be deemed high-ranking. Yet, none of these individuals bear the surname Xiao." Su Beiyu replied, "Your words have certainly broadened my horizons. However, while these individuals wield significant power, how many could truly arrange for their daughters to reside within the Liao royal palace? Perhaps only 1 in 10. The woman clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "You are indeed correct. Though the Liao royal palace's fortunes may have waned in recent years, it is not a place where just anyone can tread. If it were solely up to me, Mu Tang would hardly spare me a glance. Should he do so, it would likely be driven by ulterior motives. Yet, out of respect for my father, even if the Prince of Liao harbored reluctance, he would still be compelled to treat me with courtesy. There are many in this world who do not share the surname Xiao. However, it just so happens that I am indeed a Xiao." Su Beiyu mused, The surname Xiao truly represents one of the most illustrious lineages in existence. The woman offered no response, instead settling into a nearby pavilion. Her fingers, as delicate as lamb-fat jade, gently tapped upon the glossy black stone table before her, and she remarked leisurely, "Su Beiyu, what manner of person is your master? To discern my surname Xiao, it seems unlikely that such insight is solely your own. It is more probable that your master deduced it and conveyed it to you. Might I be so fortunate as to meet such a remarkable individual?" Su Beiyu found himself filled with a sense of reverence as the woman effortlessly unveiled the myriad thoughts he harbored. Shaking his head, he replied, "Whether I see it or not is not for me to decide. I cannot believe you are unaware of my master's identity, especially after the significant commotion caused in Jilu City with Xiao Mo's involvement. Surely, your family must be well informed." The woman cast him a flirtatious glance and softly responded, "Gongsun Zhongmo, the master of the sword sect, I am indeed aware of that. However, as for the nature of his character, I cannot claim to know. Perhaps some of the elders are privy to such knowledge, yet hearing tales pales in comparison to a first-hand encounter. No amount of hearsay rivals the clarity gained from a genuine meeting." Su Beiyu remained noncommittal. While he undeniably felt an affinity for the woman before him, he had not succumbed to the folly of desire, maintaining a clear sense of priority. After all, his master had just cautioned him that the women of the Xiao family were cunning, and a single misstep could leave him at their mercy, naturally provoking his wariness. However, had the woman approached him under a different guise, such as that of a spouse, he would have undoubtedly acquiesced to her request. Noticing Su Beiyu's silence, the woman, with a mere shift in her thoughts, discerned the general mood and remained neither angry nor perturbed, her smile unwavering. "If it is inconvenient now, perhaps another day," she suggested. Su Beiyu felt a wave of relief wash over him, intertwined with a bittersweet sense of regret that he could not share with another. As she prepared to depart, he inexplicably called out to her. She paused, turned, and with a slight upturn of her lips inquired, "What is it? Have you come to a realization?" Su Beiyu shook his head, a hint of melancholy clouding his heart. The distinguished woman from the Xiao family, though not dismissive of him, would not regard him with the same intensity as Ji Yun or Song Guangguan, leaving him with a profound sense of powerlessness akin to when he had faced a third-grade shadow guard alone at the Chonglong Temple. Gazing at the woman's every smile and frown, Su Beiyu momentarily lost himself in reverie, yet he mustered the courage to voice the question that had lingered in his heart. "May I ask for your esteemed name, fair maiden?" The woman paused, slightly taken aback, before breaking into a radiant smile. This smile transformed Su Beiyu's fleeting days into a profound enchantment. After a brief moment, she composed herself and replied with a gentle smile, "I am Xiao Jinan, Xiao, as in the grass radical, and Jinan, meaning the south of Jiangnan." Chapter 82. The Silver Candle's Autumn Light Chills the Painted Screen. This title is destined to be an unforgettable memory etched in Su Beiyu's life. Yet, upon reflecting on the vast chasm that lay between them, a sense of frustration coupled with profound helplessness washed over him. Despite her high status, she did not belittle herself. However, the distance between them was indeed insurmountable. Su Beiyu yearned to marry such a woman, but even if she were willing, there stood the formidable mountain of her father. Not to mention that she had yet to display even the slightest hint of affection. This woman had traversed the grandest of worlds. Hailing from an illustrious lineage that was among the most esteemed, her lofty pride almost ingrained in her very bones. To those unaware of her true nature, she appeared approachable. Yet in reality, she remained impervious to the flattery of all men. Su Beiyu found himself at a loss, pondering what sort of extraordinary individual could tame such a remarkable enchantress. After introducing herself, Xiao Jinan showed no intention of departing. She softly remarked, "The ancient battlefield we visited last time was the site of the fierce conflict between the Northwest and Northeast armies. In that battle, the Xiao clan from the Northwest nearly faced annihilation, while the Northeast Mu clan ultimately met their doom on the banks of the Shihe Plain. Following this clash, the Northeast Mu clan was rendered incapable of pursuing dominance, retreating to a corner of the Northeast, helplessly witnessing the Northwest Xiao clan's grand entrance into the realm, sweeping all before them. Over the years, the Mu family has declined, no longer holding the same grandeur that once allowed them to rival the Xiao clan." Su Beiyu, puzzled, inquired, "What are you trying to convey?" Xiao Jinan responded softly, "The Mu clan is unwilling to accept their fate. They refuse to sit idly by and watch the Shao clan gradually consume them. Therefore, while they still possess sufficient resources, they will choose to fight desperately. If victorious, they may restore the former glory of the Mu clan, or even surpass it. If defeated, they will do so with great fervor. Su Beiyu furrowed his brow and said, "Are you suggesting that the Mu clan will rebel, and that we, as master and disciple, are playing with fire?" Xiao Jinan smiled lightly, turning away with her arms crossed behind her, gazing at the lake beyond the pavilion. "I do not favor the term playing with fire. In this world, prosperity is inherently fraught with peril. Even the founding emperor of our dynasty achieved this splendid realm through countless brushes with death. The extent of one's vision is determined by the height from which one stands. The emperor and the true master of the sect reside at the pinnacle of the world, surveying it all, perceiving life as a chessboard with all beings as mere pieces. We, the ordinary individuals struggling amid the mundane, stand at a lower vantage point, unable to see clearly, and thus must strive to ascend. This journey yields three potential outcomes. One may rise to greatness, becoming a paragon above all. One may remain content as an ordinary person, or one may falter and fall into an abyss, never to return. Xiao Jinan, inspired by her own reflections, perhaps due to the lack of confidence along her path, or perhaps because she discerned a spirit of aspiration within Su Beiyu, found herself speaking more candidly than ever before, to the point where she felt she had perhaps overstepped the boundaries of their acquaintance. Su Beiyu listened intently, pondering her words with a newfound understanding, realizing that indeed, there was truth in her observations. Xiao Jinan's eyes sparkled with a certain brilliance, and her previously subdued demeanor transformed into one of fervent intensity. "Su Beiyu, you are exceptional. Follow Gongsun Zhongmo steadfastly. Though the path may be fraught with difficulties, it is also a shortcut to the summit. As long as you do not falter and fall into the abyss along the way, I believe you shall one day ascend to the pinnacle and behold the infinite vistas that await you." My father once remarked that this world is never lacking in heroes and tyrants. What it lacks is the opportunity for them to showcase their talents. It is in times of chaos that heroes and tyrants emerge. Now, Gongsun Zhongmo has provided you with a platform. Do not squander his efforts. Su Beiyu stood there, utterly astonished. Did this young woman truly remain oblivious to the nature of the endeavors undertaken by him and his master? How could she speak so lightly, infused with encouragement? Was it that all intriguing women possessed such captivating depth? Sensing his thoughts, Xiao Jinan elucidated. "Your affairs with your master are matters for the Dark Guard to concern themselves with. I am but a young woman awaiting marriage and have no part in such matters." Su Beiyu hesitated, words unspoken. It seemed Xiao Jinan anticipated his unvoiced thoughts, as she waved her hand dismissively, stating, "No matter how vast the martial world may be, it pales in comparison to the realm of the world. When we speak of the world, we cannot bypass the halls of power. I have said all that I can. You must navigate your own path henceforth." With that, she turned gracefully, hands clasped behind her back, and departed. Su Beiyu lingered for a while longer, then retraced his steps back to Qinglian residence. This abode, intended for Xiao Jinan according to Mu Tongji, had been declined by her, opting instead to reside in the adjacent Qingling residence. Within Qinglian residence, Su Beiyu settled into a grand armchair, casually opening a tome titled Taiping Huanyuji. The texts provided by Gongsun Zhongmo were a veritable cornucopia of knowledge, encompassing esoteric teachings, geographic wonders, and conflicts of power, an all-encompassing treasury of wisdom, emphasizing breadth over depth. The 200 volumes of Taiping Huanyuji represented perhaps the longest duration Su Beiyu had spent with a single book, each page adorned with his annotations. While these notes paled in comparison to the commentaries of esteemed scholars, they were nonetheless commendable for one of his age. Before long, Song Guangguan returned, peering through the doorway to catch a glimpse of the young master engrossed in his reading before retreating out of sight. Su Beiyu, emulating his master's demeanor, let out a nonchalant hum and beckoned her closer. Song Guangguan tiptoed into the room, glanced at him briefly, then lowered her gaze, speaking softly, "Young master." Su Beiyu feigned sternness, inquiring, "Where have you been?" Nervously clutching her garment, Song Guangguan replied, "The sect leader instructed me to contact the ghost Ding swordsman, preparing for our imminent journey to establish a new city in Daliang." Su Beiyu acknowledged with a grunt, remaining silent. With her head bowed, her eyes darted, and she ventured to ask, "Young master, did you perchance encounter that person today?" That person? Su Beiyu was momentarily taken aback, but then his expression shifted, his voice lowering as he asked, "How do you know?" Song Guangguan softly remarked, "The master has indicated that you shall encounter a rather significant twist of fate today, which is why I have been instructed to withdraw. The master also wishes for me to inform you that the court once established a clandestine organization known as Peony, tasked with the duties of surveillance and covert protection. If the master's predictions hold true, Peony should now be under the auspices of that individual residing in Qingling residence." Su Beiyu's expression softened slightly as he instinctively glanced towards Tianlan. The sight of it evoked memories of the elder who entrusted it to him, bringing to mind that tempestuous summer, the precipice, and the cicadas of summer. Though they shared a mentor-student bond, Su Beiyu had never fully grasped the entirety of his master's essence. The elder harbored numerous secrets, and even if he were willing to impart his knowledge, Su Beiyu recognized that fully embracing it would be an exceedingly protracted journey. As he gazed intently at the Tianlan sword, his thoughts drifted far away, lost in contemplation. At that moment, within Qingling residence, Xiao Jinan reclined on a small mahogany chaise, hands folded upon her abdomen, eyes closed in meditation. A maid, garbed appropriately, knelt silently before her. After approximately half an hour, Xiao Jinan slowly opened her eyes and retrieved a recently dried scroll from the maid's hands. This document contained the background of Gongsun Zhongmo and his entourage, with Su Beiyu's details being the least extensive, while Gongsun Zhongmo's were the most comprehensive. However, Xiao Jinan scarcely scrutinized Gongsun Zhongmo's section, showing a particular interest solely in the brief account of Su Beiyu. The scroll detailed his presence at Danxia Stronghold, extending to his departure from Jiulu City, encapsulated in a mere few sentences that sketched the image of a young man emerging from a humble background. Xiao Jinan closed the scroll and addressed the kneeling maid. "Inju, send someone to Danxia Stronghold to investigate Su Beiyu's past. Exercise caution. Do not alert the Demon Suppression Hall or the Covert Guard Bureau. Do not disturb me this afternoon. I wish to enjoy a moment of solitude. As for tonight, if circumstances permit, I may invite Su Beiyu for a conversation." With that, Xiao Jinan waved her hand. The maid, having finally risen, retreated silently into the shadows. Gongsun Zhongmo had only disclosed to Su Beiyu the existence of the mysterious peony under Xiao Jinan's command, neglecting to mention that she also had 5 stunning handmaidens, named Yinzhu, Xiuguang, Huaping, Qingluo, and Luing.